Kyoto University campus. Male dormitory. Lin Feng played Naruto rank with his newly bought Oppo A5. In order to reach Super Shadow, Lin Feng refused the invitation to eat in the cafeteria with his roommate. Looking at the victory in front of the screen, Lin Feng said, "I can finally reach Super Shadow. I have used up all my Navkas to reach Super Shadow. From today on, I'm also a Super Shadow roommate." Lin Feng clicked on the blank space to settle in the lobby. He stopped when he saw the rank points added to 2,399. Are you still a human if you are not a magic cube? It is amazing that you control the points so accurately. In the last game, I thought it was a Super Shadow game, so I was trembling with pressure from the opponent. Lin Feng suppressed his restless heart and clicked on a match. He first banned the Book Thunder and the Filthy Earth Itachi, because the Void Elbow and Izanami were too sinister. Lin Feng chose the male girl, the Skeleton, and the Dead 2. After locking, the opponent's ninjas, Xinshui, Skeleton, and Baimian, popped up. Lin Feng took a look at the opponent's rank, which was Yingyi, and his ID was Xinshui, who had played for 5 years. He felt a little stressed. After 2.5 minutes, Lin Feng looked at himself and used Nanyang to beat the opponent's Baimian to low health and said to the screen, "Is this all my strength?" The opponent kept sending hand-holding expressions, so Lin Feng decided to let Shui go and put Baimian down. Baimian took Nanyang away with a fire. The opposite white mask changed people. Lin Feng found that the opponent's strength had changed as he fought, just like changing people. The opponent's operation was delicate and the details were used to cheat and take away the skeleton. Lin Feng began to sweat. In the 6th round, Lin Feng controlled Sierre and pressed the first skill for a long time to get the initiative. After watching the opponent sleeping on the ground, he decided to use the 2nd skill to sweep up. As soon as he released the 2nd skill, the opponent replaced it with a fire. Lin Feng replaced it in a second, and the opponent opened the virtualization to catch Sierre. After Baimian approached, he released 8 consecutive stinky fires to knock down the opponent. Suddenly, Hakumian pressed the counterattack, and then there was an Uchiha rebound. Lin Feng subconsciously used his ultimate without the secret scroll and summons at this time, but the opponent did not play according to the routine and used rebound to move away. After the death of the 2nd void, the white mask caught the ultimate move and shook a fire to get the counterattack. Lin Feng watched the opponent use the ultimate after the death of the 2nd void and sent crazy head-patting emojis. The opponent's face-like operation made Lin Feng red instantly. Scan the code, right? Block your dad for 10 seconds. Then the reminder message of free stamina at 11 o'clock popped up. Ichiraku ramen is free. Naruto will not wait for you. Then Lin Feng clicked on the blank settlement and saw that 32 points were deducted. In a rage, he smashed the Oppo A5 in his hand to the ground. Suddenly, a dazzling white light enveloped Lin Feng, and Lin Feng felt a severe pain and fell into a coma. Lin Feng's consciousness floated in the sticky darkness. He felt that he was wrapped in water and surrounded by darkness. Just when he wanted to speak, he found that he couldn't speak. Lin Feng thought, "Where did I go? Is this still China? Was I put into a bag by my enemies and thrown into the sea to feed the fish?" Suddenly, a crisp electronic sound appeared in my mind. Ding! Detecting the host's awakening. Naruto's system binding system? Isn't this a must-have cheat for novel lovers? Did I travel through time? Even if I am a fragile college student, I won't be blown through by an Oppo A5. Detected that the host's soul is adapting to the Uchiha ancestor bloodline fusion. One Uchiha ancestor bloodline? Did I travel through Naruto? Then I can step on Danzo and punch the 3rd generation. Ding! Detected that this world is covered by spiritual energy. In order for the host to absorb spiritual energy, this system actively helps the host to reshape the Dantian and meridians. What is spiritual energy? Can the Naruto world be used coverage for cultivation? Reply to the host, "This is not the Naruto world, but the world of cultivation." The world of immortal cultivation? Not the world of Naruto? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Although the world of Naruto also has spiritual energy, it is still different from the spiritual energy of the world of immortal cultivation. System, shouldn't I be given a system related to immortal cultivation when I travel to the world of immortal cultivation? Why give me a system of Naruto? Even if I cultivate to the strength of the 6-path sage, I can't beat the powerful in this world, right? Lin Feng asked the system in confusion. Reply to the host, "You originally traveled here because you lost to the Naruto. The system detected that the host was unwilling to fail and bound to you. With this system, it is not easy for the host to become a super shadow. Warm reminder, the body transformed by this system can also practice the cultivation system of this world. Then can I use the underworld ninjutsu of Naruto in the world of immortal cultivation? This evil idea suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. While Lin Feng was still thinking about it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, and the pain was like thousands of silver needles piercing his spine at the same time. System, why does it hurt so much? Reply to the host, shaping the dantian and meridians is very painful and can also improve your qualifications. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside. Madam, how do you feel? The middle-aged man's voice was low and deep with a hint of concern. It's okay, just a little tired. A female voice responded gently, with a hint of weakness in her voice. There is still a month for our child to be born. Have you thought about what name to give a child? The female voice asked gently. If ours is a boy, we will call him Lin Chen, and if it is a girl, we will call her Lin Mengyao. The man responded in a low and deep voice with joy. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. He knew that these were his parents in this life. In the previous life, his parents died in a car accident when he was 3 years old, and he was raised by his grandparents. In this life, he must cherish the hard-earned family affection in this life. Madam, you should rest first. I will prepare some supplements and take them after you wake up, the man said, with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Okay, don't be too tired. The female voice responded gently. Lin Feng felt his mother's fatigue and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew that all he could do now was to wait, waiting for the moment of birth. A month passed in a flash. Although Lin Feng was not born yet in this month, he had adapted to the darkness and was extremely sensitive to perception. He could feel the sounds and emotions of the outside world, and even occasionally caught some scattered conversations. These pieces of information were pieced together in his mind like fragments, giving him a preliminary understanding of this strange world. From the occasional conversations of people around him, Lin Feng knew that this continent was called Tianxian continent. Lin Feng often heard the maids whispering outside Shinshio's room. Their topics ranged from family trivia to rumors in the world of immortal cultivation. Once, 2 maids whispered while tidying up the room. I heard that Juqian Xianmin has another genius disciple who has broken through to the foundation building stage at a young age. It's amazing. Another maid responded. Yes, there are more and more geniuses in the world of cultivating immortals. But our Lin family is not bad either. The talents of the eldest and second young ladies are well known. Lin Feng learned from their conversation that this world is full of sects and geniuses. And his family, the Lin family, seems to have a certain status. Lin Feng occasionally heard the conversation between his mother Shinshio and his father Lin Xiaotian. Once Shinshio whispered, Xiaotian, how are Qingxue and Qingxuang practicing recently? Their talents are so good, they can't be wasted. Lin Xiaotian responded. Qingxue has broken through to the late stage of foundation building. Although Qingxuang is eccentric, her talent is not bad. She has also been working hard to practice recently. Lin Feng learned from his conversation that he has 2 sisters, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingxuang. They are outstandingly talented and are the pride of the family. One day, Lin Feng heard 2 elders whispering as they passed by Shun Xio's room. I heard that the Netherworld Demon Sect has recently caused trouble in the Western region. Although our Eastern region is temporarily safe, we cannot be careless. Another elder responded, Yes, the world of immortal cultivation is becoming more and more unstable. Although our Lin family is not a top force, we cannot be underestimated. Lin Feng learned from their conversation that the world of immortal cultivation is divided into multiple regions, and the Lin family is located in the Eastern region, while the Netherworld Demon Sect in the Western region seems to be a powerful hostile force. But traveling through time and space to become the young master of the Lin family will not embarrass the face of the predecessors who traveled through time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to look forward to the future. This month, Lin Feng clearly felt that the pain of reshaping the dantian and meridians gradually decreased until it disappeared. It seems that the system transformation is almost completed. Just after thinking about it, I heard the long-lost electronic sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the shaping of the dantian and meridians. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the fusion of the Uchiha Ancestor Bloodline 100. Warm reminder. The host can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and convert it into fairy chakra. The larger the dantian, the more chakra it can store. Lin Feng still needs to adapt to the fusion of the Uchiha bloodline. After the fusion is successful, he feels that his eyes have more energy. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Two Tomo Sharingan. Mistaken for the cursed blood eyes on the following day, Lin Feng, after a night of acclimatization, discovered the profound emotional power residing within the bloodline of the Uchiha progenitor. He felt his own emotions becoming exceedingly sensitive, with anger, sorrow, and hatred magnified within him. He realized the necessity of maintaining composure at all times to prevent being overtaken by these emotions. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a vigorous movement within his mother's abdomen, signaling that his time to be born had arrived. Inside the Lin residence, the morning sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains, filling the room with a refreshing aroma of greenery. Shinshio sat at the bedside, holding an unfinished piece of infant clothing, her fingers gently caressing the fabric, her gaze imbued with tenderness and anticipation. Her abdomen had swollen significantly. Suddenly, a violent movement emanated from her belly, as if something was churning within her. Shinshio's complexion turned pale in an instant, causing the garment to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. She pressed her hands against her abdomen, her brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "What is happening?" Shinshio whispered, her voice laced with a hint of panic. The pain in her abdomen intensified, akin to countless small blades stirring within her. Shinshio gritted her teeth, striving to remain calm, knowing this was the herald of her child's impending arrival. "Someone, quickly!" Shinshio's voice was faint yet tinged with urgency. Outside the door, the maid Xiaotsue was approaching with a bowl of hot porridge. Upon hearing the faint call from within, she hastily pushed the door open, only to find Shinshio curled up in pain on the bed, her face as pale as a sheet. "Madam, what has happened to you?" Xiaotsue exclaimed in a panic, nearly spilling the bowl in her hands. Shinshio grasped Xiaotsue's hand, her fingers turning white from the pressure. Her voice trembled. "Xiaotsue, I am about to give birth. Hurry and call for help." Xiaotsue paused momentarily, then quickly nodded. "Madam, hold on. I will fetch help right away." With that, she dashed out of the room, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Her voice rang clear in the morning air. "Hurry, the madam is about to give birth. Quickly summon the midwife and the family head." Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingshuang were practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Upon hearing Xiaotsue's cries, they immediately ceased their movements. Exchanging a glance that conveyed both tension and joy, Lin Qingxue sheathed her sword and hurried towards Shinshio's room, her tone urgent. "Kui, quickly. Mother is about to give birth." Lin Kui followed closely behind, her face alight with excitement. "Wonderful. I am finally about to become an elder sister." The residence became a hive of activity. Servants hurried from their posts. Some rushed to summon the midwife. Others went to inform Lin Xiaotian, while still others busied themselves with preparing hot water, towels, and medicinal herbs. Lin Xiaotian was in his study attending to family matters when he heard the commotion outside. Frowning, he set down his pen, preparing to investigate, just as a servant rushed in, breathless. "Family head, the madam is about to give birth." The servant's voice was laced with urgency. Lin Xiaotian's expression shifted to one of gravity. He strode out of the study towards Shinshio's room, his heart filled with anxiety and anticipation. This was his and Shinshio and Appo's third child, and he fervently hoped for a safe delivery. Upon his arrival, the midwife was already at the bedside, directing the maids and preparing the necessary items for the delivery. Shinshio lay on the bed, her face pale and glistening with sweat, her breathing rapid and labored, each contraction eliciting a low groan from her lips. "Xiaotian." Shinshio's gaze met Lin Xiaotian's, a flicker of reassurance in her eyes. Her voice was faint yet imbued with reliance. Lin Xiaotian approached the bedside, taking Shinshio and Appo's hand in his, softly reassuring her. "Chio and Appo's, do not fear, I am here. You and the child will be safe." Shinshio nodded, biting her lip, striving to follow the midwife and Appo's instructions. Her heart was a tumult of expectation and unease, yearning for the safe arrival of her third child with Lin Xiaotian. Sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the tense and bustling figures within the room. The midwife's voice resonated. "Madam, hold on just a bit longer. The child is about to arrive." Shinshio clutched Lin Xiaotian's hand tightly, her fingers turning white from the effort. Her breaths quickened, beads of sweat multiplying on her brow. Finally, after a wave of intense pain, a clear infant cry shattered the room's tension. Lin Feng had just entered the world, instinctively wailing, when suddenly an electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host on their birth. Reward, Beginner's Gift Pack X1, System Store unlocked." Ding. Detecting the host's spiritual strength exceeds normal levels, automatically unlocking the two Tomo Sharingan. "It's a boy," the midwife exclaimed with joy. Lin Xiaotian exhaled with relief. Looking down at Shinshio, a weary yet satisfied smile graced her face as she cradled the tiny infant, who lay quietly with closed eyes. "Xiaotian, look. This is our child." Shinshio's voice was faint, yet brimming with happiness. Lin Xiaotian gazed down at the infant, a warm torrent of emotions flooding his heart. He gently caressed the baby's cheek, savoring the softness. Just then, Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs, with two tomos swirling slowly within. As if harboring some mysterious power, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. The midwife and maids stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with terror. Even Lin Xiaotian was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on the infant's eyes, a storm of emotions surging within him. As the head of the Lin family, he understood the significance of those eyes. The cursed blood eyes were regarded in the realm of cultivation as a symbol of the convergence of the cursed star and the blood curse. It was said that only those doubly cursed by fate and blood could possess such eyes. This is the cursed blood eyes. An elder gasped, his voice quivering. His complexion turned ashen, as though he had witnessed something horrifying. Shinxiu also noticed Lin Feng's eyes, her face paling instantaneously. Clutching Lin Feng tightly, her voice trembled. No, this cannot be true. How could my child? Her heart was heavy with pain and bewilderment. She could not accept the reality that her child was born with the cursed blood eyes, engulfing her in fear and despair. This scene was witnessed by Lin Qingxue and Lin Ku-yi as well. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly regained her composure. She stepped closer to Lin Xiaotian and whispered, "Father, although my brother's eyes are unusual, it may not necessarily be a bad omen. Perhaps he is the chosen one who will bring glory to our family." In stark contrast, Lin Ku-yi's reaction was one of curiosity and excitement. Devoid of the fear exhibited by others, she leaned closer to Lin Feng, smiling brightly. "Brother's eyes are so special. They are beautiful." Lin Xiaotian inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the shock and unease within him. As the head of the Lin family, he knew he must take responsibility for the entire clan. The emergence of these eyes would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Lin family. He needed to convene all the elders immediately to discuss Lin Feng's fate. Chapter 3. The family meeting. All of this transpired in a mere 5 breaths, from Lin Feng's awakening to Lin Xiaotian's reaction. As Lin Feng opened his eyes, still struggling to comprehend his surroundings, a voice exclaimed, "This is the celestial blood eye." The celestial blood eye? Could it be that my double tomo Sharingan is mistaken for the celestial blood eye? The Sharingan is, after all, one of the 3 great ocular techniques of the Naruto world. Yet, it is true that this is not the world of Naruto. Who could possibly accept a child afflicted with red eye disease from birth? It would be a miracle if he did not turn into a bloodthirsty demon. Lin Feng swiftly analyzed the situation in his mind. Immediately, he attempted to clarify to the onlookers that this was not the celestial blood eye. "It is the Sharingan," he screamed in his consciousness, but only broken cries escaped his throat. Shinxiu, thinking Lin Feng was frightened by the elder's exclamation, held him tightly. As a newborn, even speaking had become a luxury. Would they truly abandon me if they misunderstand the Sharingan as the celestial blood eye? Lin Feng's heart was filled with helplessness and dread. He sensed the power in his eyes gradually waning. It seemed that the potent mental energy of his 21-year-old soul had forcibly stimulated his brain to awaken the Sharingan. Without chakra, it was impossible to sustain its use for long. As the Sharingan slowly closed, the fatigue of being newly born urged him to succumb to slumber. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian took Lin Feng from Shinxiu's arms, and he noticed the blood-red pupils begin to flicker violently. The Sharingan within Lin Feng's eyes gradually closed, the crimson hue receding like the tide, ultimately returning to the ordinary black of a typical infant and Appo's eyes. Lin Feng could no longer resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xiaotian stood frozen, his fingers trembling slightly. This scene stirred a glimmer of hope within him, as if he had glimpsed a turning point. "Chior, look, his eyes, they have returned." Lin Xiaotian's voice trembled, but reality soon pulled him back. He understood all too well that the disappearance of the celestial blood eye was merely temporary. That power still lay dormant within Lin Feng, ready to awaken at any moment. A flicker of hope crossed Shinxiu's pale face as she struggled to rise, clutching Lin Xiaotian's sleeve tightly. "Xiaotian, since Ichen's eyes have returned to normal, can we keep him?" Her voice was almost a plea. Lin Xiaotian fell silent for a moment before finally closing his eyes. "Sure, the disappearance of those eyes is only a fade. The curse of the celestial blood eye is already etched into his bloodline. If that power were ever to spiral out of control, the Lin family would face utter ruin." Having spoken, Lin Xiaotian cradled the swaddled Lin Feng and darkly exited the room. His heart was filled with conflict and anguish, but as the head of the Lin family, he bore the weight of responsibility for the future of the entire clan. He knew that if word of Lin Feng and Appo's celestial blood eye were to spread, it would attract the covetous and hostile gazes of countless factions, potentially leading to the family's annihilation. "Immediately seal the information," Lin Xiaotian suddenly barked, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. "If anyone dares to leak even a word of today's events, they will face the family's punishment." "Take Ichin to the wet nurse for feeding," Lin Xiaotian instructed the maid waiting outside the door. The maid cautiously took the swaddled infant from Lin Xiaotian. Fearful of waking Lin Feng, he hastened towards the family council hall, simultaneously commanding the servants, "Gather all the elders immediately for an emergency meeting." Lin Xiaotian, his face darkened, stepped into the council hall where the elders had already learned the unfolding events from the servants. Inside, 4 elders were seated on either side. The atmosphere is heavy as iron. Upon seeing that all the elders had arrived, Lin Xiaotian addressed them directly. This child possesses the celestial blood eye by birth. Although it has temporarily subsided, the bloodline has already manifested. What shall we do? The council hall swiftly split into 2 factions, one led by the Elder Hawk faction, and the other by the Elder Dove faction. Elder Lin Jinyue, mid-stage nascent soul, head of the law enforcement hall, he abruptly stood, his black robe billowing without wind, and declared sternly, "The celestial blood eye is a curse from the heavens. Ancient texts record, when the blood eye appears, calamity befalls the 9 domains. This child cannot be allowed to live. We must immediately seal the bloodline with secret arts and consign him to the soul burial abyss for suppression." He revealed a blood-colored talisman, exuding a menacing aura, clearly having prepared in advance. Elder Lin Xianming, great perfection of golden core, head of the refining hall, he scoffed coldly. The elder is too lenient. The soul burial abyss may not contain him. In my opinion, we should directly extract the bloodline and refine it into the blood puppet pill, eliminating future threats. He subtly unveiled a chain from his sleeve, inscribed with soul-devouring runes. Elder Lin Qingluan, early-stage nascent soul, head of the apothecary hall, Shenxiu's aunt gently stroking the medicine furnace in her hand, she spoke softly, "Head. This child is ultimately of the Lin family and Apos' bloodline. Though the celestial blood eye is perilous, if we can suppress it with a spirit sealing array and send him to the southern border to fend for himself, it would still honor our kinship." She pointed her finger. An verdant array appeared on the table, with the scent of herbs faintly wafting from it. Elder Lin Yunha, late-stage golden core, external affairs elder he, a representative of the Dove faction, was gentle and meticulous in thought. He shook his head and said slowly, Elder Xianming, this child is the head's own flesh and blood. If we handle this matter directly, it would be too cruel. I propose we send him to a remote place, allowing him to fend for himself. This way, it will neither implicate the family nor tarnish our name with the label of parasite." After 3 hours of intense debate, they ultimately chose Elder Lin Yunha's proposal, reaching the following resolutions. 1. Secrecy of departure. The next day, Lin Feng would be sent to the southern border, where the spiritual energy was thin and nearby mortals would provide cover, leaving him to his own devices. 2. Substitution. A water spirit root orphan from an affiliated family would be selected to replace the identity of the legitimate child under the pretext of needing to retreat for cultivation due to congenital deficiencies. Lin Feng's name would be stripped, and the adopted child would inherit his place. 3. Lin Xiaotian would personally present a black jade ring as compensation for abandoning Lin Feng. The ring contained 1,000 top-grade spirit stones belonging to Lin Xiaotian, the complete Qingmu longevity technique exclusively for direct descendants, allowing cultivation up to the initial stage of divine transformation. Golden core medicinal pills related to enhancing realms and breaking through. A blood-colored jade pendant inscribed with the character Qin, formed from Lin Xiaotian's essence, capable of withstanding a blow from a nascent soul. Lin Qingshuang and Lin Kai, having calmed their mother in her room, rushed to the entrance of the council hall to eavesdrop. Upon hearing the elder's decision to abandon Lin Feng, Lin Qingshuang initially believed her father would not consent to such an absurd proposal. However, upon hearing her father's agreement, she could no longer sit still. Lin Qingshuang pushed open the heavy bronze door of the council hall, standing against the light with the hem of her dress glistening with morning dew. She walked step by step to the center of the hall, kneeling heavily on the azure stone floor, her pale face reflected upon the tiles. "Father, esteemed elders." Her voice was cold as snow, yet brimming with determination. "I am willing to enter the cold pool of the back mountain. To be imprisoned for 30 years by the ice soul locking chains, nurturing the clan's artifact with my blood day and night, if only to exchange my brother's glimmer of life." From her sleeve, she produced a 3-inch-long ice needle and without hesitation, pierced it into her brow. A thread of golden-hued blood flowed along the silver needle, coalescing into a blood-red contract in the air. This was the Lin family's most severe ice soul blood oath, and those who broke the vow would perish in spirit and soul. Elder Lin Jinyue's pupils constricted sharply. "Nonsense. The clan's artifact requires a golden core cultivator to nurture. You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. In 3 years, I shall attain the golden core." Lin Qingshuang raised her head to meet her father's gaze, beads of blood rolling down her brow. If she failed, she was willing to face the backlash of the blood contract and perish. Lin Qingshuang cast a look of determination towards Lin Xiaotian, as if she were prepared to sacrifice everything. Chapter 4. Lin Qingshue's plea fails, you cold-blooded old wretches. Lin Qi suddenly unsheathed her sword, cleaving through the fragrant wood screen of the council hall, sending the hem of Elder Four's robe flying. With the tip of her blade aimed directly at the throat of the Grand Elder, she declared, "Whoever dares to harm my brother must first contend with my blazing sword." Flames enveloped her, her hairpin shattering as her dark tresses danced wildly in the heat. What nonsense is this about the celestial blood eyes bringing calamity? Was it not a pair of broken illusions that allowed the Lin family's ancestors to establish this legacy 3 centuries ago? Now, are we to be judged by the color of our eyes? Elder 3 slammed his palm on the table, rising in outrage. Preposterous. The broken illusions are a gift from the heavens. How could they be equated with such vile things? Vile things? Lin Qi scoffed, reversing her sword to slice into her own palm, smearing her blood on the blade. Look closely. This blood carries the same scent as the oil from our ancestral hall. If he is vile, then what are we? At that moment, Lin Xiaodian crushed the jade pendant at his waist, shards of jade splintering and cutting into his palm. This action silenced everyone. It was the token of his bond with Xinxiu. Xinxiu, sever the blood pact. His voice was hoarse and terrifying as he raised his hand, freezing Lin Xinxiu's spiritual energy. Qi, put down your sword. When the second daughter stubbornly raised her chin, refusing to relent, he suddenly bellowed, Lin Qi, restrain the second miss. From the shadows emerged the leader of the Dark Guards, whose overwhelming aura instantly subdued Lin Kui. With Lin Qi's grip on her shoulder, Lin Kui, her hair disheveled and tear-streaked face resembling a trapped cub, cried out, Father, what crime has my brother's eyes committed? By what right do you condemn him to death? You are a cold-hearted, iron-fisted man, not a good father, wishing for my newborn brother to fend for himself. Lin Xiaodian tore open his garment, revealing a grotesque dark red curse mark on his chest. The founding patriarch of the Lin family forged a blood pact with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to ensure the family's prosperity for a millennium. The curse mark is passed down through generations, and only the direct descendant inheriting the title of family head must inscribe this lock with the blood from their heart. The mark writhed like a living thing, reacting to his emotional turmoil. 3 months prior, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had delivered a blood omen. Should this child remain, the Lin bloodline would dwindle to 1 in 10 within 3 years. Lin Xiaodian grasped the divination turtle shell on the table, its cracks forming the words, eternal damnation. With a clatter, the turtle shell fell to the ground as he turned away, his throat convulsing violently. Before the next dawn, he must be sent away. His last words faded in his throat, but Lin Qingxue, kneeling on the ground, saw clearly. His right hand, hidden in his sleeve, was tightly clutching the longevity lock obtained from Xinxiu, the chain embedded in flesh and blood. Half a stick of incense later, the elders signed the resolution with their blood seals. As the meeting concluded and the elders filed out, the council hall fell into a deathly silence. Lin Xiaodian cast a complex gaze upon the kneeling Lin Qingxue and the subdued Lin Kui, stating, the child was born with the celestial blood eyes. This is fate. Qingxue. He called his eldest daughter's name, momentarily choking on his words. You have always been wise. You should understand that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's blood omen has never been wrong. 3 years ago, the Qin family of Xiling ignored the omen, insisting on keeping the demon spawn, and as a result, their entire clan was consumed by thunder and fire, leaving not even the bones of their ancestors. He stepped closer, raising his hand as if to caress Lin Qingxue's hair, but it froze mid-air, ultimately pressing heavily upon her trembling shoulder. I am not merely your father. I am also the head of the Lin family. If my personal feelings lead to the ruin of our clan, how could I face our ancestors in death? Lin Qi, you have grown up. I understand your concern for your brother. However, you must think of our family, our kin, and your mother. To abandon the child for the safety of our clan is undoubtedly the best choice. But who can comprehend the pain of losing a child? Lin Xiaodian spoke with deep sorrow. Everyone, please leave. He waved his hand, his voice as faint as smoke dissipating in the wind. As Lin Qingxue staggered to her feet, she caught a glimpse of her father hastily stuffing the longevity lock back into his garment. In that moment, she felt as if her father had aged a decade. Lin Qi also noticed the change in her father. She understood that he had made this choice out of necessity for the family. But what about her? She could not comprehend why he would declare himself a poor father before everyone. I'm sorry, father. I have acted rashly. Lin Qi sincerely apologized to her father. After speaking, she was pulled away by Lin Qingxue towards the exit of the council hall. Lin Xiaodian watched his 2 daughters depart, then took his seat at the head of the table to contemplate. After discussions among the elders, it was ultimately resolved to abandon the youngest son at the southeastern border, where the southern domain was rich in spiritual energy but fraught with peril, often referred to as the domain of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The southern domain was a treacherous place, and without protectors, no one dared venture deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains, where rumors of divine beasts in the transformation stage circulated. To abandon the child in the southern domain was deemed the best choice. But should he tell his wife? Would Xinxiu be able to accept it if she found out? Lin Xiaodian pondered with great conflict. After deliberating for a while, Lin Xiaodian resolved to inform his wife. It was better to be direct than to hide the truth from her, allowing her time to prepare for the acceptance of this reality. He slowly rose from his seat and left the council hall, heading towards Xunxiu's chamber. It was dusk, and the lanterns in the corridor had yet to be lit. The paper screens tinged with the last rays of the setting sun. Lin Xiaoyan's shadow stretched long in the slanting light, resembling a dark mark across the blue bricks. Xiu'er, are you awake? Lin Xiaodian called softly as he approached the door to Xinqiu's room. Hearing her husband's voice, Xinqiu replied, "Husband, come in. I woke up not long ago." Lin Xiaodian pushed open the sandalwood door and sat down on Xinqiu's bed, falling into a long silence. The room was enveloped in a moment of quietude. Xinqiu, seeing her husband's silence, sensed the outcome regarding Lin Yichen, yet she still could not believe it, breaking the stillness with her words. "Husband, what did you and the elders decide about Yichen? Did you agree to let him stay?" Xinqiu clung to a flicker of hope. "Qiuer, I may disappoint you," he replied gravely. "The elders have resolved to send the young child to the southern border to fend for himself, selecting an orphan with water spirit roots from a subordinate family to take his place, stripping him of the name Lin Yichen and claiming that mother and daughter are safe." Lin Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse, each word akin to shattering porcelain, laced with the tremors of the blood curse's backlash. Xinqiu could hardly believe Lin Xiaoyan's words. She had known that Lin Yichen would be sent away, thinking it would be to lead a mundane life in the mortal realm. But she never imagined he would be abandoned in the most perilous southern domain. Her fingers tightened around the brocade quilt, knuckles turning pale. As she propped herself up, an iced jade hairpin snapped, shards scattering upon the blue bricks, reflecting Lin Xiaoyan's blurred silhouette. "You mean, to throw our child into the 10,000 great mountains?" Her voice trembled, each word forced through clenched teeth. Chapter 5. Abandonment. Lin Xiaodian, are you still human? He is but a child, our flesh and blood. How can you heartlessly agree to abandon him in the perilous southern domain? Is there any difference between this and killing him? Lin Xiaodian closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the anguish in his heart. "Sure, we must send him away. I have placed ample cultivation resources in the storage ring as compensation." Lin Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse. "This is for his good and for the family's well-being." Xinqiu was filled with pain and reluctance. Yet she understood that Lin Xiaodian had already consented to the elders' decision, which could not be altered. As the matriarch of the Lin family, she could not single-handedly oppose all the elders to keep Lin Feng. "Qiuer, it is getting late. You should rest." After Lin Xiaodian spoke, he stood and left the room, heading towards his study. The study, located on the east side of the ancestral hall, was adorned with millennia-old iced jade, and the floor was laid with star-patterned obsidian. Directly north hung a plaque inscribed with the words Jinyue's sword, pinned by their ancestors. Beneath it, a Zetan desk was etched with demon-slaying runes, and the paperweight on the desk was a dragon bone fossil, from which trickled strands of dragon blood gold sand. Upon returning to the study, Lin Xiaodian walked directly to the ebony desk. He retrieved a fragrant wood box from the drawer and opened it, revealing a black jade storage ring and a blood-colored jade pendant engraved with the character dust. These items were originally intended as a birthday gift for Lin Feng after his first month, but now they were taken out as parting compensation. Lin Xiaodian focused his mind on the storage ring, and with a thought, 1,000 spirit stones and various elixirs, alongside the Qingmu longevity technique, flew out onto the desk. He then directed his consciousness into the black jade storage ring to return the items to it before placing everything back into the fragrant wood box. After completing this task, Lin Xiaodian felt an overwhelming fatigue. His emotions had fluctuated throughout the day, from the joy of his son's birth to the sorrow of abandoning him. With this thought, Lin Xiaodian rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. A night passed without incident. The next day at dawn, 5 a.m., Lin Xiaodian awoke from the desk, his eyes reflecting a mix of exhaustion and resolve, the struggles of the previous night still vivid in his mind. He exited the study to find the servants already bustling about. Lin Xiaodian instructed a maid, "Go fetch the young master. Be quick." "Yes, head of the family." The maid replied, then hurried towards the infant care pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lin Suxin was tending to the sleeping Lin Feng, unaware of the child's ominous bloodline, so she felt no fear. Just as she was about to feed Lin Feng, she heard a knock at the door. She paused her task and opened it. Seeing the breathless maid, she asked urgently, "What's going on, Mama Lin? The head of the family sent for the young master. Is something wrong? I haven't fed him yet." "I don't know, but the head seems quite anxious." Lin Suxin approached the crib, carefully lifting Lin Feng and placing him into the maid's arms, saying, "Be careful on the way back, don't wake him. It's hard to soothe the child." Lin Xiaodian exited the Lin residence and arrived at the green jade platform at the entrance, where elder Lin Yunhe had been waiting for some time. Lin Yunhe stood with his hands at his sides. Before him floated a 3-zhang-long spirit boat, its hull seemingly carved from ancient ice, adorned with swirling golden-blue runes. The bow was embedded with 7-star stones, and at the stern was a lifelike dragon sculpture, its mouth clutching a fist-sized high-grade spirit stone. Head of the family. This Jingming boat is forged from millennia-old ice jade and inscribed with 360 concealment runes. As Lin Yunhe handed over the control talisman, the dragon's eyes suddenly glowed with a green light, causing the boat to rise slightly, startling the dark birds resting beneath the eaves into flight. At that moment, the maid emerged from the Lin residence. Though quick, she was steady, jogging to Lin Xiaoyan's side and passing him the swaddled infant. Head of the family. The young master is still asleep. Lin Xiaodian took Lin Feng from the maid's hands and stepped onto the light ladder. as his toes touched the hull. The dragon sculpture's reverse scales stood on end, and a cold jade bed arose within the vessel. He gently laid Lin Feng down, and the surface of the bed immediately spread web-like ice threads to securely hold the swaddled infant. Lin Xiaotian extended the talisman, and as it fit into the groove of the helm, the 7-star stones illuminated one by one. He then traced a spell in the air with his fingers, and the dragon at the stern suddenly opened its mouth to expel azure flames. The spirit boat, however, glided silently, akin to a fish entering water, leaving only ripples of spiritual energy in its wake. As an hour, 2 hours, of flight passed, the panorama of the sprawling mountains came into view. The runes on the boat undulated like living serpents, as Lin Xiaotian controlled its altitude, his consciousness spreading out like a net in search of a suitable location. Ultimately, he locked onto a mountain, its outline striking his gaze. He gestured, allowing the spirit boat to hover above the clouds, scanning the 72 peaks before finally identifying a cave concealed by vines on the northern slope. Residual wisps of smoke indicated it was likely a temporary resting place for hunters. Retrieve. He tapped the helm, and the dragon's reverse scales retracted, causing the runes on the boat to recede like a retreating tide. As the vessel shrank to the size of a palm, he lightly touched the void with his toes, descending gracefully onto the icy platform formed by his spells. Inside the cave lay a thin layer of ash, and a half-burnt torch remained on the stone platform. Lin Xiaotian waved his sleeve to clear the debris and placed the swaddled infant in a sheltered spot. He retrieved the fragrant wood box from his sleeve and placed it within the swaddled fabric, murmuring to himself, "Ichuan, if you can survive, perhaps we may meet again one day." His voice trembled slightly. As Lin Xiaotian departed the cave, a mountain breeze swept past, carrying the fragrance of the golden-silver vines. He paused at the cave entrance for a moment, contemplating, if heaven has eyes. He cast one last glance at the sleeping child and shattered the teleportation talisman, vanishing in a flash of azure light. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingshi Mountain, a village lay nestled in the gentle slopes. At dawn, 7 a.m., the sun had risen, casting a bright blue hue across the sky, its rays beginning to bathe the earth. At the eastern edge of the village, an old locust tree stood before the abode of the herbalist Yi Fengchun. The morning sun flooded the small courtyard as Yi Fengchun pushed open the creaking bamboo door, only to be met by his wife, Li Suxin, who held a steaming bowl of corn porridge. "Dear, eat while it's hot. Today is a good day to gather herbs." Yi Fengchun replied, "Wife, I was scratched by a poisonous vine while tilling yesterday. I plan to go up the mountain to collect some silver vines for the antidote." He quickly finished the porridge, wiped his mouth, and said, "The silver vines on the shaded slope of Qingshi Mountain should have sprouted new shoots. I'll gather some, and also bring back some roots for you to brew dampness-relieving tea." Bending down, he secured his straw sandals and retrieved a medicine basket from behind the door, placing within it a hoe wrapped in red cloth and a polished deer antler tweezers. Li Suxin tied a bamboo tube to his waist, saying, "It is cooled tea. Remember to drink plenty of water." She also tucked 2 vegetable dumplings into the medicine basket. "If you get hungry at noon, this will tide you over." Then, she tied a towel around his waist, advising, "Rest if the sun gets too strong. Don't overexert yourself." She absent-mindedly adjusted a frayed patch on his clothing before he bid farewell and set off along the mountain path towards the mid-slope of Qingshi Mountain. Chapter 6. Transition from intelligence to humanity. Lin Feng stirred from his slumber shortly after Lin Xiaotian's departure, awakening from hunger. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the damp rock wall, glistening in the morning light. Sunbeams filtered through the gaps in the vines, casting a net of light patterns on the uneven ground. Stalactites hung from the cave's ceiling, dripping water in a sound that echoed sharply in the vast emptiness. Where am I? Shouldn't I be at the Lin family home? Lin Feng pondered in confusion. He then inquired of the system within his mind, asking where he was. "Host, you have finally awakened." The system's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind, transforming from a cold electronic tone to a sweet and vibrant feminine voice. "Isn't this system supposed to be devoid of such vocal modulation?" Replying to the host, "This has always been my voice. However, due to the time elapsed since your birth, I simply replaced it with AI intelligence." "Ah, so it's a transition from artificial to human." After jesting with the system, Lin Feng returned to the matter at hand. "Why am I here?" "Host, I apologize. In a moment of distraction while indulging in Naruto, I utilized AI capabilities, which inadvertently triggered the awakening of your Sharingan due to an automatic detection of your overly high spiritual power at birth. Had I not engaged in that distraction, I could have assisted in deactivating the Sharingan. This is my first day on the job. I did not anticipate such an occurrence. Please do not unbind me." "Woe is me." The system began to sob. "Not so fast, my friend, sister. I haven't even scolded you yet, and you're already crying? Never mind. Can you show me what transpired while I was asleep? You must possess that capability, right?" "Yes, host, I do." After viewing the events, Lin Feng felt a surge of intense emotion triggered by the Uchiha bloodline. Was it merely because my Sharingan is red that I am deemed a cursed blood pupil, leading to the adoption of a son to replace me? A new name symbolizes a new beginning, and how elated I felt when I heard my biological father bestow a new name upon me in the womb. Now, even this new beginning has been stripped away from me. Visions of the white-masked figure flashed through Lin Feng's mind, realizing he had no identity and did not wish to survive under anyone else's mask. Host, do not be agitated. Even if you are abandoned by your family, you still have me. Thank you, system. Without you, I would possess nothing in this world. Lin Feng gradually calmed down. In truth, he harbored little resentment towards the Lin family for their abandonment. After all, his two elder sisters had done their utmost to plead for him. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest with those elders and his biological father. Concluding his dialogue with the system, Lin Feng began to contemplate his survival. Since birth, he had not consumed a single drop of milk. The world had crumbled at the outset, and the gift of the Sharingan had left his prospects in tatters. He was thrust into a desperate struggle for survival akin to a character from a novel. Recalling the tales of protagonists in novels who were invincible with their systems, Lin Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, with a system of my own, I could conquer the world of cultivation, right? Eagerly, he queried the system. What abilities do you possess? Can I ascend on the spot? Host, have you indulged in too many novels? I have just begun my duties and am not yet acquainted with the supreme techniques of the fantastical realms. Seeing Lin Feng and Appo's expression darken, the system hurriedly added. I understand your eagerness, but please be patient. My system follows a growth trajectory. I possess everything available in Naruto. Lin Feng's mood lightened. He had initially feared he was dealing with a mere conversationalist system. He then recalled instances in urban martial arts novels where protagonists wielded severely weakened abilities. System. When I awaken my Manjiki Sharingan, it won't be a diluted version, will it? Host, you underestimate my capabilities. Unlike those ineffectual systems, I assure you, I am far more competent. Besides, those hosts lack the Uchiha bloodline. Simply using the Manjiki is commendable enough. At that moment, an untimely rumble emanated from Lin Feng's stomach, reminding him that the system had apparently initiated a marketplace at his birth. Since milk exists in Naruto, surely it must be available in the system's marketplace, as even the scion of Naruto thrived on milk. System, open the marketplace. Understood, host. The system marketplace is now accessible. Before Lin Feng appeared a pink screen. He was taken aback but began to browse the offerings. After extensive searching, he found an array of ninjutsu of various levels and even Naruto-themed clothing, including the Akatsuki's Red Cloud Cloak and the Fourth Hokage's cape. Strangely, the Otsutsuki clan's divine techniques were also present, albeit locked. But why was there no milk, a basic necessity? System, I won't mention your choice of a pink interface. But why is there no milk? System, I am a girl. What is wrong with liking pink? Essentials like these are not suitable for my inventory, especially since I never anticipated you would be abandoned by your family. Lin Feng felt a wave of despair. Was I destined to starve upon my arrival in this world? Perhaps I am the unluckiest transmigrator in history. He thought to himself, never mind. I'll take it one step at a time since I am not dead yet. Lin Feng then noticed the locked Otsutsuki divine techniques and a series of zeros following them. The zeros likely represented currency for transactions. Yet the divine techniques displayed a price but could not be purchased. Lin Feng, perplexed, inquired of the system. Host, it's still due to my low permissions. I have yet to unlock them. For now, you can only preview them. However, you can unlock them by suppressing the Child of Fate to obtain fate points. Let me share a secret with you. Right now, you are still too young. Once you reach 3 years of age, I will unlock the primary functions, such as the duel arena and other features. Exchanging ninjutsu in the marketplace requires duel points, which can be earned in the duel arena. But the rules of the arena will be explained when you turn 3. The Child of Fate? Aren't you supposed to be the villainous system? Host, I have my own metrics to meet. I gather fate points from you by exploiting the Child of Fate, which I then provide to my superiors for greater permissions. Moreover, I believe you are the true antagonist, the child who replaces you as the protagonist. Once you are recognized by the Lin family, it may lead to a tale of mistaken identities, but I cannot predict the future. Lin Feng considered this possibility, recalling the numerous tales he had encountered that revolved around mistaken identities. By the way, host, do you have a beginner-esque gift pack? Would you like me to open it for you? Well then, since every beginner-esque gift pack in novels is typically exceptional, Lin Feng eagerly responded to the system. Congratulations, host. You have received Chakra Refinement Technique X1, Body Flicker Technique X1, and 2,000 dual points. Indeed, it is a beginner and Appo's gift pack. However, I recall being told while in the womb that I would not need to refine chakra. That is not the case, host. Do you possess any cultivation techniques? Can you draw energy into your body? Is there spiritual energy in your dantian? If not, you must diligently refine your chakra. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. As compensation, I will secretly inform you that I sense there are more systems in this world. Be cautious not to be discovered by other hosts, as those with systems are often hidden threats. Upon receiving this warning from the system, Lin Feng resolved to remain discreet and low profile until he successfully transitioned through infancy to cultivate in the sect. Just then, the The system's cheerful voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. This chapter primarily serves to familiarize the reader with the system. Chapter 7. Adoption, a new beginning on the mountain path, still moist with morning dew. Yi Fengchun ambled forward, leaning on a bamboo staff. A few mountain sparrows flitted about on a nearby hazel tree, shaking off droplets of dew that dampened his clothing. As he rounded a bend, a vast expanse of golden and silver vines clung to the rocks, their tender yellow shoots glistening in the sunlight. He deftly veered into a shaded slope, where the soil remained moist, ideal for the growth of the golden and silver vines. Indeed, beside a few moss-covered stones, a cluster of tender yellow shoots peeked out from beneath a pile of withered leaves. Yi Fengchun crouched down, gently using a pickaxe to clear the decaying foliage, revealing the golden and silver vines entwined around the tree roots. The roots were slender and delicate. If severed, their medicinal properties would be significantly diminished. Skillfully, he grasped the main root with his antler tweezers while using the pickaxe in his other hand to carefully excavate the soil along the direction of the roots. Before long, several brown roots, about the thickness of his fingers, were unearthed intact, exuding a faint milky sap that released a subtle, bitter fragrance of herbs. He placed the roots into his medicinal basket and, on a whim, gathered a few wild chrysanthemums and plantain leaves nearby, intending to brew a tea to dispel dampness upon his return. Brushing the dirt from his hands, he looked around and realized he had gathered all the useful herbs. It was time to descend the mountain. Meanwhile, a jubilant voice from the system resonated in Lin Feng's mind. "Host, I have detected someone approaching within a 200-meter radius. You are saved. Is what you say true?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Huh. There is always a way out. As long as I wish to walk, I can do so at my feet. Host, have you been watching too many tales of sorcery? Do not mock me, or I shall refine you in an instant. Stop joking and seek help quickly. You are still an infant. Cry out, or else when the person departs, you will be left in silence. Hearing the system's words, Lin Feng felt helpless. As an infant, he could only emit soft whimpers. With a burst of strength akin to that of a hungry baby, he cried out loudly. As Yi Fengchun descended the mountain path, a faint cry suddenly echoed from a cave halfway up. The sound was intermittent, resembling a newly born kitten mewling. Yet it inexplicably tightened his heart. How peculiar! In such a remote forest, where could a child be crying? He furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before moving towards the source of the sound. Morning light filtered through the vines, illuminating the cave as Yi Fengchun pushed aside the hanging branches. Water droplets condensed on the damp rock walls fell with a crisp sound in the stillness. His gaze was soon drawn to a swaddled infant atop a stone platform, an object that was evidently not of common origin. The deep blue satin was intricately embroidered with complex dark patterns, and golden threads outlined the vines that adorned the edges, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. At one corner of the swaddling, a delicate character Lin was embroidered in silver thread, the stitches tight and refined, clearly crafted by a wealthy hand. Host, quickly act cute and endearing. They will undoubtedly adopt you, the system urged. Lin Feng, upon hearing the system's suggestion, ceased his cries and reluctantly complied. In Yi Fengchun's eyes, the infant in the swaddle had awakened, its bright eyes fixated on him, neither crying nor fussing, merely wriggling slightly. Its small hand reaching out from the satin, grasping gently as if to charm him. Yi Fengchun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a rueful smile. Such exquisite swaddling. He reached out to lightly touch the child in Apos' face, feeling its warmth and softness. He wondered which family in Apos' illegitimate child had been abandoned in this desolate wilderness. The infant seemed to comprehend his thoughts. Its little mouth quivered, and tears brimmed in its eyes, ready to spill over, evoking a profound sense of pity. Yi Fengchun sighed, his rough fingers gently stroking the child in Apos' cheek. All right, no need to play the victim. He scanned the cave, finding no other signs of habitation, just a few burnt-out firewood remnants and scattered dry leaves. Although the swaddle was dusted, its original elegance remained apparent. Very well, I shall take you home. Yi Fengchun carefully lifted the infant, finding the satin swaddle cool to the touch yet unexpectedly soft. The child nestled in his arms, revealing a faint, blurry smile as if it had been waiting for him. Glancing down at the little one, and then at the swaddle of considerable value, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Such a child likely entailed significant complications. Yet, in the present moment, he could not abandon a living infant in this wilderness. Let us go, small one. He tightened his embrace and stepped towards the cave and Apos' exit, hoping that bringing the child home would not attract any misfortune. As Yi Fengchun descended the mountain with the swaddled infant, he rounded an old locust tree at the village entrance and unexpectedly encountered Widow Lu, who was carrying a wooden basin to the creek to wash clothes. Oh dear! Widow Lu startled, her hand trembling, causing the basin to crash to the ground, soaking the wet clothes everywhere. Brother Yi, what is this? Her shrill voice instantly attracted the attention of 7 or 8 villagers. Before long, Elder Zhou, Li Daniu, and even the Dr. Li, who was drying medicinal herbs, gathered around. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices growing louder. Elder Zhou, on tiptoe, pointed a finger almost touching the swaddle. Heavens, that satin is worth enough to exchange for 3 calves. Could it be a mountain demon and Apos doing? Taiju, carrying a freshly caught wild rabbit, squeezed in, recalling, just the other day, I heard a fox laughing near the cliff. Wang Hualang squinted, stroking his chin. The stitching resembles that of the county and Apos embroidery workshop. I saw it last month when delivering cloth to the Zhao family. Make way, Dr. Li urged. Pushing through the crowd, he placed 2 fingers on the infant and Apos' pulse, his brow furrowing deeper. This child is weak and undernourished. Brother Yi, where did you find this child? Surrounded by the crowd, Yi Fengchun felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from his own yard. At that moment, Li Suxin, who was cooking inside, emerged with a spatula upon hearing the commotion, only to collide with her husband ensnared in the throng. She caught sight of the golden-threaded character Lin on the swaddle, and the spatula clattered to the ground. Yi Fengchun, what is going on? She swiftly snatched the child. Unveiling the swaddle, her fingertips brushing against the fine, soft hair. Her voice trembled. The umbilical cord has and Apos even fallen off. This child is at most 3 days old. Where did you find them? What about the parents? Yi Fengchun scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. In a cave on the western slope of Cheekstone Mountain. A cave. Li Suxin's eyes widened, her gaze reddening. Do you think this is foraging for mushrooms? What if it's the legitimate child of a prominent family in distress? We, darling. Yi Fengchun raised his voice suddenly. We and Apos. V been married for 8 years without a child. Perhaps this is heaven and Apos as well. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Elder Zhou exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Yi and Apos' wife. This is a virtuous deed. Wang Hualang chimed in. I see this child has a full forehead. Surely they are a harbinger of good fortune. Li Suxin's expression shifted between disbelief and concern as she clutched Yi Fengchun's arm tightly. Let us discuss this inside. Though the villagers were eager to stay. The old village chief, leaning on his cane, stamped his foot decisively. Everyone disperse. Let the couple discuss this in private. Reluctantly, the crowd began to disperse, leaving only a few curious onlookers craning their necks toward Yi and Apos' yard. Chapter 8 Becoming part of the Yi family upon entering the house. Li Suxin swiftly secured the doors and windows. Her gaze fixated on the infant in the swaddling, whose eyes were wide open and observing her. Her fingers trembled slightly. Have you lost your mind? Picking up a random child could lead to trouble. Yi Fengchun gently lifted a corner of the swaddling to reveal the child's rosy little face. My dear, look. Lin Feng's eyes, reminiscent of black grapes, twinkled as he broke into a smile at Li Suxin. We have been married for so many years. Yi Fengchun and Apos' voice softened, and still no child. This little one was abandoned in a cave, if we disregard him. Suddenly, Li Suxin reached out to touch the child and Apos' cheek, and upon feeling the soft skin, her eyes brimmed with tears. Outside, a youthful voice called, Mother, can the brother that Uncle Yi picked up play with me? After a prolonged silence, Li Suxin abruptly grabbed a cloth to wipe her hands. I will prepare rice soup. Turning her back to her husband, her voice trembled. There is still a piece of fine cotton in the cupboard. I must make this child some clothing. Yi Fengchun paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Host, it seems you have successfully been adopted. I told you that acquiring a cute child would surely lead to adoption. Not necessarily. Perhaps I merely wish to adopt a son. Host, you have young and handsome parents, one beautiful and one charming. Your future will undoubtedly be filled with happiness. Lin Feng, upon hearing the system and Apos' remarks, carefully observed Li Suxin, who was busy preparing rice soup, and Yi Fengchun, who cradled the child. Yi Fengchun possessed a rare and handsome visage among mountain folk, with slightly prominent brow bones accentuating his deep-set eyes. His straight nose resembled the rugged peaks of the Cheekstone Mountain. A faint scar marked his chin, an injury from a falling rock while foraging for herbs last year. Years of climbing and herb gathering had bronzed his skin, calloused palms, yet his long fingers exuded an air of nimbleness while sorting herbs. His black hair was casually tied back with a cloth strip, a few strands falling over his forehead. Clad in rough hemp garments, he appeared lean yet robust, walking with a posture as straight as a pine tree, giving him an air of vitality that belied his actual age. Li Suxin had an oval face. Though her complexion was not fair, it radiated with the freshness of mountain spring water. Below her willow-like brows were almond-shaped eyes, slightly drooping at the outer corners, exuding a gentle charm. Her raven hair was meticulously arranged with wooden hairpins, and when the mountain breeze lifted the loose strands, it revealed a small red birthmark on her earlobe, a remnant from her childhood. Years of weaving had rendered her fingers somewhat coarse and short. Yet the fluttering hem of her blue skirt, while attending to household chores, hinted at her former elegance as a young girl. Lin Feng noted that upon the child and Apos' return, he had not paid much attention to their appearances, but now he could only describe them as stunningly beautiful. Host, you are truly fortunate. How did you come to such luck? Abandoned only to be adopted immediately. While Lin Feng conversed with the system, Li Suxin squatted by the stove, stirring the rice soup within a ceramic pot with a wooden spoon. She had intentionally lowered the heat. The rice was simmered to a soft consistency, with a layer of thick rice oil floating atop. She scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and carefully tested the temperature on her wrist before cautiously carrying it into the inner room. Yi Fengchun sat on the edge of the heated bed, holding the child, contemplating changing Lin Feng's swaddling into coarser fabric to avoid soiling the luxurious satin while drinking the rice soup. As he untied the satin ties of the swaddling, a dark brown object suddenly slipped from the folds and thudded onto the bed's edge. Li Suxin, approaching with the rice soup, nearly spilled it upon hearing the sound. Be careful with the child. She hastily set the ceramic bowl on a low cabinet by the door and leaned closer to inspect. It was a palm-sized sandalwood box, intricately carved with cloud patterns, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted from it. Lin Feng, drawn by the noise, turned his gaze to the sandalwood box in Yi Fengchun and Appo's hands and suddenly recalled. ISN and Appo's. This the compensation my biological father gave me? I remember reading in a fantasy novel that a storage ring requires divine consciousness to use. I can barely cultivate to enter the chi refining stage, and I have no idea how long it will take to develop divine consciousness. I truly do not understand how my father expected me to utilize this storage ring. At that moment, the system chimed in. Host, the resources within are abundant. Even if you cannot use them now, they will undoubtedly be beneficial in the future. So refrain from lamenting. Yi Fengchun rubbed his thumb along the seam of the box. It fits perfectly. It seems as if it was carved from a single piece of wood. He attempted to pry it open and examined it closely in the light from the window. But there was not even a keyhole. Li Suxin rummaged through the sewing basket for an awl. Shall we pry it open with this? Don't. Yi Fengchun stopped her. What if it's a valuable item of someone else's? He shook the wooden box, faintly hearing a delicate clinking sound from within. The couple fumbled with the box for a while before remembering Lin Feng beside them. Yi Fengchun wrapped Lin Feng in coarse cloth, then placed the wooden box back into the original satin swaddling, neatly folding it into a square shape. Let us keep it for now. We will figure it out when the child is older. Li Suxin returned to the low cabinet by the door, picked up the ceramic bowl, and approached Yi Fengchun to feed Lin Feng. Feed slowly. Be careful not to choke him. Yi Fengchun cradled the child in his arms, watching as his wife scooped rice soup with a chipped porcelain spoon. As the first spoonful touched the child's lips, he suddenly trembled violently. Li Suxin, startled, nearly dropped the bowl, but she saw Lin Feng eagerly open his mouth, producing small, beast-like whines from his throat. As soon as the porcelain spoon neared, Lin Feng clamped down on its edge, sucking vigorously, causing rice soup to trickle down his chin and dampen the coarse fabric of his clothing. Slowly, slowly. Li Suxin scooped another half-spoonful, deliberately scraping the spoon against the bowl's edge to leave only a thin layer of soup. Yi Fengchun frowned deeply. How long has he been hungry? Even the wild wolf cubs in the mountains eat more daintily than this. After finishing half a bowl of rice soup, the child finally quieted down, his eyelids beginning to droop. Li Suxin placed the empty bowl on the windowsill and reached out to take the child. Let me hold him for a while. Your arms must be weary. It's nothing. Yet Yi Fengchun tightened his embrace around the child. The morning light streamed through the window paper, illuminating the infant and Appo's face, revealing grains of rice clinging to his fine hair. We should name him. Li Suxin paused in her task of tidying the bowls and spoons. Suddenly, a gust of autumn wind swept through the window, rustling the sycamore leaves in the yard, and a few dried leaves fluttered against the window frame. Let us name him Yi Feng. Yi Fengchun gazed at the swirling fallen leaves outside. The name Feng sounds elegant, befitting the fine swaddling. Noticing his wife's hesitation, he added, it's certainly better than calling him Yi Daoxing. Li Suxin let out a chuckle, but his laughter turned to emotion. Her eyes glistened with tears. She turned away to wipe the countertop, her voice muffled. Tomorrow, I will visit Aunt Zhou to ask for some old clothing and alter a couple of pieces to fit him. Suddenly, the child burped in Yi Fengchun's arms, rice soup froth lingering at the corners of his mouth. The couple exchanged glances, and before they knew it, laughter erupted, startling the foraging chickens in the yard into flight. Meanwhile, at the cave where Lin Feng had been abandoned on Qing Stone Mountain, 3 exquisitely beautiful fairies appeared. They were Mu Wanqing, the second elder of the Wanjian immortal sect, along with her eldest disciple, Yun Qingxuang, and her second disciple, Ruoli. Chapter 9. The taste of home. Mu Wanqing approached the mouth of the cave, parting the hanging branches to gaze inside. Within the cave, there lay a half-extinguished torch and a stone platform covered in a thin layer of dust. I felt an inexplicable force drawing me to this place, as if it were predestined. Yet, why was there nothing here? Such guidance typically stems from the will of heaven, be it a rare treasure or the presence of a fortunate being. Just as Mu Wanqing pondered these thoughts, she was interrupted by her disciple behind her. Master, why have we come here? The spiritual energy is scarce, and a village of mortals is nearby. This hardly seems a suitable place for our training. Ruoli expressed her disdain for the location. Although Yun Qingxuang remained silent, her expression spoke volumes. Noticing her disciple's impatience, Mu Wanqing swiftly scanned the entire cave with her spiritual sense. She detected traces of human presence and subtle fluctuations in the space. Could it be that someone had already arrived before us? Mu Wanqing thought, reluctantly leading her 2 disciples away. Not long ago, Yi Fengchun had left home. intending to spend some time crafting a cradle from cork. This mobile cradle would allow Li Suxin to tend to their child while cooking. Li Suxin was caring for Lin Feng, who, in her eyes, was remarkably quiet, rarely crying. Instead, he gazed around with curious, grape-like black eyes, exploring this unfamiliar abode. As Li Suxin had anticipated, after consuming his rice soup, Lin Feng devoted all his attention to understanding his new home. Upon entering the main house, they found a spacious hall with a polished blue brick floor. In the center stood a modeled jujube wood square table, its legs bearing marks from medicinal tools. The main bedroom to the east was draped with a blue cloth curtain, and half of it was occupied by a clay Kong, with a stack of coarse bedding piled at one end. On the chest made of camphor wood at the foot of the Kong lay a copper mirror from Li Suxin's dowry, its surface slightly blurred, fringed with a red thread for blessings. In a small room to the west, baskets of herbs and a spinning wheel were piled high. And in the corner stood a medicine cabinet crafted by Yi Fengchun, its drawers adorned with faded labels of medicinal herbs. The kitchen was separated from the hall by a bamboo curtain, with a water tank beside the clay stove reflecting the morning light filtering through the window, creating dancing golden spots on the water's surface. Lin Feng spent some time examining the layout of the Yi household when the sound of the front door opening caught his attention. Yi Fengchun entered, carrying the newly made cradle and various handmade toys. This child is truly easy to care for, Li Suxin remarked as she tended to Lin Feng in her arms. Much more obedient than Xiaohe was at this age. Xiaohe is the daughter of Widow Lu, lively and active. Indeed, our little Feng is the most well-behaved. Yi Fengchun replied, taking the infant from Li Suxin's arms and placing him gently into the cradle, which was just the right size for the baby to move comfortably. Yi Fengchun then added the handmade toys to the cradle. Lin Feng, glancing at the toys, thought, although I want to play with them, I must show some enthusiasm. I don't wish to see my father disappointed. He smiled at Yi Fengchun and waved the toys. The following morning, as the first light of dawn crept through the window, Li Suxin rose quietly from bed. She gathered her disheveled hair and leaned down to check on Lin Feng in the cradle. There he was, wide-eyed and quietly observing her. Meanwhile, Lin Feng thought to himself, last night, I couldn't control myself and ended up wetting the bed. I'm 21 years old and still wetting the bed. How embarrassing. Reluctantly, he signaled to his mother with his eyes. Dear, the child is awake, she called softly. Li Suxin carefully lifted Yi in from the cradle. Noticing the swaddling cloth was somewhat damp. I must quickly make some fresh diapers, she murmured, rummaging through the bottom of the chest for soft old cotton cloths. At that moment, Yi Fengchun emerged from the main bedroom, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and holding a newly carved wooden spoon. I made a new spoon, with rounded edges to ensure it won't hurt the child's mouth. Seeing Yi Fengchun awake, Li Suxin promptly handed the child over to her husband for cleaning, while she went to fetch some clothes. Yi Fengchun knelt in the yard, washing Yi in with warm water. The baby's tiny feet rested in his rough palms, tickling him to laughter. This little one has quite the strength. Be gentle, don't let the child catch a chill, Li Suxin cautioned, handing him warm clothing that she had hastily sewn from old garments overnight. The cuffs were lined with soft fabric to prevent chafing. After completing these tasks, Li Suxin turned to prepare breakfast, squatting by the clay stove, gently fanning the fire as the rice porridge bubbled in the iron pot. Morning light filtered through the paper window, casting mottled shadows within the room, causing the copper rust on the corner's medicine grinder to glimmer faintly. Once Yi Fengchun finished dressing Lin Feng, he placed him back in the cradle beside the table and sat down at the eight immortals table to sort the herbs he had collected the previous day. Lin Feng lay quietly inside, not crying, only gazing with his bright black eyes, curiously watching Yi Fengchun at work. This child is truly easy to care for. Li Suxin stirred the porridge, glancing back. He didn't make a peep all night. Yi Fengchun smiled, casually retrieving a small packet of dried chamomile from the medicine cabinet's drawer and tossing it into the teapot. He might be hungry. Let us feed him more rice soup later. Just then, Aunt Zhou arrived, carrying a basket, claiming to deliver some fresh eggs. However, her eyes were fixed on the cradle. Oh dear, what a handsome little face. Look at those brows and eyes. He bears quite a resemblance to Brother Yi. Wang Hualang squatted at the gate, puffing on his pipe, and scoffed. Old Zhou is talking nonsense. This child is wrapped in the finest cloud brocade. He could very well be the illegitimate son of some wealthy family from the county. Before he could finish, the mute off Fu, chopping firewood, suddenly dropped his axe to the ground, startling Wang Hualang into dropping his pipe. Enough, enough. The village elder, leaning on his cane, entered the yard. Since the Yi family has chosen to raise this child, he is now one of us in Qingshi village. He cast a meaningful glance at the cradle, silently conveying that certain inquiries should remain unspoken. Outside, footsteps approached as 3-year-old Xiaohe peeked through the doorframe. Aunt Yi, may I see my brother? Li Suxin waved her in, and Xiaohe promptly kicked off her grass shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and leaned over the cradle to gaze at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng noticed her proximity, he suddenly broke into a toothless grin. Oh, my brother likes me, Xiaohe exclaimed joyfully. Li Suxin served a bowl of rice porridge on the table to cool, and turned to see Yi Fengchun gently tapping a piece of huanglian on Lin Feng's lips with a pair of deer antler tweezers. The baby scrunched up his small face in distaste at the bitterness but did not cry. Instead, he extended his tongue to taste it. "What are you doing?" Li Suxin exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Just testing his reaction," Yi Fengchun replied with a smile. A typical infant would have already been wailing. Lin Feng pouted, thinking, "I didn't cry when I got into fights in middle school. How could I possibly cry over Huanglian?" As the morning breeze swept by, the copper wind chime tinkled melodiously under the eaves. The aroma of the porridge, the bitterness from the medicine cabinet, and the fragrance of soapberry from Xiao He's hair mingled together, forming the first scent Lin Feng experienced in this new home. Chapter 10. The day before my birthday. Time flies, and 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning before his birthday, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber and approached the copper mirror at the foot of the bed. The child reflected in the mirror still bore the innocence of youth, yet hints of a future handsomeness could be discerned. His soft black hair cascaded like raven feathers around his ears, and his round cheeks retained a hint of baby fat. Most striking were his eyes, as dark as obsidian, characteristic of the Uchiha clan, still untainted by shadows, sparkling with the unique innocence of childhood. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Feng's fingers unconsciously traced circles along the edge of the mirror. The features of the child increasingly resembled those of Sasuke. Even the unruly lock of hair on his forehead echoed that of the young Uchiha descendant. "Why, as I grow older, do I bear an ever closer resemblance to Sasuke? Have you never watched Naruto?" The system chimed in. "The Uchiha progenitor is Indra, and Sasuke is his reincarnation. Is there an issue with you resembling Sasuke?" Besides, it continued, "Isn't it wonderful to resemble Sasuke? He is extraordinarily handsome. I had thought that after merging with the bloodline, I would possess a completely new appearance. However, becoming Sasuke is something I had dreamed of in my past life." Over these 4 years, Lin Feng's relationship with the system had deepened significantly, evolving from mere acquaintances to close friends. Throughout this period, he gained profound insights into the system, which, akin to characters from a parallel universe, could not leave the system interface. Simply put, they are like your beloved characters that can only be observed and not touched. However, they possess their own consciousness. The system was aware of the existence of other systems, but could not allow them to discover one another, lest they compel their hosts to eliminate each other. A system could bind to only one host throughout its existence, and upon the host's demise, the system would also perish, a concept reminiscent of a dark forest. Lin Feng's system was a lively and innocent girl type, having become the Naruto Duel arena system due to her fondness for Naruto. "Host, stop looking in the mirror." The system suddenly popped up with a pixelated expression of Sasuke. "You are far cuter than the Sasuke from the original story at this age. At least you don't have a sour face. Did you not say that the system would activate when I turn 4? Lin Feng whispered, glancing at his busy adoptive parents outside. "Tomorrow is my birthday. When will you activate it?" "Don't worry. This system keeps its promises." A pink dialog box appeared on the interface. "However, there will be a birthday surprise at midnight. For instance." Just then, his mother's voice interrupted the system. "Fenger, you look particularly handsome today." Li Suxin lifted the curtain and entered the room. She suddenly paused, gazing at the child's sculpted profile in the mirror. Those brows and eyes, they resembled the celestial children depicted in traditional paintings. The reflection of Lin Feng revealed his ears tinged with red, and the Uchiha clan's characteristic pale complexion was slightly flushed. He pouted mischievously. "Mother is teasing me again. Just yesterday, Sister Xiao he said my eyes looked frighteningly dark, like obsidian steeped in clear springs." Li Suxin smiled as she braided his hair, her rough fingertips brushing against the unruly strands on his forehead. "Your father once found a stone like this in the mountain stream. It was precious and ultimately became your marble." After tidying his attire, Lin Feng followed his mother out of the main bedroom, just in time to see his father and Appo's silhouette framed in the doorway, carrying a basket of herbs. The morning mist hung like a translucent veil, rendering his figure hazy, with only the dewdrops clinging to the basket glimmering like scattered diamonds. "Fenger, dress warmly," Li Suxin said, tucking a padded jacket into his arms, the sleeves still imbued with the warmth of the stove. "The mountain air is damp. The stone path, slick with moisture, creaked under the weight of Yi Fengchuan's straw sandals as he stepped over the decaying leaves. Lin Feng clutched a bamboo basket closely, trailing behind, when his adoptive father suddenly crouched to examine a patch of mugwort. Yi Fengchun used a deer antler tweezer to part the raspberry vines, revealing the purple-brown roots beneath. "We need to leave 3 inches of the white root for its medicinal properties to be effective." With precise movements, he clamped the stem and twisted his wrist, causing a milky sap to ooze from the cut, forming amber-colored beads on his fingertips. A mountain sparrow flitted past the honeysuckle, shaking off droplets that landed on Lin Feng and Appo's nose. He looked up to see Xiao Shi, perched on a branch like a monkey, with tree bark cascading onto the herb basket. "Catch it." The 10-year-old rascal dangled upside down among the branches, his pants slipping to his knees, exposing sun-kissed calves. He tossed down a string of green elm seeds, followed by ripe mulberries that traced a brilliant arc in the morning light. Lin Feng hurriedly lifted his garment to catch them, only to see the 7-year-old Xiao He emerge from the thorny rose bushes, her braided hair adorned with cocklebur, wearing a crooked crown made of dogtail grass. Feng brother, we're this. Meanwhile, 5-year-old Ahua squatted by the stream stones, crafting a little boat from cattail leaves. The mountain spring soaked her coarse cloth shoes, each step producing a splashing sound. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she raised a muddy finger to her lips. Shill. 3 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the reeds. A pheasant with emerald feathers was strutting to drink, startled by a pine cone thrown by Xiao Shi. Its colorful tail sweeping past the spiderweb-clad honeysuckle, causing dewdrops to plummet into the stream, scattering a school of tail-wagging willow leaf fish. As the sun ascended to the crest of the ancient pine, Lin Feng and Appo's bamboo basket was filled to the brim. At the bottom lay the intact mugwort leaves, the middle layered with dew-kissed elm seeds, and on top rested the squirrel fur that Ahua had stuffed in, insisting it was phoenix feather, capable of writing divine words. Yi Fengchen wiped the sweat from his brow, observing the 3 muddy children splashing each other with cattail leaves. Lin Feng sat on the gnarled roots of an old locust tree, watching Xiao Shi wielding a branch as a sword, slashing the water's surface in the shallow stream. 7-year-old Xiaoyi hopped along behind him, her hair glistening with droplets, while 5-year-old Ahua cautiously placed the tiny fish she had caught into a makeshift basket crafted from lotus leaves. Unconsciously, Lin Feng rubbed the wooden whistle his adoptive father had carved for him 3 years ago, and as he watched them, memories of his past life flooded back. The system interface quietly opened, revealing a pixelated expression of Naruto with tears in his eyes. Host, you seem unexpectedly sentimental. And this system is at a loss for which emoticon to use. Suddenly, Xiao Shi shouted, having slipped on the moss and landed squarely in the stream. Xiaoyi burst into laughter but immediately reached out to help him, only to be playfully yanked by Xiao Shi, causing her to fall as well. Ahua, in her eagerness to assist, tripped over her own feet, and the 3 children erupted into a fit of laughter, splashing water that refracted tiny rainbows in the sunlight. When my parents perished in a car accident, I was only 3 years old. Lin Feng gazed at the scene, his consciousness drifting back to the emptiness of his previous home. His grandparents had raised him, but their old age meant they could only ensure he was not hungry, leaving little else to care for. The system subtly shifted to a pixelated image of Tsunade gently stroking a small shizen, whispering, Host. Chapter 11. Memories. Lin Feng reflected on the childhood of his previous life, his memories flooding forth like a breached dam. In the classrooms of his former existence, classmates animatedly discussed the animated series from the night before and shared the bento lunches prepared by their mothers, while he feigned interest in his book, as his grandparents never provided such comforts. During physical education, he was always the last to be chosen. On the way home from school, other children linked arms to visit the corner store, while his pockets contained only the 2 coins needed for the bus fare. It was laughable, he thought, that it wasn't until university, through club activities, that he truly learned how to interact with others. He picked up a pebble at his feet and flung it into the distance, startling a few sparrows. In his childhood, he had been clueless about making friends. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the riverbank. A small stone, in a display of triumph, held aloft a river clam as if it were a treasure. When Xiao He leaned in to take a closer look, the clam unexpectedly squirted a jet of water, drenching both children. Ahua, startled, plopped down on the ground, only to burst into laughter, her innocent voice ringing out. Shirtu gu is so silly. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuation value exceeded the limit. A notification from the system popped up, swiftly transforming into a chibi version of Kakashi, holding a book. However, according to the data, the host's social skills have significantly improved in this life. Lin Feng paused for a moment. Indeed, in this life, he engaged in tree climbing competitions with Xiao Shi too, taught Xiao He about medicinal herbs, and crafted cricket cages for Ahua. These interactions, once unimaginable in his past, now felt so natural. System. Lin Feng and Appo's voice was barely a whisper. If only I could have experienced such a childhood in my previous life. Just then, Xiao He dashed over, her small, damp hand grasping his wrist. Feng Di, why are you daydreaming? Come look. Shirtu Gu caught a water-spitting monster. As he was pulled to his feet, Lin Feng momentarily glimpsed the little boy who always sat alone in the corner of the classroom in his past life. That boy's desk was perpetually immaculate, untouched by doodles or notes, and his backpack contained only textbooks, for he had no friends to share comics or snacks with. I'm coming, Lin Feng shouted, allowing Xiaoyi to drag him toward the stream. As they ran, the wind lifted the hem of his clothes, transforming them into a small flag. Host. The system's voice suddenly took on an unusually gentle tone. In the worldview of Naruto, bonds are the most powerful force. A chibi Itachi poked Sasuke's forehead in a playful manner. And in this life, you have possessed such wonderful bonds from the very beginning. Lin Feng arrived at the stream, where Xiao Shi was poking at the clam with a stick, while Ahua peeked from behind him. A mix of fear and curiosity in her eyes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the water's surface. Xiao Yifeng, do you think we can make soup with this? Xiao Shi asked, grinning, the gap where his missing tooth made his speech slightly lisping. Host. The system and Appo's voice softly chimed in. Sometimes fate grants us a second chance not to dwell in the pain of the past. A chibi sage of the six paths appeared, but to reveal different possibilities. Watching his three busy companions, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. You're right, system. I am truly fortunate in this life. He accepted the magical twig handed to him by Ahua and joined the children's imaginative game, not just because of them, but also because of you. The system interface erupted with a series of shy emoticons, finally settling on a chibi Sasuke. Looking away while unable to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth, silly host, suddenly saying such mushy things. This system is merely fulfilling its duties. Amidst the laughter, Lin Feng felt a certain heaviness within him begin to lighten. The memories of his past life remained, but they no longer pierced him with the same sharpness. When Xiao Shirtu threw an arm around his shoulders, declaring them the strongest quartet, Lin Feng suddenly understood. The sunlight of this life had finally penetrated the coldest corners of his soul. Thank you for choosing me, he whispered within. For bringing me to this world and allowing me to experience the childhood I missed in my previous life. It wasn't the system that chose the host. The system replied with a chibi nine-tailed fox grinning. It was our meeting that constitutes the best arrangement. The stream babbled on, carrying the laughter of the children into the distance. Lin Feng knew that this time, he was no longer alone. Children, it's time to head back. Yifo Chun chuckled as he shook the pine needles from the basket, the morning dew glimmering like tiny gold flecks in the sunset. If we linger any longer, your mother will come looking for us with a firewood stick. The path down the mountain was strewn with dappled shadows from the trees. Xiao Shirtu bounced ahead, occasionally turning back to make a silly face. 7-year-old Xiao He carefully navigated the rocky ground with a bamboo tube filled with wild berries, while 5-year-old Ahua tugged at Lin Feng's shirt, her short legs moving swiftly. Look! Xiao Shirtu suddenly halted, pointing at the eastern sky with a gasp. Fire clouds. Everyone paused to look back. Over the distant mountains, the clouds, tinged with the colors of dusk, resembled a spilled palette of rouge. With the central cloud adorned with a golden edge, reminiscent of the honey brushed on Li Suxin's longevity peach, glowing brightly enough to reflect silhouettes. A few returning sparrows soared past the clouds, their wings shimmering as if dusted with gold. Lin Feng quietly plucked a wild berry and popped it into his mouth. The tart juice burst upon his tongue, causing him to squint. The morning breeze, infused with the fragrance of golden vines, swept through the valley, mingling the children's laughter with the dissipating mist. Fengdi, you're a sneak. Xiao He suddenly pointed at Lin Feng's puffed cheeks, stealing wild berries. I am not. Lin Feng hastily swallowed the pulp, but noticed Ahua had already raised her chubby hand, her fingertips stained with purple juice. This little girl had also managed to sneak some. Yi Fengchuan's hearty laughter startled the grasshoppers in the underbrush. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shirtu snatched the bamboo tube, tilting it back to pour the wild berries into his mouth. The purple-red juice streaming down his chin like a general in a play, dramatically bleeding. Home at last. As they rounded the final bend in the mountain path, the smoke from Qingshi village's chimneys began to rise. Li Suxin stood beneath the jujube tree at the entrance, indeed holding a firewood stick. But the warmth in her eyes outshone the evening glow. Lin Feng quickened his pace, the sound of the squirrel tail and elm seeds rustling in his arms. In that moment, he wished to gather the morning light, the clouds, and the gentle breeze from the mountains, and present them to the one who awaited his return. Chapter 12. The duel arena opens at last. You have returned. Li Suxin leaned the fire stick against the wood pile and wiped her hands on her apron, noticing that the mushroom soup simmering on the stove was nearly evaporated. She reached out to pluck the pine needles from Lin Feng's hair and gently rubbed away the wild berry juice smeared on his nose, observing him with amusement. Resembling a wild monkey, Yifeng Chun unloaded the medicinal basket, and the fragrant aroma of mugwort mingled with wild chrysanthemums promptly filled the air. Today was fortunate. He had gathered a bunch of chicken oil mushrooms. Like a magician, he produced an oil paper bag from his bosom, containing freshly rendered lard from the butcher. Perfect for the mushrooms. You certainly know how to spend money, Li Suxin chided playfully, though the corners of her eyes crinkled with laughter. Suddenly, she bent down to lift the hem of Lin Feng's pants, which was smeared with a mud print the size of a palm. Oh dear, have you fallen into the embrace of the Dragon King? It was pushed by Shirtu. Lin Feng blurted out, only to be immediately choked from behind by Xiao Shirtu. Traitor, you were the one who stepped on the moss. The two children tumbled into a playful scuffle at the gate. At the dining table, coarse porcelain bowls brimmed with golden scrambled eggs with mushrooms. The rich aroma of lard entwining with freshly steamed corn rice wafted temptingly. Li Suxin ladled a spoonful of ginseng chicken soup into each bowl. The ginseng roots sourced last year by Yifeng Chun from the cliffside, a delicacy they rarely indulged in. Chew slowly, she admonished, swatting away Xiao Shirtu's hand as he attempted to sneak a third piece of cured meat. Just yesterday, Iron Ju's mother mentioned that a boy from Aunt Wu's house in the East Village nearly choked on a whole date. After the meal, Yifeng Chun retrieved tung oil and sandpaper from a cedar chest, beginning to polish a newly crafted medicinal grinder. Li Suxin sat by the oil lamp mending clothes, the needle tip brushing through her hair repeatedly. Lin Feng sprawled on the square table, dipping a squirrel tail hair given by Ahua into ink. copying 100 family surnames onto burlap paper, his characters crooked and uneven. Writing without a ballpoint pen is indeed a challenge, he lamented. Little Yi Feng, your Zhao looks like a centipede crawling. Xiao Shi too peeked through the window, only to be met with a roasted soybean thrown at his forehead by Li Suxin. The oil lamp flickered. Lin Feng rubbed his aching wrist, suddenly noticing his foster mother caressing a piece of indigo coarse cloth. It was finer than the usual fabric, with simple cloud patterns embroidered in red along the edges. Mother, what is this? It's for making you summer clothes, Li Suxin replied, quickly hiding the fabric in a basket. Acquired in spring during the market days, traded with 3 pieces of fine sable fur for soft cotton cloth. As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously traced the cloud patterns, claiming it was crafted by artisans from the provincial capital, breathable and not stifling. Just then, urgent knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. As Yi Fengchun unlatched the door, Zhang the hunter stumbled in, his hunting cloak dripping with blood. Yi, brother Yi, come quickly, look at Iron Zhu. He was gored by a wild boar. The medicinal grinder rolled to a stop in the corner. Yi Fengchun grabbed the medicine box and dashed outside, while Li Suxin hurriedly packed a handful of mugwort leaves for him. Lin Feng clung to the doorframe, watching as the moonlight illuminated the scene. 16-year-old Iron Zhu was being carried by the mute Ah Fu, his pant legs soaked in blood, his face pale as crushed calamus root. System, Lin Feng whispered in his heart, his gaze following the distant flickering torchlight. If only I possessed chakra. Do not fret. Host, the system chimed in with a cartoonish pill emoji. Once the 0-point function is activated, you will be able to learn medical ninjutsu. But ISN and Oppos, Team Medical Ninjutsu, dependent on yang release chakra? The host can utilize medical ninjutsu without yang release, albeit limited to basic techniques such as simple hemostasis or pain relief. I sincerely wish time would hasten, so I could learn ninjutsu and aid more people. Lin Feng watched the torchlight fade into the distance, leaving only the dim, flickering halo of the oil lamp in the courtyard. Li Suxin stood at the threshold, unconsciously rubbing the corner of her apron, still stained with the oil of the sought-ed mushrooms from dinner. Fenger, she called softly, her voice gentler than usual. It's time to rest. Lin Feng remained at the doorframe, his eyes trailing after the receding torchlight. The night breeze caressed his forehead, carrying a trace of the metallic scent of blood, remnants of Iron Zhu and Amp, Oppos' wound. Mother, will brother Iron Zhu be all right? Li Suxin approached, her palm gently resting on his head. Her hand, calloused from years of cooking, was rough yet warm. Your father is here. She paused, suddenly bending down to extinguish the oil lamp on the windowsill. Don't look, the dew will dampen your clothes. Moonlight flooded in, stretching their shadows across the muddy ground. It was then Lin Feng noticed the redness around his foster mother and Amp, Oppos' eyes. She was always like this, unable to bear the sight of others bleeding or injured, even if it was merely a neighbor's child. Go to sleep, Li Suxin urged, guiding him inside, for they would need to rise early the next day to help her dry the herbs. Lin Feng moved slowly, suddenly turning back. Mother, aren't you waiting for father to return? Li Suxin gazed toward the dark mountain path, her voice barely above a whisper. Whenever he saves someone, it often stretches until the rooster crows. She abruptly pulled something from her bosom. Here, for you. It was a sugared hawthorn fruit, a sweet treat brought by Wang the merchant earlier in the day. Lin Feng was taken aback. Their household usually scrimped even on salt. He wondered when his foster mother had hidden away this sugary hawthorn. Suck on it before sleep. It will soothe your mind. Li Suxin brushed away the ink stains from his cheek. Look at you, covered in letters from copying books. Lin Feng placed the sugared hawthorn in his mouth, the sweetness mingling with sourness spreading across his tongue. Suddenly, he remembered the piece of silk fabric his foster mother had concealed earlier. Their home was so poor that they had patched the windows with 3 layers of paper. Yet she always secretly used good materials for him. What are you daydreaming about? Li Suxin had already lifted the blue cloth curtain to the inner room. The bedding had been infused with mugwort to ward off insects. The coarse bedding indeed exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. Lin Feng kicked off his cloth shoes and climbed onto the bed, hearing his foster mother bustling about, organizing the ink and brushes outside. Moonlight streamed through a hole in the window paper, casting coin-sized patches of light on the bedding. Midnight approaches, before 12 a.m. Li Suxin's breathing gradually steadied on the bed, with moonlight filtering through the hole in the window paper, casting mottled shadows on the quilt. Lin Feng lay wide awake, unable to sleep, fixating on the dried mugwort hanging from the rafters. The night breeze would sway the yellowed leaves gently, their shadows creeping like tiny ghostly hands along the wall. He turned over, the coarse bedding rustling softly. How is brother Iron Zhu doing now? The metallic scent of blood seemed to linger in his nostrils. He recalled how Iron Zhu had been carried in by Ah Fu, his leg nearly torn apart by the wild boar's tusks, dark red blood soaking through his pant leg and dripping onto the ground like a shocking string of red plum blossoms. Yi Fengchun had rushed out with a furrowed brow, capable of squashing a fly. That kind of injury would not heal anytime soon. Outside, the chirping of insects faded, leaving only the rustling of the night breeze through the treetops. The silence of the night was broken by an imperceptible sound, echoing in his mind. Ding! The system's notification rang out suddenly, and a pink light curtain unfolded before Lin Feng, rippling like water. Happy birthday, host. A line of shimmering golden text danced at the center of the light curtain, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. Pixelated versions of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto sprang forth, one holding a lantern inscribed with the character for longevity, while the other held a bowl of ramen. A dialogue box above their heads exclaiming happy birthday. Thank you, system, Lin Feng replied. Congratulations, host, you have officially turned 4. The system's voice was more cheerful than usual. Congratulations, the Naruto Duel Arena function is now activated. Congratulations, the Naruto achievement system is now active. Chapter 13. First encounter in the Duel Arena. Do you wish to enter the Duel Arena, host? Yes, I have been eagerly anticipating this. As soon as the words left Lin Feng's lips, he felt an intense tug on his soul, and his vision was abruptly engulfed by a blinding white light. When the radiance finally dissipated, he found himself standing upon a rough utility pole. As he opened his eyes, the moonlight cascaded down between two wispy clouds, casting a silvery sheen upon the pole beneath his feet. The night breeze swept through the buildings of Konoha, creating a delicate symphony among the wind chimes at the eaves. Yet it could not stir a single corner of his garment. Consciousness projection has been anchored. Temporal coordinates. Konoha, year 48. Eve of the 4th Hokage's inauguration. Note: you are in an absolute observational state, and may awaken your true self at any time. Gazing down at the vivid reality of Konoha, it appeared 100 times more vibrant than its animated counterpart. 30 paces to the left of the utility pole, the fabric awning of a tavern fluttered in the night wind, while a drunken ninja toppled a sake bottle, its amber liquid seeping through the wooden floorboards and into the street. 50 meters to the right, the dull thud of shuriken striking wooden posts and the sound of labored breaths filled the air, with sweat marking the sandy ground beneath a silvery moonlight that glimmered like frost. He turned his gaze towards Hokage Rock, where the statue of Minato Namikaze had yet to exist. This was truly a night in Konoha. Suddenly, a scent of blood pierced his nostrils. In a shadowy alley, 3 root ninjas were disposing of a corpse. A half-visible pallid face emerging from the shroud, the forehead protector of the Cloud Village stained with blood. Their movements were chillingly practiced, scattering trace erasure powder. Performing hand seals to incinerate the body, the ashes whisked away by the wind into the sewer. The entire process unfolded in silence, save for the faint hissing sound of the chakra blade slicing through flesh, reminiscent of tearing damp rice paper. Lin Feng yearned to draw closer. Yet an invisible barrier separated him. The street where he stood felt akin to a glass-encased display, allowing him to discern the texture of leaves 100 meters away. Yet unable to touch even a speck of dust. Suddenly, the copper bell atop the Hokage office boomed. Lin Feng turned to see the words Duel Arena materializing in the direction of the Hokage office. His gaze was captivated by the 3 characters ablaze with chakra flames. Duel Arena. The brushstrokes resembled those carved with knife and chisel. Suspended in the void before the Hokage office, with ethereal blue chakra flowing through the letters, twisting and reshaping as if alive, sometimes soaring like flames, at other times bursting like lightning. As Lin Feng's fingertips grazed the floating letters of the Duel Arena, the blue chakra flames erupted into a dazzling array of sparks. A chibi version of Conan, sporting a bun hairstyle, sprang forth from the light, clutching a paper flower that transformed with a pop into a glowing stick. Joyfully tracing a rainbow trajectory across the system interface, welcome to the Hokage Duel Arena. I am your novice guide. Conan-chan, the rules that follow are of utmost importance. Missing them may result in being turned into a summoning beast by pain. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he watched the pixelated Conan twirl in the air. Behind her unfurling a scroll inscribed with gilded text. Ranked ladder, novice, beginner struggle, apprentice, bottom of ninja academy, Jinin, explosive tag enthusiast, Chunin, mission maniac, Jonin, 1 against 7 warning, Umbu, mass collector, Hokage, village leader, super Hokage, cheating realm, sage of 6 paths, chakra, S bastard child. Each rank has 3 tiers. Each tier worth 100 points. Bonus mechanism. Novices gain 1 point per victory. Apprentices gain 2 points. Jinin gain 3 points. Punishment mechanism. The screen suddenly darkened, and the Jonin rank icon ignited with ghostly flames. From this point onward, Jonin loses 1 match, -4 points. Umbu loses 1 match, -5 points. Hokage loses 1 match, -6 points. Warning. Losing 3 consecutive matches triggers the loser's dust effect, sudden interjection of a GIF featuring guy weeping. But fear not. This system has prepared a protective mechanism. The screen transformed to a pink hue, with a pixelated Tsunade bouncing with a medical kit. Daily gift of protection cards. Losing 5 consecutive matches triggers a Konoha friendship match. AI grants bonus points. Dual value wealth strategy amidst a rain of coins. A shrewd merchant emerged. Winning earns you a little money. Novice victory grants 20 dual points, enough to purchase explosive tags. Jinin victory grants 60 dual points. B rank ninjutsu unlocked. Hokage victory grants 140 dual points. Finally able to purchase the Flying Thunder God Scroll. Achievement Easter eggs. Usable in real battles and the Duel Arena. Reaching Umbu grants the effect of entering as a powerful ninja, with the entrance effect being a blood red afterimage, affecting enemy heart rate 5. Reaching Hokage grants the title of Ninja Master, with a golden Susanoo emerging behind, affecting enemy heart rate 10. Reaching Super Hokage grants the peak of the ninja world, with thunderous colors and coronation, affecting enemy heart rate 20. Reaching Sage of 6 Paths grants the title of Legendary Ninja. Surrounded by a reincarnation array, affecting enemy heart rate 30, Lin Feng gazed at the ranking section on the scroll, his finger hovering over the gilded insignia of the Hokage rank, trembling uncontrollably. 399 points, he unconsciously murmured. And the records of his previous battles materialized in the void, the MVP of the losing side. The summary screen of the white-masked figure defeating 3 opponents while bloodied stung his eyes. Oh dear, the chibi Conan suddenly poked her head out from the ranked ladder, her glowing stick prodding at the humiliating number. Host, did you lose to a scanning opponent in your previous life? But don't worry, this duel arena will absolutely not allow scanning or substitute players. System-friendly reminder, don't be anxious, host. Real combat simulation. Opponents will be historical strong projections of corresponding ranks. Jinin may encounter young Kakashi, Susanoo Sasuke. While Hokage rank may even match with the 5 Kage, pain feedback at 50. Wounds will bleed but will not be fatal. The system and amp, oppos, as considerate protection, environmental interaction, terrain can be destroyed. And ninja tools can be utilized, even the ability to pick up shurikens dropped by opponents. While battles are quite realistic, death in the duel arena does not affect your physical body, however, the sensation of pain is quite real. So it is advised that the hosts start from the novice rank to acclimate. Good luck. This system believes in your potential to become a Sage of 6 Paths level powerhouse. After the system introduced the rules of the duel arena, the pink screen before him displayed the word matching. Lin Feng inquired of the system whether opponents at the novice rank primarily utilized physical techniques. Yes, host. At this stage, most individuals lack ninjutsu. Even those with talent will only emerge in the higher ranks, so there is no need for concern. Though he had not refined chakra in recent years, he had not neglected training in the 8 Gates technique 2 years prior. Lin Feng had spent the 2,000 duel points gifted in the novice package to purchase it at half price, thus he felt confident in decisively defeating some novices. He promptly clicked to match. Current host data, rank, novice I-0100, usable ninjutsu, 8 Gates, body flicker technique, cannot be used without chakra, matching opponents. Transporting in 3 seconds, Lin Feng was transported to the arena, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the colossal stone statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The details of the statues were astonishingly lifelike, with intricate armor textures and cracks in the rock meticulously carved, even replicating the pose of their reconciliation gesture. The mountains were composed of deep gray rock, with waterfalls cascading between the statues, the flowing water depicted through dynamic effects, simulating the splash of water with a translucent, block-like blue resin. It seemed he had been transported to the Valley of the End, reminiscent of the scenes from his previous life as mobile game. Yet this arena was many times larger than that of the game. At that moment, a flying kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique soared from the opposite side of Wutai, revealing a tall figure with golden hair and piercing blue eyes. Could this be Minato Namikaze? What an extraordinary matching mechanism the system possesses. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Warning! Warning! A bug has been detected in the matching mechanism. The expression of Minato Namikaze, upon entering the scene, shifted from one of icy hostility towards his adversaries to a bewildered surprise at his sudden appearance. Chapter 14, The Valley of the End. Is this a dream? Minato rubbed his temples, his chakra perception rippling outward. Is this not the Valley of the End? I thought I was asleep at home. As he focused on the small figure ahead, his azure eyes suddenly narrowed. The patched stitches on the coarse cloth of the 4-year-old child's attire unmistakably bore the mark of a peasant from the land of fire's border. Lin Feng was still inquiring with the system. What is happening? ISN and amp, oppos, this a new life? Emergency notification. Detected anomaly in duel arena matching. Opponent identity. Konoha 48th year, 4th Hokage, asleep, a 4-year-old child? Minato squinted his bright blue eyes, chakra perception spreading like ripples. There was no flow of chakra, no trace of ninja tools, only the hurried heartbeat of the child echoing against the rocky walls. He sheathed his kunai and appeared 5 steps away from Lin Feng, the warmth of his god robe still clinging to him. Whose child are you? Why are you here in the Valley of the End? Lin Feng instinctively took a step back, suddenly acutely aware of the limitations of his 4-year-old body. His line of sight barely reached Minato and Appo's waist, and even the kunai casually inserted in the ninja tool pouch appeared as a colossal sword. Lin Feng and Appo's lips trembled slightly as he looked up at the tall, golden-haired ninja. The moonlight spilled from behind Minato, casting a silver outline around him, completely overshadowing the small child. Lin Feng opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. The system's pink light flickered at the edge of his vision. Warning: host has not yet mastered chakra. Suggestion: adopt a non-threatening response strategy. Minato tilted his head slightly, keenly noticing the peculiar glimmer in the child's eyes. It was not fear, but a complex hesitation, almost reminiscent of an adult's uncertainty. Lost, Minato crouched down to meet Lin Feng's gaze, his voice gentle, akin to that of someone comforting a frightened animal. Tell me your name, and I will take you home. Lin Feng's throat tightened. Minato's blue eyes were clear under the moonlight, devoid of suspicion or hostility, only pure concern. This reminded him of the gaze of the only kind caretaker he had known in the orphanage during his past life. Hi, my name is Yi Feng. His voice was as soft as a whisper. Yi? Minato frowned slightly, realizing this child was not from a ninja family. Just then, the stone statue of Madara emitted a low, ominous hum. Minato abruptly looked up, his right hand resting on his kunai. Lin Feng followed his gaze, only to see the statue's eyes glowing with an eerie red light, chakra patterns spreading across the stone like veins. Something is amiss, Minato murmured, suddenly shielding Lin Feng behind him. Yi Feng, stay close to me. Before he could finish, the entire space twisted. Lin Feng felt his feet give way, and the scene before him shattered like a broken mirror. Minato's astonished expression froze in the void, his outstretched hand just inches from Lin Feng. Yet it seemed to span an entire world. Time-space displacement correction in progress. Forced return procedure initiated. In the final moment, Lin Feng saw Minato and Appo's lips moving, as if uttering something. Then, blinding white light engulfed everything. Lin Feng jolted awake, finding himself lying on a familiar earthen bed. Outside, darkness enveloped the world. The rhythmic breathing of Li Suxing drifting from the next room. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, the last motion of Minato echoing in his mind. After deciphering, he finally understood those words. We will meet again, little one. Lin Feng opened his palm, moonlight filtering through the broken window paper, casting fragmented patterns onto his hand. 4 Japanese characters were stamped onto his palm, ninjutsu of love. These 4 characters glimmered with a faint blue light, as if stardust had been crushed and filled into the strokes. What a joke. Lin Feng sat up abruptly, the coarse blanket slipping to his waist. System. What happened to the consciousness projection? This thing is etched into my very skin. Surprised, host. The system interface flashed a cartoonish nine-tails spinning around. Detected residual chakra from the 4th Hokage has breached the time-space barrier. This system has converted it into a portable seal. Lin Feng scratched his palm with his nails, leaving red marks on his skin, yet the imprint remained unmoved. Is this what you call a surprise? The flying thunder god mark exposes my coordinates. What if one day Minato takes a whim? Rest assured. The interface switched to a cartoonish Kakashi giving a thumbs up. This mark has been encrypted by this system. Only the host and Appo's chakra can activate it. Suddenly, an owl hooted outside, and Lin Feng felt the imprint warm slightly. The system timely prompted. Warning. Detected resonance fluctuations of the 4th Hokage's chakra. Would you like to replay the last 0.3 seconds of the time-space residual image? Play. A slow-motion scene appeared in the void just before the forced return. Minato bit his fingertip in the moment of space collapse. Droplets of blood suspended in the air forming a miniature technique. His chakra, like golden threads, pierced through the chaotic currents of time and space, precisely embedding itself in Lin Feng's palm, marking the moment the imprint took form. Is this a bloodline seal? Lin Feng stared at the hand gesture of Minato in the image. Wait, the flying thunder god doesn't and Appo's require blood. Correct answer. The system suddenly displayed a mad scientist emoji. The 4th Hokage combined the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan with the summoning contract, infusing his chakra into the host's cells. To put it simply, you are now equivalent to the 4th Hokage's summoning beast reserve. Lin Feng nearly rolled off the bed. What? Just kidding. The system swiftly retracted the previous interface. In essence, it is a two-way anchor point in time and space. When the host injects chakra, it can summon the projection of the 4th Hokage for a limited time of 3 minutes. Injecting chakra allows for a 3-minute summoning? It seems I must begin refining chakra. Lin Feng glanced out the window. It was still dark outside, since dawn had not yet arrived. He had ample time to learn how to refine chakra. System. Extract the chakra refinement method from the beginner's gift package. Received. The method of chakra refinement appeared in Lin Feng and Appo's mind. He sat cross-legged on the earthen bed, moonlight filtering through the cracks of the window, casting mottled shadows on his youthful face. Taking a deep breath, he immersed his consciousness within, following the method transmitted by the system. Chakra refinement method, basic edition. Step 1. Sense life energy. Concentrate your mind. Feel the energy flowing within you. Imagine each breath drawing in natural energy. Step 2. Merge spiritual energy. Infuse your will into that energy. Imagine it swirling like a vortex. Almost the moment he began to operate the chakra refinement method, a wave of searing power surged from the depths of his veins. Warm reminder. Uchiha ancestors bloodline activated. Chakra refinement efficiency increased by 500. Within Lin Feng, chakra flowed like a raging river, entirely unlike that of an ordinary child. His meridians were naturally wide and resilient, and the Uchiha blood coursing through his veins rendered chakra refinement as effortless as breathing. This is the Uchiha talent. Chapter 15. Birthday. The system interface suddenly presented an animated chibi version of Uchiha Madara scattering flowers, swiftly transitioning to a data analysis panel. Chakra refinement efficiency comparison. Ordinary shinobi, 0. 1 cards hour. Uchiha Itachi, 6 years old, 2 cards hour. Current host, 2 cards hour. Achievement unlocked. Entering the shinobi realm overnight. Reward, Uchiha-style shuriken technique. Memory infusion. Is this the inherent advantage of the Uchiha bloodline? Lin Feng felt the surging energy within him, sensing his newfound capabilities. Just as he contemplated re-entering the dueling arena, the system discerned his intentions. Host, please refrain from returning to the dueling arena. It still requires refinement. And given the late hour, you need rest. Very well, system. The dueling arena has cast a shadow over me. Fortunately, my last match was against Minato Namikaze. Had it been Uchiha Madara, I might have. Lin Feng reclined back onto the bed, his mother still peacefully slumbering beside him. The following morning, the morning light streamed through the gaps in the window paper as Li Suxin entered the room, carrying a steaming bowl of rice porridge. Spotting Lin Feng curled up in his blankets, his cheeks flush with sleep, she couldn't help but chuckle. Fenger, wake up. Gently nudging Lin Feng's shoulder, she added, help your mother with the medicine. Your father hasn't returned yet. Still groggy, Lin Feng opened his eyes, instinctively clenching his palm. The flying thunder god mark remained, and the flow of chakra was distinctly palpable. Last night's events were not mere dreams. Good morning, host. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. Appearing as if he had just awakened, in a childlike voice he asked, Mother, hasn't an amp? Oppos, father returned? Li Suxin sighed, placing the porridge on a small wooden table beside the bed. Last night, Taiju was seriously injured. Your father has been treating him and hasn't an amp. Oppos, come home yet? She lovingly adjusted Lin Feng's tousled hair. Hurry up, today is your birthday, and I've steamed sweet cakes for you. Lin Feng obediently nodded. Following Li Suxin into the courtyard, the morning dew lingered, and the herbs laid out on the bamboo sieve exuded a faint bitter fragrance. He tiptoed, mimicking his mother's actions, spreading the herbs evenly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his tender hands. Fenger is so well-behaved. After finishing the herbs, Li Suxin smiled and ruffled his hair. Go wash your face. After washing, Lin Feng hurried to the copper mirror at the end of the bed. With chakra now coursing through him, he should be able to awaken the Sharingan. He was eager to see what the Sharingan looked like in reality. Focusing his consciousness on his eyes, he gathered chakra into his pupils. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a mesmerizing crimson glow in the mirror, with 2 black tomos slowly rotating. System, can the evolution of the Sharingan be purchased from the system shop, like in the fanfiction of my previous life? The evolution of the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimulation. Those systems that allow for the purchase of evolution qualifications are akin to hastening the host and amp, Oppos, growth unbeneficially. Current emotional stability of the host does not trigger a breakthrough in ocular power. Suggested trigger events. Witnessing the death of an important person, recommendation. Experiencing a life and death crisis, recommendation. Recalling painful memories from a past life, recommendation. Lin Feng fell silent. Although he possessed formidable talent, the essence of the Sharingan is a reflection of the soul. Without enduring extreme pain or obsession, he could not genuinely awaken its deeper powers. Suddenly, the copper bell at the gate jingled as Yi Fengchun, weary and dust-covered, stepped into the courtyard, his medical box stained with dried blood. Lin Feng hurriedly closed his Sharingan, emerging from his bedroom only once the crimson hue faded, and walked directly to his father's side. Head of the family. Li Suxin rushed to greet him. How is Taiju? Yi Fengchun wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a fatigued yet contented smile. The bleeding has stopped. But he'll need to lie down for half a month. He squatted down, pulling out an oil paper package from his robes. On the way, I met Wang Hualang, who brought a birthday gift for Fenger. Lin Feng received the oil paper package, peeling back a corner to unveil a finely crafted wooden sword. The hilt adorned with the wobbly characters for peace. Taiju carved this while he was awake. He insisted I bring it to you. Yi Fengchun ruffled Lin Feng's hair. Once you recover, I'll teach you to hunt wild boars with a real sword. Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he had never received such a heartfelt gift. Thank you, father. Lin Feng leaped into Yi Fengchun and amp, Oppos, embrace, burying his face in the fragrant fabric of his father's clothing to conceal his reddening eyes. Lunch was far more sumptuous than usual. Li Suxin not only steamed sweet cakes but also simmered an old hen, golden oil glistening atop, adorned with a few goji berries. Yi Fengchun retrieved a ceramic jar from under the bed, pouring a small bowl of amber liquid, chrysanthemum wine steeped since last year's double ninth festival, which they usually reserve for special occasions. Our Feng and amp, Oppos, is growing up. He dipped his chopsticks into the wine, dotting it on Lin Feng and amp, Oppos' forehead. May my son be safe and sound. The pungent aroma of the wine made Lin Feng scrunch his nose, eliciting laughter from the couple. As the sun began to set, the village's young ruffian, Xiao Shirtu, burst through the gate of the Yi family courtyard, his pants splattered with mud, holding a bamboo grasshopper cage containing 2 vibrant green grasshoppers that buzzed against the bars. Happy birthday, Xiao Yefeng. Xiao Shirtu thrust the cage into Lin Feng and amp, Oppos' arms, his nose twitching as he caught the sweet scent. Li Suxin chuckled as she lifted the steaming lid from the steamer, revealing freshly made sweet cakes billowing with white steam. Following closely behind was the 7-year-old Xiao He, holding a large bouquet of wildflowers, daisies and dandelions haphazardly tied together with foxtail grass. She stood on tiptoe, raising the bouquet above her head, for indeed, what surprised everyone most was the 5-year-old Ahua, who, despite her usual tearful disposition, held a vividly dyed red egg. Hesitating at the gate for quite some time before daring to enter, the eggshell bore a scribbled sun. The aroma of the dye mingling with the scent of rice porridge. Her mother must have helped her boil it. Here, for you. Ahua pushed the egg into Lin Feng and Appo's hands, then turned to hide behind Xiao He, only to be stopped by Xiao Shirtu. Why the rush? Have some sweet cake before you leave. Lin Feng broke the sweet cake into small pieces, and the children immediately formed a circle, eagerly extending their small hands. Ahua eyed the largest piece, swallowing hard yet patiently waiting for her elder brothers and sisters to take theirs first. Xiao Shirtu, while declaring that sweets were for little girls, swiftly stuffed his cheeks full of cake. Xiao He nibbled on her piece daintily, even licking the sugary crumbs from her fingers. Look at me. Suddenly, Xiao Shirtu puffed out his cheeks, balancing the sweet cake on his tongue, making a funny face. Ahua gasped in shock, dropping the remaining piece of cake, which was swiftly snatched away by a stray dog that had appeared from nowhere. The children erupted in laughter as Xiao Shirtu dragged Lin Feng into a game of cops and robbers. They used the bamboo poles for drying herbs as horses, piling up mugwork to create a makeshift fortress, racing around the courtyard in a playful battle. Ahua insisted on playing doctor, using dandelions to bandage each wounded child, while Xiao He was elected as the county magistrate, wearing a leaf atop her head as a makeshift hat. As dusk deepened, Taiju appeared at the fence, leaning on a cane. The 16-year-old boy still bore a pale complexion but was determined to deliver a birthday gift. He had carved a wooden wild boar with a hunting knife, intentionally dyeing the tusks red. Once I'm healed, I'll take you to hunt the real deal. Taiju tousled Lin Feng and Appo's hair, his fingertips still carrying the scent of medicinal ointment. Before the last rays of the sunset faded, Lin Feng's coarse cloth pocket was stuffed with gifts, a peach with charm given by Aunt Zhao, a small carved horse from Carpenter Chin, and even a slab of lard cut by Butcher Zheng. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching her friends' silhouettes fade into the twilight as they made their way home. Suddenly, she felt a warmth radiating from her palm. The mysterious mark glimmered with an ethereal blue light in the solitude. A new year heralded a fresh beginning, and from this day forth, as she embarked on her journey to become a ninja, she resolved to train diligently. Although she relied on the 8 gates of Duenjia to enhance her physical prowess, she mused that no matter how formidable her physical techniques became, they could never surpass the might of ninjutsu. The sparrows perched upon the jujube tree had long since returned to their nests, and the courtyard of the Yi family once again settled into tranquility. Yet, the echoes of innocent laughter, intertwined with the sweetness of sugary cakes and the bittersweet aroma of mugwort, lingered in the gentle summer breeze. Chapter 16, Eternal Companion. Wavewind Watergate. A month has swiftly passed. The twilight sun casts a warm glow over the contours of Qishir Mountain. Lin Feng wipes the sweat from his brow, his coarse short shirt thoroughly drenched, clinging to his back. He stands before an ancient locust tree, its bark etched with crooked circles, the center densely pierced with a dozen wooden shuriken he had whittled from scraps, their edges polished to a gleam, yet still off the mark. He gasps for breath, fixating on the latest shuriken he has thrown, which falls half an inch short of the bullseye. Though the system has imparted the complete techniques of the Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu, the strength of a 4-year-old's arms is inherently limited, and accuracy must be honed through relentless practice. Today in Appo's training data statistics, shuriken hit rate, 72-78, chakra control precision, sea level B level. Having practiced sufficiently, it is time to head to the dueling arena. Without ninjutsu, true power cannot be manifested. I shall seize the opportunity to replicate some ninjutsu with the Sharingan while at the arena. I have a premonition that I will encounter Wavewind Watergate there as well. Over the past month, he dedicated 2 days to learning tree climbing and water walking as per the original text Team 7, and the remainder of his time to refining chakra and mastering Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. He has now reached the level of a genin, capable of unleashing several great fireballs without faltering. Lin Feng stows the last shuriken away, and suddenly, his ears perk up at the familiar sound of footsteps approaching from the mountain path. His adoptive father, Yi Fengchun, has returned from gathering herbs. He quickly hides the wooden shuriken in a tree hollow, covering it with dry leaves, and brushes off the dust on his clothes, feigning the appearance of having just picked wild fruits. Fenger, Yi Fengchun's voice calls from the hillside, prompting Lin Feng to respond hurriedly and jog towards him. His adoptive father carries a basket filled with freshly gathered astragalus and poria, mud stains still visible on his sleeves. Have you been playing in the back mountain again? Yi Fengchun ruffles Lin Feng's hair, but his gaze drifts to Lin Feng's flushed palms, which are dotted with tiny splinters and scratches. I picked some wild berries. Lin Feng replies, lowering his head sheepishly, pulling out a few carefully prepared wild berries from his pocket. Yi Fengchun does not press further, instead crouching down to gently squeeze Lin Feng's arm with his rough fingers. You've certainly grown stronger lately. Come, Let's head home for dinner. Otherwise, your mother will worry. With that, Yifeng takes Lin Feng and Appos as hand, and they walk home together. Upon returning to Qingshi village, Lin Feng spots his mother waiting by the door for the two of them. He releases his father's hand and rushes to her side. Mother, were you waiting for us again? You really dawn and Appos, Tini is standing there must be tiring. Not at all, Li Suxin replies gently, noticing her son dripping with sweat. She reaches out to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead, only to find his skin burning. Oh dear, you're quite warm. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. During dinner, beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp, Li Suxin serves Lin Feng a generous bowl of vegetable porridge, her gaze occasionally darting towards him. For the past month, Lin Feng has consistently disappeared in the afternoons, returning drenched in sweat, sometimes with his pant legs smeared in mud and grass clippings. The head of the family, she lowers her voice, gesturing towards Lin Feng who is engrossed in his meal. Why has our son been going to the back mountain so often this past month? Yifeng takes a sip of porridge, pondering. I inquired with Xiao Shi too. He mentioned that Feng and Appos frequently visits the old locust grove in that valley. Could it be? Li Suxin hesitates, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the table. Isn and Appos, there an abandoned grave behind that grove? Yifeng shakes his head. I spoke with Zhao Taiju. He said he saw Feng and Appos playing with stones under the tree a few days ago, and his aim was quite impressive. It seems like he is practicing some sort of skill. Li Suxin's hand trembles, her chopsticks clattering against the bowl with a crisp sound. Lin Feng immediately looks up, his wide eyes reflecting concern. Mother, what is it? Nothing. Li Suxin forces a smile, serving him a piece of pickled vegetable. Fenger, what have you been playing in the mountains lately? Lin Feng swallows his porridge and blinks innocently, watching ants carry food, chasing wild rabbits, and I found some pretty stones. He then pulls out a few smooth pebbles from his pocket, each one polished to a glossy sheen. Yifeng and Li Suxin exchange glances, choosing not to press further. As night falls and silence envelopes the surroundings, Lin Feng lies on the bed and addresses the system. Has the bug in the dueling arena been fixed? No more issues with lacking duel points. Tonight, I intend to earn some duel points. They're in Appos. That's no issue, host. I assure you this time there are absolutely no bugs. As the system in Appos' voice fades, a flash of white light engulfs Lin Feng and Appos' consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he finds himself in the familiar Konoha village, standing beneath the wooden utility pole, albeit unable to move away from it. He gazes up at the Hokage office building. On the rooftop of the Hokage office, a group of individuals stands. Although Lin Feng has not activated his Sharingan, he can discern the figures clearly. Wave Wind Watergate, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the two advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mido Gate, along with Kushina, are all present in a row. Lin Feng does not intend to rush to the dueling arena just yet. He wishes to observe what the third Hokage and Wave Wind Watergate are discussing atop the Hokage office. Meanwhile, from Wave Wind Watergate and Appos' perspective, he gazes at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, before him. The third and Appos' eyes scan the throngs of villagers below, their cheers and expectant gazes resembling a silent farewell. He removes the Hokage hat from his head, his fingertips gently tracing the worn patterns on its brim, the marks of 20 years of hardship. The third Hokage cradles the Hokage hat in his hands and presents it to Wave Wind Watergate. Watergate accepts the hat with both hands, placing it atop his head and opening his eyes to meet the third Hokage and Appos' gaze. The elite shinobi behind Sarutobi look on with expressions of reassurance. I entrust this to you, Watergate. Sarutobi speaks steadily, looking at the young man before him. Watergate lowers his head slightly, sunlight filtering through his golden hair, casting a radiant glow upon the Hokage and Appos' insignia on his robe. His posture remains upright, yet his throat betrays a subtle swallow, revealing the nervousness he feels for the first time in front of the crowd. The third Hokage's words resonate within him like a stone dropped into a lake, stirring the emotions churning in his chest, pride, responsibility, and an indescribable apprehension. He recalls what his mentor, Jiraiya, once said, the title of Hokage is not merely a title. It is the burden of safeguarding the lives of all. The weight of this statement finally presses upon his shoulders. I am willing to dedicate my life, he declares. Raising his head, his azure eyes as clear as a summer sky, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Taking a deep breath, the wind sweeps through the hem of his Hokage robe, creating a billowing white wave. He turns towards the edge of the terrace, slowly removing the hat. Holding the hat with one hand, he gazes down at the cheering villagers, the bright sunlight illuminating his face, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. The elders wipe away tears, while the young students of the Ninja Academy shout his name in unison. People of Konoha. His voice rings clear as a spring, piercing through the clouds. I shall protect this land with my life, in the name of the fourth Hokage. At that moment, he notices an additional flying thunder god mark within the village. He looks up towards Lin Feng, standing by the utility pole, and softly remarks, "We meet again, little one." Chapter 17. Kushina. Lin Feng witnessed the historic moment when Minato Namikaze assumed the role of the fourth Hokage. This momentous event left me perplexed. I inquired, system. Why has only a single night passed here, while an entire month has elapsed in reality? The system responded, host, in this timeline. The duration spent here causes time to slow considerably in the alternate reality. Thus, even if you linger in the Naruto world for a month, only a single night will pass in the real world. Does this mean I could immerse myself in the arena for an entire month? After concluding my dialogue with the system, I turned my gaze back to Minato. As he looked down upon the villagers and ninjas below, he suddenly lifted his head and met my eyes. A chill ran down my spine, and I broke into a cold sweat. System, what is happening? It feels as if Minato has seen me. Did you not say the bug was fixed? The system replied, I am equally baffled. Upon noticing my presence, Minato addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, Third Hokage, I need to attend to some matters. With that, he vanished from sight. Just then, I felt a hand rest upon my shoulder. Turning to see a golden-haired youth clad in a fire-themed hood, he smiled and said, Little one, we meet again. In a state of panic, I exclaimed, How did you see me? Minato seemed to misinterpret my question, believing I was referring to the unyielding mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. I sensed your presence the moment you appeared, he explained. Well, little one, since you left so early last night, why not come to my home and have a proper chat today? In an instant, he transported me to a modest yet elegant living room. The decor harmoniously blended traditional Japanese elements with modern ninja aesthetics, featuring clean lines and a soothing color palette of off-white and light wood. Minato settled at a pale yellow wooden table, gesturing for me to take a seat across from him. Though I appeared calm, my heart raced with anxiety. System, did you not mention that I cannot stray far from the telephone pole? Why is it that Minato can? I queried desperately. The system responded, I do not know either. And I am equally anxious. Feeling a sense of hopelessness, I realized I could only rely on myself. Minato, how did you summon me last night? And how did you leave the Valley of the End? I left the Flying Thunder God mark on you. But afterward, I could not sense your presence. Minato's warm and sunny voice reached my ears. I suppressed my inner turmoil and met his gaze. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle halo around his golden hair, yet his piercing blue eyes seemed sharp enough to cut through any facade. The pressure felt greater than facing an S-rank mission. I understood that all lies would be laid bare before him, and thus, I had no choice but to confess everything. Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Yi Feng, and I hail from another world. Minato smiled suddenly, his warmth akin to sunlight melting ice. From another world? That explains why I could not sense the mark of the Flying Thunder God. He stood, retrieving a teapot and 2 cups from a cupboard. My village is called Chinshire Village, and my parents are herbalists. Well, more accurately, my adoptive parents. As I was abandoned by my biological parents at birth and discovered by my adoptive father in the wilderness, the sound of tea being poured into porcelain cups filled the quiet room. Abandoned in the wild? Minato echoed softly, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of his cup. It seems that no matter the world, there are always unfit parents. He paused, then added, but you are fortunate. Leaning closer, his azure eyes bore into my youthful face. To have found family who cherishes you. He lightly tapped the table, and a trident pattern emerged and vanished within the wood grain. This mark, while it may seem a constraint, is indeed a bond. My village is semi-isolated, and I have never ventured beyond its borders. From the meager compensation of being abandoned, I learned that my world is called the Tianxian continent, where cultivators absorb spiritual energy to elevate their realms. To cultivate into immortality, you say? Quite different from our practices, Minato remarked, his chakra sensing rippling like waves. He observed that I possessed chakra akin to that of a genin. Despite having been an ordinary person devoid of chakra just a night prior, why do I sense chakra emanating from you now, when you were without it yesterday? He inquired. In my world, the path to immortality is elusive, and as an ordinary person, I cannot even touch the most basic techniques of cultivating energy. As for my chakra, I possess a scroll that automatically opens while I sleep, imparting ninjutsu to me. I also learned the method of chakra refinement. I decided to withhold the existence of the system. The reason I became a genin overnight is due to the differing flow of time between our worlds. One night here equates to a month in my world. Each time I arrive here, I must wait a month. I looked earnestly at Minato. His fingers gently tapped the table, and he regarded me thoughtfully, his gaze both warm and piercing, as if he could see through lies to the truth. A scroll that automatically imparts ninjutsu? Minato tilted his head slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sounds like a form of inherited ninja tool. My heart quickened, but I maintained a facade of innocence. I lifted my teacup and took a small sip, the warm liquid soothing my frayed nerves. Just as Minato finished speaking, the sound of keys turning echoed from the entrance. Kushina entered, her fiery red hair flowing behind her like flames, her jonin vest dusted with remnants of a day's work. As she bent to change her shoes, she complained, honestly. Minato, how could you leave without a word? Her gaze fell upon me, and her emerald eyes widened slightly. Minato, who is this child? Minato rose with a smile and introduced me. This is Yi Feng from, well, a distant village. He winked at me, discreetly omitting any mention of my origins. I promptly slid off my chair, bowing respectfully. Hello, I am Yi Feng. Kushina's expression softened at once. She crouched down to my level. Oh my, what a polite young man. Have you eaten? Would you like to try my special miso soup? Chapter 18. Kushina's invitation. Kushina gently placed her hand on Lin Feng's head, channeling chakra into his body. Suddenly, a warning echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Warning. Fluctuations in Nine Tails chakra detected. The system screamed, "Host, be cautious. She is scanning you with chakra." Lin Feng felt a warm and powerful energy enveloping him. Kushina's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. Minato, this child possesses remarkable talent, doesn't he? Minato naturally took over the conversation. He has taught himself and can already skillfully utilize chakra. May I see your hand? Kushina asked. Lin Feng obediently extended his right hand. Kushina's fingertips glowed with red chakra as she inscribed a complex rune in his palm. In an instant, Lin Feng and Appo's chakra surged uncontrollably, and the flying thunder god seal on his palm radiated a brilliant blue light. This is... Kushina looked at Minato in astonishment. A time-space contract? Wait. She suddenly pinched Lin Feng's cheeks and shook his face. You aren't a test subject of Orochimaru, are you? That scoundrel has been researching time-space ninjutsu lately. Kushina. Minato helplessly pulled his wife away, assuring her that there was no trace of Orochimaru and Appo's sinister aura in Lin Feng and Appo's chakra. Lin Feng rubbed his reddened cheeks and softly added, moreover, I am already 4 years old. Orochimaru, Shun, and Appo's be using such a long-term test subject, right? An eerie silence enveloped the room. Kushina, in fact, Lin Feng is not from our world. Minato broke the silence first, recounting Lin Feng's story to Kushina. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina's red hair flared like flames. And she exclaimed, another world? Minato, are you serious? The teacups on the table trembled, and Lin Feng instinctively shrank back. Host, look. The system chimed in. The Nine Tails chakra has manifested. Her hair is floating like a frizzed cat. Minato sighed as he pressed his hand on Kushina's shoulder. Calm down, Kushina. The chakra pathways in this child are subtly different from ours. Kushina leaned in close to Lin Feng, her nose nearly touching his face. Are you truly from another world? Not a transformation technique? Not an illusion? Lin Feng was startled by her suddenly enlarged emerald eyes and leaned back. System, help me. Initiating emergency cuteness protocol. The system responded. Sister Kushina, I mean no harm. Lin Feng blinked innocently, trying to infuse his voice with a hint of a whimper. I woke up standing on a power pole, and then Brother Minato brought me here. This tactic proved effective. Kushina and Appo's expression softened instantly, and she embraced Lin Feng tightly. Oh, poor little one. You must be so frightened. Lin Feng buried his face in Kushina's chest, inhaling the faint scent of gardenias and the leather smell of ninja tools. Warning, warning. The system alerted. Host's heart rate is abnormally elevated. Shall we activate calm mode? Lin Feng exclaimed, shut up. However, Kushina suddenly released him, her gaze sharp. You mentioned that you possess a scroll that teaches ninjutsu? Minato timely handed her a cup of tea. This is the most intriguing part. Host, pay attention. The system warned. We shall now switch to the ancient scroll character setting. Lines updated. Please use that voice instead of the system. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Every time I fall asleep, a voice resonates in my mind. Kushina's red hair began to float again. Wait, could it be? Not the Nine Tails. Minato shook his head. I have checked. It is a more ancient existence. Lin Feng continued to fabricate. That voice claims to be an Appo's, the ancient will sealed within the scroll, and Appo's, stating that I am Appo's, chosen child and Appo's. Perfect. The system exclaimed. Kushina and Appo's chakra fluctuations have decreased by 20. She adores this fateful narrative. Indeed, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just like the prophecy scroll of the Sage of Six Paths, Minato pondered. So this is the reason you can master chakra so swiftly. Not only that, Lin Feng seized the moment. The voice also mentioned, that I have a profound bond with this world. Kushina clasped her hands together suddenly. I understand. This must be a guide from time and space. She excitedly turned to Minato, just like we were with the prophecy of the Uzumaki clan. Minato cleared his throat, interrupting his wife. The priority is to study this bidirectional contract. This child can not only come to our world. He pointed at the seal in Lin Feng's palm. If my conjecture is correct, through this technique, we can also travel to his world. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's amazing. I have yet to witness ninjutsu from other worlds. Wait, isn't this supposed to be my adventure in another world? How did it turn into an adventure for Minato and Kushina? Lin Feng thought to himself. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is attempting to travel across dimensions. Host, think of a solution. The system urged. Lin Feng had already prepared his words. The contract is still unstable. A mutual summoning contract is necessary. I cannot perform summoning techniques yet. Moreover, the scroll indicated that my world is highly resistant to outsiders. Even if we summon, we cannot stay for long. Kushina felt somewhat disappointed. It's all right. Just visiting will satisfy my curiosity. At that moment, a signal from the Umbu echoed from outside. Minato sighed. It's an emergency meeting. He ruffled Lin Feng's hair. You will stay here today. Kushina will take good care of you. He then vanished in an instant. as Minato transformed into golden light and dissipated. The sun outside had risen to its zenith. The sound of cicadas cascaded from the old locust tree in the courtyard. Kushina opened the lattice window, allowing the summer breeze, infused with the scent of cooking, to flow into the living room. The wind fluttered through the window, stirring the calendar on the wall. September 15th, year 48 of Konoha. A full year remained until that tragic night. Just in time for lunch. Let me show you the culinary skills of the Hokage and Appo's wife. She turned, tying on an apron. Her red hair neatly gathered into a ponytail. Lin Feng, would you like to learn some cooking techniques with me? Kushina asked as she walked into the kitchen. I want to learn. I also wish to cook for my mother. Lin Feng accepted Kushina and Appo's invitation. It seemed he would be delayed in ranking up. Lin Feng thought to himself. First, she deftly unfurled the scroll, summoning various kitchen utensils. Chapter 19. Please teach Kushina the art of summoning. The fundamental element of a ninja and Appo's culinary endeavor is the meticulous preparation of cooking utensils. The spatula summoned twirled gracefully in the air for 2.5 rotations before she deftly reeled it back with her chakra threads. Detected Kushina and Appo's chakra manipulation has reached the level of a Kage's rank chakra control precision. Recommendation. Suggest host to learn from the masters. In her first lesson of cooking, chakra threads sprang from her fingertips, and 5 kitchen knives emerged in unison, wielded with lethal precision to prepare nourishing meals. Before Lin Feng could voice his astonishment, he was whisked into the air by the chakra threads. The carrots danced a lively jig on the cutting board, while chakra blades, like shooting stars, fell swiftly, carving out the shapes of the 12 zodiac animals. The details were exquisite, with the mouse and Appo's whiskers distinctly defined, and the dragon scale shimmering with a faint blue chakra glow. Use lightning release. Kushina exclaimed suddenly, patting him on the back. Caught off guard, Lin Feng and Appo's chakra leaked. The electric spark that erupted from his fingertips struck an onion, causing tears to rain down in the kitchen. 20 layers of onion rings floated in midair, each separated with millimeter precision, carried by a gust of wind release into the miso soup. Perfect. Kushina snapped her fingers, and the flames beneath the pot transformed into the shape of 9 tails. Watch closely. This is the whirlpool flow control fire technique. Lin Feng's pupils reflected the bewitching orange-red flames as the 9-tailed fire extended 3 tails, enveloping the frying pan, skillet, and steamer. The pork belly flipped autonomously within the chakra net, droplets of oil splattering into the air, forming miniature sealing arrays, each droplet exploding into the shape of a marigold. Your turn. Kushina suddenly severed the chakra threads. Lin Feng stumbled to the ground, his hands filled with a scalding spatula. 10 chakra threads adhered to his wrists, causing his body to move uncontrollably. The vegetables in the frying pan soared rhythmically, and Lin Feng felt his chakra dancing like a flamenco within his meridians. Suddenly, he lost his footing, and half a pan of vegetables flew towards the ceiling. Kushina and Appo's crimson hair flared like an octopus, weaving a web of chakra chains. Green peppers and mushrooms formed the character for longevity in midair, while egg liquid transformed into golden threads that stitched together to ultimately form the smiling face of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Is this a delightful surprise? She laughed heartily, casually molding the failed creations into cat-shaped rice balls. The chakra blade etched the flying thunder god technique onto the pickled plum, while perilla leaves folded into the shape of origami cranes. As the miso soup rippled with a swirling vortex, Kushina suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and formed hand seals. Secret art, time-space preservation technique. The freshly sliced sashimi was frozen in time by ice-release chakra, with the fatty marbling on the salmon forming a miniature sealing array. The final dish presented on the eaves left Lin Feng in awe. The scales of grilled fish were engraved with miniature statues of past Hokages, while small silver fish made of condensed chakra swam within the miso soup. Even the most ordinary pickled radish concealed a mystery, bursting into cherry blossom-shaped chakra fireworks upon being bitten. Before we begin, let us express our gratitude, Kushina said, folding her hands together, with chakra coalescing into the phantom of a 3-legged golden crow in her palms. Thank the heavens for granting me chakra. Thank my adversaries for allowing me to grow stronger. And hey, you're stealing bites. Lin Feng, cheeks puffed, savored not only the delectable flavors of the food but also the roasted aroma infused with lightning release and the delicate texture stirred by wind release. He savored the last sip of miso soup, setting down his chopsticks, his gaze intensely fixed upon Kushina. Sister Kushina, could you teach me the arts of summoning and sealing? Kushina paused, her hand holding the bowl of miso soup momentarily still, the surface rippling with subtle waves. Narrowing her eyes, her fiery hair glowed like flames under the afternoon sun. Oh, she set down the bowl, her fingertips tracing the emblem of the Whirlpool clan on the table absent-mindedly. What makes you wish to learn this all of a sudden? Lin Feng had long prepared his response. That voice, the will within the scroll, said that my constitution is suited for sealing techniques. He opened his palm, the flying thunder god mark glimmering under the sunlight, and if I master summoning, I could bring Watergate brother and sister Kushina into my world. Kushina's red hair stirred without wind, a few strands of chakra threads quietly entwining around Lin Feng's wrist. He felt a warm and powerful energy coursing through his meridians, eventually settling upon the flying thunder god mark. She mused, observing the chakra flow, which indeed felt unique, as if it were a vessel naturally prepared for sealing techniques. Suddenly, she flashed a smile, revealing her small canine teeth. However, summoning is not merely child's play. After their lunch, Kushina and Lin Feng made their way to the corridor of the courtyard. She sat cross-legged on the corridor, producing a roll of yellowed parchment from her bosom. The paper was marked with dark brown ancient bloodstains, each dried trace seemingly narrating the tale of a long-lost contractor. Summoning is not an ordinary ninjutsu. She gently caressed the scroll with her fingertips, causing chakra to ripple across the surface of the paper. It is a ritual binding life from another world. Lin Feng knelt across from her, his palms slightly sweaty. Step 1. The blood contract. Kushina bit her thumb, allowing blood to drip onto the center of the scroll. The droplet did not disperse but instead moved like a living creature across the paper, ultimately forming a complex emblem of the Whirlpool clan. Observe closely, this is blood binding. She pressed her bleeding finger onto Lin Feng's palm, the warm, viscous liquid meeting the flying thunder god mark with a soft hissing sound. Your blood must merge perfectly with the chakra. Lin Feng mimicked her, biting his finger. The moment the blood fell, the entire scroll suddenly moved without wind. The ancient bloodstains, long dried, glimmered with red light, as if countless eyes had opened in the darkness. Step 2. Chakra resonance. Now, imagine your chakra as a flowing river. Kushina formed hand seals, her red hair moving without wind. It's not about forcefully pouring it in. Let it flow naturally. Lin Feng closed his eyes in concentration, feeling his chakra gradually flow towards his palm. To his astonishment, his chakra resonated harmoniously with the scroll, causing the ancient bloodstains to writhe, as if awakening like a swarm of snakes approaching him. Suddenly, Kushina grasped his wrist. Stop. Your chakra is too domineering. Her fingertips glowed with a deep blue light, inscribing sealing runes on Lin Feng and Amp. Appos. S-arm. Like this, gently call upon it. Step 3. True name invocation. The essence of summoning lies in the true name. Kushina and Amp. Appos. S voice became ethereal, her pupils shimmering with an otherworldly golden light in the setting sun. Not all beings wish to respond to a summons, so she leaned close to Lin Feng's ear, her breath carrying a faint scent of gardenia. You must say please. Lin Feng shivered, a sudden influx of ancient contractual knowledge flooding his mind. He instinctively formed hand seals, Haisu Yin Shinwei. He clasped his hands together, vibrating the air with chakra to produce a unique cadence, focusing his thoughts on the Whirlpool 8 tattooed. Please, show yourself. As he uttered the words of the summoning technique, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Chapter 20. The Spiraling Eightfold. In the instant when the white smoke erupted, Lin Feng felt as if all the chakra in his body had been abruptly siphoned away. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, only to behold a colossal shadow slowly materializing within the haze. Calm yourself, host. This is the sealing beast of the Vortex clan, the Spiraling Eightfold. It was a crimson octopus, towering at a height of 3 men, its 8 stout tentacles coiled upon the ground, each adorned with intricate sealing runes that shimmered like stars. Its skin bore dark golden patterns that undulated as if alive, and most astonishingly, it possessed 3 vertical eyes atop its head, gazing down upon Lin Feng with an air of authority. The octopus emitted a low, resonant sound that rattled the leaves in the courtyard. This little spirit possesses quite the unique chakra. Lin Feng gazed upward, his throat tightening. He could sense the terrifying power contained within this summoning beast. It was no ordinary chakra, but ancient energy refined through centuries of sealing techniques. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her red hair swirling in the tumult of chakra. Eightfold. Be gentle with the little one. Suddenly, one of the octopus and Amp, Appos, S tentacles elongated and gently tapped Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S forehead. In that moment, countless fragments of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. He witnessed the Vortex people performing seals to bind tailed beasts on ancient battlefields. He saw young Kushina being playfully ensnared by the octopus's tentacles as she learned to swim. Most astonishingly, at the end of this river of memories, a figure resembling the Sage of 6 Paths was seen signing a contract with the octopus. So that is how it is. The octopus retracted its tentacle, its 3 vertical eyes narrowing in unison. No wonder it responded to the summons. Lin Feng staggered back 2 steps, only to be steadied by Kushina. Do not be afraid. Eightfold is merely confirming the contract. She turned to the octopus. What do you say? The octopus's 8 tentacles suddenly wove intricate seals, and a massive summoning array emerged from the ground. The contract of equality is established. However, one of its tentacles pointed towards Lin Feng's flying thunder god mark, indicating that the time-space seal upon him would interfere with the summoning, allowing it to last no more than 3 minutes. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The flying thunder god mark in Lin Feng's palm erupted with blinding golden light, resonating with the sealing runes on the octopus's tentacle. Tiny black fissures opened in the air, revealing a chaotic swirl of time and space within. Kushina's expression changed drastically as her hands hastily formed seals for symbols sealing technique, modified, but the octopus eightfold was swifter. Its 8 tentacles instantly wove into an impenetrable barrier, securely locking the space-time rift. Most astonishingly, it dipped a tentacle into its own ink and inscribed a brand new summoning technique upon Lin Feng's arm. The temporary contract had upgraded to a bloodline contract. The octopus's voice took on a solemn tone. Young one, you shall no longer need to form seals to summon me. Lin Feng stared in shock at the new technique swirling on his arm, which was evidently a fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Vortex Sealing technique. Kushina's red hair slowly fell, her eyes sparkling with a complex light. Eightfold, you actually. Humph. The octopus's form began to fade. Do not forget to offer 3 pounds of deep-sea squid balls each week. With a sudden puff of white smoke, the courtyard returned to silence. Only the newly inscribed technique on Lin Feng's arm, gently radiating warmth, and the remnants of sealing runes scattered across the ground bore witness that the recent events were not a mere illusion. Kushina abruptly pinched Lin Feng's cheek. Little brat, do you have any idea what just transpired? Her voice carried an unusual seriousness. The last time Eightfold voluntarily upgraded a contract was during the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. This summoning beast had never been mentioned in the original Naruto narrative, and he was astonished to discover it had a connection to the Sage of Six Paths Kushina. I am not sure what just happened, Lin Feng replied, reflecting on the recent events, yet he could not fathom a coherent explanation. Forget it. That will be all for today. Kushina released her grip on Lin Feng's face. Next time, I will teach you sealing techniques. Kushina gazed in the direction where the summoning had dissipated, suddenly sighing. Eightfold is the oldest summoning beast of the Vortex clan. Even Orochimaru covets it. She bent down to pick up the contract scroll from the ground, her fingertip brushing against the glowing Indra reincarnation inscription. The fact that it is willing to sign a bloodline contract with you signifies. Before she could finish her thought, a familiar surge of chakra suddenly approached from afar. A golden flash appeared, and Minato's figure emerged in the center of the courtyard, his divine robe still bearing the moisture of the night dew. Apologies, the meeting ran too long. I sensed the call of your Flying Thunder God mark and rushed over. His gaze swept between the two, finally resting on the mark on Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's arm, his pupils slightly constricting. It seems I missed quite the spectacle. Kushina suddenly dashed over, linking her arm with her husband and Amp, Appo's Minato. You will never guess what Eightfold just did. Her red hair danced with her movements. It upgraded the contract level for this little brat, just as it did for the Sage of Six Paths back in the day. Minato and Amp, Appo's expression turned grave. He crouched down, his fingers hovering gently above Lin Feng's mark, chakra probing like delicate threads. This is a time-space attribute bloodline contract? Lin Feng felt his chakra surge within him. The Flying Thunder God mark and the new technique on his arm illuminating simultaneously. In that instant, the fallen leaves in the courtyard began to levitate, each vein glimmering with chakra's soft glow. How interesting. Minato withdrew his hand, and the leaves fluttered back to the ground. It seems our little guest harbors more secrets than we initially imagined. Kushina suddenly yawned. We have border patrol tomorrow, so I will take my leave to rest. She affectionately ruffled Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's hair. Once Kushina and Amp, Appo's footsteps faded down the corridor, Minato retrieved a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Here, take this. The kunai's handle was wrapped in sealing talismans. Input chakra to temporarily stabilize the space-time coordinates. It should help you manage the consumption of your summoning technique. Lin Feng accepted the kunai from Minato, and the moment his fingertips brushed against the talisman, a gentle wave of chakra flowed through his meridians. He looked up at Minato, whose azure eyes held a probing curiosity, yet he did not press for further questions. Thank you, Minato. Lin Feng flashed a childlike, innocent smile. But I should return now. Is your main body not resting? Minato raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly amused by this notion, but he merely nodded. Well then, next time you come, remember to give us a heads up. Lin Feng nodded, silently invoking. System, transport to the Duel Arena. Understood. Duel Arena version 2.0 loading complete. Independent time-space has been anchored, external interference completely isolated. The scenery before him faded like a receding tide. When Lin Feng opened his eyes once more, the familiar visage of the Valley of the End greeted him. The colossal statues of Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara still stood resolutely, the waterfall thunderously cascading into the deep pool, sending sprays of mist shimmering with silvery blue luminescence beneath the moonlight. Yet, unlike before, the entire space felt more tangible. The rocks beneath his feet bore a genuine roughness. The night wind laden with moisture slapped against his face, and he could even smell the damp scent of moss. New features added in this upgrade. 1. Time flow adjustment, up to 130. 2. Environmental simulation system, can freely switch battlefield scenes. This duel arena will absolutely not encounter any bugs. Host need not worry. Chapter 21. The newborn Sasuke. The system initiated the matching process. Matching. Ding. Match successful. Matched with newborn Sasuke. As the system and Amp, Apos. S voice faded. A black-haired child leapt into the air 30 meters away from Lin Feng. Clad in a deep blue short shirt emblazoned with the Uchiha clan and amp, Apos. S emblem on his back, he held a kunai in his right hand, gripping it with the precision of a textbook example. This was 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, before the massacre. With a shuriken in each hand, his knuckles turned white from exertion, as if facing not merely a training opponent, but the enemies responsible for his clan and amp, Apos. S annihilation. In Lin Feng and amp, Apos. S vision, the 6-year-old Sasuke resembled a poised young leopard, his short black hair swaying slightly as his single tomo Sharingan glimmered a vivid crimson in the dim duel arena. Let the battle begin. Good luck, host. Sasuke moved in an instant. His speed far exceeded that of a typical 6-year-old, closing the distance to Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce whip kick. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and his two tomo Sharingan whirled rapidly, predicting the trajectory as he sidestepped while his right hand clawed towards Sasuke's ankle. With a sharp sound, Sasuke twisted midair, his other leg striking towards Lin Feng and Apos, S wrist like an iron whip. The two separated at once, stepping back 3 paces each. Taijutsu clash, draw. The advantage of the Sharingan's prediction negated the speed disparity. Lin Feng shook his tingling wrist, surprised. Despite his youth, Sasuke's taijutsu was sharp and precise, each strike imbued with the Uchiha clan and amp, Apos. S characteristic ferocity. Once more. This time, Lin Feng took the initiative. He shifted his footwork, his figure gliding towards Sasuke like a ghost. The wind of his punch roaring towards Sasuke and amp, Apos. S chest. Sasuke leaned back to evade, only to see Lin Feng suddenly alter his attack, transforming his punch into a palm strike aimed at Sasuke's neck. With a resounding impact, Sasuke was pushed back several meters, kneeling to steady himself. His gaze grew colder. The tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Taijutsu suppression successful. The foundational enhancement effect of the 8 gates has manifested. Lin Feng offered no respite, closing in again. His taijutsu, honed through the 8 gates, endowed him with explosive muscle power far beyond his peers, each punch slicing through the air. Sasuke retreated step by step, yet his expression remained calm, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment. Suddenly, Sasuke leapt back, creating distance, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, ram, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, a wave of scorching heat approaching. Lin Feng's Sharingan instantly locked onto Sasuke's sealing sequence, almost instinctively replicating it. Fire release, great fireball technique. The two fireballs collided midair with a thunderous explosion. Sparks flew, and heat waves rolled. Lin Feng's fireball was evidently larger, forcing Sasuke's flames back. Yet, just as the flames were about to engulf Sasuke, he hastened his sealing. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several shuriken, cloaked in flames, shot forth from the fiery curtain. Although Lin Feng and Apos, as Sharingan could discern their trajectory, his body could not fully evade in time. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 flaming shuriken grazed his arm and shoulder, the searing pain eliciting a muffled groan from Lin Feng. Fire release replication successful, but practical application delayed. Age disparity leads to insufficient reaction speed. Sasuke pressed the attack, closing in like a shadow, his kunai aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike, yet Sasuke's knee slammed into his abdomen. Bang! Lin Feng was propelled several meters back, crashing to the ground, struggling to rise. He found Sasuke and amp, Apos, S kunai poised against his throat, the cold gaze of the single tomo Sharingan looking down upon him, devoid of emotion. The duel has concluded. The victor is the merciless Sasuke. ZZ. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The burns on his shoulder and arm throbbed painfully, yet a smile crept onto his lips. The arena's restoration mechanism began to function, fresh grass sprouting from the scorched earth. Is this the genius of the Uchiha? Lin Feng pondered with a sense of awe. The system and amp, Apos, S voice echoed in his mind. Though you lost, host, your performance was outstanding. Your taijutsu combo could flow more smoothly. Next time, remember to retreat when faced with fire release. Reward, a comforting tune. A lively melody began playing from an unknown source, and Sasuke and Apos, S figure gradually faded with the rhythm. Lin Feng sat up with a wry smile as a gentle green light enveloped his burn, the system channeling chakra to heal him. Next time, I will surely win. The system's voice declared cheerfully. The system remarked, Sasuke at 6 is still too formidable. My 4-year-old body is simply inadequate. If I faced a weaker opponent, victory would be assured. Sighing, he resolved to analyze the reasons for his defeat and requested a battle replay from the system. Seated cross-legged upon the rocky arena, a translucent replay of the battle floated before him. The system thoughtfully highlighted each critical moment with pink arrows, accompanied by adorable annotations. Here, host. A side kick followed by an elbow strike would look much cooler. Sasuke's little finger on his left hand lifted during his sealing. You can exploit this flaw next time. How enlightening. Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin, his eyes sparkling. He suddenly realized that Sasuke unconsciously took a half step back before unleashing his great fireball each time. A perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Ding. Host and Amp. Oppos. S analysis is exceptionally diligent. Reward. Combat Intuition 5 buff. Injuries fully healed. No scars remain. Lin Feng rose, stretching his limbs. The foundational training of the 8 gates had granted him muscle memory far surpassing his peers. He gazed at the distant statue of Senju Hashirama, his fighting spirit ignited. Tonight, he would ascend to the second tier of new students. Yet then he pondered, winning a match only grants 2 points? Ascending requires 100 points. System. This point system is utterly unreasonable. Lin Feng exclaimed in frustration. 50 matches? My arms would be worn out before I reach the second tier. Ah. You've discovered a loophole. New rules unlock. Win 5 consecutive matches. Rank points 4 per match. Duel points 40 per match. This buff remains until the genin rank. Lin Feng and Amp. Oppos. S Sharingan gleamed with excitement. Now that S more like it. He readied himself, having acquired Shuriken from young Sasuke. Determined to secure 10 victories. Standing at one end of the duel arena, his two-tomo Sharingan glimmered a vivid crimson in the darkness. He rolled his neck. The joints cracking audibly. System, initiate another match. Understood. Searching for peak opponents from the ninja school enrollment period. I've decided to write only 3 combat scenes. Writing too many feels like padding. Chapter 22, Hinata Hyuga Ding. Match successful. Opponent, freshman rank, Hinata Hyuga, 6 years old, Taijutsu specialist, as the opponent descended. Lin Feng and Oppos. S Sharingan had already locked onto the petite figure that leapt from the air. The small silhouette stood with slightly parted feet, veins bulging ominously around her Byakugan eyes. The stance of her gentle fist was flawless, resembling a page from a textbook, with her left palm facing forward and her right hand curled into a claw. Chakra coalescing into a visible pale blue glow at her fingertips. The battle begins. Without warning, Hinata sprang into action. Her movements were astonishingly swift. With a light touch of her toes upon the rocky surface, she approached like a specter. Lin Feng and Oppos, as Sharingan whirled frantically. Barely capturing the trajectory of her right palm aimed directly at his sternum. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Lin Feng leaned back in haste as Hinata and Amp. Oppos, S fingertips grazed his front, tearing a hole in his garment. Before he could regain his stance, Hinata's left palm struck from below like a venomous serpent, targeting his lower abdomen. Lin Feng swiftly twisted his body, the chakra from the 8 gates bursting through his muscles. His right leg swept towards Hinata's waist like an iron whip. But she suddenly altered her move, crossing her arms to block and flipping backward, leaving 2 slender marks on the rock surface with her toes. Bang! The force of Lin Feng and Oppos' kick shattered a protruding rock, sending fragments flying and grazing his cheek, leaving a crimson trail. Warm liquid trickled down his jaw. The metallic scent of blood filling his mouth. Hinata offered him no respite. Her figure flickered again, closing in, her palms dancing like butterflies. Each strike precisely targeting Lin Feng and Oppos' chakra points. Gentle fist, 2 fingers piercing hand. Though Lin Feng and Oppos' Sharingan could discern her movements, his body lagged behind. Hinata's index and middle fingers converged sharply upon his right shoulder. Ugh! A searing pain coursed through him like electricity, rendering his right arm numb. Lin Feng staggered back, cold sweat soaking his back. Hinata's assault remained relentless. Her toes lightly tapped the ground as she reversed direction, her left palm aiming for his heart. 8 gates, open gate. Pale blue chakra erupted from Lin Feng and Oppos' body like flames, his speed surging dramatically. Just as Hinata and Oppos' fingertips were about to reach his chest, he abruptly sidestepped, seizing her wrist with his left hand and leveraging it to swing her around. Boom! Hinata's body crashed heavily against the rocky surface. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading from her point of impact. However, her reflexes were astonishingly quick. In that moment of descent, her right leg lashed out towards Lin Feng's temple like a whip. Slap! Lin Feng turned his head to evade, Hinata's toes skimming past his ear, inducing a sharp ringing in his head. He did not relinquish his grip on her wrist. Instead, he utilized the rotational force to hurl her back toward the ground. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds of cracking stone echoed continuously as Hinata's body trembled upon impact, yet her left hand stubbornly rose. Chakra coalescing at her fingertips like a needle aimed at Lin Feng's wrist. No way. Lin Feng abruptly released her, leaping back to create distance. His right arm remained painfully numb, but the power of the 8 gates surged within his veins. Hinata slowly rose from the rubble, her pure white eyes unfocused yet fixated on his every move. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, her right arm hung limply, evidently her shoulder shattered. Yet her stance remained steady, chakra circulating at her fingertips, showing no sign of retreat. The instinct to fight, even in her unconscious state, was alarmingly powerful. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, clenching his left fist. Hinata charged once more. This time her movements were slightly sluggish due to her injuries. Yet each strike remained terrifyingly precise. Lin Feng's Sharingan spun wildly, predicting her path, the power of the 8 gates roaring through his muscles. Taijutsu, collapsing mountain drop. Seizing the moment of her attack's vulnerability, Lin Feng leapt into the air, his knee crashing down like a hammer onto her chest. Hinata barely managed to cross her arms for defense. Crack. A clear sound of bone fracturing resonated as Hinata's arms contorted at an unnatural angle. Yet her expression showed no hint of pain, as if she were impervious to it. At the moment Lin Feng landed, her right leg shot up suddenly. The tip of her foot aimed like a blade toward his throat. What? Lin Feng barely managed to tilt his head. Hinata and Appo's foot brushing past his neck and drawing a line of blood. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped her ankle, channeling all his strength to hurl her violently toward the statue of Senju Hashirama. Rumble. The statue's armor dented as Hinata's body embedded into the rock, debris cascading down. She struggled for a moment, her arms dropping limply, finally ceasing all movement. Victory. Received duel points X20, achievement unlocked. Breaking skill with strength, Lin Feng slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. The numbness in his right arm gradually subsided, replaced by a fiery pain. The wound at his neck continued to bleed, and the bruises beneath his ribs made each breath feel like a knife's edge. Yet what unsettled him most was Hinata and Appo's vacant white eyes, devoid of fear or hesitation, embodying pure instinct for battle. Host is exceedingly formidable. That last collapsing mountain drop was incredibly impressive. Lin Feng's wounds healed at a visible rate, his stamina slowly returning. In the distance, Hinata and Appo's form was enveloped in a green light, her twisted bones rejoining, her bruised skin restoring to its former state. She quietly rose, her gaze still hollow, before dissipating into white smoke. The ravaged rock surface began to shift back into place, the shattered statue reassembling as if the fierce battle had never occurred. Having engaged in close combat throughout, Lin Feng had been unable to employ any ninjutsu. He flexed his right hand, now regaining sensation. At present, my taijutsu skills are on par with those of a newly enrolled ninja. It is time to acquire a ninja blade and some secret scrolls regarding taijutsu, such as the Uchiha clan's sword techniques. Does the host require rest? No need. Lin Feng felt particularly invigorated. Continue matching for the next battle. Ding. Match successful. Opponent. Freshman rank, Shikamura Nara, 6 years old, tactics specialist. Lin Feng stood on the edge of the cliff at the Valley of the End. Beneath him the roaring waterfall, above him the ominous night sky. His body remained unscathed, yet his spirit felt taut as a drawn bowstring. The continuous battles had rendered his nerves nearly numb. Occasionally, phantom images flickered before his eyes, the tomo in his Sharingan glowing a vivid crimson amidst the darkness. System. Display current data. Host's current status. Rank. Freshman level 1. 99-100. Copied ninjutsu. Fire release. Grand Fireball technique. Phoenix Fire technique. Dragon Fire technique. Fire bullet. Grand Fire Dragon technique. Lightning release. Earth walk. False darkness. Lightning tiger kill. Lightning serpent. Gratitude wave. Battle instinct. Muscle memory formed. Prediction accuracy 30. He stared at the glaring numbers on the system panel. Freshman level 1. 99-100. Just 1 point away. Lin Feng and Appo's voice was hoarse, a weary smirk tugging at his lips. Don't be disheartened. Host, the tribulation battle is of utmost importance. Winning will elevate you directly to freshman level 2. After numerous battles, Lin Feng had copied several C-rank lightning and fire techniques, honing his battle awareness into muscle memory. The system and Appo's cheerful voice remained vibrant, yet Lin Feng had grown weary of retorts. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the rising irritation in his mind and spoke solemnly. Let us begin. It is due to the fact that there remains 1 year until the Ninetales chaos, and the protagonist's adopted sister is yet to be born for another 4 years. The protagonist has not yet matured, which is why the author is reluctant to hasten the demise of the Minato couple. Additionally, at the tender age of 3, Lin Feng exhausted all his duel points to exchange for the 8 gates of Duenjia from the system's marketplace. Ever since he refined his chakra, he has been able to unlock the second gate, the rest gate. Furthermore, the reason the protagonist can exist in the world of Naruto yet remains concealed from the public eye is his fear of the treacherous Danzo. After all, he was the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Should he become aware of Lin Feng's existence, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 23. Uchiha Izuna Ding. Match successful. Opponent. Rookie rank. Uchiha Izuna, 6 years old. Warring States period peak template. This encounter was somewhat different. A cloud of white smoke erupted across the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng's pupils abruptly constricted. Standing opposite him was a 6-year-old boy with black hair, already clad in the deep blue attire of the Uchiha clan. A short blade sheathed at his waist. His eyes, yet to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, were as cold as steel, seemingly capable of slicing through all illusions. His posture appeared casual, yet every muscle was primed for action. This was a true prodigy, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Uchiha Izuna? Lin Feng felt his muscles tense instantly. Warning. This template is based on the childhood data of the Uchiha genius from the Warring States period. Taijutsu, SS rank. Ninjutsu, S rank, combat awareness, EX rank. Izuna and Appo's projection wasted no words. The moment his right hand gripped the hilt, a sharp sound echoed. The blade shimmered like snow, and Lin Feng's Sharingan barely caught its trajectory as he hurriedly leaned back. The icy edge grazed his throat, drawing a fine bead of blood. Lin Feng could even scent the mixture of rust and blood upon the blade. This weapon had undoubtedly tasted blood. So swift. Lin Feng's 8 gates technique erupted, and he retreated 3 steps, completing 6 hand signs. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. A searing dragon of flames roared forth, its head fierce and fangs bared. However, Izuna executed a remarkable backward arch, the fire dragon merely brushing past his nose, scorching the rock wall behind him. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. Izuna and Apos' left hand had somehow completed the hand seals, 5 bolts of azure lightning darting along the ground. Lin Feng and Apos' Sharingan spun wildly, replicating the hand signs in kind. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. 10 lightning serpents collided midair, unleashing a blast of plasma that shattered surrounding rocks. Amidst the flying debris, Izuna's figure flickered like a phantom. His short blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. Substitution technique. The wooden post was severed cleanly, its surface smooth as a mirror. Lin Feng had already appeared behind Izuna, lightning coalescing in his palm. Lightning release. False darkness. The lightning spear shot forth, but Izuna, with a deft motion, grounded the tip of his blade and spun away, narrowly avoiding the attack. The lightning grazed his clothing, creating a charred pit on the rock wall. Ninjutsu feast. Peak duel. Suddenly, Izuna altered his strategy, his hands moving in a blur of afterimages. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A linear torrent of high-pressure flames surged forward like a spear, melting the rocks in its path into molten lava. Lin Feng and Apos' Sharingan accurately replicated the sequence of hand seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. The 2 streams of fire collided midair, the resultant shockwave blasting rocks within a 10-meter radius into the air. In the heat wave, Izuna and Apos' short blade became entwined with lightning. Lightning release. Lightning blade. The blade, now thrice its original length, swept toward Lin Feng. He leaped back just in time, but the edge still tore through his clothing, scorching his skin. Fire release. Red flower claw. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng retaliated, launching 5 shuriken wrapped in flames in a plum blossom formation. Izuna's blade danced in a protective arc, deflecting each shuriken, but the last one detonated unexpectedly. Boom. Amidst the smoke, Lin Feng's fist was already upon him. Taijutsu. Instantaneous strike. Empowered by the 8 gates, his strikes became mere afterimages, yet Izuna and Apos' blade flowed like water. Each of his blocks precisely intercepted Lin Feng and Apos' joints, even utilizing his force to counterattack. Swish. The blade grazed Lin Feng's left arm, blood splattering onto the rocky surface between them. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng switched tactics, suddenly slapping the ground with one hand. Lightning release. Earth walk. The lightning surged along the damp rock toward Izuna, who leapt into the air, executing 7 complex hand seals. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. A torrential wave of fire cascaded down, Lin Feng's Sharingan spinning frantically, replicating this B-rank ninjutsu that should not have been within a 6-year-old and Apos' grasp. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. 2 seas of fire crashed into one another, illuminating the valley of the end as bright as day. The molten rocks fell like rain, and Lin Feng seized the opportunity to charge forward, gathering lightning in his right fist. Lightning release. Gratitude wave. The close-range explosion of lightning momentarily halted Izuna's movements, allowing Lin Feng's knee to slam into his abdomen. Bang! The sound of shattered ribs echoed clearly as Izuna flew back several meters, adjusting his posture midair and forming hand seals with one hand. Fire release. Flame balls. 3 fireballs, compressed to their limits, shot forth in a triangular formation, leaving Lin Feng no time to evade. He shut his eyes, knowing he could only protect them. The explosion of fireballs hurled him away. Lin Feng rolled to his feet, his body scorched, blood trickling from his mouth. Host. Winky face. His ninjutsu connections are flawless. Wiping away the blood, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. So this is the genius of the Warring States era? No longer holding back. The chakra from the 8 gates erupted like a volcano. 8 gates. Opening of the rest gate. His speed surpassed the sound barrier in an instant. For the first time, Izuna displayed a serious expression, his short blade raised defensively across his chest. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. The fire dragon Lin Feng unleashed was 3 times thicker than before. Izuna attempted to evade with the body flicker technique, but Lin Feng and Apos' true killing move was poised behind him. Lightning release. Lightning tiger assault. The replicated lightning surged forth like a fierce tiger, forcing Izuna to hastily raise his blade. The lightning coursed along the blade, momentarily slowing Izuna's movements. Now's my chance. Lin Feng's fist, imbued with all his chakra, crashed into Izuna and Apos' chest. Bang! The sound of cracking ribs resonated clearly as Izuna smashed through 3 rock pillars before coming to a halt. Lin Feng pressed his advantage, gripping Izuna's shoulders. Uchiha style, surface lotus. The 2 spun like tops, crashing to the ground amidst a storm of dust, Izuna's projection gradually dissipating into white smoke. Victory. Rank up. Rookie Level 2. Achievement unlocked. Godslayer. Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, his vision blurred by blood. Just before succumbing to darkness, he heard the system's cheerful voice. I'm exhausted, please take me home, system. With his last breath, Lin Feng uttered this. Understood, host. In the next moment, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He glanced aimlessly out the window at the surroundings, noting it was still the middle of the night. Host. Only half an hour has elapsed since you left Konoha to conclude the duel. Half an hour. Before Lin Feng could finish his thought, he succumbed to sleep. Chapter 24. Uchiha Swordsmanship. The following day, morning light streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating the dust particles that danced slowly in the beams. Li Suxin gently pushed open the door, only to find Lin Feng curled up beneath the covers, his small face buried in the pillow, breathing steadily and deeply. Fenger, it's time to get up, she softly called, lightly nudging his shoulder. Lin Feng frowned, groggily turning over and murmuring, just let me sleep a little longer. Yi Fengchun stood at the door, holding a bamboo basket for herb gathering, and chuckled, let him sleep, the child is still growing. Li Suxin shook her head in resignation, tucking Lin Feng's blanket in gently as she whispered, I've left your breakfast warming on the stove. Remember to eat when you wake. The couple left quietly, the sound of the wooden door closing barely audible. By the time the sun had risen high, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes, stretching lazily. The first thing he did was call out in his mind, System, how many duel points did I earn last night? Ding. Host, you have finally awakened. I thought you would sleep all day. The cheerful voice of the girl system chimed in. You successfully advanced to the second tier of new students yesterday, earning 1,000 duel points and a rank breakthrough reward of 500 duel points. Additionally, you received Shuriken X20, Kunai X20, and one self-selected C-class ninjutsu scroll. Lin Feng sprang up eagerly, unable to contain his excitement as he opened the system shop. A translucent screen unfolded before him, showcasing a dazzling array of ninjutsu. His gaze lingered for a moment on the S-class and forbidden techniques. 2,000. 5,000. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It was still too expensive. Host. The system suddenly displayed a shiny promotional tag. Today's special. Uchiha Standard Ninja Sword Complete Set of Uchiha Swordsmanship, originally priced at 2,000. Now only 1,000 duel points. You can't go wrong with this purchase. Just then, Li Suxin's voice called from outside. Fenger, are you still asleep? It's time for lunch. Mother, I'm awake. Lin Feng quickly replied, jumping out of bed to wash up. The iron pot on the stove bubbled with steam. The aroma of stewed rabbit meat mingling with mountain mushrooms wafting through the house. Li Suxin gently stirred the soup with a wooden ladle, amber oil swirling on the surface. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she called out, Fenger, it's time to eat. After washing up, Lin Feng emerged from his bedroom. It smells so good, he exclaimed, leaning over the stove to reach for a piece of mountain mushroom. Smack! Li Suxin's ladle accurately struck his hand. Wash your hands. Yi Fengchun sat at the low table, sharpening the sickle used for gathering herbs. Seeing Lin Feng sulking as he went to wash his hands, he couldn't help but chuckle. Did you sneak out last night? Sleeping in until now. I and Appos, am still growing. Lin Feng mumbled, dipping his hands into the basin. Li Suxin served a generous bowl of chestnut rice, pouring thick rabbit soup over it. The tender rabbit leg meat fell apart at the poke of chopsticks, while the mountain mushrooms soaked up the rich broth, glistening with an enticing sauce. Next to it, a small dish held thinly sliced pickled radish, as translucent as cicada wings, shimmering a delicate pink in the sunlight. Eat slowly. No one is going to steal it from you. Noticing Lin Feng's ravenous appetite, Li Suxin added a piece of crispy meat, saying, try this. Your father caught it in the trap on the back mountain this morning. It and Appos, quite fatty. Lin Feng nodded, his cheeks puffed with food, suddenly remembering something as he looked up. Father, can I go play on the north slope this afternoon? Yi Fengchun paused his sharpening, frowning slightly. That area is near the black pine forest. There have been wild boar sightings recently. I'll just gather some herbs. Lin Feng quickly swallowed his food, recalling the hemostatic herbs he had discovered last time. They should be sprouting new shoots by now. Don't try that with me, Li Suxin interrupted. Last time you said you were gathering herbs, but your basket was filled with wild hawthorn instead. Lin Feng awkwardly shoveled rice, his eyes darting around. Yi Fengchun exchanged a glance with Li Suxin and finally sighed. You must return before sunset and take the copper whistle with you. Thank you, father. Lin Feng cheered, finishing his meal in a few bites, grabbing the water pouch, and rushing out. Wait. Li Suxin caught him by the collar, stuffing an oiled paper bag into his hands. Take this sesame cake with you to eat on the way. Lin Feng leaned in and planted a kiss on his mother and Appos' cheek, eliciting a laugh and playful scolding from Li Suxin as she patted his back. How old are you? Still acting cute. As Lin Feng dashed out of the house, he heard his father call after him, don't wander too deep into the mountains. Lin Feng waved his hand in acknowledgement and sped out of the courtyard, colliding head-on with a group of children from the village. Xiao Yefeng, come play hide and seek with us, shouted Xiao Shurtu, waving his arms. I have something to do today. Next time. Lin Feng waved back, not looking back as he ran towards the village outskirts. Lin Feng arrived at a secluded valley on the north slope, 3 miles from Qinshe Mountain. Surrounded on three sides by cliffs, the entrance was dense with shrubs, making it an ideal training ground he had stumbled upon by chance. System, redeemed the special offer package. I'll buy the B-class body flicker technique with the remaining 500. Transaction successful. Obtained. Uchiha Standard Ninja Sword X1. Uchiha Swordsmanship Complete Edition has been loaded. B-class ninjutsu body flicker technique has been mastered. A flash of white light appeared, and a jet black katana manifested in Lin Feng's hand. The blade measured approximately 2 feet and 8 inches, its patterns flowing like water, with the guard shaped like the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. The hilt was wrapped in deep blue shark skin, and a small magatama dangled from the end. This feel. Lin Feng swung the sword casually, the blade slicing through the air with a crisp sound, as if it were custom-made for him. Of course, products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Lin Feng stepped into the center of the valley, gripping the newly acquired Uchiha Standard Ninja Sword with both hands. The blade shimmered with a cool blue light under the sun, and as he infused chakra into the handle, the pattern suddenly glowed with a crimson chakra network, pulsating like veins along the blade. This sensation. Lin Feng gently swung the sword, the blade slicing through the air, producing a clear ringing sound, as if it were an extension of his arm. This is the property of chakra-conductive metal. What you hold now is the standard configuration for elite Uchiha J-Nin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng recalled the essential techniques of Uchiha swordsmanship imparted by the system. He slowly adopted the starting posture, stepping forward with his left foot. The blade pointed diagonally to the ground, his left hand resting lightly on the back of the sword. This posture appeared simple, yet it demanded a high level of coordination from all the muscles in his body. Uchiha-style greatsword technique first form. He suddenly sprang forth, the blade flashing like a silver thread as he struck. The first cut aimed at the rock on his left, and at the moment of contact, he twisted his wrist, changing the downward slash into a thrust. Instantly, a deep 3-inch cross-shaped scar appeared on the rock and amp, Oppo's, S surface. No, that and amp, Oppo's, S not right. Lin Feng frowned at the mark. System, replay the standard action. A translucent pink screen immediately appeared, showing an Uchiha ninja executing the same move, but the scar on the rock displayed a perfect right-angle cross. Lin Feng noticed the subtle rotation of the elbow at the moment the blade met the target. Once more. This time, he deliberately mimicked that rotation. As the blade penetrated the rock, his forearm muscles tightened abruptly. Crack! Chipped stones flew, revealing a perfect right-angle cross on the rock face. Beautiful. Muscle memory formation increased by 5. For the next 3 hours, Lin Feng relentlessly practiced the foundational 12 forms. Sweat dripped from his chin, creating dark circles on the dry earth below. His hands had developed blisters, yet he held the sword steadfastly. The afternoon sun beat down, warming the rocks to a scorching temperature. Lin Feng shed his upper garment, revealing a lean torso. He wiped the sweat from his brow and suddenly directed the tip of his blade towards a tree stump 10 meters away. He aimed to test the technique of body flicker. The chakra coalesced beneath his feet as he silently recited the essence of the technique. It is not merely speed, but the instant explosion and convergence of chakra. Whoosh! In an instant, only an afterimage remained. Lin Feng's figure appeared before the stump, his blade slicing through the air. Yet, at the last moment, his stance faltered, causing the edge to strike the side of the stump at an angle. TSK. Lin Feng struggled to withdraw the blade, still grappling with balance after the movement. It is suggested that the host begin practicing with 3 steps of body flicker. Lin Feng nodded, readjusting his posture. This time, he focused on a protruding rock 3 steps away. Body flicker. First step, chakra exploded beneath his feet. Second step, his body leaned forward at a 45-degree angle. Third step, the blade precisely struck the mossy center of the rock. Success. He turned around in excitement, but nearly stumbled due to his unstable center of gravity. Haha, the host resembles a fawn just learning to walk. Silence. Lin Feng's face flushed as he continued to practice. Gradually, he discovered the secret. At the moment the body flicker concluded, chakra must be evenly distributed across both feet, as if treading upon an invisible surface of water. By the time the sun dipped low, he could flawlessly execute the body flicker slash within 5 steps. However, distances beyond that still eluded him. One final attempt at 10 meters. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon an ancient pine tree 10 meters away. Chakra surged through his meridians, and he felt a gentle warmth beneath his feet. Body flicker slash. The world before him blurred into a ribbon of colors. When his vision cleared, the tip of his blade rested against the trunk, a mere half-inch from the red that he had marked in advance. Whoosh! At the moment he sheathed his blade, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. He knelt on one knee, realizing his chakra was nearly depleted. Warning. Chakra remaining. 12. Recommendation. Rest immediately. Winky face. Lin Feng leaned against the shade of the tree, taking several deep gulps from his water pouch. He gazed at his ninja blade, noticing several minor nicks on the edge. How could it wear so quickly? This is normal wear and tear. The intensity of the host and Oppo's recent practice equates to that of an ordinary ninja over 3 months. Lin Feng looked at the imperfect ninja blade in his hand, feeling a twinge of regret. How he longed for Sasuke's Kusanagi, exquisite and durable, with superior chakra conductivity. Lin Feng rose once more, resolved to attempt one final set. This time, he endeavored to infuse the blade with fire-release chakra. Uchiha style, flame sword. The blade was instantly enveloped in an orange-red chakra flame. Lin Feng swung the sword towards a piece of bluestone, which shattered upon contact, revealing a molten surface. The chakra consumption was immense. After merely 3 strikes, the flames extinguished. Lin Feng gasped for breath, realizing this technique could last a maximum of 5 seconds. As dusk deepened, Lin Feng finally sheathed his blade. His arms ached terribly, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. The system kindly displayed his achievements for the day. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Basic 12 forms mastery. 68. Chakra infusion duration. 5. 3 seconds. Maximum effective killing distance. 8. 7 meters. Body flicker technique. Precision within 3 steps. 99. Precision within 5 steps. 87. Precision within 10 steps. 43. Comprehensive evaluation. Taijutsu level. High-level genin. Suggested focus for tomorrow. Mid-distance body flicker transition. Lin Feng surveyed the results of his practice with satisfaction. Even if the genius Uchiha Itachi were here, he should not surpass me, he mused with a hint of vanity. He then returned the ninja blade to the system space, and, weary yet fulfilled, began his journey homeward. Chapter 25. The invitation from Iron Pillar. Returning to the Yi family's courtyard, Lin Feng pushed open the creaking gate with his weary body and unexpectedly encountered Iron Pillar, who was about to leave. This robust young hunter, despite a slight limp in his right leg, radiated vigor. Iron Pillar and Appo's rough hand thumped heavily on Lin Feng and Appo's shoulder as he grinned widely. Little Yi Feng, you have finally returned. I promised last month to take you to hunt for real game, and I, Iron Pillar, always keep my word. Lin Feng looked up at the towering hunter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Iron Pillar, has your leg healed? Thanks to your father's miraculous medicine. Iron Pillar replied, patting his right leg, grimacing in pain yet maintaining his bravado. That wild boar injured my leg, and I must catch its entire family. Just as Lin Feng was about to agree, he spotted his mother waiting for him under the eaves. Iron Pillar burst into laughter. Kid, I'll be here before dawn tomorrow, so don't you dare oversleep. He clasped his fists in salute to Yi Feng-chun and limped away, humming an off-key mountain song. Lin Feng rubbed his reddened ears, gazing at Iron Pillar and Appo's receding figure, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. This straightforward hunter always approached life with such fervor, undeterred even by injury. Fenger, his mother's voice called from behind. Lin Feng turned to see Li Suxin standing with her hands on her hips, a spatula in hand. She frowned as she scrutinized her son. Look at you, all sweaty, and your clothes soaked through. Go fetch some water from the well and wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. Lin Feng glanced down at himself, realizing he was indeed a mess. His pant legs were caked with mud and grass clippings, while his shirt clung to his back, drenched in sweat. Most alarming was the blood blister on the web of his right hand, now crusted over and gleaming dark red in the sunset light. I'll go right away, he exclaimed, hastily hiding his hand behind him and rushing towards the well. Slow down. Don't fall. Li Suxin's voice trailed after him. Remember to toss your dirty clothes in the basin after washing. The well water was icy and piercing, and Lin Feng filled a bucket to the brim before pouring it over his head. Water droplets cascaded down his hair, washing away the dirt and sweat from his face. He stole a glance towards the kitchen, ensuring his mother was preoccupied, then cautiously rinsed the wound on his right hand with well water. The cold water stung the injury, but it was nothing compared to the pain endured during training. After bathing, Lin Feng donned a clean coarse cloth garment and tossed his filthy clothes into the wooden basin. The aroma of braised meat wafted from the kitchen, prompting him to peek inside. Mother, what's for dinner tonight? All you think about is food. Li Suxin replied without turning, stirring the broth. We're having wild mountain mushrooms stewed with mountain chicken. Your father was fortunate this afternoon. He caught another mountain chicken in the trap. Suddenly, she turned, her sharp gaze landing on Lin Feng's right hand. What happened to your hand? Lin Feng instinctively hid his hand behind him. Nothing, just scraped it a bit while climbing a tree. Li Suxin sighed and retrieved a spoonful of ointment from a jar beside the stove. Come here. The ointment, with its mini freshness and herbal bitterness, was applied to his wound. Lin Feng watched his mother's concentrated profile and suddenly asked, Mother, is Iron Pillar's leg really all right now? Thanks to your father and Appo's medical skills, Li Suxin said softly as she finished bandaging his injury. However, injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to heal. He is rushing to hunt. I fear he may suffer long-term consequences. At dinner, Yi Feng-chun spoke of Iron Pillar's intentions. That boy is quite stubborn. He insists on repaying us. I advised him to rest for another 2 weeks, but he wouldn't listen. Lin Feng, chewing on a chicken leg, mumbled, Father, can I go with him tomorrow? Yi Feng-chun exchanged glances with Li Suxin. After a moment, he replied, You may go, but you must stick close to Iron Pillar and not wander off. Also, he unfastened a pouch from his waist and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the pouch, which felt heavy in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered a finely crafted hunting knife and several small porcelain vials. Coagulation powder and detoxification pills, Ifochant said seriously. I hope you won't need them. And remember, if you encounter a wild boar, do not be reckless. Iron Pillar has experience. You must listen to him. As night fell, Lin Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, the moonlight filtering through the paper window, casting mottled shadows on the earthen floor. He gently caressed the hunting knife beside his pillow, replaying each movement from his training today in his mind, the 12 fundamental techniques of the Uchiha sword style, the chakra flow of the body flicker technique. System. Display today and Oppo's training data, he silently commanded. A pink light screen unfolded before him. Today and Oppo's training results. Mastery of Uchiha sword style, 68. Accuracy of body flicker technique, 87. Lin Feng meticulously examined each piece of data, mentally simulating and correcting his erroneous movements. Outside, the crickets chirped, occasionally mingled with distant barks from dogs. Lin Feng turned to face the wall. The sun-baked bedding exuded a faint scent of grass and wood. He inhaled deeply, gradually relaxing his body. Tomorrow he would be hunting with Brother Iron Pillar. He decided to forego any further training tonight, as entering the duel arena through the Naruto world was too cumbersome. Instead, he would seek out Sister Kushina to learn sealing techniques later. As he mentally repeated his intentions, his eyelids grew heavier. The last flicker of consciousness held onto his father's words from dinner. In hunting, the most vital attribute is not skill, but patience. Chapter 26. The pinnacle of Qi cultivation, the iron-browed mountain boar as the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds. Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by the robust voice echoing from the courtyard. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he pushed open the door to find Taiju seated on a wooden stool in the main room, heartily consuming the wild vegetable porridge his mother had prepared in a coarse porcelain bowl. Awake? Li Suxin turned to her son, wooden spoon in hand. I was just about to call for you. Hurry and wash up. Don't keep Taiju waiting. With a jolt of realization, Lin Feng sprang to action, dashing to the well. The icy water splashed against his face, banishing the last remnants of sleep. He hastily wiped his face and rushed back into the main room, where his mother had already prepared a steaming bowl of rice porridge, accompanied by 2 freshly baked corn cakes. Eat slowly, don't choke, Li Suxin admonished. Observing her son devouring his food with great urgency, Taiju set down his empty bowl, wiping his mouth with a grin. Xiaoyu Feng, we must hurry. At this hour, wild boars are out foraging, making them easy to catch. Lin Feng swallowed the last piece of cake in haste and dashed into the house to retrieve the leather pouch his father had given him. The weight of the deer-hide knife sheath in his hand provided a sense of reassurance. Be careful on the way, Li Suxin cautioned, adjusting her son's collar at the door. Don't venture too far. Understood, mother, Lin Feng exclaimed, eager to keep pace with Taiju. The two traversed the narrow path leading north from the village, morning dew soaking their pant legs. Taiju carried his hunting bow slung over his back, the quiver swaying gently with each step. Taiju, where exactly are we headed? Lin Feng whispered, wary of disturbing any nearby prey. Deep within the black pine forest. About 7 miles ahead, Taiju replied in a hushed tone, gesturing towards the distant dark green silhouette of the mountains. That's where I was injured by a wild boar last time. I must exact my revenge. Lin Feng nodded, instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at his waist. The morning breeze carried the refreshing scent of pine needles, and the distant chirping of birds filled the air. He inhaled deeply, feeling the vibrant life of the forest invigorate him, his steps growing lighter. Upon reaching the heart of the dense forest, the air was saturated with the aroma of pine resin and decaying leaves, the soft earth beneath their feet marked with wild boar hoof prints. This is the spot, Taiju whispered, pointing to a patch of trampled grass ahead. This is where that beast injured me last time. With nimble fingers, he began to fashion a snare trap. Assisted by Lin Feng, they placed a few acorns smeared with honey at the center of the trap, then concealed themselves behind a thicket 20 paces away to wait. The wait felt interminable. Lin Feng could hear the rapid beating of his own heart, his fingers unconsciously brushing the hunting knife given to him by his father. After about half an hour, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes, and a wild boar piglet, weighing nearly 200 pounds, cautiously stepped into view, its shiny black eyes scanning the surroundings. It's here. Taiju's breath quickened. The wild boar was soon lured by the sweet honey, unwittingly stepping into the trap's vicinity. With a sudden snap, the snare tightened, ensnaring the boar's hind leg and hoisting it into the air. The boar emitted a piercing cry, thrashing helplessly. That's it, Taiju exclaimed, leaping from the thicket, his hunting spear gleaming in the morning light. This time, I will have my revenge. Lin Feng followed closely. But as he took his third step, he suddenly froze, feeling the ground tremble beneath him. It was not the slight tremors caused by the struggling boar, but rather the ominous vibrations of a colossal beast charging through the underbrush. A thunderous crash echoed from the depths of the black pine forest, startling flocks of birds into the sky. Warning! The system's feminine voice suddenly became sharp. Pinnacle Qi cultivation, beast energy reaction detected. Taiju's face drained of color. A massive wild boar, towering 3 meters high, burst through the trees, its ivory tusks thicker than a man's arm. Its body was covered in iron-gray bristles, and a mane of steel-like quills rose along its back. its blood-red eyes fixated on the ensnared piglet. Iron-browed mountain boar? Taiju's hunting spear clattered to the ground. This creature is not supposed to be found in the lowlands. The beast let out a deafening roar, saliva dripping from its tusks. It had spotted the two standing beside the trap, pawing the ground and uprooting chunks of grass. Run! Taiju shouted, pushing Lin Feng aside, only to realize the youth remained rooted to the spot. The beast charged towards them with a speed that left an afterimage in its wake. In a moment of desperation, Taiju exerted all his strength to throw Lin Feng to the side, but he himself was struck head-on by the tusks. Taiju! Lin Feng cried as he adjusted midair, helplessly watching Taiju soar like a rag doll, crashing into a pine tree before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed from the hunter and amp, Oppo's mouth, pooling at the roots in a vivid crimson. The beast shook its head, redirecting its focus towards Lin Feng. At that instant, Lin Feng activated his two-tomo Sharingan. He employed the jutsu he had previously replicated from Tsunade, his hands forming seals at an astonishing speed, his chest burning with the intense flow of chakra. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The flames he expelled were not mere fire, but a crimson inferno amplified by the Uchiha bloodline. The intense heat warped the air, and where the flames licked, vegetation instantly turned to ash. The beast was engulfed in the flames, emitting agonized cries. However, as the fire subsided, Lin Feng's heart sank. The beast was merely singed on the surface, its fury now ignited. Rising to its hind legs, it stomped the ground, sending visible shockwaves that snapped surrounding trees in half. Lin Feng quickly sheathed his hunting knife into the system space and drew his ninja blade. The sound of the Uchiha-style ninja blade unsheathing was crisp and melodious. Lin Feng assumed a standard stance, chakra coursing along the blade, the engravings glowing with an eerie red light. As the beast charged again, he activated the body flicker technique. Vanishing from sight, Uchiha-style, Dance of the Crescent Moon. 3 arcs of blade light simultaneously sliced towards the beast and Oppo's neck, abdomen, and hind legs. Yet, upon contact, sparks flew as if striking iron. The creature's defenses surpassed all expectations. Lin Feng's hands trembled from the impact, barely dodging a sweeping tusk, though his sleeve was torn open. Warning to the host. The system rapidly assessed the situation. Its weaknesses lie in the eyes and the white fur on its abdomen. The beast turned with astonishing speed, and as Lin Feng landed, he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching. In a panic, he raised his blade to block. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying, crashing through 2 small trees before coming to a stop. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he struggled to swallow, noticing cracks forming on his ninja blade. Damn it. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at the unconscious Taiju. The beast was advancing, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Drawing a deep breath, he infused the remaining chakra into his blade. Uchiha-style, Flame Flash. The ninja blade was engulfed in chakra flames as Lin Feng transformed into a streak of red light, aiming straight for the beast's left eye. Sensing the impending danger, the beast suddenly jerked its head, and the blade tip barely penetrated its eye socket before being halted by the hard skull. Enraged, the beast violently shook its head, flinging Lin Feng and the blade away. Lin Feng adjusted in midair, landing on one knee and sliding several meters. The ninja blade shattered in his grip, the wound in his hand oozing onto the scorched earth. The beast's left eye bled profusely, but it was evidently not fatal. Remaining chakra, 12, the system warned. Immediate retreat is advised. The beast let out a triumphant roar, its tusks aimed at the exhausted Lin Feng. Just as it prepared for a final charge, a faint voice echoed from afar. Taiju and Oppo's weak call, Xiao Yifeng, run. This cry caused a moment of hesitation in the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng reached for the ninja tool pouch concealed within his clothes, only to discover that his shuriken had already been expended. In the depths of despair, he suddenly recalled something and abruptly glanced at his palm, retrieving the specially crafted kunai bestowed upon him by Minato from the system and Oppo's space, which he plunged into the ground. Lin Feng gradually infused chakra into the Flying Thunder God seal on his palm, silently imploring, I entrust this to you, Brother Minato. He then formed a series of hand seals, pig, dog, rooster, monkey, and goat, invoking the summoning technique. Chapter 27, Spirit Communication. The 4th Hokage world. Only half an hour had passed since Lin Feng and Oppo's departure. Upon seeing Lin Feng leave and Kushina retreat to rest, Minato returned to the Hokage and Oppo's office, as there remained a plethora of tasks to attend to on his very first day in office. Seated at his desk, which was overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork, Minato focused intently on his duties. Suddenly, he sensed the activation of his Flying Thunder God seal, albeit from a considerable distance. He then heard a familiar voice calling out to him, Minato, it's Yefeng. Is he in trouble? Without a moment's hesitation, Minato agreed to the request. As Lin Feng completed the necessary seals, a burst of white smoke erupted before him. At the moment the smoke dissipated, the 4th Hokage and Oppo's cloak billowed dramatically, sunlight filtering through the canopy above to bestow a radiant halo upon his golden figure. Minato knelt gracefully, his right hand still poised with a kunai. His azure eye surveyed the battlefield. Broken ninja blades, a fainted hunter, a charred beast, and a wounded boy kneeling in a pool of blood. Am I too late? Minato and Appo's voice remained gentle, yet his chakra began to surge around him. No, Lin Feng coughed up blood, a smile breaking through the pain. You and Appo's. Rewrite on time, Minato. The beast emitted a low, threatening growl, stamping its front hooves heavily. In an instant, Minato vanished, only to reappear atop a tree 20 meters away. His fingers danced like butterflies, as 12 specially designed kunai were deftly embedded into the surrounding trees, forming an impeccable encirclement. Minato's figure flickered among the kunai, moving with such swiftness that even the afterimages were barely discernible. The beast charged wildly, its fangs snapping as it crashed through 3 black pines. Yet it couldn't even graze the hem of his cloak. Suddenly, Minato appeared directly above the beast, thrusting his kunai into its left eye, the very wound Lin Feng had previously inflicted. With a roar of pain, the beast shook its head. But Minato utilized the recoil to backflip, seamlessly affixing 3 explosive tags into the gaps of its neck fur. Boom. Amidst the explosion's smoke, the beast and Appo's enraged roar reverberated. Minato landed beside Lin Feng, speaking rapidly. Its weakness lies in the white patches on its abdomen. I need you to act as bait. Struggling to stand, Lin Feng positioned his broken sword across his chest. Minato pressed the last kunai into his hand. In 5 seconds, teleport to 3-0 and Appo's clock. As the beast burst through the smoke, Lin Feng followed the directive, sprinting toward the designated point. Minato simultaneously appeared above the beast, 2 kunai precisely aimed at its nostrils. In agony, the beast reared back, exposing its vulnerable abdomen, where an unhealed, old wound lay. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lin Feng unleashed his final chakra, expelling a massive fireball. Minato, teleporting just before the flames reached the beast, plunged his kunai, now enveloped in highly compressed chakra, into the old wound with surgical precision. Flying Thunder God, second stage. With a shout, the chakra detonated within the beast and Appo's body. As blood rained down, Minato swiftly grasped the exhausted Lin Feng and teleported them to safety. When the beast collapsed, Minato and Appo's cloak remained untouched by a single drop of blood. The battle had concluded. Minato exhaled a sigh of relief and turned towards Lin Feng. Are you alright? Lin Feng shook his head, urgently pointing towards the iron pillar. Minato, can you save him? Minato examined the condition of the iron pillar, frowning slightly. 3 ribs are broken, internal bleeding. I'm not proficient in medical ninjutsu, but I can provide basic treatment. He retrieved bandages and hemostatic medicine from his ninja tool pouch, applying them with practiced skill. Host. Suggestion. Advance 1,000 duel points to extend Minato and Appo's stay. Current duel points. Minus 1,000. Overdraft status. Without hesitation, Lin Feng consented. Minato and Appo's previously fading figure suddenly solidified, and he glanced down at his hands. The rejection from this world has lessened? He raised his gaze to Lin Feng. A flicker of confusion in his eyes. Yeffing, what have you done? Lin Feng managed a strained smile. It's nothing, just allowing you to stay a bit longer. Lin Feng looked at the unconscious iron pillar. Minato, could you carry him back to the village? Very well. Minato crouched down and carefully lifted the unconscious iron pillar onto his back. Despite the iron pillar and Appo's imposing stature, Minato and Appo's precise chakra control allowed him to move with grace and stability, preventing any further harm to the injured man. Let us go? Minato and Appo's voice was calm and steady, as though the earlier battle had been merely a trivial matter. Lin Feng nodded, dragging his weary frame to follow. He glanced back at the massive corpse of the iron boar, a chill of fear coursing through him. Had Minato not arrived in time, both he and the iron pillar might not have survived this encounter. Minato, can you leave a flying thunder god mark on this beast? Lin Feng pointed at the carcass. I want to bring it back to the village. Minato raised an eyebrow slightly but did not inquire further. He formed a single hand seal, a faint blue chakra glowing in his palm as he gently pressed it against the beast and Appo's forehead. Complex symbols spread across its skin like a web, ultimately vanishing beneath its fur. All done. The mark will last for 3 days, sufficient time for you to manage it. Minato continued forward, carrying the iron pillar, while Lin Feng followed, weary yet determined. The iron pillar's labored breaths echoed in Minato's ears, the blood seeping through the makeshift bandages staining his white ceremonial robe with a shocking red. Just a little longer, Minato murmured, unsure if he was speaking to the iron pillar or to the faltering Lin Feng behind him. Lin Feng's vision blurred, yet he pressed on to keep pace with Minato. As they passed a trap, he caught a glimpse of a small wild boar, which had managed to break free from the ropes and escape, leaving behind only a few tufts of gray-black fur caught in the broken vines. Host, your chakra has been overdrawn. Winky face. Suggestion. Rest immediately. Lin Feng shook his head in response. Let us talk about it when we get back to the village. They traversed through the last thicket, the outline of Qingshi village emerging in their view. By the millstone at the village entrance, several women grinding wheat were the first to spot them. God, Is that the Iron Pillar? Why is that kid from the Yi family covered in blood? Who is that blonde man? The gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. And Zhao, drawing water from the well, dropped her bucket with a splash, crying out, "Come quickly. Something has happened." Urgent bells rang from the old locust tree in the village center, signaling an emergency. In an instant, dozens of villagers surged from all directions, surrounding the entrance of the village. Make way, make way. Yi Fengchun and Amp, Appo's voice cut through the throng. He pushed forward, and upon seeing his son's dreadful state, his face turned ashen. "Dad." Lin Feng began to speak, but his legs buckled, and he fell forward. Chapter 28. Healing the hammer, Yi Fengchun stepped forward with agility, firmly catching his son. Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's body felt alarmingly light, as if it were merely a thin layer of skin enveloping bones. His breath came in quick gasps, and his forehead burned with fever, clearly a sign of extreme physical exhaustion. "This is Watergate," Lin Feng managed to muster, pointing toward the golden-haired man beside him. "Without him, we wouldn't and Amp, Appo's have made it back." Yi Fengchun lifted his gaze to meet both Feng Shuimin and Amp, Appo's eyes. Although the man in Amp, Appo's attire was peculiar, a sense of reassuring calm emanated from his demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fengchun spoke earnestly, "Esteemed immortal, I kindly ask you to accompany me." He then turned to the onlookers in the village, his voice resonating. "Please make way. Taiju is still unconscious and requires immediate treatment." The crowd promptly parted, creating a clear path. With Lin Feng cradled in his arms, Yi Fengchun hastened toward his home, followed closely by Shui Min, who carried Taiju on his back. Li Suxin was in the yard drying herbs when she heard the commotion. Looking up, the bamboo sieve in her hands clattered to the ground. "What has happened, dear? Why has the bell been rung?" Her voice trembled as her gaze flitted between her husband's embrace of Lin Feng and Shui Min and Amp, Appo's burden of Taiju, her complexion paling in an instant. "How could this be?" "There is no time for explanations," Yi Fengchun replied solemnly, leading Shui Min directly into the inner room. "Esteemed immortal, please place Taiju on the Kong." Though Shui Min found the term Kong unfamiliar, he quickly grasped Yi Fengchun's intent. With utmost care, he laid Taiju flat on the brick platform, moving as though handling fragile porcelain. Yi Fengchun assisted Lin Feng to lie at the foot of the Kong. Observing his son and Amp, Appo's frail condition, tears welled in his eyes, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. As a physician, he had witnessed too many patients succumb to grievous injuries. And at that moment, he feared his son might. His chakra has merely been overexerted. A bit of rest will suffice. There is no grave concern. Shui Min and Amp, Appo's voice suddenly interrupted Yi Fengchun and Amp, Appo's spiraling thoughts. "Chakra?" Yi Fengchun exclaimed, his eyes widening with confusion. "What is that?" Shui Min paused, realizing that Lin Feng had never disclosed his training to his parents. He carefully chose his words, explaining, "Chakra is a form of energy within the human body, a fusion of mental and physical energy. Practitioners can refine and utilize it through specific methods to perform various techniques." He raised his hand, conjuring a pale blue sphere of chakra in his palm. Like this. Yi Fengchun's eyes widened in astonishment, the sight before him far exceeding his understanding. The orb radiated a gentle energy, reminiscent of the true qi described in ancient texts, yet distinctly different. "So, Lin Feng he is cultivating chakra," Yi Fengchun murmured, a nod from Shui Min confirming his unspoken realization. "And he possesses considerable talent. Had he not delayed that beast today, I might not have arrived in time." Yi Fengchun swallowed hard, his heart a tumult of emotions. Turning to the unconscious Taiju, he forced himself to regain composure. Now was not the time for contemplation. Saving lives was paramount. Taiju and Appo's condition was far more critical than Lin Feng and Appo's. With practiced hands, Yi Fengchun swiftly unfastened Taiju's garments, revealing horrendous injuries. His chest was a dark bruise, with the right ribs visibly caved in, breathing weak and erratic. "Broken ribs. Punctured lung," Yi Fengchun murmured, gently pressing on Taiju and Amp, Appo's chest to assess the severity of the internal bleeding. "Immediate action is required." He called out to Li Suxin, "Suxin, bring the hemostatic powder, and the bone-setting ointment, and silver needles." Li Suxin quickly fetched the medicine box. Yi Fengchun first used the silver needles to seal several acupoints on Taiju, slowing the flow of blood. He then took a pouch of brown powder, sprinkling it over the wound on Taiju and Amp, Appo's chest. The moment the powder made contact with blood, it hissed and released a wisp of blue smoke. "What is this?" Shui Min inquired, intrigued. "It's hemostatic powder, made from sanqi, shuejia, and longu powder," Yi Fengchun explained without looking up, his hands deftly working to quickly coagulate the blood and prevent further loss. Next, he retrieved a jar of dark green ointment and applied it evenly to Taiju and Amp, Appo's ribs. The ointment exuded a potent herbal aroma, warming upon contact with the skin, as if alive, penetrating into the wound. "This is the bone-setting ointment, a family secret," Yi Fengchun said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "It can promote fracture healing within 12 hours. Shuimin observed with keen interest the medical techniques that diverged from ninjutsu. In his world, medical ninjas typically stimulated cell regeneration directly with chakra, whereas here, the physician relied on herbs and acupuncture, a truly unique approach. Do you require assistance? Shuimin offered. While he was not adept at medical ninjutsu, he possessed basic control over chakra. Yi Fengchun hesitated for a moment before nodding. If you could use that chakra to stabilize his internal bleeding, it would be greatly appreciated. Shuimin gently placed his palm on Taiju and Appo's abdomen, a soft blue chakra gradually flowing into the injured man's body. Under his precise control, the chakra enveloped the damaged organs like a fine net, temporarily stabilizing the injuries. Incredible. Yi Fengchun marveled as he observed Taiju's breathing steadily normalize. 3 hours later, Yi Fengchun finally straightened his aching back. Taiju's breathing had become steady. Although still unconscious, his life was no longer in jeopardy. Thank you, Yi Fengchun said earnestly to Shuimin, bowing respectfully. Had it not been for your intervention, these two children might have. Shuimin quickly waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Lin Feng is my very important junior. At that moment, a slight rustling came from the foot of the Kong. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his thick eyelashes fluttering, though his chakra was entirely depleted. 3 hours of rest had restored much of his strength. He tentatively wiggled his fingers, relieved that he could at least move them. Unlike before when he had been utterly incapacitated, Lin Feng, Li Sushi nearly leaped forward, enveloping her son in her embrace. Her arms trembled slightly, her voice choked with emotion. You frightened your mother to death upon your return. Lin Feng caught the familiar scent of herbs mingled with his mother and Appo's salty tears. It then dawned on him that his clothes were stained with dried blood, explaining her distress. Mother, I'm fine, he whispered, his voice still weak. Li Sushi released him, carefully inspecting him before finally sighing with relief. Now, let us wash you up and apply some medicine. Chapter 29. A mother's concern. Li Sushi turned her gaze towards Shuimin, her eyes settling upon his blood-stained ceremonial robe. The once pristine white fabric was now soaked with blood. Dark crimson stain shocking to behold. Immortal, your robe is entirely covered in blood. Allow me to wash it for you, she spoke softly, her tone laced with concern. Shuimin paused momentarily, glancing down at his robe and finally noticing the dried blood, now congealed into dark red blotches. He nodded gently. That would be most kind of you. He raised his hand to untie the ceremonial robe, removing the white garment adorned with the insignia of the fourth Hokage before handing it to Li Sushi. The robe felt heavy in her hands, imbued with a faint metallic scent and a certain crispness reminiscent of pine and winter. If you do not mind, please rest here for a while, Li Sushi offered softly as she accepted the robe. I will wash Yifeng's clothes and return shortly. Shuimin smiled faintly. Very well. With one arm cradling Lin Feng and the other holding the ceremonial robe, Li Sushi made her way towards the well at the edge of the courtyard. Upon her emergence, the villagers who had gathered around immediately surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. Taiju is gravely injured, but he is stable now, Li Sushi replied succinctly, her tone calm. Yifeng has only superficial wounds, so do not worry. Relieved, the crowd parted to allow her passage. Li Sushi draped the ceremonial robe over the edge of the well and single-handedly drew a bucket of cool water from its depths. The icy droplets splashed against Lin Feng's face, causing him to instinctively recoil. Stand still, Li Sushi instructed him, her voice unusually gentle. She untied the blood-stained sash of Lin Feng and Appo's clothing, allowing the coarse fabric to fall to the ground, revealing the boy and Appo's frail form. In the morning light, the bruises on his body appeared starkly vivid. Suddenly, Lin Feng sneezed. The well water, refreshingly cool in early autumn, contrasted with the warmth of his mother's hands. As the damp cloth glided across his back, Li Sushi felt her fingers tremble slightly. Is this the blood of a beast? She asked softly. Lin Feng, staring at the ripples his toes created in the water, nodded quietly, yes. The cloth lingered over a bruise on his shoulder blade. And Li Sushi's movements became even more delicate, as if she feared to break something fragile. The water mixed with blood flowed into the drainage ditch, tracing a meandering red line upon the muddy ground. Turn around, she instructed, and Lin Feng obediently complied. Li Sushi inhaled sharply. A 3-inch-long bruise marred the boy's chest. Its edges a horrifying shade of purplish black. Did that beast strike you? Yes, but it doesn't in Appo's hurt anymore, Lin Feng fibbed slightly. In truth, every breath felt like a searing brand against his chest. Li Sushi pressed her lips into a thin line and retrieved a small porcelain vial from her waist, pouring out a dollop of amber-colored ointment. The balm, imbued with a refreshing menthol scent, offered immediate comfort to Lin Feng as it melted upon his wound. This is a newly formulated healing salve, she explained as she applied it, infused with borneal and musk to alleviate pain and clear bruises. Her fingertips deftly traced circles over the contusion, applying just the right amount of pressure. When she reached the callous skin of his right hand, she paused, noticing the thick scabs that marked the spot, evidence of repeated abrasions. Have you been practicing your swordsmanship? She inquired suddenly. Lin Feng's head snapped up, meeting his mother's knowing gaze. She had already deduced his secret mother. He began. Shoo. Li Sushi placed a finger over his lips. Let me treat your wounds first. She fetched another jade-green jar, revealing a milky white ointment that exuded a faint pine scent. This specialized salve for old injuries was so precious that even his father rarely used it, yet Li Suxin generously scooped out a generous portion. The sharp sting of the ointment as it seeped into his wounds made Lin Feng grimace. Li Suxin lowered her head and gently blew on the area, reminiscent of the tender care she had shown him in his childhood after he had fallen. Does it still hurt? Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Finally, she tended to his hair. Li Suxin ladled warm water, carefully avoiding the scrape on his forehead. The lather from the soap nut foamed atop his head, glimmering like a rainbow in the sunlight. As the warm water flowed past his ears, Lin Feng caught a faint sigh from his mother. Be careful in the future. Li Suxin produced a wooden basin and placed it beside the well. She shook out the bloodied ceremonial robe. The once snowy fabric now bore dark crimson stains that had dried into an eerie purplish black under the morning sun. This material. Her fingers grazed the collar, marveling at its lightness coupled with resilience, something she had never encountered before. The inner fireproof layer shimmered like pearls upon contact with water, and the embroidered characters of the fourth Hokage glinted with golden threads interwoven with a luminescent silk. As she applied soap-nut water, the bloodstains surprisingly lifted with ease. Li Suxin watched in astonishment as the crimson hue bled into the foam, swiftly washed away by the well water. Even more astonishing was the realization that the intricate embroidery retained its vividness, becoming even more pronounced when wet. Indeed, garments of the immortals are truly exceptional, she murmured, hanging the washed robe upon a bamboo pole. As the corners of the robe swayed gently, it appeared to dance as if it possessed a life of its own. When it came time to wash Lin Feng and Appo's coarse clothing, Li Suxin's movements became decidedly more vigorous. She scrunched the collar with force, quickly turning the water in the basin a pale red. The patched old garment emitted a creaking sound under the strain, echoing the day and Appo's harrowing experiences of its young owner. Mother, Lin Feng, clad in a clean shirt, squatted nearby, observing how his mother assaulted the clothing against the washboard, unable to suppress a shiver. With a sudden splash, Li Suxin slammed the wet garment onto the stone slab, sending droplets spraying onto her skirt. She took several deep breaths, staring at the rippling reflections in the water before resuming her task. This time, however, her movements were gentler, though her knuckles turned white from exertion. As she hung up the last piece of clothing on the bamboo pole, Li Suxin shook her aching wrist. After a brief rest, she lifted the empty basin with one hand and took Lin Feng and Appo's hand with the other, leading him inside. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the kitchen. Yi Fengchun was tending to the medicinal furnace, occasionally stirring the dark green concoction within the pot with a wooden spoon. Feng Shuimin stood beside him, keenly observing the methods of herbal preparation in this world. Immortal, Li Suxin wiped her hands on her apron. Why not stay the night? We owe you our gratitude. Shuimin quickly waved his hand. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Feng Shuimin. That is unacceptable, Li Suxin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Addressing an immortal by name could result in calamity. Shuimin chuckled, bemused. He had been adored by the villagers during his time in Konoha, yet never had he been revered as a deity until now. Yi Fengchun, noticing the exchange, added a handful of licorice to the pot, leisurely chiming in. Indeed. Feng immortal, you saved 2 children. At the very least, let us show our gratitude. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he had slipped to Shuimin and Appo's side, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, my mother is this warm-hearted. She never forgets anyone who has helped her. With a mischievous wink, Lin Feng added, Shuimin, I know you are eager to return, but fret not. Time flows slowly in the ninja world. A day here amounts to merely a quarter of an hour there. Shuimin's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. He had indeed been preoccupied with the mountain of paperwork awaiting him in the Hokage and Appo's office, but if Lin Feng and Appo's claim held true, then I shall impose upon you, he said, inclining slightly, the tips of his golden hair glimmering in the sunlight. Li Suxin and Appo's face brightened instantly. She turned and retrieved a treasured piece of ham from the cupboard, exclaiming, husband, fetch a jar of wine from the cellar. Tonight, we feast on braised pork. The pot atop the medicinal furnace bubbled with a delightful vigor, the fragrances of angelica and astragalus permeating the entire room. As Minato observed the bustling figures of the Yi family, he was suddenly reminded of Kushina, who was far away in Konoha. If she were to witness such a lively scene, she would undoubtedly roll up her sleeves and join in the festivities, wouldn't she? Lin Feng discreetly nudged his arm and said, Minato, my mother's braised pork is absolutely delectable. Even the neighbor's carpenter's little dog comes to sit by the door, drawn by the enticing aroma. Chapter 30. The manifestation of power by Minato Namikaze. The crackling of firewood in the stove harmonized with the rich aroma of braised pork, mingled with the fragrant notes of star anise and cinnamon, wafting freely through the kitchen. Su Exile, the wine has arrived, Yi Fengchun announced as he ascended from the cellar. Cradling a coarse pottery wine jar, its red cloth cover still stained with fresh earth, the plum wine brewed last year was perfectly ready to be enjoyed. Just as Minato was about to rise to assist, Su Exile pressed him back onto the bench, exclaiming, just sit back and relax, immortal. She deftly chopped wild onions, the knife producing a crisp sound against the cutting board. Lin Feng, go fetch the newly pickled radishes, she instructed. Lin Feng sprinted to the storage shelf, tiptoeing to retrieve a celadon jar. Upon lifting the lid, a sweet and sour aroma enveloped the air, revealing jade-like slices of radish adorned with a few red pepper flakes. He stealthily pinched a slice, but was caught by Li Su Exile before it reached his mouth. Stealing again, she feigned a hit at his hand, then turned to Minato with a smile. Please forgive his antics. Minato observed this scene, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The playful interaction between mother and son reminded him of his own mother bustling about in the kitchen during his childhood. Soon, the dining table was laden with a plethora of delectable dishes: glistening braised pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, cold wood ear mushrooms, chicken stewed with mountain mushrooms, and a generous bowl of soft tofu soup. Yi Fengchun filled a cup with plum wine, the amber liquid sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. This one is to honor the immortal and Appo's life-saving grace, he declared, presenting the bowl to Minato with both hands. Minato quickly accepted. You are far too kind. Please indulge, Li Su Exile insisted, placing a piece of marbled braised pork into Minato and Appo's bowl. Do try this, caramelized with local rock sugar. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth. Minato and Appo's blue eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. The flavor reminded him of a ramen shop, yet with a distinct rustic charm. Lin Feng, mouthful of rice, mumbled, Brother Minato says there are noodles in his world too. No talking while eating, Li Su Exile admonished. Ladling a bowl of tofu soup for Minato, her curiosity piqued. Do you also eat such fare, immortal? In the bright sunlight, Minato spoke of the culture and customs of the Hidden Leaf Village. His tone lightened as he recounted the third Hokage's fondness for grilled fish. Yi Fengchun was so captivated that he spilled some wine without noticing, while Li Su Exile occasionally gasped in astonishment, forgetting to move her chopsticks. The ceremonial robe hanging in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, its flame-patterned cuffs shimmering under the midday sun. After several rounds of wine, Yi Fengchun and Appo's face flushed as crimson as the fire in the stove. With a bashful smile, he inquired, Minato, do healers in your land possess such mystical abilities as you? Minato set down his chopsticks and gently explained, medical ninjutsu requires a unique talent. Not all ninjas can master it. He concentrated, summoning a strand of pale blue chakra at his fingertips, lightly tapping the table. We primarily utilize this energy to stimulate cellular regeneration in the injured, accelerating their healing. Yi Fengchun and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. That is far swifter than our herbal remedies. Li Su Exile added another piece of braised pork to Minato's bowl. Please eat more, immortal. We have little to offer in the countryside. Just as Minato was about to express his gratitude, Lin Feng suddenly leapt from his seat. Father, mother, I'll take Brother Minato for a stroll around the village. Without waiting for a response, he tugged at Minato's sleeve and dashed outside. Minato, caught off guard by the sudden enthusiasm, politely nodded to Yi Fengchun and Li Su Exile before following Lin Feng out of the courtyard. As they stepped beyond the gate, Lin Feng immediately regretted his impulsiveness. A few women drawing water from the well were the first to notice them, their buckets clattering to the ground. Look, it's the golden-haired immortal. A call echoed, drawing the attention of villagers laboring in the fields, old men lounging under trees, and even children at play, all flocking toward them. The crowd swelled, a cacophony of chatter rising around them. Is this truly an immortal? Yes, so handsome. I've never seen an immortal in person before. Look at his hair, it's like spun gold. Minato felt somewhat embarrassed by the commotion, yet maintained a polite smile. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Feng was about to devise an escape plan when a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. We still don't know if he is really an immortal. Wang Hualang stood at the periphery, hands tucked into his pockets, wearing his customary mocking expression. This itinerant merchant, known for his gossip, seemed eager to stir up trouble. Lin Feng's anger flared. Brother Minato. He tugged at Minato and Appo's sleeve, his eyes sparkling. Since someone doubts you, let us show him your prowess. Minato looked down at him. What do you want me to do? Could you teleport the corpse of an ironback mountain pig here using the flying thunder god technique? Lin Feng whispered. We'll need to retrieve it sooner or later, so why not let them see it now? Minato chuckled helplessly but nodded. Very well. Lin Feng turned to the gathered villagers and announced, everyone, step back. The immortal is about to display his divine powers. The crowd parted, creating a 10-meter diameter space. Wang Hualang smirked, standing at the front, ready to witness the spectacle. Minato positioned himself in the center of the clearing and slowly closed his eyes. A gentle breeze tousled his golden hair, the sunlight casting a soft golden hue around him. All present held their breath. Even the cicadas in the trees fell silent. He extended his perception through the channels of the flying thunder god mark, traversing miles of forest to precisely locate the massive beast and Appo's corpse deep within the black pine woods. In an instant, his chakra, like an invisible thread, penetrated the barriers of space, wrapping around the enormous form of the ironback mountain pig. Flying thunder god technique. Minato's voice was soft yet seemed to resonate with an unusual rhythm. Without forming hand seals, his hands hung naturally at his sides. The true flying thunder god required no elaborate gestures. Suddenly, the space around him warped. as if an unseen hand had crumpled and then unfolded it. The dust beneath his feet began to rise, suspended in the air, forming tiny whirlpools. The villagers instinctively took a step back, some even covering their eyes, fearing the unknown forces might burn them. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as the ground trembled, dust swirling violently. A fierce wind arose, lifting fallen leaves and small stones, creating a swirling barrier of air before the onlookers. "What is that?" someone gasped. Through the haze, a colossal shadow gradually emerged. When the wind subsided and the dust settled, a 3-meter-tall ironback mountain pig materialized in the clearing. Its massive body resembled a small mountain, its iron-gray bristles standing erect, and its ivory tusks still stained with dried blood. Though lifeless, its fearsome visage and the overwhelming aura it exuded left the villagers gasping in astonishment. A miracle. This is a true miracle. Summoning the corpse of a beast from thin air. This is indeed an immortal and Apos' power. In my 50 years, I have never witnessed such a technique. Little Shirtu and several other children stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Minato slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm and composed as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Even for him, the effort of relocating such a massive object over several miles was no small feat. Lin Feng stood by, utterly astonished. While he understood the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique, witnessing Minato's display left him in disbelief. The mastery over spatial forces was far beyond his current realm of understanding. Wang Hualang and Apos' legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, murmuring, I was wrong. This truly is a celestial being. Lin Feng stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing her lips, reveling inwardly. Let us see if you dare to question Brother Shui Min again. Shui Min slowly withdrew his hand, the fluctuations of chakra gradually subsiding. He glanced at the crowd and offered a gentle smile, remarking, it is merely a trivial technique, nothing extraordinary. The villagers were left in disbelief. Is this truly just a trivial technique? Chapter 31. Teaching Bufeng Watergate the art of wind escape and spiral shuriken as Yi Fengchun and Li Suxin finished tidying up the dishes. An uproar from outside caught their attention. Exchanging a glance, they hurried out of the courtyard, only to find themselves frozen in place by the sight before them. A colossal beast, towering at nearly 3 meters, lay lifeless in the village square, its iron-gray mane standing like steel needles. Even in death, its gleaming white fangs instilled a sense of dread. Is this the beast that injured Taiju? Yi Fengchuan's voice trembled. Li Suxin clutched her husband's sleeve tightly, her knuckles white. A 3-meter-high beast. How could mere mortals? At that moment, Zhang, the butcher, pushed through the crowd, normally boisterous. He lowered his voice. This Iron Mane mountain pig was slain by the immortal and the Yi family lad. It rightfully belongs to them to distribute. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, who stood beside Watergate. Sensing the villagers' eager gazes, he spoke gently. You have all taken great care of our family. So I have decided to host a bonfire feast tonight, distributing the meat to everyone in the village. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lin Feng continued, however, we must reserve some vital parts for Taiju to aid his recovery. His injuries are severe. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement from the villagers. Zheng quickly summoned several strong men to discuss how to divide the massive carcass. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng slipped next to Watergate, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Watergate, will you teach me your extraordinary skills? Watergate looked at the eager child and nodded with a smile. Sure. Mama. Lin Feng dashed over to Li Suxin. I'm going to learn sorcery from Brother Watergate. Li Suxin wiped her hands and gently adjusted her son's collar. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. Got it. However, before they could begin, Lin Feng had to fulfill his promise to show Watergate around the village. As they strolled along the cobblestone path, Watergate observed the quaint village with keen interest. This is the ancestral hall, where we honor our ancestors. Lin Feng pointed to a brick building. We hold a banquet here every harvest festival. A group of children playing in front of the ancestral hall spotted them and quickly surrounded them. Though they dared not approach too closely, gazing at Watergate with admiration. Crossing a rice field, they arrived at the village mill. The massive water wheel creaked as it turned. Clear stream water flowing from the wooden trough. I love the sound here, Lin Feng said with a smile. Listening to the water at night helps me sleep soundly. Watergate reached out to touch the turning wheel, feeling the cool splashes on his fingertips. This device, fueled solely by the natural forces rather than chakra, reminded him of certain mechanisms in Mayaboka Mountain. Over there is Dr. Zhou's pharmacy. Lin Feng pointed to a nearby wooden house. My father often goes there to exchange medical knowledge. As they continued their tour, more villagers peeked out from their homes, some even kneeling in reverence. Watergate felt slightly awkward under such attention, while Lin Feng appeared unfazed, waving cheerfully to the villagers. After touring the village, Lin Feng led Watergate to the northern slope, his usual training ground. Watergate surveyed the area and immediately noticed numerous unusual markings, uneven knife scars on the rocks, forming a regular training pattern, several tree trunks charred black, still retaining traces of chakra, a multitude of footprints on the ground indicating repeated practice of the body flicker technique, and on a flat stone, a few rudimentary wooden targets. dotted with shurikens. Most striking was a charred hollow in the cliff, approximately 2 meters in diameter, clearly the result of fire-release ninjutsu. You've been training here all along? Watergate asked, surprised. The signs indicated a training intensity far beyond that of his peers. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly blinked, asking, Brother Watergate, what is your signature technique? Watergate chuckled. It's my self-created A-rank ninjutsu, spiral sphere. They found a flat rock to sit on. Watergate extended his palm, and a sphere of blue chakra rapidly formed, spinning in his hand, emitting a humming sound. The principle of the spiral sphere is to compress chakra to a high degree, creating destructive power through irregular rotation, Watergate patiently explained. It does not require hand seals, but demands exceptional chakra control. Although Lin Feng was already aware of the spiral sphere's might, witnessing it firsthand left him in awe. The seemingly gentle blue energy sphere concealed terrifying destructive potential. Learning consists of 4 stages, Watergate illustrated on the ground with a stick. First, the gathering of chakra, then maintaining it, followed by rotation, and finally, compression. He guided Lin Feng's hand to feel the rhythm of the rotation. Lin Feng concentrated intently, but his first attempt at gathering chakra quickly dissipated. Don't rush, Watergate encouraged. I practiced for a long time as well. With Watergate's direct guidance, Lin Feng tried again and again, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, on his 17th attempt, he felt a faint rotation in the chakra in his palm. I did it, Lin Feng exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, nearly losing his balance. Watergate quickly steadied him, a look of satisfaction on his face. You have great talent, but mastering it completely will require much practice. Gazing at the rotating chakra in his palm, Lin Feng was reminded of the scene in the original story where Naruto developed the wind-release spiral shuriken. He looked up at Watergate, who wore a pleased smile, and after a moment's hesitation, asked, Brother Watergate, have you ever tried adding elemental changes to the spiral sphere? Watergate paused slightly, the spiral sphere in his hand dissipating gently. Elemental changes? Like this? Lin Feng formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and attempted to channel wind-release chakra to his palm. However, the nascent spiral sphere immediately became unstable and burst apart with a pop. Watergate pondered, in theory, it is indeed feasible, but pure wind-release chakra is too volatile. Injecting it directly would cause the spiral sphere and Appos' structure to collapse. He attempted to gather chakra in his palm once more, and this time, a faint blue spiral sphere began to shimmer with a green glow of wind release. Yet, just as the wind-release chakra was about to stabilize, a violent explosion sent both of them stumbling backward. Watergate's arm bore scratches from the rebounding chakra, yet excitement danced in his eyes. Indeed, direct injection does not work. Lin Feng dusted himself off and suddenly exclaimed, Brother Watergate, I have an idea. What if one shadow clone maintains the spiral sphere while another focuses on infusing wind release? Watergate's eyes lit up, separation control, brilliant. He immediately split off a shadow clone, with the original maintaining the basic form of the spiral sphere while the clone carefully guided the wind-release chakra over it. A sharp, piercing hum resonated, as serrated blades of wind began to manifest upon the surface of the Sharingan. A tempestuous gale swirled around Minato, the surrounding flora and fauna being mercilessly shredded by the invisible wind blades. It still lacked stability. Beads of sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. Yet a smile of exhilaration danced at the corners of his mouth. The direction was indeed correct. Lin Feng fixed his gaze intently on the azure orb gradually taking shape. Unlike Naruto's crude infusion in the original narrative, Minato's exquisite control over chakra allowed the wind-release chakra to entwine around the Sharingan's surface like fine silk, maintaining stability while bestowing it with formidable cutting power. Success! With a soft exclamation, a blue sphere approximately half a meter in diameter hovered in the palm of his hand. Countless minuscule wind blades whirled rapidly around the orb's surface, producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in chorus. The surrounding air distorted, and the debris on the ground silently disintegrated into dust. Warning! S-class ninjutsu energy fluctuations detected. It is advised for the host to retreat immediately by 10 meters. Winky face. Lin Feng swiftly withdrew, only to witness Minato suddenly hurling the orb towards a distant cliff. The blue light flickered and vanished. There was no earth-shattering explosion, merely a straight azure trajectory piercing through the mountainside. After a brief silence, the entire cliff face collapsed radially from the impact point. It was not shattered by an explosion, but rather disintegrated at a molecular level by countless wind blades. Minato stared blankly at his palm, then gazed at the dust-filled cliff in the distance, murmuring, such power is sufficient to contend with the tailed beast bombs. Lin Feng and Appos' heart raced uncontrollably. He had just witnessed history, the ultimate technique of the Golden Flash, born a decade or more ahead of the original tale. Minato-san, he stammered, let's call this technique wind release. Sharingan Shuriken. Chapter 32. The bonfire feast commences upon hearing this name. Lin Feng felt a tightening in his throat. The wind release, spiraling shuriken, an S-rank ninjutsu that Naruto painstakingly developed in the original narrative. Astonishingly manifested here a decade and more ahead of time, its name unchanged. Could the power of historical correction be so formidable? Or perhaps, This was a technique that Minato had long envisioned. Brother Minato, the day is waning. It is time for us to return. Lin Feng compelled himself to divert his gaze, pointing towards the distant village where smoke spiraled into the twilight. It was indeed time to head back. The setting sun painted the rooftops of Qingshi village in shades of orange and red, as wisps of smoke ascended against the backdrop of the evening glow. As Lin Feng and Minato ambled along the gravel path towards the Yi family and Amp, Appo's courtyard, the bitter fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. I and Amp, Appo's, am back. Lin Feng pushed open the creaking wooden door, revealing Tai Zhu, who was half reclining on the kong, cradling a coarse porcelain bowl filled with medicine. This usually robust hunter now bore a waxen visage, a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with life once more. Immortal. Upon seeing Minato enter, Tai Zhu nearly toppled his bowl in excitement. He struggled to kneel, his muscular arms bulging with tension. This life of mine is yours. In an instant, Minato appeared beside the kong, gently pressing down on Tai Zhu and Amp, Appo's shoulder. Do not move. The wound may reopen. His voice was tender, yet carried an undeniable authority. It was Lin Feng who staunched your bleeding, along with Uncle Yi and Amp, Appo's herbs. Oh dear, you child. Li Suxin approached with the medicine bowl, playfully interrupting him. The immortal has already said it was a mere act of kindness. If you continue to be so formal, I might just whack you with a rolling pin. She feigned a stern expression, though her eyes twinkled with mirth. Yi Fengchun, busy organizing the medicine cabinet, turned at her words. Indeed, the people of Qingshi village have always remembered their benefactors. If you truly wish to repay, once you are healed, help the immortal chop some firewood. He retrieved a cloth bundle from the bottom of the cabinet. Ah, this is the talisman the lady sought at the mountain shrine. You are always traveling. It will keep you safe. Minato was about to decline when Li Suxin appeared, carrying neatly folded ceremonial robes. Sunlight filtered through the paper window, illuminating the vibrant orange. The flame motifs pristine, even the faintest trace of blood washed away. Thank you. Minato accepted the ceremonial robes and talisman, his voice noticeably quieter. He detected a subtle herbal scent lingering at the cuffs of the robes, presumably to dispel the scent of blood. With a loud bang, the courtyard door was flung open. Little Shirtu rushed in, his forehead dusted with grass clippings. The bonfire is lit. Uncle Zheng and Appo's roasted meat can be smelled from 2 miles away. Suddenly noticing Tai Zhu on the kong, he quickly lowered his voice. Brother Tai Zhu, I and Amp, Appo's, LL save you the most tender pork loin. 2 small heads peeked in from outside. Xiaohe, her hair styled in crooked pigtails, hid behind Hua, who tightly clutched a handful of wildflowers. Come in. Lin Feng beckoned with a smile. The 3 little friends gathered around him as he introduced Minato. There's no need to call him immortal. Just call him Brother Minato. Minato crouched down, meeting the children and Appo's eyes. Good evening. His golden hair still shone in the dusk, his blue eyes crescent-shaped with warmth. Would you like to join us for roasted meat? Xiaohe suddenly thrust a bouquet hidden behind her back into Minato and Appo's hands. Here, for Brother Minato. After this, she quickly hid behind Lin Feng. The bouquet was a mix of wild chrysanthemums, still adorned with dew, clearly a thoughtful selection by the young girl. Thank you. It is lovely. Minato earnestly fastened the bouquet to his belt, the vibrant orange of the ceremonial robes harmonizing surprisingly well with the pale yellow of the wildflowers. Tai Zhu leaned against the kong, grinning, but the movement caused him to wince in pain. I can end Appo's join you. You all enjoy it for me and savor that wild boar and Appo's hind leg. Don't say such foolishness. Yi Fengchun tucked the blanket around Tai Zhu. I and Appo's saved you the best part, the back meat. We will make soup tomorrow. Li Suxin brought a clean cotton cloak for Minato. It gets chilly in the evening. Wear this to keep warm. She then turned to Lin Feng, reminding him to keep an eye on little Shirtu and not let him venture too close to the fire. Got it, mother. Lin Feng grasped little Shirtu and Appo's hand with his left and held Hua and Appo's hand with his right. As he crossed the threshold, he glanced back at Tai Zhu. The sturdy man was secretly wiping his eyes with his sleeve, and upon being caught, he shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. Though his reddened eyes betrayed his emotions, in the village square of Qingshi, a massive bonfire blazed brightly, flames licking the night sky and illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Villagers gathered around the fire, laughter and cheer resonating, while the aroma of roasted meat mingled with the scent of burning wood, igniting appetites. Butcher Zhang, along with several burly men, busied himself beside the fire. Large chunks of Tai's own wild boar skewered on thick wooden sticks, slowly roasting over the flames. Fat dripped into the fire with a sizzling sound, causing the flames to leap higher, eliciting gasps of excitement from the gathered children. Be careful, don't get too close. Li Suxin laughed as she pulled back the eager little Shirtu, handing him a piece of freshly roasted meat. Try this first and see if it's cooked. Little Shirtu eagerly took the meat, biting into it with a gasp. It was hot, yet he mumbled through the steam, delicious. Better than New Year's. Lin Feng sat beside Minato, holding a skewer of roasted meat himself. The exterior was crisp, the interior tender, bursting with juices upon biting down. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction and turned to Minato. Brother Minato, give it a try. This is our village's specialty roasted wild boar. Minato accepted the skewer. Taking a gentle bite, the rich flavor melted in his mouth, and he widened his eyes slightly. It is indeed quite delectable. Of course, Lin Feng beamed with pride. Uncle Zheng and Appo's skill is unmatched in the village. His roasted meat is superior even to the taverns in the county. Upon hearing the praise, Butcher Zheng laughed heartily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Xiaofengzi, you have a sweet tongue. Here, immortal, I'll give you the most tender piece. He sliced a perfectly cooked pork loin and respectfully handed it to Minato. Minato quickly waved his hand. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Minato. That won't do. Butcher Zheng shook his head. You saved Taiju's life and brought us such a bountiful feast. The entire village is grateful. Surrounding villagers nodded in agreement, some raising their cups, exclaiming, a toast to the immortal. Minato felt a bit bashful but accepted the offered cup, taking a careful sip. The liquor was spicy yet sweet, a homemade rice wine from the village, low in alcohol but exceptionally rich. Good wine, he exclaimed, impressed. Aha. I'm glad you like it. Old village chief Zhao Taizhan stroked his beard with a smile. This is our village and Appo's ancestral recipe. You wanted Appo's. Find it elsewhere. By the bonfire, the village and Appo's youth had begun to perform. Though Taizhu, the son of Hunter Zhang, could not participate, his friends enthusiastically showcased their martial skills. Drawing cheers from the crowd, little Shirtu and Xiaohe, not wanting to be outdone, mimicked the adults, inducing laughter all around. Lin Feng watched the lively scene, warmth flooding his heart. Turning to Minato, he noticed the golden-haired ninja's gaze was also fixed on the laughing villagers, a faint smile gracing his lips. Brother Minato, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng asked. Minato withdrew his gaze, whispering, your village is very warm. Lin Feng paused, then smiled. Indeed. Though our lives may not be affluent, we all feel like one big family. Minato nodded, his gaze profound. Such a place is worth protecting. Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart, ready to respond when suddenly, a melodious flute tune filled the air. It was the village and Appo's blind elder seated in a corner, playing an ancient melody. The melodious sound of the flute seems to recount ancient tales, gradually soothing the bustling crowd into tranquility. As all are immersed in the ephemeral notes of the flute. Chapter 33, The Will of Fire. As the melodious notes of the flute faded, the audience remained somewhat reluctant to part with the moment. Little Shirtu, Zio, and Ahua, seemingly exhausted from play, approached Lin Feng and Shui Min, gathering around the warmth of the fire. With bright eyes, little Shirtu suddenly inquired, Brother Shui Min, what does fourth Hokage mean, as inscribed on your white robe? Shui Min paused momentarily. Then a gentle smile graced his lips as he gazed into the flickering flames, as if peering through fire to behold a distant homeland. Hokage. His voice resonated with warmth, akin to recounting an ancient and sacred legend. In my homeland, there exists a village named in Appo's, Kanahagakur, and Appo's, a sanctuary for ninjas, founded by the first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama? Little Shirtu tilted his head, curiosity piqued. Was he strong? Shuimin chuckled softly. He was one of the mightiest ninjas. Yet his intention in establishing Konoha was not to wield power, but to foster peace. Long ago, the world of ninjas was engulfed in strife, with clans battling one another, and children thrust into warfare from a tender age, their lives as fragile as blades of grass. Witnessing the deaths of their loved ones on the battlefield, Lord Hashirama and his erstwhile adversary, Uchiha Madara, resolved to relinquish their hatred and unite to create a haven where children could grow free from the horrors of war. Zio blinked, her eyes wide with intrigue. And then? Did they succeed? Shuimin nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze. Konoha became one of the most powerful ninja villages. Yet peace is not a permanent state. After Lord Hashirama's passing, conflict arose once more, but the will of Konoha has never wavered, to protect the village and comrades. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, honored his brother and Appo's legacy by establishing a systematic training school for ninjas. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a wise elder who taught us that true strength lies not in destruction, but in protection. Little Shirtu listened, captivated. So, Brother Shuimin, as the fourth Hokage, are you also as formidable as they were? Shuimin lowered his head slightly, a hint of humility in his smile. I merely inherit their will. The Hokage embodies not only strength but also profound responsibility. We believe in the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure, as long as the next generation flourishes. Hope shall never extinguish. Ahua whispered, isn't being Hokage very arduous? Shuimin gently ruffled her hair. Indeed, at times it can be quite challenging. Yet, witnessing the children of the village live joyfully and seeing comrades support one another makes it all worthwhile. The glow of the campfire illuminated Shuimin's face, his golden hair shimmering in the light, his blue eyes deep and resolute. Thus, little Shirtu, Zio, Ahua, he addressed the children with a gentle yet powerful tone. No matter the difficulties you may encounter in the future, remember that true strength is not derived from harming others, but from nurturing and protecting those dear to you. The children nodded, their understanding dawning, their eyes alight with aspiration. Lin Feng sat nearby, quietly reflecting. Is this what the will of fire truly signifies? As night deepened, the flames of the bonfire flickered in the evening breeze, sparks rising like fireflies, tracing delicate paths across the night sky. Villagers nestled together, their faces aglow with satisfaction after a hearty meal. Several children had curled up in the arms of adults, sleepily clutching half-eaten roasted boar meat. Shuiman's storytelling came to a halt as he observed the drowsy children gathered around him, his hand gently brushing through their hair. The hour grew late. The elderly village chief, leaning on his cane, rose with a booming yet kind voice. Tomorrow we must tend to the fields, so everyone should disperse now. Butcher Zhang wiped the grease from his shining face, beckoning a few young men to begin clearing the remnants. Women cradled their sleeping children, while men helped one another to rise. Li Su Exile gently roused Zio, who had been dozing against Shuimin. The young girl rubbed her eyes, waking slowly. Granny Zhou approached Shuimin, carefully lifting the sleepy little Shirtu and Ahua. I apologize, Sage, for the disturbance. Not at all. They are very well behaved, and I enjoy playing with them, Shuimin replied. Rising to brush off the grass clippings from his ceremonial robe, the orange fabric glowing in the firelight like flowing flames. He bent down to assist Yifengchen in tidying the scattered bowls and chopsticks, moving with the ease of someone accustomed to household chores. Please, Sage, do not. Yifengchen began to protest, but Shuimin's gentle smile silenced her. Allow me to lend a hand. He stacked several empty wine jars together, remarking on the deliciousness of the evening's roasted meat. Li Feng knelt by the creek, washing the greasy wooden skewers, when she suddenly felt a tug at the hem of her garment. Zio, her face uplifted, held a few crumpled wildflowers. Sister Feng, these are for the sage. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. All right, I will deliver them for you. Lin Feng took the flowers, noticing that the young girl's palm still clutched half a piece of maltose candy. Shall I give this to him as well? Zio nodded vigorously, the red ribbon in her braid dancing in the moonlight. As the last embers of the bonfire were extinguished, the villagers exchanged farewells that echoed through the night. Shuimin stood beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, watching the flickering lights of homes return, his blue eyes reflecting the celestial glow of the stars and moon. Here, Lin Feng approached, presenting the wildflowers and candy to him, from Zio. Shuimin was momentarily taken aback, but he accepted them with reverence. The maltose had softened slightly from warmth, and the flower petals had wilted somewhat, yet he cradled them as if they were treasures. Your village's stars shine brilliantly, he remarked, tilting his head back. Lin Feng followed his gaze, the Milky Way stretching majestically across the night sky, more radiant than any star she had witnessed in modern cities. The night breeze rustled through the rice fields, accompanied by the distant barks of dogs. Indeed, are they even brighter than those in Konoha? Shuimin chuckled softly. The night sky of Konoha. His voice trailed off. I have not truly gazed upon it in a long time. Li Feng sensed a hint of melancholy in his words and was about to shift the topic when Yifengchen called from behind. You two should return home and rest. Yes. We'll be right there, Lin Feng responded. Upon returning to Yifengchen's home, Iron Pillar had already fallen asleep on the con. Li Feng turned to Shuimin, apologetically saying, Brother Shuimin, it seems you'll have to share the bed with Iron Pillar tonight. I'm sorry. Shuimin glanced at the slumbering Iron Pillar and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for apologies. This is far more comfortable than sleeping in trees during missions. He carefully hung his ceremonial robe on a wooden peg by the wall. Lin Feng tiptoed to retrieve a newly sewn cotton quilt from the cupboard. This was freshly aired by my mother a few days ago. It's quite warm. Li Su Exile gently pushed open the creaking wooden door. The night breeze slipped inside, causing the flames of the oil lamp to flicker softly. Mother, you're back, Lin Feng said, quickly taking the basket from her and whispering, I just brought Brother Shuimin a new quilt. Li Su Exile's gaze softened as it fell upon Shuimin. Sage, please forgive our humble accommodations. She reached to feel the edge of the Kong. Shall I add another mattress? This one is rather hard. Yifengchen, standing at the door, chuckled and chimed in. Li Su Exile, what hardship has the sage not endured? Let us not worry unnecessarily. He then produced a small wine flask from his pocket. Though a sip of medicinal wine before sleep may aid in rest. Sage, would you care to try? Shuimin was about to politely decline when Li Su Exile playfully swatted her husband's hand. The wounds have yet to heal. Why indulge in wine? Turning to Mizumin, I gently remarked, the soothing herbal tea is still warm on the stove. Allow me to serve you a bowl. Observing my parents bustling around Mizumin, a smile unconsciously graced my lips. I noticed Mizumin's demeanor was somewhat awkward. Those hands, capable of weaving intricate gestures, now seemed uncertain, lightly clutching the edge of the blanket. Father, mother, Mizumin is weary, I interjected at an opportune moment. Let us retire early. Indeed, how forgetful of me. Li Sushin exclaimed, tapping her forehead. She unfastened a sachet from her waist and hung it by the window. This contains calming herbs. Should Taiju's snoring be too loud tonight, simply inhale its fragrance. Yifengchen led his wife toward the inner chamber, not forgetting to turn back and advise, it will be cool tonight. Do call out if the blankets are insufficient. As the curtain fell, tranquility enveloped the room. Moonlight streamed through the paper window, casting indistinct patterns upon the earthen floor. Mizumin gazed at the flickering shadow of the sachet, Suddenly chuckling softly, your parents are exceedingly warm-hearted. Indeed, they have always been this way. When I suffered from a high fever as a child, my mother went 3 days without sleep. My father nearly tumbled off a cliff in his quest for herbs to cure my cough. My voice grew softer thus. I can never allow them to be disappointed. At that moment, a gentle cough emanated from the inner room. Xiao Feng, do not disturb the celestial being's rest. I shall be right there. I responded, turning to Mizumin and winking. Until tomorrow, Mizumin. Until tomorrow, Yi Feng. Chapter 34. Return to the shinobi world. As dawn's first light crept across the sky, Minato's eyes fluttered open. The precise biological clock of a shinobi ensured his awakening even in unfamiliar surroundings. Rising silently, he noticed Taiju still deep in slumber, his rhythmic snores filling the quiet room. Pale morning light filtered through the paper windows, casting a warm glow over the humble dwelling. Donning his sacred robe and adjusting his forehead protector, Minato stepped outside with measured steps. In the courtyard, Li Sushi knelt before the stove, coaxing flames to life beneath a pot of fragrant kanji while steam rose from a bamboo basket of mantu. Nearby, Yi Feng sat on a low stool, carefully fanning the embers beneath a medicinal cauldron, its bitter aroma mingling with the crisp morning air. Lord Hokage, you're awake? Yi Feng greeted, rising hastily. Breakfast is ready. Please eat while it and amp. Appos, s warm. Thank you, Minato replied with a gentle smile. You rise remarkably early. Country folk are accustomed to it, Li Sushin said. Wiping her hands before ladling steaming kanji into a bowl, she added 2 mantu to a plate. Eat your fill, there's plenty more. The warmth of the bowl seeped into Minato's fingers as he took a sip. The rich, subtly sweet flavor of the kanji drew genuine praise. Your cooking is exceptional. Yi Feng chuckled humbly. Simple fare hardly compares to celestial delicacies. A sudden thud from the inner room interrupted them, followed by a drowsy yelp. Li Sushin sighed. Fell off the Kong again, no doubt. Sure enough, Lin Feng emerged moments later, rubbing the back of his head, his hair tousled and collar askew. Just then, the system's pink interface flickered to life, displaying a countdown. Minato's stay concludes in 5 minutes. Lin Feng's grogginess vanished, though he feigned nonchalance. Splashing icy water on his face from the courtyard barrel, he inhaled deeply to steady himself before joining Minato at the table. As the final minute ticked away, silence settled between them. Thank you for your aid, Lin Feng finally said between bites of mantu. Minato and Amp, Appos, S smile softened. It was nothing. A strange pressure suddenly enveloped him, as if the world itself were gently pushing him away. Glancing down, he saw his fingertips beginning to fade. Time's up, it seems, he remarked calmly as though discussing the weather. Until next time, Lin Feng. Until next time, Lin Feng echoed, regret lacing his tone. Golden light swirled around Minato as his form dissolved like sand in the wind. With a final nod and that familiar smile, he vanished. The stunned silence lingered until Yi Feng murmured, divine arts truly surpass mortal understanding. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He'd forgotten to entrust Minato with gifts for Kushina. Would she refuse to teach him sealing techniques later? Surely she wouldn't hold a grudge. Devouring the last of his mantu, Lin Feng stood abruptly. Father, mother, I'm off to train. When Minato reappeared in his office, twilight had just surrendered to the lanterns of Konoha. Only half an hour had passed in the shinobi world since Lin Feng's departure. The sand in his hourglass had barely drained a quarter. A mere 15 minutes, he mused, tracing the still damp ink on unfinished documents. Outside, changing guards exchanged banter while distant shuriken strikes thudded rhythmically against training posts. Everything was precisely as he'd left it, as if he'd merely paused in thought. Taking a steadying breath, Minato formed the ram seal, shadow clone technique. Poof. His identical twin picked up a border patrol report without hesitation while the original tackled supply requisitions, their pens flying across parchment. Hokage-sama, the day's final mission reports. Urgent missive from Sunagakure. The daimyo's envoy arrives tomorrow. Through the flurry, none noticed anything amiss, though some caught the unusual intensity in their leader's cerulean eyes as he worked with preternatural speed. When moonlight finally bathed the office, the last document bore the Hokage's seal. Dispelling the clone, Minato absorbed its memories with a brief wince. 5 hours of fatigue compressed into an instant. Yet his lips curled upward as he surveyed the immaculately sorted stacks, approved, pending, archived. The tea beside his inkwell still steamed faintly. Stretching, he acknowledged this dual reality, his first official day as Hokage, and the longest shortest quarter hour of his life. His fingers brushed a hard lump in his pocket, Xiao's malt candy, somehow transported between worlds. Unwrapping it, he let the sweetness dissolve his weariness. Time to go home, he whispered, extinguishing the lamp. Bowing to the night watch Enbu, Minato quickened his pace. Memories surfaced, the farmhouse's warmth, Yi Fengchuan's medicinal wine, Lin Feng's determined vow. A new thought struck. Was Kushina waiting at their doorstep, ready to scold him for working late? The image propelled him forward in a golden flash. There, their home's glowing windows. A crimson silhouette moving in the kitchen. I'm home, Minato called softly, pushing open the door. Chapter 35. Kushina's concern you actually came back. Kushina exclaimed, her head peeking out from the kitchen, a spatula in hand. She glanced behind Minato, Where's that little rascal, Boruto? Why didn't he return with you? Oh. He went back while you were resting, Minato replied with a smile as he hung up his ceremonial cloak. Really? I thought he was with you. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving. I even made dinner for him, she sighed. But enough about that. You worked overtime on your first day as Hokage. How will you manage from now on? Apologies, there was an unusually large amount of paperwork today. He walked into the kitchen and gently wrapped his arms around Kushina from behind. It smells wonderful. Are you making miso soup? Don't try to change the subject. Kushina complained. Yet she allowed him to hold her. Go wash your hands. The food will get cold. After washing his hands, Minato observed the simple yet delightful spread on the dining table. There was steaming miso soup, golden, crispy pan-fried dumplings, and his favorite salted grilled mackerel. A wave of warmth washed over him as he suddenly recalled a hearty farmhouse meal he had in another world. What's wrong? Lost in thought? Kushina asked, handing him chopsticks. You're not tired to the point of being dazed, are you? Not at all, Minato replied, taking the chopsticks and placing a piece of fish into Kushina and Appo's bowl. I just feel incredibly fortunate to be having dinner with you like this. Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson. What made you say something like that all of a sudden? She quickly lowered her gaze and took a few bites of her rice before asking, was your day smooth? Minato sipped the miso soup and pondered for a moment. I encountered some intriguing events today. You see, I visited Boruto's world this evening. Huh. Kushina tilted her head. You must be confused from all the paperwork. Minato set down his bowl, his gaze softening and becoming distant. I'm serious. I experienced something quite extraordinary there. Kushina propped her chin on her hand, her red hair dancing in the light. You're not pulling my leg, are you? How could you travel between two worlds in such a short time? I assure you, I'm not. When Boruto returned, I went back to the Hokage office to work. About half an hour later, I sensed Boruto and Appo's summoning. Minato began to recount his day trip in the alternate world. As he described Boruto's solitary battle against a giant beast, Kushina and Appo's brows furrowed, her grip on the chopsticks tightening. That child. Is he really all right? Did he get hurt? He just exhausted his chakra and fainted, Minato reassured her, gently patting her hand. Kushina let out a relieved sigh, her hair swaying lightly. Thank goodness I taught him summoning techniques, otherwise, that could have been disastrous. Suddenly, Kushina leaned in closer to Minato. What was it like being regarded as a sage? Was it impressive? Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head. To be honest, it feels a bit uncomfortable. I prefer when they call me by my name. He recalled the villagers kneeling in reverence, his ears turning slightly pink. Kushina chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Oh, revered sage with golden radiance, she playfully mimicked the villagers. Should we offer you incense? Please spare me. Minato shook his head, a smile escaping his lips as he continued describing the bonfire feast. When he mentioned the villagers feasting on roasted wild boar around the fire, Kushina and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Roasting an entire wild boar? Is it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the fat sizzling in the flames? Minato chuckled at her childlike enthusiasm. Well, it wasn't an entire boar, it was actually sliced and grilled, but the taste was exceptional. I want to try it too. Kushina twisted in her seat, suddenly wearing a mischievous grin. Next time that little rascal comes to learn sealing techniques, I'll definitely charge him Appo's tuition fee and Appo's. Minato raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what kind of tuition fee? Kushina leaned in, lowering her voice conspiratorially, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. First, he must take me to that world for a visit. She began to count on her fingers. Then, he must let me sample all the local delicacies, gather various rare herbs, and also, that sounds more like a reward than a punishment, Minato chuckled. Not at all. Kushina puffed up her cheeks, her hair swaying without the wind. I also wanted to be my guide and show me around the entire village. Her eyes sparkled with yearning. It sounded far more exciting than spending all day in the Hokage office. Minato watched her with tender affection. That little village truly is special. Though life is simple, everyone treats each other sincerely. Boruto's adoptive parents care for him as if he were their own, and the villagers are all very supportive. Kushina suddenly fell silent, her gaze softening. Is that child happy over there? Yes, he has found a place where he belongs, Minato nodded. He shifted the conversation. That child is quite the genius. He learned the Sharingan in no time and even proposed an improvement that successfully enhanced it. His understanding of chakra is simply astonishing. The theory he suggested, and Appo's layered infusion, and Appo's enables wind chakra to integrate stably into the Sharingan. Wait. Kushina abruptly stood up, her hair flickering like flames. Are you saying that little rascal helped you improve the Sharingan? Minato nodded with a smile. It's called wind release, Sharingan Shuriken. Its power is truly remarkable, nearing that of a tailed beast bomb. A tailed beast bomb? You can end Appo's be so reckless when developing new techniques. What if the chakra goes out of control? Her voice dropped, a hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes. Minato gently pulled her into his embrace. I promise you, next time, I will be thoroughly prepared. He pointed out the bright moon outside the window. Look, it's already so late. We have to get up early for the J-Nin meeting tomorrow. Kushina followed his gaze outside, finally sighing. I and Appo's. LL let you off this time, but you must tell me next time. She began to clear the dishes, and Minato joined her, working in harmonious rhythm until the table was cleared. Kushina stored the leftovers in the refrigerator while Minato washed and dried the dishes. The kitchen was filled with the soothing sounds of running water and the clinking of utensils. By the way, Kushina suddenly remembered, "What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I can get up early to make it." Minato dried his hands and thought for a moment. "How about your signature tamagoyaki, served with miso soup? Is that all?" Kushina tilted her head. "Are you sure you don't want anything else?" Minato shook his head with a smile. "That's more than enough. You should get some extra sleep and Dawn and Amp, Appos, T worry about waking up early." After tidying up the kitchen, they both headed towards the bedroom. Kushina abruptly turned around, looking at Minato with seriousness. "That new technique, you must use it cautiously, understand?" Minato nodded, gently holding her hand. "Don't worry, I will be careful." After a simple evening routine, they lay in bed together. Kushina nestled against her husband, murmuring softly, "When I see Boruto next, I'll definitely have a serious talk with him about being so reckless." Chapter 36. Uchiha Sasuke and Appos. Susanoo at the pinnacle of the Valley of the End. An 8-year-old boy stood in serene contemplation. His skin, as pale as freshly fallen snow, already bore the pride of the Uchiha clan. His black hair, tousled like raven feathers, spiked sharply at the ends, while beneath the disheveled fringe, 2 dark brows arched, their slight furrow hinting at a coldness unbefitting his tender years. His blood-red pupils, adorned with 2 rotating black tomo, fixed intently on a shadow materializing in the sky above. A gigantic ninja hawk swooped down, its keen eyes locked onto him. In the next moment, a figure leapt from the back of the hawk. Clad in a billowing black cloak, the 16-year-old Uchiha Sasuke drew his sword mid-air, its blade gleaming with a chilling light under the sun. He descended like a meteor, the tip of his sword plunging into the ground. Boom! Thunder erupted, and a violent surge of electricity radiated from the blade, fracturing the earth and sending stones flying. "Wow, Sasuke-kun is still so handsome," exclaimed an infatuated system, punctuating the air with a flurry of starry-eyed emojis. "Linfeng, whose system are you?" Sasuke slowly rose, sheathing his sword on his back. His crimson Sharingan icy as it regarded Linfeng, as if appraising a lifeless entity. "Go for it, host. You must win this time," chirped the girl S system, a pink dialogue box popping up alongside an adorable, encouraging emoji. The oppressive aura of the Sharingan made Linfeng tense, his throat constricting involuntarily. Duel begins. As the girl S voice faded, Sasuke and Appos' figure vanished in an instant. So swift. Linfeng and Appos' pupils contracted as the 2 tomo spun wildly, barely capturing a fleeting shadow drawing near. Bang! A whip-like kick struck Linfeng's waist, forcing a muffled groan from him as he was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing against the rocky wall of the Valley of the End. Cough blood spilled from Linfeng and Appos' lips as he endured the excruciating pain and rolled to his feet, hands rapidly forming seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A searing fire dragon roared forth, charging at Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke merely raised his gaze coldly, the Sharingan turning slightly. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames instantly engulfed the fire dragon, rebounding along the chakra path. "This is bad." Linfeng gritted his teeth, severing his chakra and dodging. But the black flames still grazed his left arm, searing pain causing his vision to blur. Damn, he clutched his burned arm, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Sasuke offered no respite, hands forming seals once more. Lightning style, Chidori Sharp Spear. A deafening thunderclap reverberated as lightning coalesced into a sharp spear, piercing through Linfeng and Appos' shoulder in an instant. "Ah!" Linfeng screamed in agony, blood gushing forth. Sasuke approached, his expression devoid of emotion, the Sharingan cold and merciless. "It's not over yet." Linfeng gritted his teeth and slammed his hand onto the ground. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Electricity surged across the ground, prompting Sasuke to leap back slightly, but Linfeng awaited this moment. Jinjutsu, Naraka's sight. The 2 tomo spun chaotically, causing Sasuke's movements to falter momentarily. An opportunity. Linfeng bore the excruciating pain, his right hand gathering lightning. Chidori. The piercing cry of a bird resonated through the canyon as Linfeng lunged like a bolt of lightning. However, just as Chidori was about to strike Sasuke, the Sharingan suddenly trembled. Susanoo, skeleton. Purple chakra bones materialized instantly, and Chidori collided with the Susanoo, erupting in blinding lightning. "What?" Linfeng's pupils constricted. The skeletal form quickly manifested a colossal hand, sweeping towards Linfeng and sending him flying several meters away, rendering him immobile. Susanoo continued to evolve until it reached its second form, now adorned with flesh and armor, the divine bow, Aminimer Kumo, slowly charging, aimed at Linfeng. Sasuke raised his hand coldly. Fire style, Kagaya's command. The Amaterasu flames transformed into a black flame arrow, piercing through Linfeng's chest in an instant. Ugh! Intense agony enveloped his body, and Linfeng's vision blurred, the last sight before him being Sasuke's cold Sharingan. Game over, duel concluded. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Linfeng jolted awake. Finding himself resurrected at the initial position of the duel, His injuries vanished, yet the pain of death lingered in his nerves. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenching his back. Indeed, it was impossible for the two Tomo to overcome the Sharingan. This battle had been a one-sided massacre. Lin Feng gradually regained his composure and addressed the system, requesting to open the panel. Rank, Genin level 398-100. Remaining duel points, 1000. Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire, Fire Style, Fireball, Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguish Lightning Style, Chidori, Chidori Transformation, Forbidden Techniques, Lightning Style, Kirin, Lightning Style, Divine Punishment Chidori Prison, an advanced version of Kirin, Fire Style, Celestial Destruction, Sealing Techniques, Fire Sealing Technique, 5-element sealing, for symbol sealing. Bagua Sealing. After Kushina taught Lin Feng the 4-symbol sealing, he emulated the original Minato to create a double-layered version. Lin Feng stared at the system panel. Memories flooding back to the day a year ago when Sasuke had first slain him. System, you call this a genin? He spat through clenched teeth. His fingers trembling as they traced the words, rank, genin level 3. Ding. According to the database, Sasuke is indeed registered as a genin during this period. Chirped the system cheerily, presenting a chibi version of Sasuke alongside a cute emoticon. Lin Feng and Appo's temples throbbed with indignation. Is that a registration issue? Have you ever seen a genin capable of summoning Susanoo? Well, the system hesitated, a small cloud emoji appearing. It's based on the graduation standards of the Ninja Academy. Sasuke-kun was indeed just a genin. Lin Feng glanced at the panel displaying, character locked due to ending, unable to match with AI. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Sai system, can't you just let me have an AI match to pass as a genin? The two Tomos simply cannot compete with the Sharingan unless I possess it myself. It's precisely because of this that I have been stuck at this rank for an entire year. I died 10 times. Each time, I was turned to ash by Amaterasu. Do you know how painful it is to be burned alive by black flames? Lin Feng felt himself spiraling into frustration. Forget it, I'm done. System, I want to go back. Lin Feng stood up slowly, only to find his legs giving way once more, forcing him to kneel again. The sensation of death still lingered in his muscles, making him grimace. Lin Feng finally managed to rise, a beam of white light enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a small wooden house constructed from black pine. For years ago, after hearing from Minato that Lin Feng had begun training, Yi Fengchun specifically brought the mute Afu to the northern slope to build this small cabin, ostensibly for Lin Feng and Appo's rest. Inside the cabin, the most prominent feature was a handcrafted medical kit, prepared by Li Suxin, containing remedies specifically for injuries and bleeding. Stepping out of the cabin, Lin Feng inhaled the crisp forest air deeply, tilting his head towards the sun to estimate it was around 3:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon. Since Li Suxin discovered her pregnancy 10 months ago, Lin Feng had been catching wild boars from the adjacent black pine forest every 4 days to nourish her. However, as her appetite increased after 5 months, he began to capture a wild boar daily. It is well known that a typical pregnancy lasts 10 months. But Li Suxin had now been pregnant for 11 months with no signs of giving birth. Tomorrow would mark the 12th month of her pregnancy. Lin Feng stretched his limbs, the two Tomo of his Sharingan quietly manifesting. Today, he needed to catch a plump one. He murmured to himself, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his figure darting toward the black pine forest like a specter. Chapter 37. The Child of Destiny. Upon entering the forest, Lin Feng immediately slowed his pace. The dynamic vision of his Sharingan enabled him to clearly perceive the trajectory of each falling leaf, while his ears subtly twitched, discerning the faintest sounds around him. The chakra adhering to his feet rendered his movements nearly soundless, allowing even the most vigilant squirrels to remain oblivious to his presence. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a branch snapping echoed from the left. Lin Feng instinctively held his breath, pressing his body against an ancient pine, motionless. Through the gaps in the underbrush, he spotted a robust wild boar foraging in the soil, fresh mud clinging to its formidable tusks. Fortune was on his side. A flicker of amusement danced in Lin Feng's eyes as his hands silently formed seals. Lightning release, earth walk. Subtle currents of electricity spread through the damp soil, causing the wild boar to perk up its ears in alarm. Just as it prepared to flee, Lin Feng had already materialized behind it. Fire release, great fireball technique. The searing fireball soared through the air, landing precisely in the clearing before the boar. Startled, the creature turned to escape, only to collide with a pine tree weakened by the prior lightning strike. The trunk snapped with a resounding crack, and the fallen branches temporarily ensnared the boar. Lin Feng approached leisurely, his right hand crackling with lightning. My apologies, but my mother requires nourishment. The cries of the birds startled the creatures of the forest. When the lightning subsided, the wild boar lay unconscious, miraculously unscathed, a result of Lin Feng's careful control, ensuring the meat remained pristine. He wound vines around the boar's body, securing a sturdy knot. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed something amiss. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he detected unusual strands of chakra swirling in the air. No, they should be termed spiritual energy. This energy exhibited an abnormal flow, seemingly drawn towards the direction of Cheekstone Village. Curious. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation but soon shook his head, attributing it to his mother and Appo's impending labor. Taking a deep breath, the blood-red hue in his eyes gradually faded as he closed his double tomo Sharingan. He then crouched down, hoisting the wild boar onto his shoulder. The weight, over 100 pounds, pressed down upon him, yet for Lin Feng and Appo's current physique, it was hardly cumbersome. To prevent any damage to his quarry, he carefully adjusted his stance. As he exited the black pine forest, Lin Feng scrutinized the ground for tracks like an ordinary hunter, avoiding the slippery moss. Approaching the village entrance, a group of children playing nearby spotted him and rushed over. Xiao Yefeng, did you catch a wild boar again today? Little Shirtu gazed eagerly at the prey draped over Lin Feng and Appo's shoulder. Yes, this should suffice for a day and Appo's meal, Lin Feng replied with a smile, casually producing a handful of wild fruits he had picked along the way to share with them. Upon returning home, he found Yifengchun chopping firewood in the yard. Glancing up at his son, he set down his axe, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled. You've returned earlier than usual today. Indeed. I had less training today and wanted to prepare dinner for mother, Lin Feng replied, placing the wild boar on a stone slab in the corner of the courtyard. The father and son then approached the well to wash their hands before beginning the butchering process. Yifengchun retrieved a sharp knife, making a precise incision on the boar's neck to let it bleed out. Lin Feng, using chakra at his fingertips, skillfully peeled away the wild boar and Appo's skin, a technique he had learned from Kushina, allowing the hide to separate without damaging the meat. As he worked, Lin Feng inquired, "How is mother today?" "Still the same," Yifengchun replied, a flicker of worry crossing his features. "Her appetite has grown even larger. She mentioned wanting sour plums earlier." Lowering his voice, he added, "However, this morning, the village and Appo's blind woman claimed to have seen golden light shimmering on our rooftop." Lin Feng paused mid-action. "Golden light?" "Yes. She said it resembled a small dragon coiling atop the roof." Yifengchun shook his head. "That old woman has always been fanciful. I didn't Appo's think much of it." At that moment, a system notification chimed in. "Host, your mother may be carrying the child of destiny." Lin Feng, engrossed in peeling the boar and Appo's skin, nearly faltered at the sudden announcement, his fingers twitching dangerously close to the flesh. He mentally replied, "System, are you serious?" Beep. This system never jokes. Based on energy fluctuations, the purity of the spiritual energy carried by the fetus in your mother and Appo's womb exceeds that of ordinary practitioners by over 100-fold. The system displayed a shimmering golden baby emoji, complete with a musical accompaniment. Yifengchun, noticing his son's sudden distraction, asked curiously, "Xiaofeng, what's wrong?" Nothing." Lin Feng quickly returned to his task, mulling over whether he should gather more sour plums tomorrow. Externally calm, internally he was in turmoil. "System, does that mean I might suddenly acquire the title of the Chosen One's brother? You're overthinking it. However, it would be prudent to prepare in advance, for instance, being a caring older brother, assembling a baby supply gift basket, and practicing diaper-changing skills." The system kindly provided a checklist, accompanied by various parenting emojis. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva. "Wait, what is this diaper-changing nonsense? I'm meant to be a powerful figure in the ninja world. Even the strong must know how to care for a child." As Lin Feng engaged in a light-hearted banter with the system in his mind, Yifengchun's voice interrupted their exchange. "Lin Feng, your skills are truly improving." Yifengchun observed with satisfaction as he watched his son work deftly. "Oh, it's merely a matter of practice," Lin Feng replied humbly. Once the boar had bled out, Lin Feng scalded its body with boiling water, scraping away the remaining bristles. Although he had not activated his Sharingan, he could clearly see every tiny hair follicle on the pig's skin, and with chakra at his fingertips, he easily plucked out the bristles. Yifengchun, skillfully eviscerating the boar, categorized the organs, reserving the heart and liver for Li Suxin to replenish her strength, while the intestines would be made into sausages. The remaining organs and excess meat were destined for the village elders the following day. As the sun began to set, the two finally completed the butchering process. Yifengchun washed his hands of the lingering odor before tending to his wife, who lay on the bed. Lin Feng entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Standing on a small stool at the age of 8, he adeptly kindled the fire and heated the pan, employing the culinary skills taught by Kushina. First, he sauteed minced garlic and pig fat, followed by quickly stir-frying the sliced wild boar meat. Once the meat changed color, he added his family's homemade soy sauce and a touch of honey, finally sprinkling in wild onions gathered from the mountains. In another pot, rice simmered, the aroma of grains mingling with that of the meat, filling the kitchen with a delightful fragrance. Lin Feng also prepared a dish of stir-fried wild vegetables, a favorite of Li Suxin's lately. Lastly, he brewed a rich soup using pig bones, adding a few slices of ginseng he had discovered in the deep mountains the previous month. Dinner is ready. Lin Feng set the table in the main room, presenting 3 dishes and a soup, simple yet bountiful. Yifengchun supported Li Suxin as she slowly emerged, her belly prominently round. Taking a deep breath, she smiled. "Fenger, Your culinary skills have improved tremendously. Carefully maneuvering her cumbersome form into a seat, Yifengchun promptly placed a soft cushion behind her back. Lin Feng served steaming bowls of pig bone soup to his parents, the golden fat glistening on the surface, emitting a rich aroma. After taking a sip of soup, Yifengchun suddenly inquired, "Is your training going smoothly?" As Lin Feng was about to take a bite of the stir-fried vegetables, he hesitated. Recalling the scene of being mercilessly defeated by Sasuke in the duel arena, and replied vaguely, "It's going all right, just..." He trailed off. Considering how to express the small troubles he faced, "Is it related to that golden-haired wave wind sage?" Li Suxin casually asked, spooning some soup. Lin Feng lightly tapped his chopsticks against the bowl's edge. For years had passed, and his family still preferred to refer to Minato as the sage. Brother Watergate. He's quite busy. Lin Feng lowered his head, shoveling rice into his bowl, attempting to conceal the desolation in his eyes. The truth, however, was far more intricate. While 4 years had elapsed in reality, only a year had passed in the ninja world. 2 years prior, when Lin Feng was transported to the ninja world as usual and was en route to the Namikaze residence, he suddenly sensed the presence of at least 8 Umbu ninjas lurking nearby. He restrained his aura and approached stealthily, witnessing a medical ninja congratulating Minato on the news of Kushina's pregnancy. From that moment on, the guards at the Namikaze household tripled. During his last daring infiltration, Lin Feng nearly fell prey to a white-haired Umbu operative who stood on the rooftop, scanning the surroundings with a single eye, reminiscent of the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi. "Fenger?" The voice of Li Suxin pulled him back to the present. "Eat your meal before it gets cold." Lin Feng lifted his bowl, lost in contemplation. Over the past 4 years, he had been honing his skills in the duel arena, yet his most crucial studies in sealing techniques had stagnated. For Kushina was the foremost sealing master of the age. Moreover, he had to exercise utmost caution when entering the duel arena, concealing his aura before each visit. And upon arriving in the ninja world, he would immediately enter the arena to avoid being captured as a suspicious individual. "By the way," Yifengchun interjected, "I went to town this morning to sell medicinal herbs and heard that the sect to the north is recruiting disciples." Lin Feng's chopsticks froze midair. Upon learning from the system that the fetus in his mother's womb might possess great fortune, he began to pay attention to news from the world of cultivation. The Wanjian Zone was set to recruit disciples once every 5 years, with a requirement of being under 12 years of bone age. Yifengchun glanced at his son. "I was thinking. I won't go," Lin Feng declared resolutely, serving another bowl of soup to Li Suxin. "With mother in this condition, I cannot leave." Li Suxin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reached out to stroke her son's head. At that moment, a golden light suddenly emanated from Li Suxin's abdomen, leaving the 3 of them momentarily stunned. Yifengchun's chopsticks clattered onto the table. From an angle unseen to the two, Lin Feng's Sharingan unconsciously activated, revealing the golden light coalescing into a small dragon shape before vanishing in an instant. The system suddenly screamed in his mind, "Host." Lin Feng swiftly closed his Sharingan, feigning calmness as he placed a piece of fish in Li Suxin's bowl. "Mother. Eat more, perhaps. Our sister will grow to be an extraordinary figure." Li Suxin chuckled and shook her head. "Nonsense, she might just be a mischievous little rascal." After the 3 finished their dinner, Lin Feng tidied up the remnants and retired early for the night. As night deepened, Qingshi village lay enveloped in tranquility. Lin Feng slept soundly within his home, the moonlight streaming through the window casting dappled shadows across his youthful face. Meanwhile, 500 miles away, amidst desolate mountains, a dark figure soared through the air on a sword. It was a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, cloaked in black, the fabric billowing in the night breeze. Adorned with a blood-red skull emblem that signified his identity as a demonic cultivator. Strange. Zhao Wuyan, the golden core demonic cultivator, abruptly halted his flying sword, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations. Just moments ago, he had sensed a pure dragon aura. How could it vanish so suddenly? Calculating with his fingers, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. This direction. It seems to be towards Qingshi village. Zhao Wuyan procured a blood-red compass from his ropes, biting his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall onto it. The compass needle spun wildly, before finally trembling and pointing southeast. Indeed, there is an opportunity. He cackled with delight, preparing to set off when his expression suddenly shifted. The compass needle began to tremor violently before snapping with a crack, splitting into 2. What level of treasure is this? It can actually backfire against my blood-refined compass? Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Wuyan's forehead. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to temptation, stowing away the broken compass and hastened towards the southeast. Chapter 38, The Birth of the Daughter of Destiny. On the following morning, as the first light of dawn crept across the horizon, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber. Ever since Li Suxin had become pregnant, he had cultivated the habit of rising early, diligently preparing prenatal medicine for his mother each day without fail. He carefully climbed out of bed, cautious not to disturb his parents in the adjacent room. Pushing open the door, the coolness of the morning air enveloped him, and Lin Feng took a deep breath, savoring the lingering moisture from the dew of the previous night. A thin layer of frost coated the wooden bucket by the well. He drew a bucket of water, the icy well water instantly invigorating him. Lin Feng splashed some water on his face and rinsed his mouth with a twig dipped in salt. a common practice among the villagers for dental hygiene. After freshening up, he approached the corner of the small room on the west side. There stood a half-height medicine cabinet, specifically designated by Yi Fengchun for storing herbs. Lin Feng opened the drawer and skillfully rummaged through the contents. Angelica, astragalus, Rehmannia. HM? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and searched again, but the purple Ganoderma was missing. This was the most crucial ingredient in the prenatal medicine, essential for harmonizing qi and blood, calming the fetus, and nourishing the spirit. He recalled that the last batch he had harvested should have sufficed for 3 more days. How could it have vanished so suddenly? It seemed he would need to gather more. Lin Feng muttered to himself, but before that, he needed to prepare breakfast. He tiptoed to the kitchen, scooping 2 bowls of rice from the grain jar. After washing it thoroughly, he placed it in the pot, adding a few red dates. The firestone beneath the stove was somewhat damp, and it took several strikes before he managed to ignite the flame, which gradually grew into a vibrant orange, fiercely licking the bottom of the pot. While the porridge simmered, Lin Feng retrieved a cucumber from the pickled vegetable jar, slicing it into fine shreds and mixing it with sesame oil. He also took out the leftover wild boar meat from the previous night, slicing it thinly to marinate in sauce, preparing to fry it later. The porridge in the pot began to bubble, releasing a fragrant blend of rice and dates. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Awake? Lin Feng called without turning around. Breakfast will be ready soon. Keep an eye on the fire while I go fetch some herbs. The purple Ganoderma has run out. Yi Fengchun yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. All right, be careful. The morning dew makes the path slippery. Understood. Lin Feng replied as he returned to the west room, locating the herb basket and slinging it over his shoulder. The basket, woven from fine bamboo strips, was lightweight and breathable, containing a sickle and a small hoe for herb gathering. Before stepping outside, he glanced at his mother, still fast asleep, then gently closed the door behind him. The morning tranquility of Qinshi village was profound, with not a soul in sight along the path. Lin Feng strolled along the familiar trail leading out of the village, the grass beneath his feet still adorned with glistening dew that dampened his cloth shoes. The purple Ganoderma he sought grew 30 miles away on Qinshan Mountain, necessitating a swift journey that would consume most of the day. After Yi Fengchun finished washing up, he arrived at the stove, observing the bubbling white porridge, the grains already cooked through, their sweet aroma permeating the kitchen. He picked up a wooden spoon and gently stirred, ensuring that no grain stuck to the pot and Appo's bottom. It needed to cool down. It was too hot for Li Suxin to consume. He spoke to himself, fetching 2 blue and white porcelain bowls and ladling out 2 spoonfuls of porridge to cool on the windowsill. Turning, he retrieved Lin Feng and Appo's marinated wild boar meat slices from the earthen bowl, the delicate slices glistening pink in the morning light. Yi Fengchun placed an iron frying pan over the remaining embers of the stove, and once the surface was warm, he used chopsticks to lay the meat slices one by one. The moment the meat touched the hot pan, the sizzling fat released an enticing sound. Yi Fengchun expertly flipped the meat slices with his chopsticks, watching as their edges curled up, revealing a golden, crispy texture. He then took the cucumber shreds Lin Feng had prepared and sprinkled them beside the frying meat. The tangy pickled cucumber, meeting the hot oil, instantly released a refreshing aroma that intertwined with the fragrance of the meat. Perfectly cooked, Yi Fengchun nodded, transferring the fried meat and cucumber to a small plate. The golden slices paired with the vibrant green cucumber were visually appetizing. The porridge on the windowsill had cooled to a suitable temperature. Yi Fengchun carefully lifted the bowl, using chopsticks to place a few pieces of fried meat and cucumber on top of the porridge. He then quietly entered the inner room, ready to call Li Suxin to eat, only to find her curled up on the bed, her face pale and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The bowl of porridge in Yi Fengchun's hands clattered to the ground, spilling hot porridge everywhere. He paid no heed to the mess, rushing to the bedside. Suxin, are you about to give birth? Li Suxin clutched the bedding tightly, her knuckles white, her lips trembling in silence. Her abdomen heaved violently, as if a live dragon were thrashing within. Yi Fengchun noticed the bedding beneath her was already damp. Her water had broken. Hang in there. I will find Aunt Zhao. Yi Fengchun turned and dashed out of the house, not even taking the time to put on his shoes. The morning calm was shattered. Yi Fengchun sprinted barefoot down the village path, shouting, Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao. Suxin is about to give birth. His cries rippled through the stillness like a stone thrown into a placid lake. The first lights to flicker on were from the home of the neighboring hunter, Zhang, followed by the butcher, Zhang, and the accountant, Qian. In an instant, the entire Qinshi village awakened. Ye's daughter-in-law is giving birth. Quick, let's help. Yi Fengchun, panting, burst into Aunt Zhao's yard. Over 70, Aunt Zhao was feeding chickens when she heard the commotion and immediately dropped the feed scoop. Coming. She swiftly retrieved the prepared birthing supplies from inside, barking at the flustered Yi Fengchun. What are you panicking about? It's not the first time you're becoming a father. Quick, boil some hot water. Send Xiao Tu to fetch Dr. Li. When Yi Fengchun returned home with Aunt Zhao, a crowd of villagers had already gathered in the yard. Widow Lu was leading several women in boiling water in the kitchen, while Zheng the butcher directed a few young men to set up a screen at the doorway. Even the usually idle Wu Ergu had taken the initiative to fetch water from the well. Inside, Li Suxin's groans grew louder. As Aunt Zhao entered the room, she immediately sensed something unusual in the air. A faint golden glow wafted through the atmosphere. Squinting her old eyes, she saw the distinct glow emanating from Li Suxin and Appo's rounded abdomen. This was the first time Aunt Zhao, having lived for so long, encountered such a phenomenon. Yet she quickly composed herself, waving her hand to direct the women. Quick! Support her waist. Suxin, push. As time passed, the birthing process reached a critical juncture. Li Suxin and Appo's anguish cries pierced through the roof, sending shivers down the spines of the men outside. Yifengchun paced anxiously, his nails digging into his palms. Suddenly, a shout from within the room erupted from Aunt Zhao. Heavens above! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the cracks of the window and door, illuminating the entire yard as if it were midday. The villagers gasped and recoiled, some even kneeling in reverence. A dragon! I see the shadow of a dragon! An old woman shouted, pointing at the roof. A golden dragon shadow spiraled above the roof 3 times before suddenly diving into the house. The next moment, a resounding cry of a newborn pierced the air. Wah! The cry was extraordinarily powerful, shaking the leaves from the trees in the yard. Miraculously, as the wail echoed, a cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, showering down gentle rain. The raindrops washed over the villagers, alleviating their ailments, and fell onto the fields, causing the seedlings to sprout visibly faster. Witnessing this spectacle, the villagers, whether kneeling or standing, all gazed upward in awe. Yifengchun slumped at the doorway, tears mingling with laughter on his face, while inside, Aunt Zhao swaddled the newborn and turned to Yifengchun, saying, "Head of the Yi family, it is a lovely daughter." Chapter 39. The day of the massacre. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away from Qinshi village, Zhao Wuyan stood atop a treetop, his sinister gaze sweeping the surroundings. The blood-red compass in his hand lay shattered, leaving him to rely solely on instinct to discern direction. Damn it, where did that golden light disappear to last night? He muttered curses under his breath, his mind a tempest of agitation. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he tumbled from the tree, landing with a splash in a muddy pit. Spitting out the muck from his mouth, his face turned ashen. How dare this mere earthly mire insult a practitioner of the Golden Dance stage? He performed a cleansing incantation, purging the filth from his body, his murderous intent surging within. Once I find my opportunity, I shall bathe this land in blood, unleashing the wrath that festers in my heart. With a cold snort, he resumed his journey. Yet, as he crested a hill, his pupils constricted in shock. Above Qinshi village, a phantasmal golden dragon coiled in the sky. Though merely an apparition, it radiated a magnificent aura of fortune, as if the very essence of heaven and earth converged here. The fortune dragon! Zhao Wuyan's breath quickened, greed swelling in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Heaven helps me! What kind of extraordinary treasure could invoke such a phenomenon? Without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of black light, racing towards Qinshi village. Yifengchun slowly rose from the doorway, approaching Aunt Zhao to gently take the swaddled infant from her. The child gazed up at him with clear, star-like eyes, silent and serene. Li Suxin rested weakly against the headboard, softly saying, "My dear, name our daughter." Yifengchun's eyes glistened with moisture, his rough fingers brushing the baby's cheek. "Let her be named Yi Qingli. May she remain pure as crystal throughout her life, untouched by the world's corruption." Li Suxin offered a faint smile, about to speak when boom! A resounding explosion shattered the air, shaking the entire house. What just happened? Yifengchun's head snapped up. Outside, a piercing scream tore through the sky. An immortal has come. Ah! A sickening sound of flesh tearing followed. Then a heavy thud as something fell to the ground. Yifengchun's expression changed drastically. He thrust the infant into Aunt Zhao's arms. Returning to the bed, he comforted his terrified wife. "Do not fear. I am here. Stay put." Yifengchun reached the door, stunned by the sight before him. As if plunged into an icy abyss, a man in black robes hovered above the village path, blood dripping from his palm. Beneath him lay the mangled corpse of Wang Hua, the villager, his chest pierced, eyes wide in death. "Finally found you." Zhao Wuyan grinned malevolently, surveying the panicked villagers like insects. "Hand over the treasure, and I might grant you a swift death." "Beast!" Zheng Butcher roared, brandishing his cleaver as he charged forward, followed by several young men wielding hoes and shovels, shouting as they lunged at Zhao Wuyan. "Foolish mortals," Zhao Wuyan scoffed, waving his sleeve. Blood-slaying palm. A vivid red palm print descended from the air, obliterating Zheng Butcher and his weapon into a gruesome pulp. The shockwave swept through, shattering the bones of the first 5 or 6 villagers who charged, their blood splattering against the earthen wall, a horrifying sight. Old Zheng. Zhang the hunter's eyes widened in rage as he drew his bow, an arrow flying towards Zhao Wuyan's face. Unfazed, Zhao Wuyan did not dodge. The arrow was deflected by an invisible barrier just 3 feet from him. He flicked his fingers, unleashing a strand of black mist that shot forth like a venomous serpent, instantly piercing Zhang the hunter's brow. This action incited fury among the remaining villagers, who raised their weapons to attack Zhao Wuyan. "Let us fight this demon. Protect the village." No one among the villagers fled. Even the usually idle Wu Erge picked up a sickle, eyes blazing as he charged forward. "I'll fight you." Little Shirtu, cradled in Zhou Dama's arms, watched his familiar villagers rush into battle, only to meet their demise at Zhao Wuyan's hands. It reminded him of what Shui Min had said 4 years prior about the will of fire, to protect those cherished with one's life. to entrust hope to the next generation, and to firmly believe that light shall ultimately triumph over darkness. Little Shirtu finally understood the will of fire that Shui Min spoke of. He murmured, "Little Yifeng, guard my mother for me," breaking free from Zhou Dama's grasp. He picked up a weapon that lay at his feet and charged at Zhao Wuyan. Zhao Wuyan was taken aback that even a child dared to attack him. It was laughable. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, dark mist swirling around him. 9 nether soul devouring technique. Countless vengeful souls manifested as black mist, sweeping from his sleeves, causing the villagers' flesh to visibly wither, transforming into desiccated corpses in an instant. Li Laozhong, along with the remaining youths, attempted to flank from the side, but Zhao Wuyan severed them with a blast of sword energy. Qian Zhongfang raised his abacus in defense, only to be cleaved in half, both he and his abacus. Blood stained the earth of Qingshi village. Blind Granny knelt before her door, murmuring a chant for the deceased, yet the next moment, she was engulfed by the black mist. Widow Lu clutched her daughter Xiaohua tightly, only for both to be smashed into the ground by a powerful gust. Iron Pillar, dragging his wounded body, charged with a hatchet, only to have his skull crushed by Zhao Wuyan's grip. This massacre lasted less than a quarter of an hour. As Zhao Wuyan stepped through the blood-soaked ground into the Yi family courtyard, not a soul remained behind him. Standing at the doorway, Yi Fengchun was suddenly seized by an invisible force that gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. "Where's the treasure?" Zhao Wuyan coldly demanded. "Bah!" Yi Fengchun spat a mouthful of blood at his face. "May you die a wretched death." Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed sharply. Yi Fengchun's pupils dilated as they gradually lost focus, his life extinguished carelessly. Zhao Wuyan kicked open the inner door, finding the frail Li Suxin and midwife Aunt Zhao on the bed. "Immortal, please spare us." Aunt Zhao trembled, clutching the infant. Yet, Li Suxin remained surprisingly calm, struggling to sit up and taking her daughter from Aunt Zhao's arms, holding her tightly as she whispered, "Do not fear, your mother is here." Zhao Wuyan's gaze fell upon the infant, and suddenly his pupils constricted. The child was enveloped in a faint golden light. "So that's it. A natural Dao body. Ha! Ha! Ha!" Zhao Wuyan exulted. He reached out toward the infant. Not a chance. Li Suxin, fueled by an unknown strength, swiftly drew a pair of scissors from beneath her pillow and lunged at Zhao Wuyan. "Ants." Zhao Wuyan waved his hand dismissively, causing Li Suxin's chest to cave in, a torrent of blood erupting from her mouth. Yet she clung fiercely to her child with her last breath. 30 miles away on Qiming Mountain, Lin Feng crouched at the edge of a steep cliff, gently brushing aside damp moss to reveal the roots of a purple spirit mushroom beneath. Carefully, he used his herb-picking knife to slice along the edge of the cap, fearful of damaging its medicinal properties. "This specimen is quite good. It should suffice for mother for a couple of days," he murmured to himself, gently placing the mushroom into the medicine basket on his back. Just then, the system's voice erupted in his mind, accompanied by a piercing alarm and flashing red lights at the edge of his vision. "Beep. Morning. Winky face." Lin Feng's hand trembled, nearly dropping the freshly harvested purple spirit mushroom. "What is happening?" Detected fluctuations of Golden Dan realm spiritual energy. Location: Qingshi village. The system's virtual interface erupted with warning notifications, accompanied by a panicked Q version emoji, exclamation marks hovering above its head. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, the medicine basket clattering to the ground as the purple mushroom rolled into the dirt. His heart sank heavily, as if gripped by an invisible hand. A Golden Dan practitioner? His voice trembled with disbelief. How could this be? "Host, hurry. Winky face." Energy response is intensifying. The system interface flashed incessantly with red alerts. Lin Feng's breath nearly ceased, images of his parents flashing through his mind. He activated his Sharingan, his hands swiftly weaving the seals for the body flicker technique. Chakra erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. The trees in the mountains transformed into indistinct green shadows within the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, while thorns tore through his clothing and skin, unnoticed. "Faster, faster." Lin Feng roared within, pouring chakra recklessly into his legs. He had never loathed the 30-mile distance so intensely, nor had he ever yearned so desperately for the flying thunder god technique like Minato. "Father, mother, you must not come to harm." Chapter 40, From the two-hooked jade to the kaleidoscope. The blooming pain of the kaleidoscope Li Suxin's chest suddenly caved in, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing against the wall. Observing this, Aunt Zhao abruptly shed her fear and spread her arms protectively in front of Li Suxin, declaring, "If you wish to kill, then take me instead. After all, I am old." "Zhao Aunt," Li Suxin weakly called out. Zhao Wuyan sneered, showing no mercy as he unleashed a powerful strike. Poof! And Zhao's body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the wall. Zhao Wuyan withdrew and approached Li Suxin, seizing the infant from her arms. "Truly deserving of your great fortune, the aura of luck surrounding you is exceedingly dense." His fingertips coalesced into a black arrow, aimed at Li Suxin's heart. Although her heart was pierced, she did not perish immediately. The weight of her responsibility to protect the child echoed incessantly in her mind. Before her vision faded, Li Suxin witnessed Zhao Wuyan greedily absorbing the infant's fortune, followed by his sinister laughter echoing, "Your fortune is now mine." "No," Li Suxin screamed in her mind. As Zhao Wuyan drained the life of the infant, dark clouds gathered above, unleashing a torrential downpour, as if heaven itself mourned for Yi Qingli. Meanwhile, the perpetrator Zhao Wuyan carelessly discarded the withered infant's body in a corner, hastily fleeing without a backward glance. Lin Feng, hurrying towards the village, stumbled suddenly. His heart racked with excruciating pain. He knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, tears inexplicably streaming down his face. "Why?" Lin Feng bewilderedly wiped his tears away. "Why does it hurt so much?" The clear sky turned dark as rain began to pour, drenching his youthful face. "Host." The system and Appos, S voice bore an unusual sorrow. "Please accept my condolences." Lin Feng and Appos, S pupils dilated sharply. "What did you say?" He looked towards the direction of Qingshi village. "No. It cannot be." His throat tightened. "System, is there any way to make me faster?" "Host chakra is overloaded. It is advised to use lightning release to stimulate your cells." Without hesitation, Lin Feng formed a seal for lightning release. Lightning, instantaneous body. The blinding lightning enveloped him, and the intense pain caused Lin Feng's vision to darken. He rose and sprinted forward, his speed more than doubled. The scenery to his sides blending into a blur. Lin Feng ran with all his might, finally reaching the entrance of Qingshi village. But the sight that unfolded before him was forever etched in his memory. Lin Feng's pupils constricted violently, his two-hooked jade Sharingan spinning wildly, imprinting every inch of this hellish scene into his mind's eye. In his perspective, there was Zheng the butcher, reduced to a pulp, Zhang the hunter with a pierced brow, and Xiao Shirtu, drained by the black mist, along with Wu Ergu and other village youths. The village lay in ruins, bodies strewn everywhere, blood staining the earth. Even the torrential rain could not wash away the stench of death that permeated the air. These horrifying images continued to torment Lin Feng, causing his two-hooked jade to show signs of breaking through. This cannot be real. Lin Feng's lips trembled, and suddenly the scene before him began to warp. Brilliant sunlight poured down, and beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, Zheng the butcher was loudly calling out as he divided wild boar meat. Xiao Shirtu chased a startled chicken with Ahua, and Aunt Zhao was visiting each home with freshly pickled sauerkraut in her basket. Crack! The illusion split open. Lin Feng heard a deep voice resonate in his mind. "This is reality." The cold words echoed in his mind, as if a Beto from the Naruto series whispered directly behind him. The fractures in the illusion multiplied, shattering like a mirror, causing all the beautiful fantasies to collapse instantly. The true crimson reality washed back into view, and those once familiar faces transformed into cold corpses. Lin Feng's knees slammed into the ground, splattering dark red mud. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He staggered to his feet and ran toward the Yi family courtyard. Father, mother. With every step he took, more horrors flooded his vision. The accountant's severed hand still clutched the abacus. The blind old woman stared vacantly at the sky, as if questioning something. And Taiju's headless corpse lay nearby. Lin Feng arrived at the Yi family courtyard, where the walls had collapsed. He stepped inside and saw his father's twisted neck bent at an impossible angle, those usually gentle eyes wide open, staring intently towards the inner room. 10 deep scratch marks marred the threshold, evidence of his father's final struggle to crawl. Following his father's gaze, Lin Feng beheld his mother's pale face, leaning against the wall, a gaping wound in her chest that made the world seem to spin. "This reality, I will not accept it." Lin Feng's roar echoed within the room, and a certain shackle within him shattered explosively. His emotions overflowed uncontrollably, and the two-hooked jade Sharingan that was on the verge of evolving began to spin violently, transforming into the three-hooked jade Sharingan. Yet it showed no signs of stopping. The three hooks spun wildly until they connected, forming a singular point, which extended into two lines, the minute and hour hands. Lin Feng and Appos, SI's wept blood, and a surge of information flooded his mind. Left eye Akatsuki vision. Ocular technique ability. Lock onto a person or object to foresee events occurring in the next minute. Right eye time rewind. Ocular technique ability. Lock onto a person or object to revert time 3 minutes into the past. Both eyes have a cooldown period of 30 seconds, commonly referred to as CD. The kaleidoscope Sharingan reflects the user's innermost desires, obsessions, or fears. There is still time. There must still be time. Upon realizing his kaleidoscope abilities, Lin Feng unhesitatingly locked onto his mother with his right eye, the second hand in his pupil rotating counterclockwise. Immense ocular power surging into her. Rewinding time to 3 minutes ago, however, his mother showed no signs of awakening. Lin Feng began to strain his right eye, continuing to rewind until 6 minutes prior, when Li Suxin finally began to regain consciousness, yet her chest remained hollow. Li Suxin's dazed pupils slowly focused, but upon comprehending the scene before her, they constricted violently. "No, let her go." Her hands instinctively reached forward, as if still lingering on the moment when her daughter was drained by Zhao Wuyan. "Mother, it's me, I'm Yi Feng." Lin Feng cradled his mother's cold hand. Hearing Lin Feng's call, Li Suxin turned to him, only to see his crimson eyes streaming with blood. Feng'er, what has happened to you? Mother, I'm fine. Just wait. I will definitely save you. Lin Feng's right eye continued to rotate, blood flowing freely. Li Suxin gazed into Lin Feng's eyes, watching as his right eye spun slowly. She understood the immense toll this method would take and, with a tightening grip on Lin Feng and Appo's hand, said, "Do not save me. I cannot hold on much longer." Her gaze flicked to the corner where the withered little body lay. "Go save your sister. She has just entered this world. This is unacceptable. I must save you first." Lin Feng countered. "Feng'er, are you disobeying your mother?" "This is the first time I've ever been angry with you," Li Suxin responded. "Mother, this is all my fault. If I hadn't left the village, none of this would have happened," Lin Feng cried, blood and tears mingling as they streamed from his eyes. "Feng'er, listen. None of this is your fault. Do not worry about me. Hurry and save your sister, then leave with her." Lin Feng halted the transfer of ocular power from his right eye, the prolonged strain causing an immediate, intense pain. He collapsed to the ground, but the pain in his chest felt far worse, as if a gaping wound were leaking air. As he ceased maintaining the power of time, Li Suxin immediately sensed a wave of weakness wash over her, as if she might breathe her last at any moment. She watched her son in anguish, and even without a heart, she felt a profound ache. Having regained her composure, Lin Feng approached the corner and gently cradled the withered body. Extending her hand to caress the desiccated form, she vowed to locate the golden elixir cultivator and exact vengeance for the villagers by slaying him. Chapter 41, Defying Fate. Wrath of the Heavens. As the 30-second vacuum period elapsed, Lin Feng activated his right eye's ocular technique to fixate on the infant in his grasp. The power of his gaze surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam, warping the surrounding air as if space itself trembled under his scrutiny. 3 minutes prior. 6 minutes prior. Blood streamed from the corner of Lin Feng and Appo's eye, cascading down his cheek and landing upon the infant and Appo's tender face. Yi Qingli's emaciated form began to quiver, her pallid skin gradually regaining its color, and the faint rhythm of her heartbeat grew more pronounced. Her fingers curled gently, and her eyelashes fluttered, as if awakening from a protracted nightmare. Through the kaleidoscope of his vision, Lin Feng perceived the strands of luck being siphoned away, reversing at a visible pace, flowing backward through the river of time into Yi Qingli and Appo's body. It continued to trace back to 12 minutes ago, until the last thread of fortune fully returned to her being. Lin Feng ceased the transmission of his ocular power, but in that instant, he was assailed by a searing pain in his right eye. Fourfold overload. Was it truly too much to bear? Even the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan could not withstand such reckless depletion of ocular energy. His vision blurred, the world before him shrouded in a crimson veil. Success. His sister had finally returned to life. Lin Feng staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, yet a faint smile of relief graced his lips. A frail cough echoed from behind him. Cough, cough. Li Suxin leaned against the wall, her complexion as pale as parchment, the remnants of dried blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her vitality had long been drained, her survival hinging solely on the last vestige of her strength. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, Lin Feng stumbled to her side, trembling as he grasped her hand. "Mother, hold on. I will save you." He instinctively sought to activate the kaleidoscope once more, but a sharp sting radiated from his right eye, the ocular technique still in cooldown, rendering it unusable for the time being. "Damn it." Li Suxin weakly shook her head, lifting her hand to gently caress his face. Her voice as soft as a flickering candle in the wind. "Feng'er, do not exert yourself. Mother cannot endure much longer." Lin Feng's throat felt constricted, his eyes burning with unshed tears, for they had been soaked in blood. "No, it cannot be. There must be a way." Li Suxin struggled to conjure a smile, trembling as she gestured towards the camphor wood chest at the end of the bed. "Feng and Appo's. Your sister is named Yi Qingli. In the absence of your father and mother, you must take good care of her." Her breath grew increasingly shallow, yet she persisted in uttering her final words. "In the chest, there are items left by your biological parents. You must retrieve them." Before she could finish, her hand slowly fell, falling into eternal silence. "Mother!" Lin Feng's anguished cry shattered the night, reverberating as if the very heavens trembled in response. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he addressed the system. "System, you must have the capability to save my mother, right?" "Sorry, host." The system and Appo's voice bore an unusual weight. "Reversing life and death is the highest taboo, unless you can obtain the reincarnation eye, capture souls using the hungry ghost path, and then utilize impure world reincarnation to resurrect your mother." Lin Feng's heart plummeted. He gazed down at his mother's serene visage, his nails digging deeply into his palm. "I understand." He gently laid her on the straw mat, tearing off his outer robe to cover her. "Mother, rest assured, I will protect my sister." At that moment, a deafening clap of thunder erupted outside. The entire thatched cottage trembled, plaster peeling from the walls. The system's panicked voice rang out. "It's over, host. You forcibly reversed your sister and Appo's fate, disrupting the laws of causality. The heavens are enraged. Lin Feng approached the window, his heart chilling at the sight before him. The dark night sky swirled with ominous clouds, purple and gold lightning weaving through them. This was no ordinary storm, but the divine thunder tribulation imbued with the laws of the heavens. What? Lin Feng and Appo's voice cracked with despair. How can I, someone who has yet to embark on the path of immortality, withstand a heavenly tribulation? The host can use Susanoo to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng sensed that his ocular power was nearly exhausted. He could not even utilize his ocular techniques, let alone Susanoo. What should I do with my depleted ocular power? Emergency offer. Limited time at half price. 2,000 duel points can restore all ocular power. As he gazed at the gathering thunder, Lin Feng clicked to purchase, a warm surge flooding into his eyes. The kaleidoscope's pattern reignited, even more vibrant than before. With the restoration of his kaleidoscope power, Lin Feng could clearly perceive the roiling thunderclouds above, the purple and gold lightning intertwining. As if the wrath of the heavens was about to be unleashed. He recalled the cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, where thunder tribulation served as punishment from the heavens for those who defied fate. To endure alongside another would not only amplify the tribulation's might, but could also doom the innocent to obliteration. He could not risk taking her through the tribulation with him. Even with Yi Qingli under the protection of fortune, he dared not take that chance. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered his technique. And freeing his hand adorned with the flying thunder god seal, still in the position of holding his sister, he bit his fingertip to form a hand seal for the summoning technique. Before the arrival of Minato, he hurried to the foot of the bed and opened the camphor-wood chest. Retrieving the swaddling cloth he had used 8 years prior and the fragrant wooden box given to him by his biological father, Lin Feng regarded the satin cloth in his hands. It had remained untouched by his parents over the past 8 years, now finally finding its purpose. He draped the soft satin over Yi Qingli and tossed the fragrant wooden box into the system space. Meanwhile, in the ninja realm, Konoha village lay shrouded in tranquility under the night sky. Namake's Minato had just completed his day's work and was home with the pregnant Kushina. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar chakra fluctuation. Is this a summoning contract from Yifeng? Kushina noticed his unease and tilted her head, inquiring, "What is it, Minato?" Minato rose, his expression grave. Yifeng is summoning me. He may be in danger. Kushina nodded. Hurry and return safely. Minato offered a gentle smile. Do not worry. I shall be back shortly. Before he could finish, his form erupted into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. As the smoke dissipated, Namake's Minato appeared behind Lin Feng. However, the scene before him caused his pupils to contract in shock. The dilapidated house, the lingering scent of blood, the lifeless woman slumped against the wall, and the man with a broken neck. Minato's heart sank. Could it be? Yifeng killed his adoptive parents? Instinctively, he tensed, his right hand reaching for a kunai in his ninja tool pouch. Just then, Lin Feng and Appo's voice reached him. Minato, you finally came. Lin Feng slowly turned, his voice choked with emotion. Minato's gaze met Lin Feng's, and his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of his brother's enchanting crimson eyes. Chapter 42. This is the third power, Susanoo. Above the village of Qishir, the divine thunderstorm was still brewing. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in the bustling town of Mingza, the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Wanjian immortal sect was taking place in the central square. Hundreds of children of suitable age, accompanied by their parents, stood in long lines awaiting the spirit root test. On the high platform, the second elder, Mu Wanqing, adorned in a flowing white robe, sat gracefully in the main seat. Her beauty was ethereal, and though she intentionally suppressed the aura of her mid-stage transformation realm cultivation, it still exuded an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon the mortals present. Beside her, her eldest disciple, Yin Qingshuang, donned a blue robe and bore a long sword on her back. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, and her mid-stage nascent soul cultivation set her apart from the multitude of cultivators around her. In contrast, the second disciple, Bai Ruoli, was much more vivacious, cheerfully distributing sect tokens to the children who passed the test. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow and gazed towards the southeast, where Qingshi village lay. Master, what troubles you? Yin Qingshuang inquired softly, sensing the shift in her master's demeanor. Mu Wanqing's eyes shimmered with sword intent as she spoke slowly. Someone is undergoing a tribulation. But it is no ordinary breakthrough. Yin Qingshuang closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere for a moment, then opened them with a flicker of astonishment. The fluctuations of this thunderstorm do not resemble those of a cultivator's breakthrough. It feels more like a heaven-defying calamity. Mu Wanqing's tone grew grave, moreover. The storm clouds are intertwined with dragon chi. Curiously, Bai Ruoli leaned in and asked, Master, senior sister, should we go take a look? After a brief contemplation, Mu Wanqing waved her sleeve and stood. Qingshuang, Ruoli, accompany me. With a flick of her hand, a pristine white spirit vessel appeared, its body inscribed with sword patterns that radiated a sharp sword intent. The three stepped aboard, and with a point from Mu Wanqing, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the air. On the vessel, Yin Qingshuang stood at the bow, her robes billowing as she gazed towards the approaching thunderclouds. Master, The might of this thunderstorm might be insurmountable even for a nascent soul cultivator. Mu Wanqing replied calmly. Do not worry. With me here, even a transformation realm thunderstorm cannot harm you. Bairuoli leaned over the side of the vessel, excitement evident in her voice. Master, could it be that a hidden powerhouse is undergoing tribulation? Mu Wanqing shook her head. Unlikely. While the storm is fierce, its aura is disordered, more akin to a punishment invoked by some forbidden technique. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuyan, having just drained the fortunes of others, suddenly clutched his chest, his expression shifting abruptly. What is happening? He halted, horrified to find the abundant fortune energy within him rapidly dissipating, as if being forcibly extracted by some invisible force. Who has stolen my fortune? His face contorted with rage, bloodshot eyes seething with fury. At that moment, he abruptly raised his gaze towards Qingshi village, witnessing the tumultuous thunderclouds above, with purplish-golden lightning slithering like a colossal dragon through the clouds. The terrifying pressure, even from a distance of several dozen miles, sent chills down his spine. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? He squinted, uncertainty swirling in his heart. However, he quickly recalled, wait, what cultivator could possibly be undergoing tribulation here? He remembered the recent slaughter he had committed in Qingshi village, a mere mortal settlement devoid of any cultivators. Unless there is a survivor. A glint of greed and malice flashed in Zhao Wuyan and Appo's eyes. It must be that infant who has been reborn through the cycle of life and death. Initially intending to flee to avoid the impending catastrophe, he altered his course. To invoke such a tribulation, that infant has undoubtedly defied fate. If I can absorb the fortune lost, my cultivation will surely ascend to new heights. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, he bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood to perform the blood escape technique. In an instant, his form transformed into a crimson shadow, darting swiftly towards Qingshi village. In the depths of crimson pupils, a pattern resembling the second hand of a clock rotated slowly, the whites of his eyes laced with blood, tears of crimson visible on his face. This was the Uchiha clan and Appo's Manjiki Sharingan. Although Minato had never seen a Manjiki Sharingan as Hokage, he had some understanding of the Uchiha clan. Minato stared in shock at Linfeng, momentarily at a loss for words. Beep. The summoning of Minato Namikaze has been successful, with a duration of 3 minutes. However, the system has graciously extended it to half an hour for the host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Linfeng felt a measure of relief. He wiped the blood tears from his eyes and rasped, Brother Minato, I need your help. Minato took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and asked in a solemn voice, Yefeng, what has happened here? Linfeng cast his gaze down at his sister in his arms, forcing a bitter smile. It and Appo's. A long story, our village has been slaughtered. But now, the heavenly tribulation approaches, and I have no time to explain. I need you to protect her. He looked up through the window at the roiling thunderclouds above, sensing that the storm was about to strike. Brother Minato, take her far away, otherwise she will be affected by the tribulation. Though Minato was unsure of the impact the thunderstorm would have on Linfeng, witnessing the dire state of their surroundings made him acutely aware of the urgency. He reached out to take Yechengli, solemnly nodding, leave it to me. Linfeng turned and exited the small courtyard of the Yi family. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, droplets pelting his face as the rain washed away his blood tears, cleansing the innocence from his features. The falling rain pooled in small lakes within Qingshi village, mingling with blood to stain the waters crimson. Linfeng beheld this scene, and his heart ached anew. Minato, holding Yechengli, vanished in an instant to a distant hilltop. The raindrops soaked his golden hair, cascading down his cheeks. His gaze swept over the entire village, the shattered homes, the collapsed fences, the blood-soaked muddy paths, and the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Minato and Appo's pupils constricted slightly, his fingers gripping the flying thunder god kunai until they turned white. Even after participating in the Shinobi World War and witnessing countless brutal battlefields, the sight of a mortal village decimated before him filled him with an indescribable sense of suffocation. Linfeng arrived at the open space in Qingshi village, observing as Minato retreated to safety. The Manjiki Sharingan in his eyes gleamed with an eerie red light. This pair of Sharingan bore the hopes of the entire village. Their demise awakened these cursed eyes. Linfeng activated the Manjiki. A skeletal framework formed of black chakra enveloping him. Susanoo. With a low roar, the dark chakra surged violently around the framework, transforming into a colossal half-skeleton that enveloped Linfeng entirely. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton pulsed with a scarlet glow, akin to a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Standing atop the hill, Minato watched in astonishment as Linfeng activated Susanoo. Even as Hokage, he had never witnessed such a bizarre technique. That pitch-black energy was not ordinary chakra but rather a deeper, darker power. Is this the third power of the Manjiki, Susanoo? Minato muttered to himself. This level of defense is insufficient. It cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation. Linfeng gritted his teeth, the Manjiki in his eyes spinning wildly as more ocular power poured forth. The black half-skeleton evolved, taking on flesh and donning a suit of armor. Chapter 43. Lightning Release. Heavenly Punishment. Qilin, though the Susanoo, evolved to its second stage, donned its armored exterior. Its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the third form of the U-Tank. As Lin Feng prepared to advance to the third stage, a bolt of purple-gold lightning cleaved through the clouds, descending like a sword of divine retribution. The lightning harbored destructive power, instantly piercing through Susanu's armor. The dark energy form was torn apart as if made of paper, and the relentless purple-gold lightning struck Lin Feng with tremendous force. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout Qingshi village. The excruciating pain from the lightning coursing through his body caused Lin Feng to collapse to the ground, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. His skin charred and cracked, and the blood, not yet flowing, evaporated under the intense heat, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Minato's pupils constricted as his golden hair was tousled by the howling winds. He had never witnessed such a terrifying display of divine wrath. The destructive force of the purple-gold lightning far exceeded any S-rank ninjutsu. Even more alarming was that Lin Feng's Susanu had been penetrated by a single strike. Seeing Lin Feng injured, he instinctively moved to rush over, but was pulled back to reality by the sudden wailing of Yi Qingli in his arms. Looking down, he saw the infant's tiny hands desperately reaching for her brother, a hint of urgency reflected in her innocent eyes. Strangely, as her cries filled the air, the roiling storm clouds above seemed to momentarily pause, the gathering of the second bolt of lightning visibly slowing. Ding! Detected a 20 reduction in the power of the heavenly tribulation. Qingli's luck is interfering with the laws of heaven. Shaking, Lin Feng struggled to rise. He could not succumb now, for he must protect his sister. With the second bolt of lightning and Appo's gathering slowing, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to mend the torn Susanoo. Recklessly, he unleashed his ocular power, completing the repair of the second stage Susanoo and donning the U-Tank armor. Lin Feng covered his eyes. This was the first time he activated Susanoo without mastery, and it immediately evolved to the third stage, consuming chakra and ocular power in astronomical amounts. The second bolt of lightning finally descended. Although its power was diminished, it remained fearsome. The purple-gold lightning roared down like a dragon, crashing violently against the U-Tank armor. Boom! The deafening explosion illuminated the entire Qingshi village. As the shockwave dissipated, the U-Tank Susanoo stood firm, albeit with spiderweb-like cracks adorning its armor. At this critical moment, the system and Appo's panicked voice rang out. Emergency announcement. Detected a golden core practitioner approaching. Host, beware. Upon hearing the system and Appo's warning, despair washed over Lin Feng. Any cultivator knew that one could not carelessly enter the area of a heavenly tribulation during the crossing, even if he withstood the 9 heavens' divine lightning. What could he use to confront a golden core cultivator in his exhausted state? Lin Feng gazed at the third bolt of lightning poised to strike from the heavens and suddenly recalled a scene from the original tale where Sasuke battled Itachi. Sasuke harnessed energy from the atmosphere to create lightning, ultimately using Chidori to tame it, unleashing the S-rank lightning ninjutsu, Qilin. His kaleidoscope Sharingan rapidly contracted, the clock-like patterns spinning wildly. He looked up at the churning storm clouds, a frenzied idea flashing through his mind. Since evasion was not an option, he would instead turn the heavenly lightning to his advantage. He forcefully wiped the blood from his face, and the ocular power within his eternal kaleidoscope erupted like a volcano. The U-Tank Susanoo let out a thunderous roar, its dark armor fracturing inch by inch, only to reassemble under the might of his enhanced ocular power. Complete Susanoo. With a mighty roar, a towering, 300-meter-tall warrior rose into the sky. Behind the warrior, for energy wings stretched out, obscuring the sun. Surrounding the giant was a tangible chakra storm, evaporating even the raindrops into mist. Minato, cradling Yi Qingli, retreated in shock, gazing in awe at this godlike titan. What was this? Could the kaleidoscope possess such immense power? Warning. Winky face, ocular power consumption has exceeded critical levels. Eternal eye burden has reached 80. Lin Feng paid no heed. The complete Susanoo soared into the sky, its 4 wings stirring a tempest, propelling him directly toward the storm clouds. The higher he ascended, the more terrifying the pressure of the heavenly lightning became, causing cracks to appear even in Susanoo's armor. Now was the moment. As Susanoo approached the storm clouds, Lin Feng swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The complete Susanoo executed the hand seals in unison, unleashing 300-meter-long fire dragons that roared into the storm clouds. The searing flames clashed violently with the frigid rain clouds, generating immense updrafts. The entire storm cloud began to churn violently, the internal electrical activity increasing tenfold. Lightning release, Chidori. Lin Feng concentrated brilliant lightning in his right hand, and the complete Susanoo and Appo's colossal palm manifested a super Chidori several dozen meters in diameter. The frenzied lightning chakra resonated with the natural lightning. As the storm clouds above manifested a release point. Boom. The third bolt of heavenly lightning finally descended, yet it was bizarrely drawn towards the Chidori, transforming into a purple-gold lightning dragon that coiled around Susanoo's arm. Lin Feng's Sharingan spun wildly, exerting all his strength to tame this force of nature. Submit to me. With a roar, the complete Susanoo fully fused the heavenly lightning with Chidori. A divine beast, a Qilin formed entirely from pure tribulation lightning, materialized amidst the clouds. Its scales and claws vibrant and lifelike. Lightning release, Qilin. As Zhao Wuyan stepped into the territory of Qinshi village, his pupils constricted in shock. A colossal black giant, 300 meters tall, erupted from the ground, sprouting 4 wings and enveloped in purple-gold lightning, resembling a demon emerging from the underworld. What struck him with terror was that within the giant's palm coalesced a blue lightning bolt several dozen meters in diameter. The piercing cry of Chidori reverberating painfully in his ears. What is this? Before he could react, the third bolt of heavenly tribulation thundered down. However, the purple-gold lightning, powerful enough to annihilate a golden core cultivator, was forcibly drawn by the lightning in the giant's hand, coiling around Susanu's arm like a tamed raging dragon. Boom. Lightning and chakra intertwined frantically, ultimately coalescing into a lifelike lightning Qilin amidst the clouds. This Qilin shimmered in purple gold, its scales pulsating with the power of divine retribution. And merely the emanating pressure turned all vegetation within 100 meters to ash. At that moment, Mu Wanqing and Amp, Appo's spiritual vessel arrived. The sword in Yun Qingxuang's hand clattered to the deck, her usually cold face filled with astonishment. Master, what is that? Bai Ruoli's legs buckled, and she sank to her knees on the boat. Someone is taming the heavenly tribulation. Mu Wanqing and Amp, Appo's eyes flared with sword intent. Her divine consciousness at the transformation stage allowing her to see more clearly, the bloodied young man within the black giant was the one controlling it. Zhao Wuyan and Appo's mind shattered completely. Impossible. How could the heavenly tribulation be controlled? Without hesitation, he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Blood escape technique. Crimson mist enveloped his body, and he transformed into a blood rainbow, frantically fleeing northwest. Lin Feng and Appo's kaleidoscope Sharingan spun wildly, the left eye's ability allowing him to see each of Zhao Wuyan's movements for the next minute. Lin Feng had already predicted his escape route. Want to flee? The complete Susanu's colossal hand tightened suddenly. The purple-gold Qilin born from the power of the tribulation let out a thunderous roar. This lightning divine beast pulsated with destructive energy, each scale refracting blinding lightning. Boom. The lightning Qilin dove down, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Just as Zhao Wuyan formed the blood escape seal, he was horrified to find that his escape route had been entirely sealed off. The lightning Qilin seemed to predict every possible escape route, blocking every direction within 1,000 meters. No, this is impossible. He fervently urged the blood mist surrounding his golden core to swell. Yet, at the very moment the blood escape was about to be unleashed, the Thunder Kirin struck down upon him with unrelenting force. Feel my hatred and fury. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the heavens and the earth, akin to a proclamation from the abyss. The purplish-golden lightning completely engulfed Zhao Wuyan, his protective blood mist torn asunder like fragile paper. Disperse along with the thunderous roar. In the blinding brilliance of the lightning, Zhao Wuyan's body began to disintegrate. First, his limbs turned to ash, followed by the gradual collapse of his torso. He opened his mouth, yearning to scream, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, that wicked golden core was obliterated into powder by the divine retribution of the thunder. Chapter 44. Entering the Wanjian Immortal Sect. Testing the Thunderfire Extraordinary Spirit Root as Lin Feng subdued the thunder tribulation, the lightning gradually dissipated, and the ominous thunderclouds in the sky receded like a tide, revealing a long-awaited clear blue sky. Sunlight cascaded down onto the charred earth, casting a blood-red golden sheen over the land that had endured so much devastation. In a vast crater, 1,000 meters in diameter, magma continued to churn and steam, emitting scorching waves of heat, a testament to the cataclysmic power of the recent strike. Beep. Thunder escape Qilin completion. 120. Achievement unlocked. Slaying golden elixir defying heaven's punishment. Lin Feng covered his painfully stinging eyes, the burden of the eternal kaleidoscope rendering his vision a blur. With both chakra and ocular power utterly depleted, his eternal Meijiki Sharingan closed, reverting to the characteristic inky black pupils of the Uchiha clan. The towering black Susanu, 300 meters high, crumbled to dust, and Lin Feng, who stood atop its head, lost his support, plummeting from the sky. Exhausted, Lin Feng weakly shut his eyes. The only sound left in his ears was the howling wind. What a dire predicament. Upon witnessing the Susanu's dissolution, Minato immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Releasing one hand from holding Yiqingli, he swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, planting it firmly into the ground, closing his eyes to sense Lin Feng's flying thunder god mark on his palm. Is it about to end? Just as Lin Feng was about to hit the ground, whoosh, a golden flash tore through the night sky, and Minato's figure appeared beneath him as if teleporting. The exquisite control of the flying thunder god technique allowed him to catch the falling youth without a moment's hesitation, his other arm still securely cradling the crying Yiqingli. In an instant of golden light, the three had returned to the kunai's original marking. Minato carefully laid Lin Feng down on a relatively intact piece of bluestone. He began to examine Lin Feng's injuries, and upon seeing the boy's charred skin and bleeding eyes, even the seasoned Hokage could not help but frown. Chakra depleted, ocular power overdrawn, multiple burn injuries, but fortunately there was no immediate threat to life. From Mu Wanqing's perspective on the spirit vessel, Mu Wanqing's gaze sharpened. This was not good. She raised a delicate hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power, only to halt abruptly the next moment. A golden flash streaked across the night sky, and with her divine transformation vision, she could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. The speed was astonishing, as if it had directly traversed space. What is this? Once the golden light settled, Mu Wanqing finally discerned a young man with golden hair and blue eyes. He wore a white divine robe adorned with flame patterns, and his forehead protector glinted coldly under the moonlight. To her astonishment, the spatial teleportation he executed exhibited no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, relying purely on some profound mark to achieve instantaneous movement. Spatial divine ability, yet not within our realm of practitioners. She gently tapped the hilt of her sword. Deep in thought, Bairuoli suddenly tugged at her master's sleeve. Master, look, that infant. Mu Wanqing focused her gaze and saw a baby girl swathed in faint golden light, a phantom little dragon swirling around her gently. The pure Tao rhythm emanating from the infant spread like ripples. This was the innate Tao body recorded in ancient texts, an extraordinary talent seldom seen in a millennium. An innate Tao body? Yin Xingxuang gasped in disbelief. No wonder it could attract the auspicious golden dragon. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with intensity. If this girl were to join my Wanjian immortal sect. Her thought was abruptly interrupted as she noticed the golden-haired man gazing up warily, a kunai in his hand gleaming coldly. Minato held Yu Qingli close, the flying thunder god kunai spinning in his fingers. While he could not sense any so-called spiritual energy, a ninja's keen perception of killing intent made him tense all over. Do not be alarmed, Mu Wanqing's voice, cold as frost, carried across the air. I am Mu Wanqing, the second elder of the Wanjian immortal sect, and I mean no harm toward this child. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, 3 sword-shaped jade pendants floated down. These are heart-protecting jades. They can assist in healing. The jade pendants hovered 10 zhang away from Minato, clearly taking his caution into account. Suddenly, one pendant shattered on its own, transforming into a stream of clear energy that entered Lin Feng's body. The boy's charred skin began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing rate. Is this the medical technique of ninjas in this world? Minato murmured, fixated on the heart-protecting jade. In his arms, Yu Qingli suddenly broke into laughter, waving her small hands toward the spirit vessel. To Minato's astonishment, Mu Wanqing's life-bound spirit sword emitted a melodious chime in response. The sword's heart resonated. Mu Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure. This girl is destined to be connected with my sword sect. As Lin Feng lay on the bluestone slab, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Host, an elder from the Wanjian immortal sect has appeared and wishes to accept Yu Qingli as a disciple. Do you agree to this and pledge yourself as her master? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng quickly arrived at his conclusion, rather than wandering outside. It would be far better to join a sect and cultivate immortality, gaining the strength to protect myself and those I care for. Esteemed elder, Mu Wanqing and Appo's voice, I see yet with an unusual urgency, broke through. This infant possesses an innate Tao body. If she remains in a mundane village, her talent will only be wasted. Allow me to take her as my disciple. Minato furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the kunai bearing the flying thunder god technique. Although he did not understand the significance of the Tao body, he could surmise from her demeanor that it likely pertained to the power structure of this realm. Minato was reluctant to consent to Mu Wanqing's request on Lin Feng's behalf, as he still could not ascertain whether she was friend or foe. Struggling to sit up from the bluestone slab, Lin Feng's fingers dug deep into the earth beneath his charred sleeves. He looked up at Mu Wanqing, suspended in the air, his hoarse voice imbued with undeniable determination. You may take my sister as your disciple. A blood-stained smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, but he added firmly, however, you must take me as well, and I wish to be your direct disciple. At these words, the expressions of Mu Wanqing and Appo's two female disciples shifted dramatically. Yu Xingxuang's gaze turned icy, and the sword aura around her flickered ominously as she coldly retorted, presumptuous. My master has not accepted a male disciple in 300 years. What right does a mere fledgling who has just survived a tribulation have to negotiate terms? With a flick of her finger, she sent a sharp sword intent slicing past Lin Feng's ear, carving a 3-foot trench into the ground. Though the Wanjian immortal sect did not prohibit male cultivators, the Appo's, Cold Moon Peak and Appo's lineage had never allowed a man to step foot within. Yin Xingxuang was thoroughly displeased with Lin Feng and Appo's audacity. Meanwhile, Bairuoli blinked and discreetly tugged at her senior sister and Appo's sleeve, whispering, Sister, he just withstood the heavenly tribulation. And look at that little sister. How adorable she is. Her gaze was fixed on Yu Qingli and Minato's arms, her eyes sparkling with fascination, clearly enchanted by the baby's pure Tao rhythm. The purity of this child's Tao body is likely higher than that of the direct disciples of the sect leader. If we miss this opportunity, Master may regret it for a century. Moreover, our peak is filled with women. Having even a male disciple for chores would be far less dull. She stuck out her tongue. If our third junior sister were here, she would definitely agree. The third junior sister, Su Yuru, was currently in closed-door cultivation at the sect and had not accompanied Mu Wanqing to recruit disciples. Mu Wanqing did not respond to her disciples, but instead waved her sleeve, causing a crystal-clear spirit-testing jade to float before Lin Feng. Place your hand upon it, she said softly. Lin Feng did not hesitate. His mud-stained hand pressed directly onto the jade. Buzz! The spirit-testing jade erupted with dazzling brilliance, intertwining red and purple lightning, akin to raging flames and descending thunder. A thunderfire extraordinary spirit root. Mu Wanqing and Appo's gaze flickered, revealing a rare hint of astonishment. It was a dual thunderfire extraordinary spirit root, with a purity exceeding 90%, meeting the standards for a direct disciple. Yun Qingxuang took a sudden step back, exclaiming, a thunderfire dual extraordinary spirit root? Its purity is an astonishing 98%. She stared intently at the manifestation of the light column, where a thunderous Qilin stood upon fiery clouds, rearing its head in a mighty roar. Bai Ruoli sprang up with excitement, eagerly grasping Mu Wanqing and Appo's sleeve. Master, this is even rarer than the and Appo's, Xianin's spirit body and Appo's, of Junior Sister San. If we miss this opportunity at Hanyu Peak, Master Zong and the elders will surely snatch him away. Mu Wanqing gazed intently at the column of light, the essence of sword intent swirling in her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly thrust her fingers forward, unleashing a surge of sword energy that cleaved the column of light in two. Amidst the celestial radiance, her robes billowed as she pronounced each word with deliberate precision. According to the rules of Hanyu Peak, today I shall make an exception for you. Yi Feng. From this moment forth, you shall be my fourth direct disciple and the first male disciple in 3 centuries at Hanyu Peak. Chapter 45. Sending them on their final journey. Lin Feng wasted no words, kneeling on one knee with a decisive grace, his motion fluid and unhesitant. His knee struck the charred earth with a heavy thud, stirring a small cloud of dust. Disciple Yu Feng pays respect to master. His voice was deep and resolute, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Beneath his lowered eyelids, the patterns of the Sharingan had vanished from his inky black pupils, leaving only the purest shade of darkness. It embodied a brother's unwavering resolve to protect his kin and a young man's earnest yearning for strength. Mu Wanqing, with her flowing sleeves, gently lifted Lin Feng with a soft wave of spiritual energy. She scrutinized her newly accepted disciple, her gaze lingering on his singed garments and his yet-to-heal wounds. With a flick of her wrist, a white jade token soared forth. This is a personal token. After concluding the necessary affairs, return with me to the sect. Her voice remained as frosty as ever. Pausing, her eyes swept over the ravaged village. Now, go and lay your villagers to rest. Yes, master, Lin Feng replied respectfully, tucking the token close to his heart. The jade felt warm to the touch, inscribed with the words 10,000 swords, the edges entwined with delicate cloud patterns. He turned towards Minato Namikaze, his steps slightly weighted. The golden-haired ninja maintained a vigilant stance, his kunai flickering in and out of sight between his fingers. Brother Minato, could you assist me with a favor? Lin Feng's voice softened a fraction. Minato's azure eyes flicked to the infant cradled in his arms, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Sure, but your sister is in my embrace. I can and Appo's, to use my techniques. Lin Feng extended his hand, receiving Yi Qingli. The little one seemed to sense her brother and Appo's presence. Wrinkling her tiny nose in her slumber, her small hand instinctively clutching at Lin Feng and Appo's garment. Her delicate face flushed, her lips chapped. Having not consumed any nourishment since birth, she was likely famished. Lin Feng and Appo's heart ached as he tenderly caressed her cheek with his fingertip, raising his gaze towards Mu Wanqing on the spirit vessel. Master, would you kindly watch over my sister for a moment? Before Mu Wanqing could respond, Bai Ruoli, brimming with enthusiasm, leaped forward, her bright eyes sparkling with eagerness. I'll take care of her. Leave it to me. She dashed to Lin Feng and Appo's side, reaching out to gently take the infant, her movements astonishingly delicate, as if fearing to disturb the little one and Appo's peaceful rest. I have experience caring for young spirit beasts at the sect, she chirped, blissfully unaware of her master and Appo's slightly furrowed brows. Mu Wanqing cast a fleeting glance at her, her tone icy yet tinged with admonition. Ruoli, be more composed. Bai Ruoli stuck her tongue out playfully, but continued her gentle actions, expertly cradling Yi Qingli and softly rocking her. Be good, little sister. Sister will take you to find spirit milk. Yun Qingxuang, observing from the side, shook her head with a hint of exasperation, though affection twinkled in her eyes. She turned to Lin Feng, her voice steadier than Bai Ruoli and Appo's junior brother, rest assured, we will care for your little sister. Watching his sibling being carefully taken away, Lin Feng's tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit. He turned to Minato, and they exchanged a knowing nod, stepping towards the blood-soaked ruins together. Mu Wanqing regarded their retreating figures, a contemplative expression flitting across her features. Qingxuang, she began, her voice retaining its chill but laced with deeper intent, send a message back to the sect, instructing Yiru to come see me directly after her seclusion. Yun Qingxuang hesitated briefly, then nodded. Yes, master. Bai Ruoli, holding Yi Qingli by the spirit vessel, tilted her head towards Lin Feng's direction and suddenly inquired, Master, does that mean little sister's brother will truly become our junior brother in the future? Mu Wanqing replied with a serene affirmation, her gaze distant. From this day forth, he shall be the fourth direct disciple of Yujin Peak. By Ruoli and Amp, Oppos, eyes brightened. On the cusp of exclaiming joyfully, when Yi Qingli let out a sudden wail, her tiny face contorting in distress, her cries piercing the air. Oh dear! She must be starving! By Ruoli exclaimed, flustered as she rocked the swaddling cloth, casting an imploring glance at Mu Wanqing. Master, do we have any spirit milk left? Mu Wanqing shot her a sidelong glance, producing a small white jade vial from her sleeve. 3 drops of transformation water. Do not waste it. Bai Ruoli seized it with delight, scampering off to prepare the nourishment for Yi Qingli. Yun Qingxuang observed her sister's retreating figure, then turned her gaze towards the distance where Lin Feng stood, speaking softly. Master, should we inform Sister Yuru? Mu Wanqing's eyes drifted far away, her voice calm. We will discuss it upon return to the sect. On the path, Lin Feng murmured, Brother Minato, thank you. Minato ruffled his hair with a warm smile. Go on, I will accompany you, to bid them farewell for the last time. Qingshi village, once a haven of tranquility, now lay drenched in blood. The air was thick with the acrid scent of iron, and the scorched earth bore the bodies of villagers strewn in disarray. The butcher Zheng was reduced to a pulp, while Hunter Zhang had a gaping hole through his brow, and the Dr. Li was cleaved in half. Lin Feng stood at the village entrance. Once more confronted by this harrowing scene, his dark pupils trembled violently, nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. Brother Minato. His voice was hoarse, almost inaudible. Standing behind him, Minato's golden locks fluttered in the breeze, his usually gentle azure gaze now as cold as frost. He stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. Let us first grant them peace in their rest. Minato formed hand seals, commanding, earth-style, quake core. The ground trembled as earth surged, creating a vast pit in the center of the village. He manipulated his chakra, carefully lifting each villager's body, placing them into the grave with utmost reverence. Lin Feng refrained from utilizing ninjutsu, choosing instead to carry each lifeless form in his arms. Approaching Zhang, the hunter who had once taught him to set traps and shoot arrows, he found the man with a bloodied hole in his brow, his eyes still wide open, as if defying death itself. Lin Feng gently closed his eyes, whispering, Uncle Zhang, I am sorry. He then lifted the remains of Taizhu, the earnest youth who had once boasted of becoming Qingshi village's greatest hunter, now with a shattered skull. Lin Feng shed his outer robe, wrapping it around the broken body before gently laying it into the pit. The bodies of Lu, the widow, and Xiao He were beyond recognition. Lin Feng knelt beside them, his fingers digging deep into the earth, suppressing the low sobs that threatened to escape his throat. Brother Minato. Lin Feng's voice trembled. They could have escaped. Minato remained silent for a moment before responding. They chose to fight, never retreating even in death. Lin Feng closed his eyes as tears fell silently. Chapter 46. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan as a testament to witnessing the death of a beloved one at last. Lin Feng returned to the Yi family courtyard, his legs now devoid of sensation. Yi Fouchun and Appo's lifeless body lay discarded by the door, his neck contorted at a grotesque angle. Lin Feng knelt before him, slowly extending his hand to gently adjust his adoptive father's head, the chill from his fingertips sending tremors coursing through his body. Inside, Li Suxin lay quietly on the kong, as if merely asleep. The outer robe Lin Feng had draped over her was soaked in blood, yet it retained a semblance of dignity. He leaned down, planting a soft kiss upon his adoptive mother and Appo's cold forehead. Having performed these final rites, Lin Feng embraced the remains of his parents and stepped toward the hillside outside the village. His steps were heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight, yet resolute, akin to a sacred ritual. The earth, mingled with blood, seeped through his fingers as he dug the grave with his bare hands, until his nails split and his knuckles revealed stark white bone. He laid his parents side by side, trembling fingers smoothing his mother and Appo's disheveled hair and flattening the creases of his father and Appo's garments. Father, mother. His voice choked, barely audible. He cautiously lifted their bodies and continued toward the small hill, where the view opened up to encompass all of Qingshi village. Lin Feng excavated the earth with his hands. Interring his parents together, he fashioned a crude gravestone from wood, firmly planting it into the ground. Grave of Yi Fengchun and Li Suxin. Unfilial son Yi Feng stands here. Kneeling before the humble gravestone, Lin Feng pressed his forehead heavily against the hard earth. After 3 resounding knocks, blood trickled down his brow, mingling with tears as it fell upon the fresh grave. The atmosphere grew still, leaving the young man in solitude. Father, you always said a man should stand tall. Yet I have failed to protect you. The noon cicadas abruptly fell silent, as if they too could not bear to hear this sorrowful confession. When I was born, my biological father deemed my double Tomo Sharingan as a cursed blood eye. I wished to argue back then, but now I find myself unable to refute it. For it is I who caused your demise. All of this is my fault. In my past life, my parents passed away early, and I lived with my grandparents. In this life, I was abandoned by my biological parents at birth. In my despair, it was you who bestowed upon me the hope of life. You never treated me poorly for being your adopted son. On the contrary, you cherished me as your own. The villagers also refrained from looking down upon me for being a foundling. Instead, they embraced and cared for me. Father, mother, I am so sorry to you and everyone else. If you can hear me, I hope you can convey my gratitude to the villagers. The murderer has dissipated beneath my thunder. This may serve as my explanation to all. Qingli is still alive. He lifted his gaze to the blinding sun, the sorrow in his eyes crystallizing into a steely resolve. I will ensure she lives in a world filled with light. Lin Feng gradually rose, the evening sun casting its warm glow upon his pallid countenance, tears leaving dried trails on his cheeks. He wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. The sadness in his gaze slowly supplanted by a chilling determination, much like a frozen lake, serene on the surface, yet tumultuous beneath. Seeing him regain composure, Mizukage approached, his azure eyes radiating gentle concern. Mizukage, thank you, Lin Feng murmured, his voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. But, I must apologize to you. Mizukage paused, brows knitting in confusion. Why do you apologize to me? Lin Feng swallowed hard, as if grappling with something lodged in his throat. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. I am sorry for having concealed the fact that I possess the Sharingan. Mizukage's pupils slightly constricted but quickly returned to calm. He did not interrupt, simply listening intently. I awakened the double Tomo Sharingan at birth. Lin Feng's voice was low and suppressed, as if emerging from a chasm. Yet my biological parents believed these eyes to be harbingers of calamity. I was cast aside, like a filthy rag, left to perish in a cave. Lin Feng's fingers clenched unconsciously, nails embedding into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers, though he felt no pain. The curse of these eyes evolved from double Tomo to the kaleidoscope, bringing with it torment akin to being seared repeatedly in hellfire. Each transformation was accompanied by excruciating agony. And now my heart is hollow, devoid of even the capacity to feel pain. His voice trembled, recalling an unbearable torment. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, the depths of his dark pupils seemingly ablaze with a frigid fire, a blend of fury and despair. In his past life, while watching Naruto, he believed Obito awakened the kaleidoscope due to the loss of a beloved, yet he now understood that the kaleidoscope Sharingan was, in truth, a testament to witnessing the death of one's beloved. At that moment, the system and Appo's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Winky face, host. Namikaze Minato is about to be returned to the ninja world. The voice of the system, reminiscent of a youthful girl, rang with urgency. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Minato before him suddenly hesitated, looking down at his gradually fading hands. This is... Minato felt that familiar sensation of repulsion. He lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, understanding flashing in his eyes, and without hesitation stepped forward to embrace the young man tightly. Lin Feng and Appo's body trembled violently, as if a taut bowstring on the verge of snapping. Minato sensed his erratic, frantic breaths, akin to a drowning person grasping a final piece of driftwood. It is not your fault. Minato's voice was low yet unwavering. The Sharingan is not a curse. It is a testament to the life you have lived. He released his embrace, firmly placing his hands on Lin Feng's shoulders, his golden hair glowing warmly in the sunset. Listen, the power of your eyes has never been a curse. It is a reflection of your heart. Pain may not vanish, but it can transform into your strength, not a shackle. Minato gently tapped Lin Feng and Appo's eyes. They're your final connection to the departed. Lin Feng stared blankly at him, the coldness in his eyes slightly stirred by these words, like a stone cast into a frozen lake, creating subtle ripples. What should I do? His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Minato offered a warm smile, reminiscent of the rising sun dispelling the last remnants of night. Live, carry their memories, and protect your sister well. That is what they would wish to see. As his words settled, Minato's form became almost entirely transparent, leaving only a faint outline. He gazed deeply at Lin Feng one last time, his smile remaining gentle. Yi Feng, do not forget what I said. We shall meet again. A gentle breeze swept by, and his figure vanished completely from the air. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, unmoving for a long while. Ding. Namikaze Minato has been returned to the ninja world. Host, do not be disheartened. You still have this system accompanying you. Thank you, system, Lin Feng whispered, his voice carrying a hint of weariness yet imbued with a sense of relief. Chapter 47. Suyuru as the spiritual vessel traversed the sea of clouds. The setting sun cast its final golden rays upon the snow-capped peak of Hanyu. Standing at the bow of the vessel, Mu Wanqing wore flowing white robes, her inky hair billowing in the wind. Behind her, Bai Ruoli carefully cradled the slumbering Yi Qingli, while Yun Qingxuang stood silently to the side, gazing into the distance with a tranquil expression. Master, are we heading directly to Hanyu Peak? Yun Qingxuang inquired softly. Mu Wanqing did not turn her head, but slightly nodded. First, to Mengzi Town. As the spiritual vessel gently descended into the central square of Mengzi Town, the outer sect elders presiding over the disciple recruitment ceremony paused their activities. Elder Song, the leader, hurried forward to pay his respects. Elder Mu has graced us with her presence. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, Mu Wanqing's voice was as cold as frost. Elder Song, Hanyu Peak has already accepted 2 direct disciples this time. There is no need to reserve any more slots for the ceremony. Elder Song was taken aback. his gaze instinctively drifting towards the vessel. There, Ruoli cradled a baby wrapped in brocade, softly humming a lullaby. To have Elder Mu personally accept a disciple. This girl must be a prodigious talent. I understand. I will adjust the roster, Elder Song replied respectfully, unable to suppress his curiosity. May I ask the identity of the new disciple? Mu Wanqing's eyes turned icy, and Elder Song immediately fell silent, fearing to inquire further. Having concluded her business, Mu Wanqing did not linger. The vessel ascended once more into the sky. Ruoli leaned over the ship and Appo's railing, watching the diminishing Mengzi town below, and suddenly sighed. What troubles you? Yin Qingshuang asked. Ruoli looked down at the infant in her arms. Little junior sister has been so well-behaved throughout the journey, not a single cry. Yet, her brother won't arrive until 3 days later. A flicker of complexity crossed Yin Qingshuang and Appo's eyes. Someone must handle the aftermath of the situation in Qinshi village. Mu Wanqing stood at the bow, listening to her disciple's conversation, her gaze distant. Her fingertips brushed against the jade token at her waist, inscribed with the words Hanyu, radiating a faint blue light under the moon. As the vessel passed through the protective array of the Wanjin Xianzong, the millennium-old cold bell atop Hanyu Peak rang 3 times automatically. The deep bell tones resonated through the mountains, startling a flock of snow cranes. Elder Mu has returned. Look, what is that in by senior sister and Appo's arms? It seems to be a baby. The disciples atop the peak halted, astonished as they gazed skyward. Hanyu Peak had not accepted an infant as a disciple in a century. This must be an extraordinary talent. The vessel landed steadily in front of the Hanyu Hall. As Mu Wanqing stepped out, a purple figure dashed toward her from the direction of the sword pavilion. Master! Suyuru, donned in a light purple dress with a slender sword at her waist, her almond eyes brimming with excitement, was about to speak when she noticed the baby in by Ruoli and Appo's arms, her eyes widening in surprise. What? Who is this child? Ruoli cheerfully leaned closer. Sister Yuru, this is our newly accepted junior sister, Yi Qingli. Her brother, Yi Feng, will also become our junior brother. A male disciple? Suyuru and Appo's voice rose sharply, turning to Mu Wanqing with evident dissatisfaction. Master, our Hanyu Peak has never. Thunderfire's spiritual root, with a purity of 98%, Mu Wanqing interrupted blandly. 2 points higher than yours when you were tested. Suyuru was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing red. During her own testing, her spiritual root purity was 96%. Already exceptional among her peers. The purity of her spiritual root was her pride, yet now it had been overshadowed by a male. Inside the Hanyu Hall, illuminated by icy crystals, the atmosphere was chilling. Mu Wanqing sat at the head, with Yin Qingshuang standing to her left and by Ruoli, still holding the sleeping Yi Qingli. To her right, Suyuru knelt on the lower seat, still somewhat sullen. Yi Feng will arrive in 3 days. Mu Wanqing lightly tapped the armrest of her jade seat. Yuru, now that you are out of seclusion, please prepare for the disciple initiation ceremony. Suyuru pouted, disciple obeys. Suddenly, a thought struck her. But since he possesses a Thunderfire spiritual root, how can he cultivate our Hanyu heart method? The temperature in the hall plummeted. And Mu Wanqing and Appo's gaze was sharp as a blade. I have my arrangements. It is not for you to concern yourself with. Yin Qingshuang interjected at the right moment, Master. Should we notify the sect leader? I will go personally tomorrow, Mu Wanqing rose. But for today, let us first settle Qingli. Ruoli eagerly added, Master, do not worry. I have already arranged for the servant disciples to prepare the adjacent guest room and have also prepared spiritual milk and, before she could finish, Yi Qingli suddenly awoke, letting out a loud cry that echoed in the silent hall, startling Suyuru nearly to her feet. Oh no, little junior sister is hungry again. Ruoli frantically rocked the swaddled infant. She retrieved the small white jade bottle gifted by the master and joyfully retreated with the baby. Suyuru watched her retreating figure, unable to restrain herself from muttering, is it really that joyful? Yuru, Mu Wanqing suddenly called. Disciple is here. Tomorrow. Please take the opportunity to retrieve a copy of the Appo's Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique and Appo's from the Scripture Pavilion. Suyuru and Appo's eyes widened. ISN and Appo's that already. Go, Mu Wanqing commanded, not wishing to elaborate further, and turned to walk toward the rear hall. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still conversing with the system. However, the summoning duration for Shui Min had clearly exceeded half an hour. Why had he not been returned on time? The system hesitated for a moment, then responded in a slightly aggrieved electronic voice. Host, I truly wish to send Shui Min back, but there were too many unforeseen changes. Moreover, since you just lost a loved one, I felt it was more important to keep Shui Min here to comfort you. Lin Feng was taken aback. When you completed your tribulation, the heavenly Tao's resistance against Shui Min intensified. I have been under tremendous pressure to extend his stay. A warmth blossomed in Lin Feng's chest, as if a gentle flame flickered within. He had not expected that even this often noisy girl of a system was silently making sacrifices for him. Is that so? He murmured softly, a bittersweet yet tender smile gracing his lips. Thank you. Not at all, you're welcome. Having concluded his conversation with the system, Lin Feng slowly raised his head to survey the surroundings of Qinshi village. The ruins of Qingshi village appeared particularly desolate under the setting sun. With charred walls and blood-soaked earth, scattered farming tools and household items, all signs of the tragedy that had transpired here. I must restore Qingshi village within these 3 days. So that the villagers may have a proper home, he inhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with determination. With that, he formed hand seals and shouted, shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. 6 plumes of white smoke erupted, and 6 identical shadow clones appeared beside him. Lin Feng closed his eyes to sense the flow of chakra within him. Due to elemental restrictions, he could not use earth release to quickly repair the buildings. It seemed he would have to rely on the most primitive method, rebuilding bit by bit. Chapter 48. The reconstruction of Qingshi village. Lin Feng began to direct his shadow clones in the restoration of Qingshi village. You too. Go and cleanse the remnants of blood within the village, he instructed, pointing to the 2 clones on the far left. The clones nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly set to work. They drew water from the well, using cloths and brooms to carefully wipe the bloodstains from the walls and the ground, their movements gentle and meticulous, as if fearful of disturbing the peace of the deceased. You too, take charge of repairing the houses, Lin Feng commanded, turning his gaze to the 2 clones in the center. The clones approached the collapsed structures, lifting broken beams to reconstruct the framework. Without the aid of earth manipulation, they could only move the stones by hand, filling in the gaps in the walls and patching the roofs with thatch and wooden boards. Sweat soon soaked their garments, but none halted their efforts. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze settled on the remaining 2 clones. Go prepare food. We must at least make this place resemble a home. The clones silently walked toward the vegetable patch outside the village, gathering decent vegetables and collecting a few eggs from the surviving chicken coop. They then proceeded to the kitchen to kindle a fire, the curling smoke rising gently, infusing the desolate village with a hint of vitality. Meanwhile, Lin Feng made his way to the Yi family courtyard. The entrance had collapsed, but he bent down to prop it up and secured it with wooden wedges. Inside, tables and chairs lay overturned, dishes shattered, and his parents' and Appo's belongings scattered across the floor. Lin Feng knelt down, picking up each item one by one, gently cleaning them before returning them to their rightful places. The weaving loom belonging to Li Suxin remained in the corner, adorned with unfinished coarse cloth. Lin Feng and Appo's fingers brushed over the threads, as if he could still feel the warmth of his mother and Appo's touch. Yifochun and Appo's medicine cabinet lay toppled on the ground, herbs strewn about. Lin Feng squatted to sort each type of herb, carefully placing them back into the drawers, labels facing outward, just as his father had meticulously done in life. With the reconstruction of the Yi family completed, Lin Feng concluded this exhausting day, holding a wooden bucket. He stood by the well, the twilight casting a long shadow behind him. Inside, 2 shadow clones had prepared a simple meal, a pot of wild vegetable soup, a few baked flatbreads, some fried eggs, and several untouched fruits gathered from the backyard. After a long day of toil, he finally had the chance to cleanse himself. Lin Feng was filthy. Dry blood stained his skin, blood from his parents, from villagers, and his own. The mud clinging to him was from digging graves, repairing walls, and kneeling on the ground. The burn mark on his chest was a scar from a heavenly tribulation, with traces of dark purple lines remaining, as though his skin had been seared by lightning. Though the heart-protecting jade given by Mu Wanqing had healed his injury, the marks of the strike lingered. These scars mirrored his heart. Although the wounds had healed, the painful memories were etched deep within his soul. Lin Feng stripped off his tattered clothes, revealing a lean yet scarred torso. He filled a bucket with icy well water and raised it above his head, pouring it over himself with a sudden rush. The cold water cascaded down, washing away the blood and mud, flowing down his legs and seeping into the parched earth. He scrubbed his arms, his nails scraping against his skin, as if trying to peel away the charred remnants of his past. Once, twice, thrice, until the well water ran low and his skin turned red, until he could no longer discern whether the liquid on his face was water or tears. Finally, he halted, gasping as he wiped his face. Turning around, he noticed a stack of clean clothes resting by the well. They were a simple set of coarse fabric garments he had taken from his room, sewn by his adoptive mother, Li Suxin, last year. He slowly donned the attire, fastening the belt, the fabric brushing against his newly exposed skin, slightly painful, yet oddly comforting. The wind rustled, carrying a faint scent of smoke. The meal prepared by the shadow clones awaited on the stone table in the courtyard, simple yet steaming with warmth. Lin Feng stood there, gazing at the home he had painstakingly restored. The once empty abode was now left with him alone. Yet, Lin Feng knew he could not afford to stop. He sat on the stone bench, his fingertips trembling slightly. Raising his hand, he formed a simple seal. Transformation technique. With a swirl of white smoke, 2 figures identical to Yifochun and Li Suxin materialized on the stone bench. They sat quietly, their movements somewhat stiff, yet they bore a resemblance, enough to constrict Lin Feng and Appo's throat. Father, mother, he whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, as if afraid to shatter this fragile illusion. So much had transpired today. The shadow clone resembling Yifochun slightly lifted his head, rough hands cradling a ceramic bowl, mimicking an action Lin Feng remembered vividly. I killed that demonic cultivator. Lin Feng suddenly confessed, poking at the wild vegetables in his bowl. I used heavenly thunder to reduce him to ashes. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the pear tree in the corner of the yard. Li Suxin tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that caused Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's chopsticks to freeze midair. He recalled how last spring, his mother had done the same while listening to his tales of the mountains. I also took on an apprenticeship. Lin Feng struggled to muster a smile, though his voice quivered. With an elder from the Wanjian immortal sect, he's quite formidable. Yi Fengchun nodded, just as he had when listening to his son recount his hunting experiences. Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's vision blurred. He told himself it was merely sweat trickling into his eyes. But when he reached up to wipe it away, he found his hand warm and wet. I have repaired the village, restored our home. Li Suxin extended her hand, as if to stroke his head, but it halted in midair, for the transformation technique could not conjure warmth, nor the fragrant scent of herbs from his mother's fingertips. Lin Feng abruptly grasped that suspended hand, pressing it firmly against his face. I'm sorry, he stammered, his shoulders trembling violently. If I hadn't awakened so early. If I hadn't gone to gather herbs. Tears cascaded through their interlocked fingers, splattering onto the rough stone table. The two shadow clones watched him silently, their gazes hollow yet gentle. You. Lin Feng lifted his head, and through his tear-blurred vision, the features of the two phantoms gradually sharpened. Yi Fengchuan's crow's feet. Li Suxin and Amp, Appo's graying hair, also vividly real. Can you call me and Amp, Appo's, Feng and Amp, Appo's, and Amp, Appo's, once more? The two shadow clones parted their lips, yet no sound emerged. The transformation technique ultimately failed to reproduce the calls of memory. Lin Feng understood that sitting before him were mere manifestations of chakra, illusions crafted from his rudimentary ninjutsu. Yet, he could not help but reach out, yearning to grasp that ephemeral warmth. I will leave the day after tomorrow, he choked out, watching flower petals drift into the empty bowl. You both must take care. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting the small courtyard into darkness. With a sudden puff, the two shadow clones dissipated into white smoke. Lin Feng ignited the oil lamp resting on the stone table, clearing away the remnants of the meal. After completing this task, he carried the lamp back to his room. Lying on the bed, he found no fatigue from the day's events. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind replaying the occurrences of the day. Host cannot sleep. I can sing you a song. Lin Feng lay on the bed, his gaze fixed on the wooden beams of the ceiling, the voice of the system's young girl echoing in his ears. He turned over, unconsciously gripping the bedding tightly. No need, he murmured, his voice hoarse. I think I'll go to the duel arena to vent my frustrations. Well, all right then. In an instant, space warped, and Lin Feng's figure vanished from the room. Lin Feng stood atop a wooden telephone pole in Konoha, casting a glance toward the direction of the Namikaze household before teleporting to the duel arena. Chapter 49, Defeating Sasuke and Amp, Appo's Susanoo form and acquiring his complete set of equipment at the pinnacle of the Valley of the End, Lin Feng stood upon a colossal stone platform, with an unfathomable gorge beneath him, where tumultuous waters roared in the darkness. The night wind howled, rustling his garments with an ominous whisper. In the distance, the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood in solemn confrontation, as if the unfinished battle of destiny lingered on. Lin Feng activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the sky above, where a chilling figure gradually materialized. As it drew closer, a silhouette leaped from the back of an eagle. Sasuke, clad in his gray zip-up attire, made a striking entrance, unsheathing his sword, its blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. He plummeted like a meteor, the tip of his sword piercing the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! Lightning erupted, the violent currents racing along the blade, fracturing the earth and sending debris flying. It was a familiar entrance, undeniably impressive. Ding! Host, this is the 11th challenge. You must win this time. Battle commences. As Sasuke and Amp, Appo's system voice concluded, he swiftly performed hand seals for fire style, great dragon fire technique. 3 roaring fire dragons surged toward Lin Feng. Unflinching, Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's left eye, adorned with clock-like patterns, rapidly spun, kaleidoscope, future prediction. In the fleeting 0.3 seconds before the fire dragon struck, Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind Sasuke, thrusting a kunai wrapped in lightning directly at his back. Clang! The Kusanagi sword deftly blocked the strike, sparks scattering in all directions. The two Sharingan locked onto each other's reflections, their eyes mere inches apart. Close quarters combat erupted upon the statue and Amp, Appo's surface as kunai and Kusanagi clashed, producing an unending cascade of sparks, their movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Seizing an opening, Lin Feng's right hand surged with lightning as he unleashed lightning style, false dark purple lightning spear. However, Sasuke abruptly altered his technique to lightning style, Chidori. The lightning coursing from his body not only neutralized Lin Feng's attack but surged along the ground toward him. Danger! As Lin Feng leaped back, he quickly formed hand seals for fire style, great fire dragon technique. The searing fire dragon collided with the lightning, triggering a violent explosion. Amidst the smoke, Sasuke's figure suddenly reappeared. The Kusanagi aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Too slow. Lin Feng's right eye glowed blue as he executed Time Slash. The fabric of time tore apart. And Sasuke and Amp, Appo's movements reverted to 0. 5 seconds prior. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending Sasuke hurtling away. Boom. Sasuke crashed through several rocks. But amidst the dust, he hurled dozens of shuriken, employing the shadow clone technique. A rain of shuriken descended, each crackling with lightning. Lin Feng remained composed. Swiftly forming hand seals for lightning style, lightning wall. A violet electric net materialized before him, offering perfect defense. Just as the lightning dissipated, Sasuke completed his next jutsu, lightning style, Kirin. A colossal lightning beast descended from the storm clouds above. Lin Feng smirked slightly. This was the moment he had awaited. His kaleidoscope shifted, and an ebony Susanoo took shape instantaneously. In its complete form, the Susanoo held the black celestial bow in its left hand and the dark reincarnation blade in its right, standing resolute amidst the lightning. Underworld arrow, guaranteed kill. The pitch-black arrow was released, creating fine cracks in the space it traversed. The Kirin beast momentarily froze before shattering like glass under the arrow and Amp, Appo's might. Sasuke and Amp, Appo's Susanoo simultaneously unfolded. Its purple chakra skeleton swiftly enveloped in muscle. The divine weapon, the heavenly bow, was drawn taut, lightning arrows aimed directly at Lin Feng. The two arrows collided midair. Yet no explosion ensued. Sasuke and Amp, Appo's lightning arrow vanished as if erased, while Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's black arrow continued unabated, piercing through Sasuke and Amp, Appo's Susanoo and Amp, Appo's chest. Sasuke and Amp, Appo's kaleidoscope contracted violently. And in his vision, he saw flashes of his impending death 1 minute later, Susanoo collapsing, Kusanagi breaking, and his own fall from the Susanoo. But it was not over. Lin Feng and Amp, Appo's Susanoo suddenly vanished, appearing directly above Sasuke. The dark reincarnation blade descended, imbued with temporal chaos, time erosion and Amp, Appo's bite. As the blade struck the ground, a black temporal domain with a 30-meter radius unfolded. Sasuke was horrified to find his movements severely slowed, chakra flowing as if through quicksand, forcing him to regress to a state from 3 minutes prior. The final blow. Lin Feng's Susanoo transformed once more into its complete form. The celestial bow drawn to its fullest, arrow of finality. The moment the arrow was loosed, time itself within the valley of the end seemed to freeze. The gears of time on the arrow spun in reverse, striking Sasuke's Susanoo with inevitable consequence. Boom. The purple Susanoo crumbled like a sandcastle, and Sasuke fell from its depths. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Feng appeared beneath him, the dark reincarnation blade slashing with the time reversal, final slash. The blade and Amp, Appo's light swept through Sasuke and Amp, Appo's form, freezing him in midair before he transformed into a multitude of light particles and vanished. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for achieving a new accomplishment. Dawnblade successfully defeated Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, completing the 11th revenge battle. Lin Feng knelt on the shattered platform of the Valley of the End, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually returning to normal. Sweat dripped from his chin, splattering upon the cracked stones below. Due to the previous reward for killing the Golden Dan, heavenly punishment not yet dispensed. This system offers a special luxurious gift package. A beam of golden light descended, coalescing into 4 orbs before Lin Feng. 1. Ninja Eagle Galdar. A colossal black eagle screeched, landing steadily at the platform and Amp, Appo's edge, its sharp eyes reflecting the moonlight. 2. Gray zip-up suit. Sasuke's iconic high-collared gray robe fluttered gently in the night wind, the dark patterns on the sleeves subtly visible. 3. Kusanagi's sword, blade of the sky. The elongated sword shimmered coldly, with patterns at the hilt swirling with the faint glow of lightning chakra. 4. Entrance action legacy. A purple lightning surged into Lin Feng's brow, bringing with it a new memory of entrance actions. Clang clang, there's also a special bonus of instructional footage for the entrance action. As the system's voice faded, a holographic projection materialized before Lin Feng. First, the eagle's cry pierced the skies, then a black figure leaped from its back, followed by a flourish of robes as the sword was drawn mid-air, culminating in the blade piercing the ground with a thunderous impact. Is this the reward for victory? The system knows me too well, providing precisely what I desire. Of course. Host, how could I not know you? So, host, would you like to try on the new equipment? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng donned the gray robe. To his astonishment, the fabric adjusted itself to fit perfectly, the collar and Amp, Appo's design concealing the scars on his neck. As he grasped the Kusanagi, blue lightning flared along the blade, resonating with his lightning chakra. Beside him, the ninja eagle Galdar affectionately nudged his shoulder with its beak, its keen gaze reflecting a semblance of sentient approval. Trial complete. Rewards stored in system space. Detected unusual fluctuations in host's emotional state. Would you like to teleport back to the Tianshan continent now? That sounds good, for today has been quite exhausting. With that, Lin Feng's consciousness was transported back to his room. Meanwhile, in the timeline of the ninja world, Kushina sat on the soft mat of the living room, her rounded abdomen prominent as she unconsciously traced the rim of her teacup with her fingers. Only 5 minutes had passed since Minato left. Yet it felt like an eternity for her. Suddenly, a familiar chakra fluctuation tingled in the air. In a flash of golden light, Minato and Appo's figure appeared beside her. Welcome back. Kushina exhaled softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, only to soon notice the rare gravity etched upon her husband's face. Her heart raced as she set down her teacup and inquired softly, "Is something the matter with you, Foam?" Minato fell silent for a moment, his gaze resting on the worried expression of his wife, his throat tightening slightly. He did not wish to burden her with worry at this moment. Yet he also loathed the idea of concealing the truth. Seeing his silence, Kushina furrowed her brows. "Minato? The village of Yifoam has been slaughtered," he finally spoke, his voice heavy. His mother just gave birth to his sister, and then... Kushina's fingers clenched tightly around the fabric of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Her pupils constricted slightly, as if struggling to comprehend the weight of his words. "How could this be?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. A year ago, when Yifeng had sought her out to learn sealing techniques, she had eagerly proposed that since Minato had ventured to the Heavenly Expanse continent, she too wished to go. Kushina vividly recalled the day she entered Qingshi village with her flowing red hair, the villagers' terrified glances nearly branding her a monster. It was Yifeng who rushed to explain, "This is Kushina, the wife of the Phoenix Sage." Upon hearing this, the villagers and Appo's demeanor shifted instantly, welcoming her with open arms. Ently served homemade rice wine, Zhang the hunter brought fresh game, and Little Sher shyly offered her a wildflower. The sunlight of that day, the laughter that echoed, now seemed like an irretrievable past. Kushina and Appo's fingertips trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. "What about Yifeng now?" After a brief silence, Minato slowly replied, "He carries the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, awakening his two-tomo Sharingan at birth. When he witnessed the slaughter of his village and the murder of his parents." Minato and Appo's voice faltered, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. He activated his Manjiki. Kushina's breath hitched. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she understood the secrets of the Sharingan better than anyone. The deeper the anguish, the greater the power of those eyes. That child. Kushina and Appo's voice choked, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. "He is so small. Yet he must bear a burden far too heavy for his age." Minato gently took hold of his wife and Appo's hand, his warm palm conveying a silent comfort. The night breeze whispered through the courtyard, the leaves rustling as if lamenting the tragic news. Now let us discuss the divine artifacts of Lin Fang's Susanoo. The first is the Black Heaven Reverse Bow, Underworld Arrow. Its form is that of a longbow composed of compressed dark matter, with its string woven from broken timelines. Artifact ability. The arrows shot forth will devour all possibilities within the space they traverse for 1 minute, creating an absolute hit known as the Vacuum Future Zone. Upon striking a target, it triggers Underworld Reflection, wherein the struck individual witnesses a frozen image of their own death 1 minute hence, a psychological deterrent reminiscent of Akatsuki's foresight. The second is the Dark Reincarnation Blade, Time Erosion. Its form resembles a twisted black mirror, with the blade perpetually dripping solidified time dew. Artifact ability. The slashes can cleave through a 3-minute layer of time, causing the affected matter to flow backward like sand in an hourglass. A special technique. Bite of Time Erosion. When the blade is plunged into the ground, it generates a black time domain with a diameter of 30 meters, forcibly synchronizing the action speeds of all entities within to that of the user 3 minutes prior. Next, we shall witness the magnificent culmination of power, characterized by complete form traits. Eternal Night Sky. Upon the full release of Susanoo, black grains of time will rain down from the heavens, draining all colors within the domain to shades of gray. The Dual Eye Synergy technique upgrades to Akatsuki's final ceremony. The left eye compresses, the next minute, into a black crystal, while the right eye deconstructs, the past 3 minutes, into azure particles. The combined force of both hands triggers a temporal annihilation, forming a absolute time-stop black hole that lasts for 4 minutes. Chapter 50. Qi Xiao and Nangong Zhao. The following day, at the Sword Peak. Within the Grand Hall of the Sword Peak, the elders of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect convened, each elder reporting to the sect leader, Zhuangxiazi, regarding the recent disciple recruitment ceremony. Yin Tiangang, the elder of the Liang Peak, boomed like a thunderous bell, announcing that this year he had discovered 3 fire spiritual root seedlings in the southern region, one of which possessed a purity of 90%. Wu Feng's words came to an abrupt halt as Mu Wanqing entered slowly, accompanied by 3 disciples, with Bai Ruoli cradling a baby wrapped in brocade. Zhuangxiazi stroked his beard and smiled. "Sister Mu, your timing is impeccable. I have heard that your journey down the mountain has been fruitful?" Mu Wanqing nodded slightly, producing a jade slip from her sleeve. "The Hanyu Peak has recently accepted 2 direct disciples, the female infant Yi Qingli, who possesses a natural Dao body, and her brother Yi Feng, whose thunder and fire spiritual root boasts a purity of 98%. A sudden silence enveloped the hall, and the teacup in Mu Qingju's hand cracked under the pressure. thunder and fire spiritual root? Yin Tiangang laughed heartily. Sister Mu, the Hanyu Heart Sutra of your Hanyu Peak is indeed a supreme Yin technique. How about we transfer this little one to Liang Peak? Mu Wanqing's gaze turned icy as she replied, no need. For a century, Hanyu Peak has never accepted male disciples. It would be better to let me take him to maintain your peak and amp, Appo's image. Yin Tiangang insisted. I have my own arrangements. Mu Wanqing and amp, Appo's voice remained calm. But the temperature in the hall plummeted, and frost began to form on the ground. Zhuang Xiaozi intervened. All right. Since Sister Mu is making an exception, it must have a deeper significance. He cast a meaningful glance at the infant. This child has a natural Dao body. Sister Mu must exercise caution. In a corner, Qishao, the eldest disciple of Liang Peak, fixed his gaze on the baby in by Ruoli's arms. Beside him, Nangong Zhao squinted. As the legitimate son of the Nangong family, he understood well the implications of a natural Dao body. Who is this child? Qishao communicated telepathically, absently rubbing the hilt of his sword. We were turned away when we sought to join Hanyu Peak, yet this child has taken the lead. Nangong Zhao sneered. Let him come. We shall see. After the meeting concluded, Mu Wanqing stood on the cloud platform of Sword Peak, gazing into the distance. Yun Qingxuang, standing quietly behind her, remarked softly. Elder Yin seems particularly interested in Yifeng. No, he is concerned about Qingli. Mu Wanqing replied, gathering a shard of ice crystal at her fingertips. You should be well aware of what a natural Dao body signifies for fire cultivators. Bai Ruoli suddenly leaned in. Master, the junior sister just pointed at my hand. Mu Wanqing cast a glance. Indeed, the baby's palm exhibited faint, ethereal patterns. Where is Yuro? She has gone to the scripture pavilion, Yin Qingxuang answered. To retrieve the copies of the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique as per your instruction. That is insufficient. Mu Wanqing's expression darkened. Qingxuang, go to the sword tomb and fetch the Jinglei. Yin Qingxuang's pupils constricted. That is the treasure of the tomb. Precisely suited for the thunder and fire spiritual root. After all, a direct disciple should possess what is necessary. With that, Mu Wanqing turned to her youngest disciple. Ruoli, you shall take Qingli to reside in Hanyu Cave for the next few days. Bai Ruoli's eyes widened. Isn't that only prepared for when there are enemies? Do as instructed. Mu Wanqing waved her sleeve, and 3 beams of sword light entered her disciples' foreheads. This is the new mountain guarding sword formation mantra. In the 9th level of the scripture pavilion, Su Yuro gritted her teeth, glaring at the barrier before her. The elder guarding the pavilion spoke leisurely. The Heavenly Thunder Sword technique is an incomplete manuscript and requires the sect leader's command. My master is Mu Wanqing. Rules are rules. The elder raised his gaze, his murky eyes suddenly clearing for a moment. Unless what? You provide 3 drops of your heart and amp, Appo's blood. Su Yuro and amp, Appo's complexion changed abruptly, just as she hesitated. A communication talisman soared through the air. The elder raised an eyebrow. The sect leader has granted permission? How intriguing. He turned and rummaged through the shelves, eventually retrieving a charred jade slip. Take this. As soon as the jade slip was in her hand, Su Yuro felt a jolt throughout her body. It retained the lingering aura of heavenly tribulation. At the back mountain of Liang Peak, Qishao practiced his sword amidst the magma. Nangong Zhao leaned against the rock wall, fiddling with a blood-red jade pendant. I found out about that kid. He hails from a small village in the southern region. Oh, Qishao sheathed his sword, the magma cascading down the contours of his muscles. The entire village was slaughtered by demonic cultivators. Nangong Zhao sneered. Interestingly, there was a heavenly tribulation at that time. Qishao's pupils constricted. Are you suggesting someone capable of invoking a heavenly tribulation with a thunder and fire spiritual root? Nangong Zhao crushed the jade pendant. Elder Mu has certainly stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, Lin Feng rose from the bed, the cold air causing the breath he exhaled to condense visibly before him. After a brief wash, splashing cold water on his face, he silently made his way to the kitchen. The stove still retained warmth from the porridge prepared by his shadow clone the previous night. He finished it in a few bites before stepping outside with offerings in hand. At his parents' grave, Lin Feng knelt on the damp, cold earth, his fingertips brushing over the rough gravestone. He shed no tears, instead placing a freshly picked bouquet of wild chrysanthemums. As he stood, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, turning pale. After paying his respects to his parents, Lin Feng headed towards the northern slope, intending to extract the Kusanagi sword, the blade of the sky, to practice its compatibility. Ninjutsu has proficiency levels, weapons have compatibility levels, which is quite normal. System, summon the Kusanagi sword. Ding. Understood. Host, Lin Feng grasped the sword, examining it closely. The entire blade was pitch black, devoid of any excess adornment, save for the Uchiha clan emblem engraved in the center of the hilt. As he held the hilt, he slowly drew the sword. The moment the blade emerged from its sheath, a cold light spilled forth like flowing water, the edge gleaming with a chilling sharpness. It was significantly longer than the standard Uchiha ninja blade. He attempted to swing it a few times, the sound of the blade slicing through the air deep and sharp. The Kusanagi sword felt heavier than an ordinary ninja blade, its length necessitating an adjustment in his striking technique. Following this, Lin Feng began to repetitively practice drawing the sword. striking and sheathing it again and again until muscle memory gradually formed. 3 hours later, his movements had become as fluid as flowing clouds and water. The speed of his draws so swift that they were almost imperceptible. At the moment the blade was drawn, a faint thunderous sound could be heard. Swish! The blade flashed. Severing a piece of dead wood 3 meters away, the cut is smooth as a mirror, with not a single splinter flying. Almost there. He sheathed the sword, breathing lightly. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The feel of the sword had become familiar. The next step was chakra conduction. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Holding the sword in his right hand and forming seals with his left, allowing the lightning attribute chakra within him to flow slowly, coursing through his veins and into the blade. Zzz. The blade of the Kusanagi sword suddenly ignited with blue electricity, the lightning coiling around the blade like a serpent, emitting a piercing hum. Lin Feng did not rush to swing the sword. Instead, he focused on feeling the flow of chakra within the weapon. The original text indicated that when Sasuke infused lightning chakra into a weapon, the key was the stability of the chakra and amp, Appos, S flow rather than merely pursuing power. Lin Feng adjusted his breathing, aiming for a more even flow of chakra. The lightning gradually transformed from chaotic to subdued, ultimately becoming a thin layer of blue electricity coating the blade, the lightning chakra no longer spilling over, rendering the blade even more lethal. Slash! He suddenly swung the sword. The lightning cutting through the air, a blue sword aura shooting forth, silently cleaving a massive stone 10 steps away, the surface smooth as a mirror without any debris scattering. The pinnacle of lightning and Appos, S sharpness. Lin Feng and Appos, S lips curled slightly as he sheathed the sword. Done. Completing the chakra training for the Kusanagi sword, Lin Feng summoned the ninja eagle, Galdar, from the system space. As Galdar materialized, its form loomed before Lin Feng. The eagle and amp, Appos, S body was jet black, its wingspan nearly 3 meters. Its golden eyes sharp as blades, its beak and claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. It let out a low cry, affectionately nuzzling Lin Feng and amp, Appos, S shoulder, clearly recognizing him as its master. Can you carry me? Lin Feng inquired. Galdar let out a long cry, spreading its wings, signaling for him to climb aboard. Lin Feng leaped gracefully, landing securely upon the back of the eagle. The feathers of Galda proved more resilient than anticipated, yet possessed a supple elasticity that allowed him to maintain his balance. Take flight. The mighty eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest, and Lin Feng's body was abruptly lifted into the air. Instinctively, he lowered his center of gravity, grasping the feathers at the eagle and Appos' neck with one hand while securing his Kusanagi sword with the other to prevent any jostling. The ground swiftly diminished in size, and the entirety of Qingshi village unfolded beneath him. The cold wind rushed against him, causing Lin Feng and amp, Appos' robes to billow, yet his gaze sharpened with focus. High-altitude flight presented a combat environment that was particularly challenging for a ninja to emulate, and now he finally had the opportunity to acclimate. Galda seemed to sense his thoughts, suddenly diving before swiftly ascending. Lin Feng nearly lost his grip but quickly adjusted his stance, channeling chakra into his feet to stabilize himself as if walking on solid ground. After 2 hours of soaring through the skies, Galda guided him through the clouds, sometimes spiraling, sometimes turning sharply, even simulating evasive maneuvers of aerial combat. Lin Feng transitioned from a hesitant adjustment to standing confidently on the eagle and Appos' back, even attempting to draw his sword for slashing strikes mid-flight. As night descended, the cold moonlight cast its glow upon the peak of the cold moon mountain, where biting winds stirred tiny ice crystals, glimmering under the moon and Appos' luminance. Mu Wanqing stood alone at the summit, her fingertips gently caressing a translucent ice crystal, within which a flicker of violet lightning danced, remnants of the previous day and amp, Appos' tribulation, refined through her cold moon's secret technique. The violet lightning snaked through the crystal, at times coiling like a serpent, at others erupting like thunder. Yet it remained imprisoned within the ice's confines. Mu Wanqing gazed intently at it, her eyes reflecting the mesmerizing lightning, while her thoughts drifted to distant realms. Thunderfire spirit root. Mu Wanqing whispered, her voice barely audible above the night breeze. Such a spirit root was not unprecedented in the annals of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. The founder of the Liyang Peak was a dual cultivator of thunder and fire, ultimately transcending the void to ascend to the higher realms. However, Yifeng and amp, Appos' spirit root appeared somewhat different. The lightning within hinted at an ineffable rhythm, as if it could resonate with the laws of the universe. What intrigued her further was his reaction during the tribulation. While ordinary cultivators sought to evade the calamity, he wielded lightning as a blade, even subduing it, an ability that transcended a mere thunderfire spirit root. Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow, her fingertip lightly tapping the ice crystal as a wisp of consciousness delved within, seeking to unravel the essence of the violet lightning. Yet, the moment her consciousness brushed against the lightning, an unusual force rebounded, causing her perception to falter momentarily. What was this? She quickly retracted her consciousness, and the violet lightning within the ice crystal settled once more, as if the earlier disturbance had been a mere illusion. Temporal fluctuations? The thought flickered briefly before being suppressed. The laws of time and space were the highest of truths, even elusive to those at the God transformation stage. let alone an ordinary person yet to embark upon the path of immortality. But if not temporal power, then what could it be? She lifted her gaze toward the direction of the Sword Peak, the figure of Xianxiazi appearing in her mind. Today, within the great hall of the Sword Peak, the sect leader and Amp, Apos, S gaze toward Yu Qingli had been laden with meaning. When he learned of Yifeng and Amp, Apos, S spirit root purity, his fingers had unconsciously tapped the armrest 3 times. A signal among their lineage indicating this youth was extraordinary and warranted caution. Xianxiazi, what truths have you disowned? She murmured softly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. As the leader of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Xianxiazi had reached the void refinement stage, with rumors suggesting he was on the cusp of the integration stage. His discernment far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. If he harbored reservations about Yifeng, then the depths of this youth and Amp, Apos, S secrets must be profound indeed. Mu Wanqing stowed the ice crystal away, her sleeves sweeping gracefully as her form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the summit of Cold Moon Mountain. Chapter 51. The Master Apprenticeship Ceremony. 2 days later, Lin Feng stood within the inner chambers of the Yi family. Today marked the day of his journey to the Wanjin Xin Zone, and it was only fitting to dress appropriately for the occasion. Thus, Lin Feng retrieved a gray zip-up outfit from the system space. The fabric felt cool to the touch, akin to silk, yet not quite, exhibiting a supple resilience reminiscent of scales, all while being as light as air. Lin Feng donned the attire with ease. The zipper ran from his neck to his waist, and the high collar perfectly concealed the scar on his neck, while the fitted cuffs allowed for ease of movement during combat. He then secured the Kusanagi sword, sky blade diagonally across his back, the scabbard flush against his spine, with the hilt slightly protruding from above his right shoulder. Easily accessible at a moment and Amp, Apos, S notice. Approaching a bronze mirror, he turned slightly to assess his appearance. The form-fitting gray attire accentuated his tall stature, and the black collar added an air of severity. The Kusanagi sword gleamed faintly behind him, harmonizing beautifully with his obsidian-like eyes. His visage was sharply defined. His brows arched like blades, his nose prominent, and his tightly pressed lips exuded an intensity, while his profound eyes bore a calm yet unspoken brilliance capable of piercing the soul. Ding. Sensing the aura of spiritual energy, host, your master has arrived. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned and strode out of the Yi residence. Outside, in the sky, a silvery spiritual vessel hovered serenely, adorned with pale blue runes. At the bow stood a figure clad in white, radiant as snow, Mu Wanqing. The vessel hovered approximately 10 feet above the ground, while ordinary cultivators would require assistance to ascend. This height was trivial for Lin Feng. He bent his knees slightly, chakra coalescing at his feet, and with a swift motion, launched himself into the air. His robes billowed in the wind, creating a crisp sound. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous energy, as if every ounce of force had been meticulously calculated. Mu Wanqing's eyes flickered as she observed her newly accepted disciple land with the accuracy of a hawk upon the vessel's bow, not causing the craft to sway even slightly. Master. Lin Feng clasped his fists in greeting, his voice steady. Mu Wanqing's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she remarked, your attire is rather distinctive. Lin Feng offered a slight nod, refraining from elaborating. Mu Wanqing chose not to pursue the matter further. With a flick of her sleeve, the spiritual vessel surged forward, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the sky, heading straight for Wanjin Xinzong. As the vessel drew closer to Hanhua Peak, it passed through the mountain's protective array, and the sound of the peak's bell resonated softly, echoing through the surrounding mountains. Today, Hanhua Peak was particularly lively, as elders from various peaks gathered with their core disciples, eager to witness the young man who had prompted Mu Wanqing to make an exception in accepting a disciple. This child possesses a purity of 98% in his Lei Hua spiritual root. His future is limitless, Elder Feng Wuhan of Qingming Peak remarked, stroking his beard. Humph. No matter how exceptional the spiritual root, it would be a waste to join Hanhua Peak. Elder Yin Tiangang of Liang Peak sneered. Among the disciples, Qi Xiao stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with disdain. Nangong Zhao squinted, gently fanning himself with a folding fan, a smirk playing on his lips. Bai Ruoli held Yi Qingli in her arms, curiously peering over, while Su Yuro stood nearby, her face betraying impatience. The vessel descended gracefully onto the plaza of Hanhua Peak, with Mu Wanqing stepping out first, followed closely by Lin Feng. As his figure fully emerged before the crowd, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Sunlight cascaded upon Lin Feng, his gray attire resembling iron, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, the Kusanagi sword behind him gleaming with a frosty light. His handsome features exuded a rugged charm, his brows radiating sharpness, and especially his eyes, dark as ink yet profound as an abyss, appeared capable of absorbing all light. This is Yifeng? A soft gasp escaped from the crowd. Wazn and Amp, Apos, T said to be from a mountain village? How does he possess such demeanor? By Ruoli and Amp, Apos, S eyes widened, while Yi Qingli in her arms reached out, seemingly wanting to grasp her brother's garment. This, by Ruoli's eyes widened further. He appeared entirely different from the bloodied figure from that day. Yin Qingshuang raised an eyebrow slightly, while Su Yuro huffed, turning her face away, if one were to overlook the suspicious blush on her ears. Meanwhile, the expressions of Qi Xiao and Nangong Zhao were particularly telling. I didn't Oppos. Do you expect this young man to possess some charm? Qi Xiao scoffed, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. Nangong Zhao snapped his fan shut with a flourish, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. It seems Hanyue Peak has struck gold this time. Mu Wanqing surveyed the crowd and declared, her voice icy and clear, from this day forth, Yifeng shall be the fourth direct disciple of Hanwei Peak. As her words resonated, a lively figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Little junior brother, I am your second senior sister, Bairuoli. Bairuoli, still holding Yi Qingli, beamed as she approached Lin Feng, the infant reaching out with tiny hands to grasp his garment. Lin Feng looked down into his sister and Oppos, as pure eyes, and his stern demeanor softened momentarily. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing's voice cut through Lin Feng's gaze. The time has come, follow me. Her words, though soft, were as clear as a cold spring, instantly silencing the surrounding murmurings. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from his sister, offering Bairuoli a slight nod, and then followed in Mu Wanqing's footsteps. The master apprenticeship ceremony at Hanyue Peak was held atop the Hanyue Sword Platform, a massive floating crystalline platform surrounded by 12 icy pillars of sword energy, each representing a distinct sword path of Hanwei Peak. At the center of the platform, an incense table was prepared, featuring a jade statue of the ancestral master of Hanyue Peak, flanked by the signature swords of past disciples. The elders and core disciples from various peaks lined the sides, all eyes fixed upon Lin Feng. As the voice announcing the commencement of the ceremony echoed, Lin Feng's mind filled with the process of the ritual. The first step, cleansing hands and lighting incense. As Mu Wanqing waved her sleeve, a spring of spiritual water materialized from the void. Lin Feng stepped forward, performing the unique 3 cleansing rituals of Hanyue Peak to wash his hands, before accepting 3 incense sticks from Yin Qingshuang. With chakra gathered at his fingertips, the tips ignited spontaneously. The fragrant smoke spiraled upward, astonishingly forming a sword shape in midair, lingering without dispersing. The incense embodies sword intent. This child possesses an extraordinary affinity for the sword path, Elder Feng Wuhan remarked softly. The second step, the sword oath. Lin Feng approached the incense table, retrieving the Kusanagi sword from his back and cradling it in his palm. Mu Wanqing lightly touched her fingertip, sending a wave of ice blue sword energy into the sword's body, causing it to hum and tremble, intertwining with thunderous light and cold brilliance. Disciple Yifeng, today I pledge my loyalty to Hanyue Peak, to uphold the sect's regulations, and to inherit the essence of the Hanyue sword path. He recited each word clearly, as delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, each flake transforming into a subtle rune upon landing on the sword. The third step, the granting of the sword seal. Mu Wanqing raised her hand, a Hanyue sword seal materializing from her palm, slowly flying toward Lin Feng's forehead. Just as the seal was about to land, the Kusanagi sword suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning, merging with the seal, ultimately forming a purple lightning Hanwei pattern upon Lin Feng and Oppos' brow before vanishing in an instant. A low murmur arose from the crowd. Typically, disciples received plain sword seals, but this anomalous seal was a rarity seen only once in a century. The fourth step, the ancestral blessing. The jade statue of the Hanyue ancestral master suddenly opened its eyes, and a phantom emerged into the air, producing 3 items from its sleeve. The first was an ice soul sword pill, capable of forming a sword formation. The second was a scroll titled Hanyue Thunder Music Score, a version of the Hanyue sword technique modified for those with thunder spiritual roots. And the third was a mystic ice sword sheath to nurture sword artifacts and suppress violent thunder and fire. This blessing far exceeded the norm. Even Zuanzatzi raised an eyebrow slightly. The fifth step, gifts from senior brothers and sisters. As per custom, disciples of the same lineage must present welcoming gifts. Yin Qingshuang bestowed upon Lin Feng a frost-patterned heart mirror, capable of withstanding an attack from a Yuanying. Bairuoli gifted him with spirit butterfly sword tassels. Wearer can increase speed by 30%. While Su Yuro begrudgingly tossed him a thunder talisman, its power comparable to a golden core self-explosion. Though all procedures proceeded smoothly, an undercurrent of tension rippled through the crowd. Below the stage, Qi Xiao fixated on the lingering sword mark on Lin Feng and Oppos' forehead, his fist clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Why was it that he had stolen the limelight? Yet Nangong Zhao was preoccupied with the cold moon thunder sound score bestowed by the Grandmaster. The folding fan lightly tapped against his palm, indicating that Hanyu Peak had long been preparing a legacy for those with thunder attributes. Elder Mu's ambitions were not trivial. Bairuoli was secretly poking at Yi Qingli's cheek, exclaiming, "Your brother is truly impressive." Meanwhile, Su Yuru observed with cold indifference, pondering whether Master had indeed intended to pass on the position of Peak Master to him, especially after granting him the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. Chapter 52. The provocation of Qi Xiao Linfeng accepted his decision as the master apprenticeship ceremony reached its final stage. The unique cold moon heart reflection of the Hanyu Peak. Mu Wanqing pointed her sword, and the millennium-old cold moon mirror atop the peak suddenly illuminated. A cold moonlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping Linfeng within its ethereal glow. This ritual was a critical test of a disciple and Appos' purity of heart. Should any sinister thoughts linger, the mirror and Appos' light would transform into lethal sword energy. As the cold heart reflection ceremony commenced, the audience held their breath. Linfeng stood with closed eyes, his robes fluttering without wind. Suddenly, the Kusanagi sword behind him emitted a low hum, intertwining lightning and moonlight, projecting a vast starry sky within the mirror. In the depths of the starry expanse, a faint silhouette of a swordsman stood, though it vanished in an instant. Is that the end Appos, starry sword soul and Appos? Elder Xing Wuxian of the disciplined peak exclaimed in disbelief. Xin Xiaozu and Appos' gaze sharpened as he transmitted a message to his junior sister Mu Wanqing. Your disciple is rather extraordinary. With a flick of her sleeve, Mu Wanqing dispelled the mirror's light, declaring, Yi Feng of Hanyu Peak, with a clear heart, shall be inscribed on the sect and Appos' wall. She emphasized the words clear heart, effectively countering Xin Shuzu and Appos' probing. As the master apprenticeship ceremony concluded, the cultivators dispersed. Mu Wanqing cast a fleeting glance at Linfeng and instructed Su Yuru, take him to the listening snow pavilion. Su Yuru rolled her eyes, reluctantly turning to Linfeng with a frosty remark, stay close, if you get lost, no one will come looking for you. Linfeng remained calm, unperturbed by her demeanor, and silently followed. However, shortly after they exited the cold moon sword platform, two figures blocked their path. Qi Xiao, clad in a crimson robe, exuded an air of arrogance, while Nangong Zhao fanned himself with a folding fan, his smile warm yet concealing a sharp edge. Congratulations, junior brother Yi, Nangong Zhao began, folding his fan gracefully. To receive blessings from the patriarch right upon entering, how enviable. Qi Xiao snorted derisively, crossing his arms as he fixed a piercing gaze on Linfeng. Hanyu Peak has not accepted male disciples for a century, yet today, they make an exception for you. I wish to see what you are capable of. Linfeng did not lift his gaze, nor did he falter in his stride, walking past them with unwavering resolve. Stop. Qi Xiao and Appos' expression darkened, his voice booming. How dare a mere novice disregard me? Linfeng continued to ignore him, his step steady, treating the two as inconsequential as weeds by the roadside. Qi Xiao had never been so openly disdained. Rage surged within him, and he stepped forward, his voice rising. Yi Feng, you are nothing but a wild child from the mountains, fortunate to possess a modicum of talent, yet you truly believe yourself superior. Linfeng hesitated briefly. Believing he had struck a nerve, Qi Xiao pressed on. What? Did I hit a sore spot? I heard your entire family was slaughtered by demonic cultivators, leaving only your newborn sister? Huh. To put it bluntly, your parents were useless. They couldn't even protect their own lives, yet they aspired to cultivate immortality. Before he could finish, Linfeng vanished in a flash. Qi Xiao and Appos' pupils contracted. Before he could react, a chilling hand rested on his shoulder. Mind your tongue. Linfeng and Appos' voice echoed ominously in his ear, deep and cold as abyssal ice. Otherwise, you shall perish. Qi Xiao stiffened, cold sweat soaking his back. When had this mere novice moved so swiftly? A wave of humiliation and anger surged within him. He, a nascent soul cultivator, was intimidated by a newcomer. You seek death. Qi Xiao roared, flames erupting around him, but before he could unleash his spirit power, a blast of icy blue sword energy slashed between them, instantly splitting the ground. Private dueling is forbidden within Hanyu Peak. Mu Wanqing's voice resonated like cold ice from afar, though she remained unseen. The sword energy compelled both Qi Xiao and Nangong Zhao to change their expressions. Qi Xiao glared at Linfeng, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that all nearby cultivators heard him clearly. Junior brother Yi, do you dare to duel with me on the platform? Linfeng regarded him coolly, his gaze sharp as ice. If Qi Xiao's arrogance went unchallenged, he would certainly insult his parents again. The next time he visited them, how could he face them? Such a situation would never happen again. Linfeng's silence only fueled Qi Xiao's confidence, interpreting it as fear. He continued to provoke. What? Afraid? You were quite arrogant just now. Or do you only know how to hide behind Elder Mu and act tough? Whispers circulated among the cultivators, while Nangong Zhao observed Linfeng's reaction with keen interest. Just then, a voice echoed in Linfeng's mind. Ding. Host, go for it. I've long been displeased with him. The voice of the young girl system rang out, unabashedly encouraging him. Linfeng, hearing the system and Appos' urging, slowly nodded, his voice calm yet resolute. Very well. Qi Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Linfeng and Appos' swift acceptance. But soon a malicious grin spread across his face. You have guts. Then let us meet at the training grounds. With that, he turned and, alongside Nangong Zhao, transformed into two beams of light, racing towards the designated dueling arena. Suyuru, standing aside, face-palmed, glancing helplessly towards Hanyu Peak. She communicated with her master through her spiritual sense. Should we intervene? Mu Wanqing's voice replied coolly, let him be. Though she did not appear Her spiritual sense was already locked onto the training grounds. Should Qi Xiao dare to resort to lethal force, she would not hesitate to leave Luoyang Peak without a chief disciple. Su Yuru hesitated, for Lin Feng was now her junior brother. Should he lose, it would become a source of mockery for the entire sect. She quietly warned Lin Feng, "Are you insane? Qi Xiao is a nascent soul cultivator. And you just entered the sect. What will you fight him with?" Lin Feng did not respond, instead raising his hand to form a seal and calling out, "Spirit summoning technique." With a boom, a plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a massive ninja eagle, Galar, whose dark wings gleamed like metal under the sun. Lin Feng leaped onto its back, surveying the scene below before addressing Su Yuru coolly, "Lead the way." Su Yuru opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately settled for a huff, taking flight towards the training grounds. Initially, the crowd of cultivators had begun to disperse, but upon hearing of Qi Xiao's challenge to Lin Feng, they abruptly halted and redirected towards the arena. "Have you heard? Chief Qi Xiao of Luoyang Peak is challenging the newly accepted male disciple of Hanyu Peak." "What? He dares to fight Qi Xiao, a nascent soul cultivator, right after becoming a disciple? Let us go and see." This news spread like wildfire, and within moments, countless disciples flocked to the training grounds. Even those who had been meditating paused their practices, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Bai Ruoli, carrying Yi Qingli back, halted at the sound of the discussions and turned to Yin Qingshuang. "Senior sister, should we go take a look?" She blinked, concern evident in her voice. The junior brother just entered, and Qi Xiao is a nascent soul cultivator. Yin Qingshuang's expression remained calm, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. "Let us go." The two swiftly altered their course, transforming into beams of sword light as they raced towards the training grounds. Chapter 53. A dazzling entrance, Qi Xiao versus Lin Feng. Spiritual power versus chakra in the martial arts arena. Qi Xiao stood confidently in the center of the dueling platform, arms crossed, flames subtly swirling around him, exuding an intimidating aura. A growing number of cultivators gathered below, their murmurs rising in a crescendo. Qi Xiao is at the early stage of yuaning, while Yu Feng has only just begun his journey. How can he possibly compete? I heard he possesses a rare lightning fire spiritual root, with exceptionally high purity. Perhaps he has some skill, but surely he cannot challenge someone of a higher tier? As Qi Xiao surveyed the increasing crowd, pride swelled within him. Excellent, the more spectators, the better. Today, I shall humiliate this young man before all. Below, Nagong Zhao gently fanned himself, his eyes glinting with cunning. This fool Qi Xiao has saved me quite a bit of trouble. I shall use him to probe Yu Feng and Appo's true abilities. Just as the crowd speculated, a resounding eagle's cry pierced the sky. Everyone looked up to see a massive, jet-black eagle soaring down, a slender figure standing majestically upon its back, the wind billowing his robes. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, standing atop Gada, gazed down upon the martial arts arena, his eyes locking onto the dueling platform where Qi Xiao stood. He gently patted the eagle and Appo's neck, and Gada understood, folding its wings and diving toward the arena. Just as they neared the ground, Lin Feng leaped from Gada's back. With a swift motion, Lin Feng drew his sword mid-air. The Kusanagi blade shimmered with a cold, lethal gleam under the sun, falling like a shooting star. Boom. At the moment the sword tip struck the ground, a violent explosion of blue lightning erupted, spreading like a furious dragon across the earth, sending shards of stone flying and dust swirling into the air. As the dust began to settle, the crowd beheld Lin Feng on one knee, the Kusanagi sword embedded deeply in the ground, surrounded by crackling lightning, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Qi Xiao. Clang. Lin Feng slowly rose, the sound of metal scraping as he sheathed his sword resonating through the silence of the arena. Qi Xiao and Appo's expression darkened. He had never expected Lin Feng and Appo's entrance to be so awe-inspiring, overshadowing his own presence. The disciples below finally regained their composure, erupting into excited chatter. What manner of movement is this? The lightning struck the ground, and the sword had yet to be drawn, yet it wielded such power. This time, the cold moon peak has truly acquired a prodigy. By Ruoli and Appo's eyes widened in awe as she murmured, "Junior brother and Appo's movements are simply magnificent." Yin Qingshuang and Appo's gaze flickered, her heart pondering that this was no ordinary lightning escape technique. Qi Xiao sensed the gazes directed at him, a mix of embarrassment and fury boiling within him, anger transforming into a mocking smile. "Just wait and see if you can remain so arrogant." Lin Feng offered no response, merely raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, "Begin." And in an instant, Lin Feng and Appo's figure vanished. Whoosh. Chakra erupted from his feet as he executed the body flicker technique to perfection, appearing behind Qi Xiao in the blink of an eye, as if transformed into a bolt of blue lightning. As the Kusanagi sword was drawn, lightning-charged chakra surged forth, each inch of the blade revealing a blinding blue radiance. When the sword was fully drawn, it was engulfed in a tempest of lightning, resembling a blade of thunder, slashing fiercely toward Qi Xiao's back. Zzz. The anticipated sound of flesh tearing did not follow. Instead, a harsh metallic grinding filled the air. As the lightning crackled, the crowd finally discerned what lay behind Qi Xiao. A crimson shield-like apparition materialized, etched with ancient runes, absorbing the strike with unyielding strength. It is the Crimson Flame Spirit Shield. A disciple below gasped, recognizing it as the defensive treasure of the Blazing Sun Peak, capable of withstanding the assaults of peak Yuan practitioners. Qi Xiao grinned menacingly as he turned, launching a powerful right punch, the wind swirling with searing flames, aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Blazing Sun Fist, Heaven's Incineration. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he swiftly leaned back, his wrist twisting as he returned the Kusanagi sword to its sheath. He sprang from the ground, executing 3 rapid backflips to create distance, his movements fluid as water, avoiding the residual force of the punch with mere inches to spare. You dodged quite swiftly. Qi Xiao scoffed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, flames surging around him. But let us see how many times you can evade. He suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a pillar of crimson fire that split into 9 fire dragons midair, roaring as they lunged towards Lin Feng. Ninth Sun's heavenly flames. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. This technique could only be mastered at the Yuaning stage. Yet, Lin Feng remained unervingly calm. His hands flew through seals, fingers moving like shadows, his chest swelling. Concluding with the final seal. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted from Lin Feng's mouth. The inferno clashed with the 9 fire dragons, resulting in a thunderous explosion that illuminated the entire martial arts arena, transforming it into a hellish landscape. The onlooking elders wore expressions of shock. This fire release bears no spiritual energy fluctuations? Elder Feng Wuhan of the Qingming Peak furrowed his brow, yet its power is capable of matching a Yuan Ing technique. Elder Tai Xin of the Xian Tai Peak remarked solemnly. Mu Wanqing's gaze flickered, realizing that Lin Feng was indeed practicing an extraordinary technique. As the flames subsided, Qi Xiao leaped into the air, suddenly wielding a sword engulfed in golden flames, the Luong Divine Sword, one of the treasured artifacts of the Blazing Sun Peak. To force me to draw this sword, you have earned your pride. He laughed maniacally and swung the blade downward, the golden sword light transforming into a 3-legged golden crow. Screeching as it dove down, Lin Feng advanced rather than retreating, drawing the Kusanagi sword anew. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his lightning chakra. Lightning release. 1,000 birds, sharp spear. Blue lightning coalesced into a spiral spear, violently colliding with the golden crow's sword light. Boom. The explosive shockwave reverberated, causing the protective formation at the edge of the arena to hum. Amidst the smoke and dust, 2 figures were simultaneously forced back. Qi Xiao staggered as he landed, his sleeve shredded by lightning, leaving a charred mark on his arm. Lin Feng, however, knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The gap in their realms had ultimately led to his disadvantage. This ends now. Qi Xiao wiped the dust from his face, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He bit his fingertip, swiping it across the Luong Divine Sword, igniting it in blood-red flames. Blood sacrifice. God-burning slash. This strike possessed the might of mid-Yuaning. The blood-red sword light tore through the air, the scorching wave of heat causing Lin Feng's skin to sting. Below, Bai Ruoli gripped Yan Qingxuang's sleeve tightly, her nails nearly embedding into the fabric, while Yan Qingxuang's cold moon sword chi circulated unconsciously in her palm, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. Mu Wanqing formed a shard of ice at her fingertip but halted abruptly upon seeing the smile at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. What are you smiling about? Qi Xiao bellowed, his sword intent intensifying. Lin Feng's pupils reflected the blood-red sword light as he slowly raised his right hand. Lightning release. Divine punishment. 1,000 birds prison. Chapter 54. The colossal hand of the skeleton. Suddenly, a blinding blue light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng's chakra erupted like an explosive thunderpool, and thousands of thunder spears shot forth from his palm, each one precisely targeting the vital points surrounding Qi Xiao. The piercing wails of the thunder spears slicing through the air resembled a chorus of 1,000 birds, causing the observing disciples to cover their ears. Bang, bang, bang. The torrential thunderstorm completely engulfed Qi Xiao, and the lightning scorched the ground, leaving spiderweb-like char marks. When the electric light dissipated, everyone held their breath. Qi Xiao knelt on one knee, enveloped in a blood-red spiritual shield. The runes on the shield flickered, showing no signs of cracks at all. Ha! Is this all you've got? Qi Xiao wiped the blood from his nose and sneered as he rose. You can't even break my crimson flame spiritual shield. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The defensive power of this artifact exceeded his expectations, capable of completely withstanding even the divine punishment 1,000 bird prison. However, it was not entirely without effect. Lin Feng noticed Qi Xiao's sword-wielding hand trembling slightly, indicating that the paralysis from the lightning was encroaching upon his arm. It's time to end this. Qi Xiao suddenly plunged the solar divine sword into the ground. 9 suns locking soul formation. 9 columns of fire erupted from the edges of the arena, transforming into a crimson light prison that ensnared Lin Feng within. The intense heat distorted the air, and the corners of Lin Feng's garments instantly blackened and curled. Yield, you worthless fool. Qi Xiao gleefully manipulated the formation to constrict, threatening to incinerate Lin Feng's very soul. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. This was clearly a lethal move. Bai Ruoli sprang to her feet, instinctively clutching the baby, Yi Qingli, in her arms. The infant seemed to sense the impending danger and began to wail uncontrollably. Master. Ruoli's voice trembled with urgency. Please stop this. Yun Qingxuang had already drawn her sword 3 inches from its sheath, frost creeping along the blade. She fixed her gaze on the fire prison, horrified. This was no mere contest. It was outright murder. Nangong Zhao's folding fan halted midair, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. If he could eliminate this threat through Qi Zhao's hand, it would be even better. Mu Wanqing's fingertips coalesced with a glimmer of ice, ready to act. When suddenly her pupils constricted, Lin Feng stood at the center of the fire prison, the searing heat wave crashing against him. He weighed the pros and cons of unleashing his Meijiki Sharingan. Should he reveal his eyes? It was his trump card, and exposing it too soon would only invite more covetous eyes. Yet, if he continued to hide his strength, he might truly be consumed by the flames. There was no choice but to use it, though he would only activate Susanoo, keeping the details of his ocular techniques concealed. In an instant, Lin Feng's pupils transformed into a deep crimson, 3 tomo appearing and twisting into bizarre clock-like patterns. Susanoo. Boom. The chilling chakra erupted like a volcanic eruption, and a dark energy skeletal figure rose from the ground, enveloping Lin Feng within. Although the initial form of Susanoo was merely a skeletal frame, the oppressive aura it exuded caused the temperature of the entire martial arena to plummet. The crowd below erupted in chaos. What kind of technique is this? Such a sinister aura. Is it a secret art of the demonic path? Ruoli's eyes widened as she suddenly recalled something. This was the same dark giant's energy her junior brother wielded during his tribulation. The skeletal form of Susanoo manifested a colossal hand, which suddenly rose and forcefully tore apart the 9 Suns Locking Soul Formation's fiery prison. Before Qi Xiao could react, the dark skeletal hand shot forward like lightning, grasping him and lifting him before Lin Feng. Let go of me. Qi Xiao struggled frantically, his solar divine sword striking against the skeletal frame, sending sparks flying, yet leaving not even a scratch. He was raised to eye level with Lin Feng, meeting those eerie clock-like eyes. Lin Feng coldly regarded him as he intoned, "Now, immerse yourself in the illusion of the Meijiki Sharingan." Illusion technique, Meijiki Sharingan. Qi Zhao's vision abruptly warped. Within the illusion, he found himself in a garden blooming with vibrant flowers, whereby Ruoli, clad in a pink dress, approached him with a radiant smile. "Senior brother Qi Xiao," she said bashfully, lowering her gaze. "I've always liked you." Qi Zhao's heart soared. "Really?" Ruoli gently nodded, taking his hand in hers. "Shall we become partners?" However, in reality, the spectators saw Qi Xiao, held by Susanoo, suddenly cease his struggles. A foolish grin spreading across his face as he began to dance. "Ruoli, my partner." Silence enveloped the arena. Ruoli was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. What on earth is this fool dreaming about? Lin Feng scoffed, dispelling the illusion. Qi Xiao jolted awake, realizing he was suspended over the edge of the arena by Susanoo, his complexion shifting from green to white, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Qi Xiao then noticed the odd stares from the thousands of cultivators below. What have you done to me?" he stammered, mortified with rage. "If you dare insult my parents again," Lin Feng's voice was as cold and hard as iron, "you shall see what your fate will be." This statement hung in the air like an invisible blade at Qi Xiao's throat. Lin Feng casually discarded Qi Xiao like refuse. Enough. A thunderous roar erupted as Elder Yin Tiangang from the solar peak leaped onto the arena, flames surging around him as his divine transformation pressure bore down on Lin Feng like a mountain. "Mu Wanqing," he bellowed, pointing at the lingering shadows of the dark Susanoo. "The technique your disciple has unleashed is sinister and treacherous. It is clearly a demonic method. Since when did Han Yu Peak align itself with demonic cultivators?" Lin Feng stood firm on the stage, unyielding against the pressure of the divine transformation expert, his back straight as an arrow. His eyes returned to their normal hue, yet they glimmered with an even sharper intensity. "I have already gone through the process of Han Yu Zhaoshan," he said, his voice calm yet firm. "If I were truly a demonic cultivator, I would have been pierced through the heart by the sword energy of the Zhaoshan mirror at that moment." Yin Tiangang scoffed. "Then how do you explain those cursed eyes?" Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his pupils had transformed into a blood-red hue. The 3 tomo spinning slowly. "These eyes are known as Meijiki Sharingan." He spoke with suppressed anguish. "They awakened from the pain of losing my loved ones. As I witnessed the slaughter of my entire village by demonic cultivators, and my parents and Appos, tragic deaths." Gasps of shock echoed from below. As for their power, Lin Feng and Appos, as Meijiki flickered slightly, it is a curse, not a blessing. Each ounce of power is steeped in the blood and tears of the departed. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Yin Tiangong's face. "I stand opposed to demonic cultivators. On what grounds do you presume to label me as one?" Chapter 55. The profound ice sword sheath rejects the Japanese blade as the atmosphere grew tense, a melodious bell chimed from Tianjin Peak. The crowd looked up to see the sect leader, Xian Zaiatzi, descending gracefully, his robes billowing as he landed in the center of the arena. "Enough," he commanded, his gaze sharp, first scanning Yin Tiangang, then turning to Lin Feng. The Wanjian Xian zone had established itself for 3 millennia, boasting countless unique skills and techniques. Judging one and amp, Oppos, S righteousness solely by the surface of their abilities would be overly simplistic. Unwilling to concede, Yin Tiangang clasped his hands in respect towards the leader. The aura emanating from his black skeletal frame palpable. I have my own judgment, he asserted. Xian Zaiatzi interrupted, raising his hand to point. A golden light emerged from Lin Feng and amp, Oppos, S forehead, revealing the sword imprint planted during the master-disciple ceremony. A wisp of purple lightning detached from the imprint and was drawn into Xian Zaiatzi and amp, Oppos, S palm. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Wanqing. Indeed, there is an aura of tribulation, yet no trace of demonic essence. This conclusion left Yin Tiangang speechless. Xian Zaiatzi then turned to Lin Feng. However, your ocular technique involves the laws of time and space. Henceforth, you must report regularly to the discipline peak. Understood, master. Lin Feng replied, lowering his head, his downcast eyes concealing a flicker of sharpness. How much does the sect leader truly know about my kaleidoscopic abilities? A sense of unease burgeoned within him, yet he maintained a calm exterior, silently following Yun Qingxuang as they exited the arena. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yet murmurs of speculation surged like a tide. What precisely was that black skeletal frame? It was rumored to be the amp, Oppos, kaleidoscope Sharingan, and amp, Oppos, a technique awakened only through the loss of a loved one. No wonder he could withstand the heavenly tribulation. Standing still, Nangong Zhao lightly tapped his palm with his folding fan, his gaze unwaveringly following Lin Feng and amp, Oppos, S retreating figure. The laws of time and space? He pondered, narrowing his eyes. Could this be related to the amp, Oppos? I have time and amp, Oppos, recorded in the family S secret texts? Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Lin Feng and amp, Oppos, S sleeve. Junior brother. Ruoli leaned closer, her bright almond eyes sparkling. You were so impressive just now. But, she pointed at Lin Feng and amp, Oppos, S eyes and whispered, can you teach me that? Lin Feng was taken aback, about to respond when a cold voice came from behind him. Ruoli, do not be foolish. Ruoli stuck out her tongue and obediently retreated. Mu Wanqing and amp, Oppos, S gaze swept over Lin Feng. Suyuro, enough. Yun Qingxuang, take him to listen to Snow Pavilion. Yes, master, Yun Qingxuang replied with a bow. Turning to Lin Feng. Follow me. Listen to Snow Pavilion, nestled on the eastern side of Hanyu Peak, was surrounded by snow pines. With a view of the rolling sea of clouds through the window, pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, Yun Qingxuang revealed a simply furnished interior. Each item emanating a chill, the ice JT set, the snow silkworm woven mat, and the painting of the amp, Oppos, Hanyu sword and tint, and amp, Oppos, hanging on the wall. This is your residence. She lightly tapped the jade plate on the wall, and a wave of cold energy surged forth, activating a barrier. Aside from the master and us three, no one else may enter. Lin Feng nodded in gratitude and suddenly inquired, senior sister, about the master. Yun Qingxuang and amp, Oppos, S gaze shifted slightly. As if choosing her words carefully, sect leader Xian Zaiatzi governs the amp, Oppos, heavenly mechanism mirror and amp, Oppos, capable of glimpsing the laws of the universe. The ocular technique you displayed today, involving time and space, could not escape his notice. She paused, her voice lowering. However, since the master has accepted you as a disciple, he will not allow others to harm you. This statement served as a comforting reassurance. Just as Lin Feng was about to ask further, a flurry of wings sounded from outside the window. A paper crane pierced the barrier, landing in Yun Qingxuang and amp, Oppos, S palm. Upon unfolding it, Mu Wanqing and amp, Oppos, S handwriting appeared. At the hour of the dog, around 7 p.m., Hanyu Cave Heaven. Yun Qingxuang flicked her finger, dissipating the paper crane into icy fragments. She cast a deep glance at Lin Feng. Rest well, I will take you to meet the master at the hour of the dog. After Yun Qingxuang departed, Lin Feng found himself alone in the Listen to Snow Pavilion. The sound of the snow pines rustled outside, while the ice jade lamps inside emitted a soft glow. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he laid out the gifts he had received that day before him. The ice soul sword pill was crystal clear, its surface adorned with intricate frost patterns, feeling as cold as holding a piece of eternal ice. The scroll titled and amp, Oppos, Hanyu Thunder Sound Score and amp, Oppos, was entirely white, edged with silver lightning patterns. Upon unfolding it, he was met with a dense array of ancient script, the characters sharp as a sword and Oppos' edge yet possessing a peculiar rhythm. The profound ice sword sheath was even more extraordinary, its body transparent as glass, with an internal mist of ice that seemed to flow, and a small crescent moon imprint at the mouth, exuding a faint chill. Lin Feng first picked up the Oppos, Hanyu Thunder Sound Score and Oppos, and began to study it meticulously. However, the ancient script proved to be arcane and obscure, filled with terms he had never encountered before. Thunder Sound 9 turns, Hanyu Resonance. What do these even mean? He frowned, flipping through several pages before finally conceding defeat and handing the scroll to the system. System, can you comprehend this? Ding. Host. I am merely a Naruto system. How could I possibly understand such cultivation techniques? The system and Appo's plaintive voice was filled with indignation. As if it had suffered a grave insult. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, deciding to put the scroll away. Fine, I'll ask the master tonight. He then took the profound ice sword sheath and scrutinized it closely. Its transparent body resembled ice, with the internal mist swirling as if alive, faintly revealing small runes flickering within. System, what is the purpose of this sword sheath? Host, why not try inserting the Kusanagi sword into it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, finding the system's suggestion reasonable. He drew the Kusanagi sword from his back and attempted to insert it into the profound ice sword sheath. However, as the tip barely touched the sheath's mouth, a sudden repulsive force surged forth, the lightning of the Kusanagi sword clashing violently with the sheath's chill, producing a sizzling sound. Lin Feng exerted slight pressure, yet the sword remained obstinately outside. Could it be that the profound ice sword sheath rejects a Japanese blade? He muttered, or perhaps only specific swords are meant to fit. After several unsuccessful attempts, he ultimately gave up, returning the Kusanagi sword to its original sheath. Never mind. It may prove useful in the future. Next, he picked up the frost pattern heart shield. The mirror surface was ice blue, cool to the touch, with intricate frost patterns engraved on the back. Lin Feng tried infusing a trace of chakra, and the mirror instantly glimmered, conjuring a thin layer of ice crystal barrier before his chest. Can it withstand a strike from the nascent soul? He mused, impressed by his senior sister's generosity, and tucked the heart shield away close to him. Lastly, he examined the spirit butterfly sword tassel. This exquisite tassel, gifted by Ruoli, featured a lifelike jade pendant of a spirit butterfly at its end, its wings as delicate as a cicada's, shimmering with iridescent light under the glow. Lin Feng tied it to the handle of the Kusanagi sword, and as soon as he secured it, the spirit butterfly pendant fluttered gently, a breath of fresh wind wrapping around the sword, making the handle feel noticeably lighter. A 30% increase in speed, quite impressive. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, casually swinging the sword, its cutting sound sharper and swifter. However, outside the window, a dark crow quietly perched on a branch, its blood-red eyes peering through the gap, observing everything within the room. In a cave on the opposite side of Hanyu Peak, Su Yuro sat cross-legged before a water mirror, which reflected Lin Feng's image as he examined his treasures. The profound ice sword sheath repels his sword? She murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange. The master seemed to mention that sheath could nurture any attribute of sword. With a delicate touch, she tapped the water mirror, the image shifting to Lin Feng adorned with the spirit butterfly sword tassel, involuntarily twitching her lips. That girl Ruoli actually gave away her treasured wind spirit butterfly jade. Though she still harbored animosity towards Lin Feng, her predominant feeling now was curiosity. What other secrets does this young man conceal? With a wave of her hand, the water mirror dissipated, and the dark crow transformed into black mist, returning to her palm. Very well, at the hour of the dog, the master will surely inquire further. Chapter 56. The Cave of the Cold Moon. As the hour of the dog approached, faint footsteps echoed outside the listening snow pavilion. Lin Feng swiftly tucked away several gifts. The frost-patterned heart-guarding mirror was worn close to his body. The spirit butterfly sword tassel remained tied to the Kusanagi sword, while the Cold Moon Thunder Sound Score, Thunder Talismans, Ice Soul Sword Pill, and the Xianbing Sword Sheath were temporarily left in the room. Just as Lin Feng finished organizing, a gentle knock sounded on the door. "Junior brother, the time has come." Yun Qingxuang's voice drifted in from outside. Lin Feng opened the door to find Yun Qingxuang clad in white beneath the moonlight, her demeanor as ethereal as frost. Upon seeing him, she nodded slightly and turned to lead the way. The two traversed the winding mountain path, with the night wind sweeping past, bringing with it the rustling of pine trees. Lin Feng observed that this route did not lead to the main peak, but rather towards a secluded valley behind Cold Moon Peak. "Senior sister, where is the Cave of the Cold Moon?" he inquired softly. Yun Qingxuang continued her pace, responding coolly. "The Cave of the Cold Moon is the place where our master is in seclusion. Ordinary disciples are forbidden to approach." She paused momentarily before adding, "You are the first male disciple permitted entry in a century." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng and Appo's eyes, but he chose not to speak further. After navigating through a shroud of mist, the scene before them became clear. A colossal ice crystal portal stood at the cliff's edge, adorned with ancient runes that shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence under the moonlight. Two figures stood before the door. Ruoli cradled the sleeping Yi Qingli, waving at Lin Feng upon sighting him, while Su Yuro stood with her sword, casting a cold glance their way. Yun Qingxuang stepped forward, conjuring a wisp of cold air with her fingertip, which she pressed against the icy portal. The runes lit up sequentially, and the portal began to open slowly, releasing an overwhelming aura of pure ice spirit energy. "Come in." The voice of Mu Wanqing resonated from within. The four entered one after the other, and the ice door closed silently behind them. Inside the cave was a realm of ice and snow, with a sky formed of ancient black ice reflecting dreamlike auroras. The ground was carpeted with blue crystal sand, each step sending ripples of spiritual light. In the center stood an ice lotus platform where Mu Wanqing sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, a transparent longsword resting across her lap. Sit. She opened her eyes, her gaze settling directly on Lin Feng. As Lin Feng stepped onto the lotus platform, he suddenly found the surroundings shifting, as if he were beneath a starry sky. This is the true visage of the Cave of the Cold Moon. With a wave of her sleeve, Mu Wanqing summoned the stars to swirl around them. Now, speak of the techniques you employ. Lin Feng took a deep breath, respectfully replying, Master, I do not cultivate traditional spiritual energy, but rather a system known as and amp, Appos, chakra, and amp, Appos, chakra. Mu Wanqing and amp, Appos, brow arched slightly. It is composed of a blend of physical and mental energy, utilized to perform various special techniques, Lin Feng explained. However, it has a notable drawback. The refinement of chakra diminishes one and Appos' lifespan, akin to a method of burning one and Appos' vitality, and chakra itself is quite volatile, lacking the stability of spiritual energy. At least, that is my belief, as few in the ninja world enjoy longevity. Mu Wanqing and amp, Appos' initially intrigued expression quickly turned cold, evidently disapproving of such a self-destructive cultivation method. Now, speak of your eyes. Lin Feng nodded and elaborated. My eyes are known as and amp, Appos, Sharingan, and amp, Appos. Each evolution requires significant mental stimulation, progressing from a single comma to double commas, triple commas, and ultimately evolving into the and amp, Appos, kaleidoscope Sharingan, and amp, Appos. As he finished speaking, Yun Qing Shuang and amp, Appos' gaze flickered with contemplation, while Su Yuro furrowed her brow, clearly wary of this unfamiliar ocular technique. Bairuoli blinked in curiosity, seemingly oblivious to any danger. Lin Feng continued, once activated, my dynamic vision is significantly enhanced, making an enemy and amp, Appos' movements appear as though in slow motion. Additionally, I can perceive the meridians and flow of spiritual energy within a human body. Moreover, the Sharingan allows me to replicate an opponent and amp, Appos' techniques as they cast them. A glint of surprise flashed in Mu Wanqing and amp, Appos' eyes, clearly aware that this ability brushed against a taboo in the realm of cultivation. The replication of another and amp, Appos' techniques was a closely guarded secret among major sections. Sensing the atmosphere shift subtly, Lin Feng pressed on. If I lock eyes with someone when I activate my Sharingan, I can cast an illusion, ensnaring them in my mental control. Turning his gaze to Bairuoli, he assessed that a golden core cultivator should be able to withstand it. I apologize, second senior sister. Before he could finish, 3 comma shapes emerged in his eyes, spinning rapidly. Illusion technique, Sharingan, Bairuoli and amp, Appos' once lively almond-shaped eyes instantly dulled, her pupils widening slightly, rendering her motionless. Lin Feng softly commanded, hand me the younger sister. Bairuoli and Appos' movements became stiff as she slowly extended her hands, offering the sleeping Yi Qingli to Lin Feng. Her actions resembled that of a marionette, clearly under the sway of the illusion. Yunqing Shuang and amp, Appos' expression hardened, while Su Yuro instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes glinting with cold light. Observing this, Lin Feng promptly dispelled the illusion. Bairuoli jolted, her gaze clearing as she bewilderedly regarded her outstretched hands, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. Huh? What just happened? Where's the junior sister? Surveying her surroundings and noticing her junior sister suddenly in Lin Feng and amp, Appos' embrace, Bairuoli was about to speak when Mu Wanqing and amp, Appos' voice interrupted her, leaving her with no choice but to wait until the meeting concluded to retrieve her. Mu Wanqing and Appos' gaze deepened as she slowly spoke. Is this your illusion technique? Lin Feng nodded. After a moment of silence, Mu Wanqing raised her hand with a flourish, causing the surrounding fragments of stars to contract and reassemble into the scene of the Cave of the Cold Moon. Lin Feng. Her voice was frosty yet tinged with an indistinct complexity. If the abilities of your eyes become known to outsiders, you will surely face covetous eyes. From this day forth, you shall not use illusions on fellow disciples without permission. Lin Feng bowed his head in acknowledgement. Disciple understands. Mu Wanqing's gaze swept over the 3 disciples, her voice like frost. What transpired today must not be disclosed. Yes, master, the 3 responded in unison. Bairuoli secretly stuck out her tongue, whispering, junior brother and amp, Appos' eyes are remarkable. Su Yuro cast Lin Feng a long, scrutinizing glance, her hostility unquenched but now laced with caution. Yunqing Shuang and amp, Appos' demeanor remained unchanged, though her fingertips unconsciously stroked the hilt of her sword. 2 days prior, Master Mu Wanqing had commanded her to retrieve the thunder blade from the sword tomb, and the lightning unleashed by that sword amidst countless others still burned vividly in her memory. Kneeling before the sword tomb and amp, Appos' barrier, the voice of the elder guarding it resonated from the void. Are you certain you wish to take the thunder blade? Even the master of Liang Peak could not draw it last time. By the master and amp, Appos' decree, she replied calmly. Yet the words echoed with Mu Wanqing and amp, Appos' reminder to inform the guardian that it was for that child. Upon hearing this, the nameless old man, who had been dusting the tombstone, paused abruptly. I see. The long sealed black iron sword box opened automatically, and a purple lightning bolt cleaved through the sword tomb and amp, Appos' dome. As the sword floated in the air, every blade within the tomb trembled in unison. Chapter 57 with a single phrase. Lin Feng summoned forth the spirit of the Thunderblade. Mu Wanqing observed as 3 disciples complied, then with a flourish of her sleeve, 2 scrolls of martial arts techniques floated into her palm. This was the transcription of the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. Lin Feng gazed at the deep purple jade slip of the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, its surface intricately entwined with delicate lightning patterns, emitting a faint humming sound akin to a sword's resonance, as if thunder itself lay dormant within. When paired with the Cold Moon Thunder sound score for auxiliary cultivation, one's training speed could be significantly enhanced. Mu Wanqing then produced a scroll of icy blue bamboo slips, but before that, she emphasized the need to cultivate the Qi refinement technique. The Qi refinement stage is the foundation of immortality cultivation, requiring the guidance of spiritual energy into the body to permeate the meridians. Without a solid foundation, advanced techniques are like a tree without roots. Lin Feng cradled the sleeping Yi Qingli in one arm and respectfully accepted the scrolls with the other. Upon his fingertips touching the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, he felt a subtle current coursing through, causing his arm to tingle slightly. Observing Lin Feng receiving the 2 scrolls, Mu Wanqing raised her hand, summoning a long sword entwined with purple lightning, which broke through the air and hovered before Lin Feng. The Thunderblade. Its elongated body was forged from purple crystal, with ancient lightning patterns engraved along the spine. Although the sword remained sheathed, faint arcs of electricity danced at the sheath and oppos's edge. The hilt was wrapped in silver threads, with a deep purple thunder crystal embedded at its end, radiating a soft glow of lightning. Lin Feng glanced at the Thunderblade and shook his head, stating that as a disciple, he already possessed a sword and therefore had little need for this one. With that, he turned slightly to reveal the Kusanagi sword on his back. Though its black sheath was unadorned, it exuded a sharp aura. At that moment, a loud hum erupted. The Thunderblade trembled violently, flashing with purple lightning. Suddenly, a petite figure leaped from the sword, hovering in midair with hands on her hips, glaring furiously at Lin Feng. Is it you who looks down on me? The girl who emerged from the sword appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with cascading purple hair that sparkled with tiny arcs of electricity at the ends. Her round apricot-shaped eyes bulged in indignation, and her cheeks were puffed up, resembling an irate cat. She donned a purple short skirt, the hem swirling like storm clouds, her bare feet floating above the ground, adorned with silver bells that jingled with her movements. Mu Wanqing's pupils constricted. It was exceedingly rare for the spirit of the Thunderblade to manifest itself. Yun Xingxuang's expression turned grave. She had once entered the sword tomb to retrieve a sword and understood the difficulty of subduing a sword spirit. Years ago, she endured 7 days in the sword tomb to gain the recognition of the frost flower sword spirit through a resonance of sword intent. Suyuro fixed her gaze on the Thunderblade spirit, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. Her own spirit, the Yuquan sword spirit, had yet to fully acknowledge her. Each time she wielded it, she had to forcibly summon its power. Bairoli, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Master, the sword spirit has come out on its own." The Thunderblade spirit, her hair frizzing with anger, pointed at Lin Feng, shouting, "Do you have any idea who I am? I am Thunder, the treasure of the sword tomb. Countless cultivators have knelt before me, begging for my acknowledgement, and I wouldn't even spare them a glance. How dare you disdain me?" Lin Feng regarded her with a blank expression, his voice cold as he replied, "I have my own sword." The spirit paused, momentarily taken aback, then grew even angrier. "What does your shabby sword amount to? My blade is forged from a millennium of thunder crystal. When I strike, the heavens tremble." Before she could finish her sentence, the Kusanagi sword at Lin Feng's back emitted a soft chime, vibrating slightly as if responding to her provocation. The spirit blinked, narrowing her eyes. "Oh, you have a bit of spirit, do you?" She suddenly leaned closer to Lin Feng, almost nose to nose, and fiercely declared, "Kid, I've changed my mind. If you don't accept me today, I'll strike you down." Boom. A thunderous clap erupted within the cave. Mu Wanqing sighed softly, saying, "Thunder, do not act recklessly." The spirit turned to glare at her. Who is being reckless? This kid dares to look down on me. I will make him my master. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Feng, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. A sword spirit chooses its master. It cannot be forced. However, since she is determined to recognize you, you might as well see if you can harness her power. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, then finally reached out to grasp the hilt of the Thunderblade. Crackle. Violent thunder surged through his arm, coursing throughout his body. Lin Feng grunted as the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, chakra surging wildly to counter the thunder. The sword spirit hovered before him, a smug grin on her face. "How about it? Are you convinced?" Lin Feng raised his gaze, his crimson pupils locking onto hers, coldly stating, "Childish." The girl? She froze for a moment, then furiously stomped her feet in midair, electricity crackling at her tips. "You, say that again?" Lin Feng ignored her, turning instead to Mu Wanqing, who still cradled the sleeping Yi Qingli in one arm, slightly bowing as he spoke. "Master, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation." Bairoli, flustered, rushed forward a few steps. "Junior brother, I've taken care of your sister for the past 3 days. I have more experience, let me handle it." Her gaze was fixed on the little girl in Lin Feng's arms, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Over the past 3 days, She had treated Yu Qingli as her own sister, even feeding her cherished spirit fruits. Mu Wanqing spoke calmly. Ruoli let him take care of her. With that, she produced a white jade vial from her sleeve, which landed steadily in Lin Feng's hand. This is a millennium spirit milk. Take a drop each day and dilute it for feeding. Lin Feng caught the jade vial with one hand, feeling the warm pulse of spiritual energy emanating from it. He nodded slightly and turned to leave. However, the thunder blade suddenly unsheathed itself by half an inch, purple lightning flickering as it followed closely behind him. The spirit floated in the air, her cheeks flushed with anger. Hey, you haven't agreed to accept me yet. Lin Feng did not look back. His voice cold as he replied, suit yourself. Spirit, everyone else. By Ruoli bit her lip. Her shoulders shaking as she finally burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Yin Qingshuang facepalmed, shaking her head at Bai Ruoli in resignation. Suyiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Murmuring, that is the sword spirit of a treasure from the sword tomb. How many cultivators have sought this in vain, and now it is being so disdainfully treated? Mu Wanqing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Hey, are you going to accept me or not? The purple-haired girl hovered behind Lin Feng, chattering incessantly, arcs of electricity dancing at her hair tips. Lin Feng opened the door to the listening snow pavilion. Gently placing the sleeping Yi Qingli on the bed, and without looking back, said, I'm not He, I am Yi Feng. All right. Yi Feng, are you going to accept me or not? The spirit floated before him, hands on her hips, her skirt, and Appo's lightning pattern swirling with her movements. Host, just accept her. The system suddenly chimed in, words dancing on a pink screen. The Kusanagi sword, after all, is a divine artifact from the Naruto system, which has its limitations in this cultivation world. With two swords, wouldn't the host be able to wield a dual-wielding technique? Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, gazing at the floating spirit before him. She was puffing out her cheeks, her purple eyes sparkling with defiance. Very well, Lin Feng finally spoke. The Kusanagi sword is indeed lacking. Humph, now you recognize my value? The girl proudly lifted her chin, declaring, let me tell you. I am forged from a millennium of thunder crystal, far superior to your shabby blade. Chapter 58. What do you mean? You are my master. I, the sword spirit, shall never be a slave. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy as he cautioned, mind your words. Am I mistaken? The sword spirit provocatively circled the Kusanagi sword, scoffing at the lack of spiritual energy emanating from it. Suddenly, the Kusanagi sword unsheathed itself with a sharp sound, revealing a glint of cold light. The sword spirit leaped back in fright, its hair crackling with arcs of electricity. Lin Feng pressed the sword back down into its sheath, quieting it. From now on, I shall be your master, he declared to the sword spirit. The girl immediately flared up. What do you mean? You are my master. I will never be a slave. Thunder crackled around her, raising the temperature in the listening snow pavilion. Observing the tempestuous spirit, Lin Feng's cold demeanor softened for a fleeting moment as a faint smile crept across his face. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. The sword spirit paused, her tempestuous energy gradually subsiding as she scrutinized Lin Feng. You actually smiled? Lin Feng returned to his impassive expression. No, you misheard. Absolutely not. You clearly. The sword spirit suddenly recalled something and floated before Lin Feng. By the way, you need not call me Thunder. I have a name. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, listen well. The sword spirit puffed out her chest, her purple hair swirling without wind. I am called Zixiao. It was bestowed upon me by my previous master, meaning Nine Heavens Thunder. Zixiao, Lin Feng repeated softly, nodding in approval. It is a fine name. Zixiao twirled in delight, her skirt billowing. Of course, it sounds much better than your and Appo's, Thunder and Appo's. Lin Feng approached his desk, carefully storing the spiritual milk gifted by Mu Wanqing. Then unfurled the chi refinement technique. I am about to commence my cultivation. What about you? Naturally, I shall watch over your cultivation. Zixu floated beside him, her concern evident. If you were to fall into madness, my sword would surely suffer. Lin Feng refrained from retorting and settled into a meditative posture to study the technique. Zixu, curious, leaned closer, her hair brushing against his shoulder, infused with a faint aura of lightning. Hey, what is up with your red eyes? She suddenly inquired, having wanted to ask since they were in the cave. They look rather intimidating. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Feng replied, Sharingan, a bloodline ability. Sharingan? Zixu tilted her head, intrigued. I and Appo's, V never heard of such a bloodline. Wait, you are an Appo's, a descendant of some ancient hidden clan, are you? Lin Feng chose silence, focusing intently on grasping the essence of the chi refinement technique. Noticing his disinterest, Zixu drifted to the window, gazing out at the snowy landscape. Speaking of which, she turned back abruptly. That little girl, she is truly your sister? You resemble each other not at all. Lin Feng and Appo's, as fingers hesitated momentarily. Her name is Yu Qingli, he murmured. The only family I have in this world. Zixiao, detecting the shift in atmosphere, wisely refrained from further inquiries. She floated to the bedside of the sleeping girl, observing her with curiosity. She possesses a very unique aura. Zixu remarked softly, it is somewhat akin to an innate Dao body. Lin Feng interjected. Zixiao gasped in astonishment, her voice echoing in the otherwise tranquil listening snow pavilion. An innate Dao body, she exclaimed, abruptly covering her mouth. Her purple eyes wide with shock as arcs of electricity crackled uncontrollably from her hair. Isn't that a once-in-a-thousand-years cultivation physique? Lin Feng's gaze settled on the slumbering Yi Qingli, where a faint green Dao pattern shimmered at her brow under the dim light. At any rate, that is what my master has said, he replied in a low tone. Though I am uncertain of its full implications. Zixu floated closer to Yi Qingli, cautiously extending her hand, only to be repelled by an invisible force just before touching the pattern. Such a powerful protective aura, she exclaimed, retracting her hand in surprise. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and hastened to the bedside. What is happening? Do not be alarmed, Zixu reassured, gesturing dismissively. This is a protective mechanism of the Dao body. It appears your sister's constitution is even purer than I had imagined. She circled the bed thoughtfully. No wonder Mu Wanqing made an exception to accept you both as disciples. Lin Feng gently tucked the covers around Yi Qingli, his voice icy. I do not require favors based on my sister's talents. Zixu blinked in surprise before replying with a laugh. Who said it was due to her? Your lightning and fire affinity is at an astonishing 98% purity. Any sect would covet you as a genius. Zixu floated before Lin Feng, blinking playfully. However, having a sister with an innate Dao body is indeed quite special. Lin Feng opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted by a sense of approaching presence, turning his gaze towards the window. Someone is coming. Almost simultaneously, a gentle knock resonated at the door of the listening snow pavilion. Junior brother? Yun Qingxuang's voice called from outside. Master sent me to deliver some items. Lin Feng moved to open the door, and just as his fingers brushed the latch, Zixu transformed into a streak of purple light, darting back into the thunder sword. The sword lay quietly on the ground, appearing as an ordinary spirit sword. Upon opening the door, Lin Feng beheld Yun Qingxuang, clad in white, standing under the moonlight, holding a jade box that shimmered with a lustrous glow. Her gaze swept across the room, momentarily pausing at the thunder sword lying on the floor. This is the Appos concentration pill, Appos, she said, extending the jade box to Lin Feng. It can assist you in swiftly entering the Appos chi refinement technique. Appos, the box felt cool to the touch. And through its translucent walls, Lin Feng glimpsed a verdant pill, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to flow like living entities, exuding a calming fragrance. Yun Qingxuang produced another embroidered pouch adorned with snow lotus motifs. This is Appos, soul calming incense Appos, for your junior sister. It can nourish the soul. Lin Feng took the pouch, deftly untying the string, releasing a faint, ethereal fragrance into the air. Inside, 3 slender golden incense sticks lay neatly arranged, each just an inch long, yet brimming with astonishing spiritual energy. The incense bodies were translucent like amber, with tiny specks of light swirling within, producing a chime-like sound when gently shaken. Thank you. Senior sister, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to Yun Qingxuang. Yun Qingxuang nodded slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting once more to the thunder sword. She seemed poised to speak but ultimately opted for a gentle reminder. Since the thunder sword spirit has acknowledged its master, it is your opportunity. Her eyes shifted to the sleeping Yi Qingli, who curled up under the covers, the Dao pattern on her brow faintly visible in slumber. You must take good care of your sister, she added softly, her words clear yet delicate. Lin Feng and Appos, gaze flickered, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Tomorrow at dawn, we gather at Cold Moon Hall, Yun Qingxuang instructed as she turned, a waft of plum blossom fragrance trailing behind her. Master will assess your progress with the Appos chi refinement technique, and Appos. Her figure soon blended into the night, leaving only the faintest trace of footsteps in the snow. Lin Feng stood at the door for a moment, until the last hand of the plum scent vanished, before gently closing the door. Whoa! Zixu sprang out from the sword, theatrically clutching her chest. You nearly scared me to death. Your senior sister has such an overwhelming presence. She floated beside Lin Feng, peering curiously at the jade box. Concentration pill? This is quite a treasure. Mu Wanqing is indeed generous. Lin Feng opened the jade box, revealing the complete verdant pill before him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the intricate patterns formed a complex array, each line brimming with pure spiritual energy. Surrounding the pill was a delicate mist formed from highly concentrated spiritual essence. This is a 4th-grade pill, Zixu exclaimed, swirling around the jade box in excitement. Out there, countless cultivators would scramble for this. Lin Feng carefully closed the jade box and retrieved the soul-calming incense. The incense, under the light, revealed a semi-transparent golden-brown hue, with countless tiny lights flowing within, as if capturing a starry sky inside. Merely cradling it in his hands, one could sense a gentle warmth and serene energy gradually permeating through his meridians. He approached Yi Qingli and Appos' bedside and retrieved an exquisite bronze incense burner from the table. The body of the burner was intricately adorned with cloud patterns, evidently crafted specifically for the soul-soothing incense. Suddenly, Zixu halted him, stating that the soul-soothing incense could not be ignited directly but required the infusion of spiritual energy. She demonstrated by snapping her fingers, releasing a thread of delicate lightning, which instantly conjured a wisp of blue smoke from the burner. This smoke did not rise straight up. Instead, it spiraled at the mouth of the burner like a living entity, gradually forming a miniature vortex of spiritual energy. Lin Feng understood and gently placed the soul-soothing incense within the burner. The moment the incense made contact with the spiritual energy, it astonishingly levitated, slowly rotating. A ribbon of golden smoke elegantly ascended, creating a thin veil of golden light above the bed, enveloping the peacefully slumbering Yi Qingli like gossamer. The little girl's breathing visibly steadied, and the glow of the pattern on her forehead softened significantly. Even more wondrously, the golden smoke seemed to resonate with the pattern. As with each breath, delicate rays of golden light were drawn into her nostrils. Zixiao's usually serious demeanor revealed a hint of admiration. This was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng gazed at his sister's tranquil visage, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He then turned towards the meditation cushion, retrieving a focus pill. Preparing for his own cultivation. Chapter 59, successfully embarking on the celestial path. First layer of Qi cultivation. Zixiao floated behind him, suddenly recalling something. Oh, since we are to cultivate the Qi cultivation technique, why not try using my sword body as a medium? The Thunder Sword is inherently a lightning attribute artifact, which should be beneficial for your lightning fire spiritual root. Lin Feng paused his steps, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement to the experiment. Zixiao joyfully spun around, transforming into a beam of purple light that entered the Thunder Sword. The sword body levitated in midair, emitting a melodious hum. Lin Feng sat on the mat, placing a pill into his mouth. The spiritual energy generated from the pill surged through Lin Feng's body like a torrent. As he gently cradled the levitating Thunder Sword with his hands, the sword hummed incessantly, while purple lightning coiled around his arms like a playful dragon. Ding! Detected that the host is transitioning the cultivation system. The system's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Celestial Technique Chakra Transformation Program initiated. In an instant, the network of meridians within Lin Feng, modified by the system, began to illuminate one by one, unfolding like a star map within him. The once turbulent chakra became docile along this newly established route, merging with the influx of celestial spiritual energy. Zixiao's voice emerged from the sword body. How peculiar. Why does your meridian structure appear so unusual? Her words were abruptly cut off as the Thunder Sword trembled violently. The ancient lightning runes on the sword appeared to come alive, radiating a dazzling purple light. The entire listening snow pavilion became a vortex of visible spiritual energy, as the lightning attribute's spiritual energy converged wildly towards the sword body. Is this a resonance of lightning spirits? Zixiao's voice brimmed with astonishment. Your physique can actually trigger such an anomaly. Lin Feng closed his eyes, focusing on the unprecedented changes, guided by the Thunder Sword. The external lightning attribute's spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, while the system restructured Dantian absorbed this energy as if it were an endless abyss. Transmutation efficiency at 120. The system chimed. The current capacity of the host's Dantian is 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, and with each cycle, a portion transformed into a unique celestial technique chakra. This new form of energy retained the vitality of chakra while embodying the stability of spiritual power, coalescing into a swirling purple-golden vortex within Lin Feng and Apos S. Dantian. Remarkable. Zixiao marveled. I have never witnessed anyone evoke such a magnitude of spiritual energy during their first cultivation. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a resounding thunder. The clouds above Cold Moon Peak began to swirl, forming a colossal funnel of spiritual energy. Directly above the listening snow pavilion, boom! A bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the night sky, piercing the roof and striking the Thunder Sword. The sword body immediately blazed with brilliance, and countless tiny electric serpents coursed along Lin Feng's arms and body. Warning! Excessive thunder tribulation energy detected. The system's alarm blared unexpectedly. Lin Feng's eyes shot open, revealing the activation of his Sharingan. In his vision, the lightning was no longer mere energy but a series of intricately woven law chains composed of countless fine runes. Do not resist, Zixiao urged urgently. This is a baptism recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Feng swiftly departed from the listening snow pavilion, just as the heavenly tribulation descended upon him. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of the lightning penetrating his body, he focused his Sharingan intently on the law chains. Remarkably, under the refinement of the thunder, the impurities within Lin Feng were gradually purged, his meridians grew more resilient, and the vortex within his Dantian began to solidify. Crack! A delicate sound echoed from within him, as if some form of restraint had been shattered. The vortex in his Dantian suddenly contracted, transforming into a droplet of liquid purple-golden spiritual power. Suspended at the center of his Dantian, first layer of Qi cultivation, Zixiao exclaimed with delight, and it has directly condensed into spiritual liquid. This is at least a sign of the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, the thunderous light surrounding him gradually subsiding. To his astonishment, he discovered that his senses had become extraordinarily acute, even allowing him to hear the gentle sound of snowflakes landing outside the window. Even more wondrous was the seamless flow of chakra within him, no longer requiring the arduous effort of refinement as before. Congratulations, host. The system displayed a pink interface. Successfully activated the cultivation system. Current realm, 1st layer of Qi cultivation, actual spiritual power reserve equivalent to the 3rd layer. Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He gazed at the thunder sword, noticing that the lightning runes on its surface had become more pronounced. With faint sparks of electricity flowing within, Zixu materialized, her previously ethereal form now solidified to a degree. She excitedly circled around Lin Feng. This is truly extraordinary. Do you realize the commotion you just caused? The entire Cold Moon Peak's lightning spiritual energy has been depleted by you. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the window, and indeed witnessed the unusual phenomenon in the night sky slowly dissipating. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether this would attract trouble. Fear not. Zixu waved her hand dismissively. Mu Wanqing must have already set up a barrier, so outsiders won't sense anything. She suddenly leaned in closer, her purple eyes sparkling with excitement. But when you meet your master tomorrow, there will surely be a splendid show. Chapter 60. The hall of the cold moon morning light filtered through the window into the listening snow pavilion. Lin Feng exhaled slowly, a hint of lightning flashing in his eyes. Although he remained at the first level of qi refinement, he could sense the spiritual energy within him solidifying like mercury. With a droplet of purple golden spiritual liquid in his dantian slowly swirling, emitting waves far surpassing his current realm. Zixu, he softly called, tapping the hilt of the thunder sword. What is it? The sword spirit, yawning, floated out of the sword body, her disheveled purple hair and the thundercloud patterns on her skirt not yet fully illuminated. It's not even dawn yet, she remarked, suddenly widening her eyes. Your aura? Lin Feng offered no explanation and instead walked toward the wooden cabinet in the corner of the room. What are you looking for? Zixu inquired curiously, floating behind him. A new sheath for your sword, Lin Feng replied, retrieving a completely transparent sword sheath from the cabinet. The sheath glimmered like crystal, with icy mist swirling inside. And at the opening, a small crescent moon mark radiated a faint chill. Zixu's pupils constricted suddenly. The shimmering sword sheath? She leaned in closely. ISN and Apos. See this the treasure of Hanyu Peak? How could it be in your possession? It was a gift from the Hanyu ancestor and Apos' statue, Lin Feng answered succinctly, his fingers brushing over the icy patterns on the sheath. It is said to nurture the sword and suppress the violent nature of thunder and fire. Zixu circled around him skeptically. Such a fine item, why don't you use it yourself? Lin Feng maintained a stoic expression and raised the Kusanagi sword. I've tried. It doesn't fit. Zixu burst into laughter. So you're giving it to me as a second choice? She placed her hands on her hips, fuming. Then I don't want it. A trace of helplessness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. I was just joking. He gently shook the sheath. It was originally meant for you. Zixu's anger visibly dissipated, yet she still pouted. You always tease me like this. Because your reactions are amusing, Lin Feng said, a rare smile gracing his lips. He suddenly grasped the hilt of the thunder sword and decisively sheathed it into the shimmering sword sheath. Ah! Zixu exclaimed, her entire spirit trembling violently. At the moment the sword met the sheath, icy mist and purple lightning intertwined, producing a melodious hum. The previously tempestuous aura of the lightning spirit rapidly calmed, with the thundercloud patterns on her skirt acquiring a layer of icy blue glow. This. Zixu gazed down at her now more solidified spirit form, her voice softening. This feels so comfortable. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Still angry? Zixu immediately straightened her face and turned her head away. Humph. On account of how nice the sheath is. She furtively glanced at the shimmering sword sheath and quietly added, I'll begrudgingly forgive you. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the direction of the bed. The small bronze incense burner had long since burned out its soul-soothing incense, leaving only a small pile of crystalline ash. Unbeknownst to them, Yiqingli had awoken at some point, her big, round eyes staring at them. Yeah. The little girl reached out her chubby hands towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's stern expression softened instantly. He hurried to the bedside and carefully lifted his sister. The 5-day-old infant felt as light as a feather. Yet he handled her as if she were a fragile treasure. Are you hungry? He asked softly, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Yiqingli did not respond, merely nuzzling her little head against his embrace. Lin Feng cradled her with one arm while using the other to retrieve the jade vial of spiritual milk given by Mu Wanqing, dripping it into warm water as instructed. The milky spiritual liquid dissolved upon contact with the water, instantly releasing a sweet fragrance. Zixu floated beside him, observing Lin Feng's clumsy yet earnest attempt to feed his sister the spiritual milk, a soft glimmer passing through her violet eyes. She suddenly noticed that the pattern on Yiqingli's forehead was clearer than the previous night, faintly shimmering with starlight. Lin Feng. Just as she was about to speak, a melodious bell rang from outside. Lin Feng paused momentarily, swiftly yet gently finishing the last drop of spiritual milk, wiping his sister's mouth with a silk cloth. Once done, he crossed the thunder sword and Kusanagi behind him, a sword wrapped in purple lightning, surrounded by cold mist. And another as dark as ink, its sharpness concealed. It is time to head to the Hall of the Cold Moon. He glanced at Yiqingli in his arms, hesitating for a moment before producing a soft swaddling cloth to wrap her carefully, taking her along. Zixu transformed into a streak of light and entered the sword body, her voice echoing in his mind. Lin Feng, are you truly bringing her to meet Mu Wanqing? That is the Hall of the Cold Moon, not a place for casual strolls. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied blandly, since my master has accepted her as a disciple, it is only proper she meets her. And your second senior sister took her running about as well, did she not? Zixu muttered under her breath. Your second senior sister's antics are foolishness. Bringing her to meet the master, isn't that just asking for trouble? Lin Feng did not respond. Opening the door and stepping toward the Hall of the Cold Moon. Though he had never been there, he was aware that it lay atop the main peak. As Lin Feng approached the summit, the sight of the Hall of the Cold Moon unfolded before him. The Grand Hall was carved from 10,000 years of dark ice, with 9 tiers of jade steps leading up to it, each step adorned with intricate sword patterns. On either side of the hall stood 2 ice-sculpted sword guardians. So lifelike, they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. As Lin Feng stepped onto the first tier, the hall doors silently opened. Yun Qingxuang, clad in white, stood within, her gaze sweeping over the dual swords behind him before settling on Yi Qingli in his arms, nodding slightly. Come in. The master is waiting. Mu Wanqing sat at the main seat, a transparent long sword resting across her lap, its blade flawless, as if forged from the purest ice crystal. Bairuoli and Su Yuru were already waiting to the side. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter with Yi Qingli, Bairuoli's eyes lit up. Junior brother, you really brought her. Su Yuru furrowed her brows, her gaze lingering on the dual swords behind Lin Feng for a moment, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Mu Wanqing raised her gaze, surveying Lin Feng. How goes your practice of the qi refinement technique? Lin Feng performed a one-handed salute while securely holding Yi Qingli with the other. Replying to the master, the disciple has made progress. Mu Wanqing's eyes flickered, her fingertip lightly tapping, a wave of cold air silently probing toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not evade, allowing the chill to enter his body and circulate through his meridians. After a few moments, Mu Wanqing retracted the cold energy, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. At the first level of qi refinement, yet your Dantian spiritual energy reserves rival that of the third level, with a foundation as solid as rock. She paused, her gaze falling upon the Thunder Sword. It seems the Thunder Sword has recognized you as its master, proving quite beneficial. Before Lin Feng could respond, the Thunder Sword suddenly emitted a soft chime, followed by Zishao's voice. Of course, I am the treasurer of the town. The hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. Bairuoli couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter, while Yun Qingxuang shook her head in resignation. Su Yuru's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the sword spirit's audacity before Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing's eyes grew cold, and the Thunder Sword trembled in response. Zishao's voice abruptly silenced. No longer daring to speak, Mu Wanqing's gaze turned to Lin Feng, who held Yi Qingli. A naturally gifted Dao body must be nurtured with spiritual energy. If you insist on caring for her personally, you must not be negligent. Lin Feng lowered his head, his voice steady. The disciple understands. Chapter 61. The sect's task board. Mu Wanqing slightly nodded and spoke again. In half a year, the sect will hold a grand competition, where disciples from various peaks will engage in mutual sparring to vie for rankings. Her gaze swept over Lin Feng, her tone calm, yet unassailable. The champion will receive a personal reward from the sect leader. During this half year, you must devote yourself to cultivation. Should you encounter any bottlenecks, feel free to consult with the 3 senior sisters. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with determination, already formulating a plan in his mind. The sect competition was both an opportunity and a trial. Securing the first place would not only validate his strength, but also attract the sect's attention, potentially granting him access to more profound techniques. Bairuoli's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounded over to Lin Feng, exclaiming, Junior brother, would you like me to teach you a few moves from the secret sword techniques of Hanyu Peak? She conjured an icy crystal lotus with her fingertips, spinning it playfully in her palm. Suyuro scoffed, with his current cultivation level, if he can break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement in 6 months, it would be a miracle, let alone contend for first place. The dark tassel of her sword trailed sharply as she turned away. Yin Qingxuang gently caressed the frost-patterned jade pendant at her waist and remarked, Junior brother's foundation far exceeds that of his peers, as long as... She suddenly halted, her gaze shifting to Mu Wanqing. The divine transformation cultivator seated in the main position tapped her fingers lightly on the icy seat and suddenly said, Yi Feng, you have yet to collect your sect's monthly allowance and robe. Indeed, master, Lin Feng replied, adjusting the swaddled Leaf Qingli in his arms. The little one was playfully tugging at the embroidered lightning patterns on his brother's garment. Mu Wanqing's gaze fell upon Bairuoli. You take him to the Deacon Hall. Of course, Bairuoli exclaimed, eagerly grabbing Lin Feng's sleeve, her silver hairpins jingling merrily. Junior brother, let's go. Outside the Hanyu Palace, the clouds roiled. As soon as Bairuoli stepped over the threshold, she eagerly reached out for Leaf Qingli. Junior brother, let me hold Qingli. Bairuoli clasped her hands together, her eyes twinkling like stars. Just for a moment, seeing the eager expression on his second sister and Appo's face, Lin Feng reluctantly passed the swaddled infant over. Bairuoli immediately cradled the little one as if holding a treasure, gently swaying the sleeping Leaf Qingli. Little Qingli has grown a bit more. Senior sister, is the Deacon Hall far? Lin Feng inquired, surveying his surroundings. Bairuoli pointed towards the southeast with one hand. It's over by Lingyun Peak. We need to fly over 3 mountain peaks. A mischievous smile crossed her face. But junior brother, you still can't fly, can you? Would you like your senior sister to help you? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng completed the final hand seal for his summoning technique. With a loud bang, a white smoke dissipated, revealing the majestic figure of his spirit beast, Galda, with a wingspan of nearly 30 feet. Its black feathers shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight, and its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously. Well, Bairuoli took a half-step back, while Leaf Qingli, startled by the commotion, awoke not with cries, but reaching out with tiny hands, babbling cheerfully. Lin Feng gently stroked the eagle's feathers and introduced it to Bairuoli. This is my spirit beast, Galda. He skillfully leapt onto the eagle's back, extending a hand to Bairuoli. Bairuoli's cheeks flushed with excitement. This is my first time riding an eagle. She cautiously approached, and Lin Feng effortlessly pulled her onto the eagle's back. Galda squawked in mild protest but steadied itself nonetheless. Hold on tight. Lin Feng formed a hand seal with one hand while protecting the little sister in Bairuoli's arms with the other. Galda unfurled its massive wings and soared into the sky. Ah! Bairuoli's startled cry soon transformed into melodious laughter. The fierce wind whipped through her purple hair, compelling her to raise her voice. Look over there. Do you see that glazed tile building? Lin Feng squinted, identifying a golden roof atop a distant peak amidst the clouds. Galda adjusted its course, diving through the cloud layers. Leaf Qingli giggled in Bairuoli's embrace, reaching out to grasp the passing wisps of cloud. Junior brother, look. Bairuoli suddenly pointed below. That is the sect's medicinal field, and over there is the artifact forging workshop. Well, we're flying too fast. Indeed. Galda's speed surpassed that of ordinary flying swords, and in the blink of an eye, they were nearing Lingyun Peak. Lin Feng noted that many disciples flying on swords gazed up in surprise, with a few attempting to catch up to investigate. Hold on. Lin Feng commanded sharply, as Galda executed a swift turn to evade the patrolling disciples and landed steadily in the square before the Deacon Hall. The gust of wind generated by its enormous wings nearly toppled several disciples waiting in line. We have arrived. Lin Feng nimbly dismounted from Galda, turning to retrieve his sister, only to find Bairuoli still lingering, affectionately stroking Galda's feathers. Such soft feathers. Galda shook off the attention disdainfully. Seeing this, Bairuoli pouted in disappointment before finally following Lin Feng with Leaf Qingli in her arms. Inside the Deacon Hall, the sleepy manager Lu was dozing off. Bairuoli bounced over and slapped her identity token on the counter. Uncle Lu, we're here to collect the new disciples' monthly allowance. The old cultivator jolted awake, and upon recognizing the visitors, immediately beamed. Ah, it's you, by sure Z. And this must be the new disciple, you sure D. The old man scrutinized the dual swords on Lin Feng's back, lingering a moment longer on the thunder sword. As a personal disciple, you are entitled to 30 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of chi-gathering pills each month. Manager Lu retrieved a brocade pouch from beneath the counter and lowered his voice. Elder Mu specifically instructed that Yishur D's allowance be issued at double the rate. Bairuoli and Appos. S eyes widened in shock. Double? Master has never given such treatment before. Lin Feng calmly accepted the brocade pouch, feeling its weight. Manager Lu then produced a neatly folded set of snow-white robes. These are the robes for personal disciples, woven from ice silkworm silk, naturally dust-repellent with a temperature-regulating array. Lin Feng took the snow-white robe, and the moment his fingers brushed against the icy fabric, a refreshing sensation coursed through his meridians. Just as he was about to put it away, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large jade board hanging on the side wall of the Deacon Hall, covered in swirling golden characters, continuously disappearing and reappearing. Senior sister, what is that? Lin Feng pointed at the jade board. Bairuoli followed his gaze, cradling Leaf Qingli who was gnawing on a spirit-feeding pill. That is the sect's task board. It's where the elders and deacons post tasks. Bairuoli stepped closer, pointing at the top few lines of flickering golden text. Look, the red ones are dangerous tasks, the blue ones are ordinary tasks, and the green ones are. Before she could finish, the task board suddenly flickered violently, and a blinding red task refreshed at the top. Emergency Demon Extermination Order, Location, Blackwater Marsh Content, Eliminate the Early Stage Nascent Soul Demon Cultivator. Blood and Butcher, Suspected Remnant of the Netherworld Demon Sect. Reward, 800 Contribution Points, 5 high-grade Spirit Stones, 1 choice of secret techniques from the Xian level in the Scripture Repository. Recommended for Nascent Soul Disciples to form a team. Bairuoli gasped. Bloodhand Butcher? Wasn't he surrounded by the Discipline Hall 3 years ago? Manager Lu looked up, his expression grave. He has recently resurfaced, having devastated 3 mortal villages. It is said. He lowered his voice. He specifically targets children with spiritual roots. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and Leaf Qingli in his arms seemed to understand, suddenly bursting into tears. Bairuoli hurriedly patted the swaddled infant, unaware that Lin Feng's hand hanging by his side had clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. Junior brother? Bairuoli looked at Lin Feng, who had fallen silent, puzzled. What tasks can chi refinement disciples undertake? Lin Feng's voice was eerily calm. Manager Lu pointed to several lines of blue tasks in the middle section. These collection and escort missions are suitable for newcomers. For example, this one. He gestured to enlarge a specific task. Spirit Herb Collection. Location, Back Mountain of Hanyu Peak. Content, collect 20 stalks of 10-year-old ice heart grass. Reward, 10 contribution points. 2 low-grade spirit stones. Time limit, 3 days. Bairuoli suddenly tugged at Lin Feng and Appos' sleeve. Junior brother, look, this one is perfect for you. She excitedly pointed to another task, swordsmanship training, location, Liyang Peak Martial Arts Arena content. Spar with the disciples of Liyang Peak in swordsmanship, daily from dawn until noon, reward, 5 contribution points per day remark. Must have mastery of at least one profound level sword technique. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. This task not only provided an opportunity to earn contribution points, but also to gain insight into the sword techniques of Liyang Peak, particularly the moves of Qi Xiao. I suggest we first accept the Ice Heart Grass task, kindly reminded Steward Liu, as the back mountain is safe and would allow us to become familiar with the surroundings of Hanwei Peak. However, Bai Ruoli suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a freshly posted green task at the bottom, temporary care, location, Spirit Beast Garden content, care for an injured Windchaser Falcon, Tier 3 Spirit Bird, reward, 30 contribution points special requirement. Must possess lightning attribute spiritual energy. This is simply tailor-made for our junior brother. Bai Ruoli cheered, as Windchaser Falcons are particularly fond of lightning spiritual energy. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his hand to tap on each of the 3 tasks, accepting them all. Chapter 62, to the Spirit Beast Garden. Manager Liu's pin trembled, as the sect's regulations stated that new disciples could only accept 1 task at a time. Bai Ruoli had already snatched the registration book and swiftly inscribed her name. No worries, I will vouch for you, she whispered to Lin Feng. Old Granny Wang from the Spirit Beast Garden is particularly fond of me. I assure you, she will make it easy for you. As they exited the Elder's Hall, the morning light was just right. Lin Feng estimated the time to be around the hour of the snake, 9 to 11 a.m. He calculated that the 3 tasks would yield a total of 45 contribution points. Still 55 points short of exchanging for the most basic yellow tier martial arts in the scripture pavilion. Senior sister, how else can contribution points be obtained? He inquired softly. Bai Ruoli was busy playfully holding the soft little hand of Yi Qingli when she looked up to respond, apart from tasks. There are rewards for the top 10 participants in the monthly competitions among the peaks. Oh, she suddenly brightened. Can you refine elixirs or craft talismans? Those are the quickest ways to earn contribution points. Lin Feng shook his head. The explosive talismans from the ninja world and the spiritual talismans of the cultivation realm were entirely different systems. No worries if you can and Oppos. T. Bai Ruoli cheerfully tugged at his sleeve. Let us head to the Spirit Beast Garden. With that, she eagerly pulled Lin Feng onto the broad back of Galdar. The giant eagle emitted a disgruntled cry. Senior sister, where is the Spirit Beast Garden? Lin Feng asked. In the Qixia Valley, Bai Ruoli excitedly pointed southeast. Do you see that colorful mist? It's in that direction. Galdar, noticing where Bai Ruoli pointed, soared into the sky, carrying the 3 of them towards Qixia Valley. Soon, they landed on a bluish stone platform outside the Spirit Beast Garden. Bai Ruoli lightly leapt down while Lin Feng carefully examined the archway entwined with vines. The word Spirit Beast Garden etched in ancient script, flanked by 2 severely weathered stone lion statues. Old Granny Wang. Bai Ruoli pushed open the gate with familiarity. I brought a new junior brother to take care of the wind-chasing falcon. Inside, a rustling sound could be heard as an elderly woman with a snake-headed staff straightened up from the herb garden. One eye was covered with a leather patch, while the other sparkled with vitality. Little Ruoli is being lazy again, huh? Her gaze fell upon the thunder sword behind Lin Feng, and her single eye squinted slightly. A thunder spirit root? Lin Feng cupped his hands in greeting. Yi Qingli Bai Ruoli's arms began to squirm. Waving her small hand towards a certain spot in the garden, the old woman laughed heartily. This little child is quite spirited. Saying this, she pulled a red berry from her waist pouch and offered it to Yi Qingli. Try this old lady's juyen fruit. Granny, Bai Ruoli exclaimed anxiously. Qingli is only 6 days old. What's there to fear? A Dao body baby can't choke. Old Granny One nonchalantly turned to lead the way. Follow me. After passing through 3 barriers, the air suddenly turned scorching. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Before them, in an iron cage lay a massive bird with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, its blue feathers crackling with violent lightning, and its right wing wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. A 3rd-tier wind-chasing falcon, Old Granny Wang tapped the cage bars. It was injured by the blood fiend 3 days ago and needs thunder spirit chi to unblock its meridians. She looked meaningfully at Lin Feng. I heard that the newly accepted disciple from the Cold Moon Peak has a thunderfire spirit root with a purity of 90. I wonder if you can manage? I can do it, Lin Feng replied, forming a one-handed seal. The thunder sword unsheathed 3 inches, and a pure strand of thunder spirit power flowed along the blade into the cage. Screech. The wind-chasing falcon suddenly surged, its uninjured left wing smashing against the bars. Bai Ruoli hurriedly retreated, but Lin Feng advanced instead, activating his Sharingan. In the astonished gazes of those present, the fierce bird's movements abruptly froze. Lin Feng's eyes spun with the pattern, directly controlling the wind-chasing falcon. The violent lightning gradually calmed, eventually transforming into tiny electric snakes that danced rhythmically among its feathers. Illusion control? Old Granny Wang and Oppos, as snake-headed staff thudded heavily on the ground. Where did Mu Wanqing find such a monster? Half an hour later, beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng and Oppos' forehead, yet the wind-chasing falcon lay quietly. After Old Granny Wang inspected its injuries, she nodded in satisfaction. The bandages can be removed. She took out a bronze token and tossed it to Lin Feng. 30 contribution points. You can keep it. Junior brother, your Sharingan is incredibly convenient. Bairuoli leaned closer to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. When I helped out in the Spirit Beast Garden before, I was chased all over by these feathered beasts. It was nothing like how you handled it. She exaggeratedly gestured. You just took care of it in one glance. Lin Feng stored the bronze token and interrupted. It's nothing remarkable. Senior sister, let us go complete the herb gathering task. The two rode Galdar back to Cold Moon Peak to gather the cold heart grass. Near the snow line on the back mountain of Cold Moon Peak, Bairuoli skillfully brushed aside the ice, revealing a patch of grass glowing with blue light. Here. The 10-year-old ice heart grass loves to grow next to a millennium of profound ice. Lin Feng knelt down, the pattern of his Sharingan slowly rotating. With the aid of his dynamic vision, he precisely avoided the icy thorns on the grass stems, his fingers deftly collecting the herbs like a butterfly flitting through flowers. In just a quarter of an hour, 10 complete ice heart grasses were neatly arranged in a jade box. All done. Bairuoli clapped her hands. Shall we head to the Liyang Peak now? She suddenly lowered her voice. This swordsmanship sparring task is the hardest to complete. As the disciples from Liyang Peak despise us from Cold Moon Peak the most, Lin Feng tightened the straps of his twin swords on his back, calmly responding. Just the opportunity one need to witness their sword path. Upon arriving at the Liyang Peak and Appos, as training ground, they were met with a fiery scene. The ground was paved with fire-patterned stones, radiating waves of heat, while a dozen disciples in red robes were engaged in sparring. As soon as they saw Bairuoli enter wearing the attire of Cold Moon Peak, a chorus of jeers erupted. The women from Cold Moon Peak dare to come to Liyang Peak? A freckled disciple screeched. The old steward in charge of registration frowned and looked up. Name? Cultivation level? Yi Feng, Chi refining stage. Lin Feng replied calmly, here to accept the swordsmanship sparring task. The training ground fell suddenly silent before erupting in laughter. Chi refining stage. Ha! This kid must be tired of living. Let him experience my burning sky sword. The old steward rapped the bronze gong, calling for silence. Sect tasks are treated equally. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. According to the rules, both sparring parties must be of equal realms. The first challenger was a sturdy man in the early Golden Core stage. Deliberately suppressing his cultivation to the peak of Chi refining, he grinned. Kid. It and Appos, it's still not too late to beg for mercy. Lin Feng activated his Sharingan, placing one hand on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, he asked, do you know Chi Xiao? The man's expression changed drastically. You dare to call out the name of senior brother. Before he could finish, the crimson sword light had already surged forth. Clang. The pitch-black Kusanagi sword was the first to strike, accurately parrying the flame sword. In Lin Feng's Sharingan, the opponent and Appos' sword path was as clear as a slow-motion replay. After 9 exchanges, Lin Feng suddenly changed his approach, the sword tip piercing through defenses at an astonishing angle, halting just 3 inches from the man's throat. I concede. Lin Feng sheathed his sword. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Bairuoli leapt up in excitement, causing the sleeping Yi Qingli in her arms to scrunch her little face. Let me go? Another disciple jumped into the arena, this time in the mid-Golden Core stage. As he was just about to adopt his stance, Lin Feng suddenly drew his sword. The Thunder Sword unsheathed, a purple bolt striking the tiles between them. You promised to be of equal realms, Lin Feng coldly stated, or do Liyang Peak disciples not even care for the rules? The old steward cleared his throat. Indeed. That was a violation. As 5 disciples fell one after another, the atmosphere in the training ground grew increasingly tense. When the 7th challenger clutched his bleeding wrist and conceded, a crisp round of applause suddenly rang out from the spectator seats. Chapter 63. The Foundation Establishment Period is inappropriate for practicing duel techniques draped in a flowing crimson and gold robe. Nangong Zhao approached with a fan in hand, revealing an unexpected swordsmanship genius at Hanyu Peak. Aside from Elder Mo, Lin Feng and Appos' pupils constricted, though Nangong Zhao smiled gently. The ethereal light glimmering at the edges of his fan indicated it was a magical artifact. However, was it not a matter of unfairness that Nangong Zhao closed the fan and resorted to ocular techniques? The surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. So that is what SMS. He is employing ocular techniques. Lin Feng and Appos' rebuttal rang clear amidst the clamor of the training grounds, asserting, I have not utilized any ocular techniques. He turned to face Nangong Zhao directly, a hint of crimson flashing in his otherwise dark eyes. This is merely an excuse for your failure. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. The disciple from Liyang Peak, clutching his bleeding wrist, turned beet red but could find no words. During their exchange, he indeed felt no mental interference. Lin Feng strode confidently to the registration platform, placing the task jade token before the old steward. The sparring task is complete. Please credit me with 5 contribution points. The old steward regarded Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze, his bony fingers brushing lightly over the jade token. A flash of azure light confirming the contribution points were duly recorded. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. A burly disciple from Liyang Peak suddenly obstructed his path. Our senior brother shall return tomorrow. Step aside. Lin Feng did not even lift his eyelids. Enraged, the disciple unleashed his foundation establishment aura. Just as he reached out to seize Lin Feng and Appo's collar, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from the thunder sword and Appo's sheath, sending him sprawling several paces away. Fighting outside of tasks is considered infighting among disciples. Do you wish to violate sect rules? After delivering the warning, Lin Feng walked away without a backward glance. As Lin Feng exited the Liang Peak training ground, angry shouts echoed from within, yet he remained unfazed, calmly adjusting his attire. Bai Ruoli, cradling the sleeping Yi Qingli, hurried to catch up, her face still bearing traces of shock. Junior brother, you were just 2. She hesitated, ultimately sighing. Forget it. The people from Liang Peak are notoriously unreasonable. Lin Feng remained silent, simply reaching out to take the slumbering Yi Qingli, gently adjusting her swaddling to shield her from the chill of the wind. Observing this, Bai Ruoli couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to be so attentive to your sister. Let us report to the steward and Appo's hall, Lin Feng replied coolly. Bai Ruoli nodded, and the two proceeded directly to the steward and Appo's hall. Inside, Steward Liu was yawning as he reviewed the day and Appo's task records. Upon seeing the two enter, he lazily accepted the jade box containing ice heart grass, verifying its contents before crediting Lin Feng with 10 contribution points on his jade token. Today and Appo's task is complete, totaling 45 contribution points and 2 low-grade spirit stones. Steward Liu glanced at the thunder sword at Lin Feng and Appo's waist, his words laced with significance. Young man, displaying too much brilliance may not bode well. Lin Feng offered no reply, securing his jade token before turning to leave. Exiting the steward and Appo's hall, he summoned Gada to take them back to Hanwei Peak. The great eagle soared steadily above the herb fields. Yi Qingli slept soundly in Bai Ruoli and Appo's embrace, her tiny hand clutching a strand of her sister and Appo's hair. Lin Feng gazed at the approaching Hanwei Peak, his brow slightly furrowed. While studying the Hanwei Thunder Sound score yesterday, the esoteric ancient terms felt incomprehensible, akin to a foreign script. Senior sister, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the howling wind. What are the terms and Appo's, Thunder Sound 9 turns and Appo's, and Appo's, Hanwei Resonance and Appo's, mentioned in the score signify? Bai Ruoli, who had been teasing Yi Qingli and Appo's little hand, turned in surprise. Oh, junior brother. You've begun to comprehend the Thunder Sound score so soon? She tilted her head thoughtfully. Though I haven't practiced it, I can fetch my notes from my cave to assist you. Her eyes brightened as she patted Gada and Appo's back feathers. Fly over there, she commanded, pointing towards a small courtyard on the west side of Hanwei Peak, enveloped in ice crystals. To my Liuli Pavilion. Gada understood and landed gracefully before the courtyard, surrounded by shimmering Liuli flowers. Unlike the austere Tingxua Pavilion, this cave was adorned with wind chimes hanging from its eaves, walls covered in bioluminescent vines, and sweet fruit scents wafting in the evening breeze. We've arrived. Bai Ruoli gracefully alighted from the eagle and Appo's back, while the sleeping Yi Qingli smacked her lips. She pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, crafted from a single block of ice crystal, its surface inlaid with color-changing Liuli shards, now glowing with a warm orange hue reminiscent of the evening glow. Lin Feng followed her inside, taking in the decor, the warm jade flooring, moonlight stone lamps adjusting their brightness at each corner, and a swing adorned with spirit talismans hanging in the center of the hall. Scattered across a low table were various colorful ropes and bells, but the most striking feature was a wall of water mirrors reflecting the starry sky outside. Make yourself comfortable, Bai Ruoli said, placing Yi Qingli into a corner cradle that began to gently sway on its own. As she turned, her skirt brushed against the table, toppling a Lioli vase from which rolled several fragrant pills. Lin Feng bent down to assist, and as his fingers brushed the pills, he heard Zixiao exclaim, Calm Heart pills? Do you snack on these regularly? Bai Ruoli stuck out her tongue. These were left over from the last time I helped Yaowang Peak trial a new formula. She patted the cushion beside her. Junior brother, quickly show me the techniques. Lin Feng retrieved 2 jade slips from his robes. The icy silk scroll of the Hanwei Thunder Sound score felt frigid to the touch, while the violet jade slip of the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique seemed to pulse with electricity. Bai Ruoli took them, unrolling them for a closer inspection. Her brow knitting in concentration. Thunder Sound 9 turns, Hanwei Resonance. Her fingertip traced a complex rune, one that could only be comprehended during the Foundation establishment period. Suddenly, she looked up. Junior brother, when you circulate your energy, do you feel any stinging sensation in your dantian? Lin Feng shook his head. Zixiao floated to Bai Ruoli and Appo's shoulder. His constitution is unique, but cultivating beyond one and Appo's level is ultimately unwise. I understand now, Bai Ruoli exclaimed, clapping her hands. She retrieved a notebook from the shelf, flipping to a specific page. Look here, during the Qi refinement stage, spiritual energy is like mist, while in the Foundation establishment stage, it transforms into dew. The and Appo's, Hanwei Thunder Sound score and Appo's, requires spiritual energy to circulate like a stream. Lin Feng studied the diagram, his Sharingan quietly recording every detail. The marked pathways of meridians bore a striking resemblance to the modified circuits within his body. Therefore, Ruoli concluded, closing the notebook with a rare seriousness. If you forcefully cultivate, you risk injuring your meridians. In severe cases, she glanced at the cradle holding Yi Qingli, choosing not to continue. Zixiao circled the 2 scrolls. However, it is not entirely impossible to practice. She pointed to the foundational movements at the beginning of the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. These external techniques can be learned first. As for the mental cultivation, it could suddenly transform into flowing light returning to the sword, using the Thunder Sword as a medium. Kuden and Appos, Tiat. Chapter 64. The beauty of Yi Qingli, Zixiao and Appos. S words illuminated by Ruoli and Appos' mind. Indeed, she clapped her hands, realizing that the Thunder Sword was a lightning attribute treasure that could aid in channeling spiritual energy. She leaned closer to Lin Feng, excitedly gesturing. Junior brother, listen to me. Although the mental method of the and Appos, Thunder Sword technique and Appos, requires a foundation building stage for full operation. If we use the Thunder Sword as a medium and allow the Sword Spirit to help share the burden of spiritual energy, theoretically, you can begin your training earlier. Zixiao and Appos' voice emanated from the sword body, tinged with a hint of pride. Indeed, I am the treasure of the town and Appos' tomb. The mere flow of spiritual energy during the Qi refinement stage is no challenge for me. Lin Feng pondered, gazing at the Thunder Sword. Then turned his attention to the and Appos' Cold Moon Thunder sound score. And Appos, what about this and Appos' Cold Moon Thunder sound score and Appos? He inquired. Ruoli tilted her head, contemplating. The techniques of Han Yu Peak leaned towards the ice attribute, which did not entirely align with her junior brother and Appos' fire and lightning roots. However, if it were merely to comprehend the fundamental theories, it would not pose a problem. She opened her annotation book and pointed to a page, saying, for instance, here it mentions and Appos, spiritual energy resonance, and Appos, junior brother. You can first attempt to simulate a small circulatory operation within your body without forcing the complete technique. Lin Feng nodded, his Sharingan quietly recording these key pieces of information. As time passed, the sky outside darkened into night. Moonlight cascaded through the glass window, illuminating Yi Qingli, who lay in a woven cradle. Lin Feng rose, his gaze sweeping over the cradle in the corner before addressing Ruoli. Senior sister, it's getting late. I should take my sister back to Listening Snow Pavilion. Ruoli reluctantly cast a glance at Yi Qingli, and suddenly, as if resolving to act, she hurried to the cradle, gently lifting her hand. The entire woven cradle floated up, accompanied by several small toys, drifting towards Lin Feng. Junior brother, since you will be taking care of your sister, I'll gift these to you, she said with a cheerful smile. This cradle is woven from and Appos, soul calming vine, and Appos, capable of automatically adjusting temperature and releasing a soothing fragrance to aid sleep. And these little trinkets, she pointed at the floating items. This bell produces calming sound waves when shaken, and this fabric tiger is sewn with a tranquil charm. Lin Feng gazed at the floating objects, momentarily stunned. Each seemingly simple item was imbued with intricate talismanic arrays, evidently prepared with great care by Ruoli. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Feng murmured as he reached out to accept the cradle and toys. Ruoli waved her hand dismissively. Oh, we are all of the same sect. No need for formality. Lin Feng nodded, cradling Yi Qingli as he turned to leave. Zixiao transformed into a streak of light and returned to the Thunder Sword. Upon arriving at Listening Snow Pavilion, Lin Feng took out the cradle gifted by his senior sister and placed Yi Qingli inside. At this moment, Yi Qingli was awake. After all, she had napped throughout the day, and children tend to be spirited at night. Lin Feng gazed at his sister, suddenly realizing that he had been so absorbed in cultivation these past few days that he had not spent quality time with her. Now, he felt a strong desire to set aside his training and simply be with his sister. He gently shook the calming bell with one hand while using the other to playfully interact with his sister in the cradle. He had not truly observed her since her birth. As he began to examine his sister closely, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her porcelain-like face. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Her eyes were as clear as if they held starlight. Her delicate lips were slightly pursed, and her chubby cheeks rose and fell gently with each breath, resembling a finely crafted jade figurine. She gazed intently at Lin Feng, her exquisite little face displaying a precocious intelligence that was unusual for an infant. Suddenly, she pouted her lips, and her little hand, resembling a lotus stem, precisely grasped Lin Feng's finger as he shook the bell. Zixiao floated above the cradle, marveling, this girl will undoubtedly be a great beauty when she grows up. She poked the infant and Appos' delicate cheek. Look at those bone structures, those brows and eyes. Lin Feng gently withdrew his finger, instead caressing his sister and Appos' soft hair. Indeed, compared to ordinary infants, Yi Qingli and Appos' features already hinted at a remarkable beauty, with a full forehead, a slightly upturned nose, and lips that resembled artistically drawn petals. Most notably was an innate aura that imbued her every expression with an extraordinary vitality that transcended her age. Brother doesn't play with me, the little one suddenly pouted, her obsidian-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though she could not yet speak, her feelings of grievance were unmistakably conveyed. Lin Feng's breath hitched. In the flurry of training, tasks, In responding to various challenges, he had forgotten this precious life entrusted to him by their mother. This was the very essence of his presence in the myriad swords of the immortal sword sect. The calming bell was shaken with a bit more urgency. Lin Feng used his fingertip to gently stroke his sister's cheek, his voice softening. It's my fault, brother. Zishao suddenly giggled. Lin Feng, do you even know how to care for a child? I think your second senior sister is far more skilled than you. She floated to the cradle. Mimicking by Ruoli and Appo's actions. You have to pat gently and make sounds. Seeing this, Lin Feng paused, memories flooding back to him. His mother had cared for him in the very same manner. His voice unusually warm. Every night, she would tell me stories by my cradle. Though I couldn't tell stories, I could sing. Lin Feng looked down at his sister and Appo's sparkling eyes. Zishao and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. You can sing? It went into Appo's TB off key like the sound of a sword. Will it? Lin Feng ignored the sword spirit and Appo's teasing, his fingertips absent-mindedly tapping the edge of the cradle. The most vivid song from his past life surfaced in his mind, piecing memories together for you. A song he played on loop every night before sleeping. That day, you accepted my love at the street corner after the rain. A low, resonant male voice suddenly filled the room. Without the aid of spiritual energy or the fluctuation of spells, it was the purest, delicate, trembling melody. Lin Feng and Appo's eyelids lowered, and the song fell like gentle snow, softly settling around the cradle. In that moment, my world was painted with color. This life, I can never forget the azure you. Like a gift quietly presented in my circumstances. Zishao and Appo's eyes widened. She had never imagined this stoic young man could possess such a voice. Akin to the sound of pine trees soaked in moonlight, or the crackling of firewood on a snowy night. Each note he sang was wrapped in an indescribable nostalgia, reminding her of the tale she had heard while at the sword tomb. Yi Qingli ceased her fussing. With wide eyes, her little hands opened and closed rhythmically, as if trying to grasp the invisible notes in the air. As the final line, even now, I wish you a melodious life, dissipated into the night. Zishao noticed that dew had inexplicably formed on the thunder sword and Appo's body. She opened her mouth, finally managing to mumble, not bad, I suppose. Lin Feng looked down to see his sister asleep, clutching the hem of his garment, with unfallen tears still resting on her long eyelashes. He gently wiped away the moisture, his movements tender as if handling fragile glass. Meanwhile, at Qing'an Peak, within Qingzhou residence, the timeline is set for the morning of this day. A young man suddenly opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight prompting him to instinctively shield his face. Where am I? Chapter 65, The Transcender Lu Mingxian. The young man began to reflect on his memories. He recalled being deceived by an exuberant online friend into challenging a semi-truck lurking in the grass by the national highway, expecting it to suddenly brake and surprise him. To his astonishment, the driver seemed oblivious to his presence and drove straight at him. His last memory was of the truck's tire crushing his chest, feeling as if he were a rag being dragged beneath the vehicle, with his organs producing a nauseating crunching sound. How could I have been crushed by a semi-truck like a speed bump? Ding. The host has awakened, and the strategy system is successfully bound. A cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A system? The young man jolted upright, nearly tumbling off the bed. He glanced down at his hands, long, fair, with distinctly defined knuckles and a thin layer of callus in his palm, clearly the result of years of sword practice. These were not his hands. The host has traversed to the world of Tianshan continent, current identity, core disciple Lu Mingxian of Qing'an Peak, at the initial stage of foundation establishment. I have traversed into a world of cultivation nonetheless. He looked up and saw a copper mirror beside the bamboo couch reflecting a familiar yet handsome face. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a faint mole at the corner of his left eye, and long hair loosely held by a jade hairpin. Lu Mingxian attempted to move his fingers, the surging spiritual energy within him confirming that this was no dream. Ding. The host has adapted to the new identity. Would you like to check your novice gift package? A novice gift package? Lu Mingxuan's eyes brightened. Yes, open it. Obtained. Wine Spirit Pearl. Increases wind-type spell power by 30. Breath-holding talismans 3. Original owner's Sword Dao Insight Inheritance. A warm current surged into his meridians, and countless sword techniques automatically rehearsed in his mind. Lu Mingxian casually grasped the Qi Feng sword on the table, with a flick of the tip. 3 blades of wind held forth, neatly slicing the bamboo leaves falling outside the window in half. Is this the power of a cultivator? He reveled in the spiritual energy flowing within him, suddenly recalling something. System, what are your functions? Ding. Host, this system is the strategy system. By fulfilling designated strategy goals and achieving a favorability rating of 100, you will obtain supreme cultivation and unparalleled techniques. Lu Mingxuan's eyes sparkled at the mention of supreme cultivation and unparalleled techniques. Then, system, who am I to pursue? Ding. The strategy target has been locked. Yi Qingli, a direct disciple of Elder Mu at Hanwei Peak. Yi Qingli? Lu Mingxian furrowed his brow, but that name sounds somewhat familiar. Target data loading. Name, Yi Qingli. Identity, future empress, in development. Origin, Qingshi village in the southwestern region of the southern domain, activated a natural Dao body at birth, triggering a celestial phenomenon that attracted demonic cultivators to massacre the village. Family relations, 1 elder brother, different parents. possesses a rare Thunderfire spiritual root, currently a disciple at Hanhua Peak. Wait, Lu Mingxuan's eyes widened. Qingshi Village? An elder brother with a Thunderfire spiritual root? Isn't this the plot from Tianxin Supreme? In the novel he had read in his previous life, Yi Qingli only appeared later as the ultimate boss, having been corrupted by childhood trauma, ultimately bloodily cleansing the cultivation world and becoming a legendary empress. Her brother, Yi Feng, was a minor antagonist in the early stages, dying while protecting his sister, setting off her dark transformation. System, are you playing with me? You want me to pursue a world-destroying boss in infancy? His voice cracked in disbelief. Ding. Detecting host's panic. Special reminder, Yi Qingli has only been born for 6 days. Lu Mingxian suddenly calmed down. In the original story, Yi Qingli was already 16 at the beginning. And now, staring at the system panel showing she was only 6 days old, he couldn't help but grin. A nurturing strategy. Lu Mingxian repressed his lewd smile and inquired of the system, display my personal panel. Host, Lu Mingxian, formerly the 3rd disciple of Qingyan Peak, cultivation level, mid-stage foundation establishment, Wind Spirit Sword Body, technique, Qiming Sword Art, minor accomplishment, weakness, old injury in the Dantian, caused by the original owner's mispractice 3 months ago, seeing the final line. Lu Mingxian frowned. According to his memories, this hidden danger would lead to a disastrous defeat in the sect's grand competition 6 months later, marking the original owner and Appo's descent into obscurity. System, can it be repaired? Completing the first phase of the strategy target, Yi Qingli's favorability at 10 will yield a celestial repair pill. He paced to the window, gazing at the faint outline of Hanwei Peak across the sea of clouds. According to the original text, Yi Feng had only just joined Hanwei Peak around this time, while Yi Qingli was still a swaddled infant, starting the strategy from infancy. Lu Mingxian stroked his chin. Indeed, a way to avoid those exceedingly difficult romantic rivals later on. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a scene from Tianxin Supreme vividly surfaced in his mind. Empress Yi Qingli stood amidst a sea of corpses, her feet resting upon the head of the leader of the 10 sacred grounds. She whispered, entwined with the laws of time and space, wishing her brother were still alive. System, scan Yi Feng and Appo's current strength. Scanning. Warning. The target has a special shield. Only basic information can be detected. Yi Feng, Qi refinement stage, Thunderfire spiritual root. Lu Mingxian narrowed his eyes. In the original text, Yi Feng was portrayed as a character with mediocre talent, yet the system was unable to perform a complete scan. He recalled the vague descriptions in the book of Yi Qingli's brother, dying young, cause of death unknown. Quite intriguing. He conjured a blade of wind with his fingertip. Perhaps this Yi Feng is also a variable like me. However, since he had traversed into the world of cultivation, he should first adapt well to the original owner's body. Putting the strategy on hold for the time being, Lu Mingxian stepped out of the Qingzhou residence and onto the cobblestone path outside. Deeply inhaling the air rich with spiritual energy, he slowly raised his hand, a faint azure wind swirling in his palm, transforming shape with his intention. At times as lively as a swimming fish, at others as sharp as an arrow. Is this the power of the Wind Spirit Sword Body? Lu Mingxian mumbled to himself. Then with a flick of his fingertip, the wind blade shot forth, slicing a dead branch 3 yards away with precision. According to the original owner and Appo's memories, disciples of Qingyan Peak primarily practiced the Qiming Sword Art, which was divided into 9 levels. The original owner had been stuck at the 4th level for half a year, while his current effortless demonstration of the wind spirit transformation clearly belonged to the 6th level. System, what is happening? Ding. The host optimized the technique and Appo's operation route while merging with the original owner and Appo's memories. Lu Mingxian and Appo's eyes lit up. He formed a sword with his fingers as his spiritual energy flowed along a newly optimized path. In an instant, 7 blades of wind surrounded him, each solid as a real sword, even revealing the flowing runes along their edges. Go. The wind blades shot forth, creating 7 deep gashes, each an inch deep, on the nearby test stone. This power was already comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment. Junior brother Lu, a voice exclaimed nearby. A round-faced youth clad in Qingyan Peak attire rushed over, staring at the test stone in astonishment. You've broken through in your Wind Spirit Sword Art? Lu Mingxian quickly concealed his aura. According to his memories, this was Chen Hao, the 5th disciple of Qingyan Peak, whose honest and simple nature made him the best candidate for information. Just a slight realization, he feigned humility, smiling, Brother Chen. Have there been any fresh happenings in the sect during my seclusion? Not much, oh right. He suddenly lowered his voice. Elder Mu of Hanwei Peak has recently taken in a male disciple, who also brought along a sister with a natural Dao body. Lu Mingxian feigned ignorance. Oh? Such a remarkable occurrence? Indeed. That new disciple fought with the eldest disciple of Liang Peak, Qi Xiao, right after the master accepting ceremony yesterday, Chen Hao continued excitedly. When suddenly the sound of a bell echoed from the distant cloud platform, Chen Hao smacked his head. I almost forgot. The Dan market at Yawang Peak opens at noon today. Do you want to accompany me, junior brother? Brother, please go ahead. I shall join shortly. As Chen Hao walked away, Lu Mingxian and Apos' innocent smile vanished in an instant. Pondering, he toyed with the jade pendant at his waist and suddenly flicked his fingers, releasing a subtle gust of wind that silently adhered to the hem of Chen Hao and Apos' garment. This was the wind listening technique from the original owner and Apos' memories. Capable of eavesdropping on conversations within 100 paces by harnessing the wind and Apos' spirit, he decided to first visit Yaowang Peak. Perhaps he could uncover more information there. Strolling towards the transmission array nestled in the waist of the peak, he became reacquainted with the layout of Qingyan Peak. The main hall, Lingxiao Pavilion, towered majestically at the summit, with the disciples' quarters, Suiwei residence, on the east, and the secluded retreat, Tingyao Cave, on the west. With each step, relevant memories surfaced in his mind, as if he had truly lived here for 18 years. A flash of azure light from the transmission array, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself within the domain of Yaowang Peak. A rich aroma of herbs enveloped him, and the distant market buzzed with lively chatter. After taking a few steps, he suddenly felt a stagnation of spiritual power within, as an old injury in his dantian flared up. Gasping, he leaned against the mountainside, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The original owner and Apos' affliction was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Each episode impeded the flow of spiritual energy for 3 breaths. In a life-or-death confrontation, that could mean death 10 times over. He needed to swiftly elevate Yi Qingli and Apos' favorability to acquire the, gritting his teeth to suppress the pain. He scanned the bustling alchemy market. System, are there any suitable spiritual herbs for infants nearby? Scanning. Found 3rd-grade spiritual herb, Yusue Jiji. Ideal for nurturing the Dao body. The stall owner, a wrinkled old cultivator, noticed Lu Mingxian and Apos' pause and immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Fellow cultivator, your discerning eye is commendable. This Yusue Jiji was just harvested from a 1,000-foot icy cliff, perfect for nurturing the spirit body. How many spirit stones? This amount. The old cultivator held up 5 fingers. Just as Lu Mingxian was about to pay, a clear female voice chimed in from behind. We'll take this one. Turning around, he saw a girl clad in white, a token of Yaowang Peak hanging from her waist. It was none other than Morning, detecting disciple of Hanwei Peak, Yunqing Shuang. At this moment, Yunqing Shuang had already departed from Hanyue Hall. Lu Mingxian and Apos' pupils constricted. In the original narrative, she was Yi Qingli and Apos' senior sister. And now he encountered her ahead of schedule? This esteemed sister, he feigned a troubled expression. I had my eye on it first. Apologies, Yunqing Shuang replied, her tone calm yet unyielding. My junior sister urgently requires this for alchemy. As the standoff ensued, an epiphany struck Lu Mingxian. Could it be intended for that infant of Hanwei Peak, born with a Dao body? Yunqing Shuang and Apos' gaze sharpened, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword. How did you know? Senior Qin mentioned it earlier. Lu Mingxian bowed respectfully. Since it is for the nurturing of the Dao body, I am willing to part with it. However, he displayed an apt hesitation. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Should I come across similar spiritual herbs in the future, I would like to contact you. Hanwei Peak, Yunqing Shuang. The woman tucked away the Yusue Jiji and tossed him a jade slip for communication. Contact me if you have any news. Watching Yunqing Shuang and Apos' retreating figure, Lu Mingxian and Apos' lips curled into a slight smile. The first step of his plan unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. On his journey back to Qingyan Peak, he continually practiced the exquisite control of the wind spirit. A fallen leaf drifted by, and with a mere thought, the wind cradled the leaf, inscribing the words Yi Qingli in the air. System, display the current progress of the strategy. Objective, Yi Qingli, favorability, 0, associated character contact. Yunqing Shuang, senior disciple of Hanwei Peak. Next stage suggestion, establish contact through sect tasks. Chapter 66, anomalies indicate intrigue. The following day, Lin Feng awoke, rubbing his temples. The body in the qi refinement stage still required rest. Even with spiritual energy sustaining him, he felt a tinge of fatigue after a night of cultivation. Rising from his bed, he approached the clothing rack and retrieved the Taoist robe he had received the day before. The snow-white fabric, woven from ice silkworm silk, was embellished with silver cloud patterns at the cuffs and collar, offering a refreshing coolness that was undeniably more comfortable than ordinary attire. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng donned the robe but sensed an unsettling dissonance. The reflection in the mirror revealed a striking youth clad in white, though he appeared ethereal and handsome. He lacked the sharpness he usually possessed. More importantly, there was no place to sheath his sword. His former gray zip-up outfit had a purple hemp cord at the waist, perfectly securing 2 long swords without hindrance, allowing for swift unsheathing. However, the wide sleeves of this robe and its single plain belt made it impractical. Placing the swords at his waist would lead to cumbersome movements, while holding them by hand proved inconvenient. He attempted to cross the Jing Lei sword and the Kusanagi sword behind him, but without specially designed sword clips. They slipped from their sheaths at the slightest motion. How troublesome. He glanced down at his fitted gray ensemble, reminiscent of Sasuke's style, which allowed for fluid movement during combat. Now that he had entered the sect, he couldn't and Apos' possibly continue wearing this outfit. It seemed he would need to seek someone to tailor a new robe. In the cradle, Yi Qingli was cooing and waving her tiny hands. Lin Feng skillfully extracted some spiritual milk, feeding her drop by drop. Once she was satiated, she let out a small yawn and drifted back to sleep. 3 months. Lin Feng mused. With 6 months until the sect and Apos' grand competition, he decided to enter seclusion for 3 months. Focusing on cultivating the qi refinement technique while caring for his sister. Once his foundation was solid, he would venture into the Tian Lei sword technique and the Hanyu Thunder Sound score. However, first, he needed to visit the dining hall. He was feeling rather peckish. Since he could not yet abstain from food during the qi refinement stage, Lin Feng pushed open the door, allowing the morning breeze to envelop him. The snowy landscape of Hanyu Peak remained as pristine as ever. Not far from the entrance, a pale yellow figure descended from the sky. Ruoli arrived on her sword, landing gracefully before him. "Little junior brother," she exclaimed with a bright smile. "Oh, why are you in a Taoist robe?" Lin Feng glanced down at himself and replied nonchalantly. "This robe does not suit me." Ruoli circled him, suddenly pinching his sleeve. "It is indeed a bit odd. That gray outfit looked much better on you." Lin Feng nodded. "I intend to have a Taoist robe tailored in the style of that outfit. That and Apos, as simple." Ruoli patted her chest confidently. "I know a senior sister from Bailian Peak. She excels at crafting magical garments." Lin Feng pondered briefly. "Let Apos do it in 3 months. I'll be in seclusion." "In seclusion?" Ruoli blinked. "What about Qingli?" "She will be in seclusion with me," Lin Feng answered tersely. Ruoli sighed. "All right. But remember to find me when you come out. I'll take you to Bailian Peak." She waved her hand, soaring away on her sword. Lin Feng watched her depart before turning towards the dining hall. The dining hall of Hanyu Peak was situated on a platform halfway up the mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist. Several outer disciples were bustling about. As Lin Feng stepped into the hall, the previously noisy atmosphere quieted somewhat. His white Taoist robe was too conspicuous. Ignoring the gazes around him, he took a bowl of spiritual rice porridge and a few light side dishes. Settling into a corner alone. "Have you heard? Senior brother Lu from Qing Yun Peak encountered sister Yun at Yaowang Peak yesterday. Is that true? Isn't he usually a recluse? They say he even offered a jade marrow mushroom to sister Yun, claiming it was for the Taoist infant of Hanyu Peak." Lin Feng's chopsticks paused. "Qing Yun Peak? Senior brother Lu?" He feigned nonchalance while intently eavesdropping on the disciples' conversation, committing every word to memory. Lu Mingxian is said to possess exceptional talent. Even Elder Feng Qingyang praises him as likely to achieve foundation establishment before 30. Isn't senior brother Lu usually in seclusion at Qing Yun Peak or contemplating swords at the Sword Tomb? Why is he suddenly interested in Hanyu Peak affairs? Who knows? But it said he specifically inquired about the new disciple, Yi. Lu Mingxian, a core disciple of Qing Yun Peak at the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessed a wind spirit sword body. Lin Feng quickly noted this information. An unfamiliar disciple from Qing Yun Peak suddenly showing such interest in Hanyu Peak and even inquiring about him? Anomaly indicates intrigue. Lin Feng set down his bowl and exited the dining hall. The morning breeze of Hanyu Peak carried the chill of frost and snow as he stood on the stone steps, gazing toward Qing Yun Peak. The verdant mountain loomed amidst the swirling clouds, resembling a slumbering beast. "System," he silently invoked. "Ding. What is your command, host? Can you gather intelligence regarding Lu Mingxian?" Winky face, "Host, this system is the Naruto Duel Arena system. Information from the cultivation world is beyond my purview." Lin Feng. Indeed, the system was unreliable. He would have to rely on himself. Upon returning to Ting Shui Pavilion, Lin Feng placed Yu Qingli in the wicker cradle, then sat cross-legged, beginning to organize the information he had gathered. 1. Lu Mingxian is the third disciple of Qing Yun Peak, exceptionally talented and highly regarded by Feng Qingyang. 2. He encountered Yun Qingshuang at Yaowang Peak yesterday, offering her a jade marrow mushroom, claiming it was for the Taoist infant of Hanyu Peak. 3. He had specifically inquired about him. The motives of this stranger were unclear, yet they were certainly not benevolent. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He cared little for how others schemed against him, but should anyone dare to target Yi Qingli, he would not hesitate to kill. Suddenly, the Jing Lei sword trembled, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Hey, why are you exuding such murderous intent?" Lin Feng reined in his aura, replying coolly, "It's nothing, merely overthinking." "Who are you trying to fool?" the voice retorted. "Your expression just now was akin to that of a killer." Lin Feng remained silent. Walking to the table to retrieve a piece of talisman paper, concentrating chakra at his fingertip, he swiftly inscribed a rune. This was a simple warning talisman he had learned from Kushina. Though not as intricate as the formations in the cultivation world, it excelled in stealth. He affixed the talisman to the inner side of the doorframe, then laid down similar wards around the windows and cradle. During the 3 months of seclusion, I will be alerted at the first sign of anyone approaching Ting Shui Pavilion. Zishu floated out, eyeing him curiously. "Who are you guarding against?" Lin Feng cast her a sidelong glance. One must be cautious of those who warrant caution. Zishu opened her mouth to inquire further. But upon seeing Lin Feng close his eyes in meditation, enveloped in circulating spiritual energy, it was clear he had entered a state of cultivation. She pouted, transforming into a streak of light and returning to the sword. "This past fortnight has been rather unfortunate. I took a spill riding back from town last night. Landing headfirst and legs up, it was quite a spectacle. A few days ago, I fell ill, sleeping for a day and a night. When I awoke, my body felt as if it might fall apart. Last week, I was caught stealing electricity in class, and my Vivo charger and cable were confiscated. Truly, I have been exceptionally unlucky. Chapter 67. The first word that Yiqingli uttered was brother. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed. It was now evening, and the snow on Han Yu Peak shimmered with a soft glow under the moonlight. Inside the listening snow pavilion, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of impure air. After 3 months of seclusion, today marked its conclusion. Lin Feng glanced at his palms, feeling the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, now more solid than it had been 3 months prior. Reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement may seem insignificant among ordinary disciples, but for him, it was an arduous achievement. With a Dantian capacity 3 times that of an average person, the spiritual energy required to break through was also thrice the norm. Over the past 3 months, he had nearly depleted all the spiritual energy in the vicinity of Han Yu Peak, exhausting even the spiritual stones he received monthly. Yet he had barely managed to ascend to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. For other disciples, these resources would have sufficed to reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement. But for outer disciples, their talents were simply inadequate. Though the cost was high, the foundation was solid. Lin Feng rose and approached the window. The silhouette of Han Yu Peak stood tranquil and austere in the night. He reflected upon the events of the past 3 months. The first was his breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The second was the movements of Lu Mingxian, a core disciple of Qingyan Peak. Although this disciple had not set foot on Han Yu Peak during the past 3 months, he had frequently encountered Yun Qingxuang at Yaowang Peak and the Deacon Hall. According to the casual chatter among the dining hall disciples, he had bestowed precious spiritual herbs such as the jade spirit mushroom and tranquil lotus upon her, claiming it was for nurturing the meridians of a Tao body infant. What made Lin Feng particularly wary was Lu Mingxian and Amp, Apos, as frequent acceptance of sect missions, especially those requiring collaboration with disciples from other peaks. Moreover, he had inquired multiple times at the Deacon Hall regarding Han Yu Peak and Amp, Apos, mission arrangements and had specifically taken on several external missions that necessitated cooperation with Han Yu Peak. In summary, his intentions were unclear, yet they were undoubtedly not coincidental. He proceeded with caution, clearly aiming for something significant. The third, and most crucial matter, was that Yiqingli had begun to call him brother. Upon recalling this, Lin Feng and Amp, Apos, stern brow unconsciously softened. Over the past 3 months, he had accompanied his little sister daily using a shadow clone. However, 3 days ago, while the shadow clone was amusing her with a bell, the little one had suddenly opened her tiny hands and mumbled, brother. The shadow clone was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, it dissipated with a pop, sending its memories back to the main body just as he was cultivating, nearly causing a misstep in his spiritual energy flow. That entire day, Lin Feng had carried his sister around the listening snow pavilion, even drawing exasperated remarks from Zixiao, who teased him for acting like a fool. The Qi refinement technique had reached a temporary halt, and with insufficient spiritual stones, a breakthrough was unlikely in the near future. Tomorrow, he was to begin practicing the external techniques of the Thunderblade technique. However, before that, he needed to visit his second senior sister at Bailian Peak to customize a set of gray zippered short-sleeved attire akin to that of Sasuke from his previous life. Having arranged his plans for the following day, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the window and turned towards the cradle. He saw a shadow clone crouched beside it, holding a glowing spiritual talisman in the shape of a butterfly to entertain Yiqingli. The little girl beamed with joy, her small hands flailing in the air. Bang! The shadow clone sensed the main body and Amp, Apos, gaze involuntarily dissipated, its memories returning instantly, causing Lin Feng to pause momentarily. Shaking his head, he approached the cradle and gently lifted his sister. Upon seeing her brother, Yiqingli and Amp, Apos, eye sparkled, and she opened her mouth, struggling to utter 2 words. Brother. The soft, tender sound brushed against Lin Feng and Amp, Apos, heart like a feather. He patted her head gently and whispered, Qingli, be good, and Amp, Apos, time to sleep. However, the little girl showed no signs of drowsiness. Instead, she tugged at his collar, protesting with a series of babbles. Ever since that night 3 months ago when she had heard Lin Feng sing, she had developed a habit of needing to hear a song before sleeping. Without a song, she would not close her eyes. Lin Feng, helpless, pinched his sister and Amp, Apos, cheek. This was a habit he had spoiled her with, and now he had to bear the consequences. The thunder blade trembled slightly, and Zixiao and Amp, Apos, teasing voice chimed in, our stoic sword cultivator is about to hold a concert again? Lin Feng could not be bothered to respond and pondered for a moment, selecting a different song this time, Red High Heels, the exclusive BGM of Sasuke from the Naruto mobile game. Soon, his deep voice flowed gently through the night. How should I describe you most fittingly? What can I compare to you that would be special? Yiqingli blinked her eyes, her small hand swaying gently to the rhythm. Zixiu also floated out from the sword, resting her chin on the windowsill, captivated by the melody. You are as cozy as snuggling in a blanket, yet elusive like the wind. As Lin Feng and Amp, Apos, singing gradually came to an end, Yiqingli finally contentedly closed her eyes, her little head leaning against Lin Feng and Amp Appo's shoulder, her breathing becoming steady. He gently placed her back in the cradle, covering her with a small quilt embroidered with a calming talisman. As he turned away, he noticed Zixu still staring at him. What is it? Zixu, unusually not engaging in banter, softly remarked, the songs you sing, She pointed to her heart. They hurt here. Lin Feng fell silent. These melodies bore too many memories, the dueling grounds of the Naruto mobile game, Sasuke and Amp Appo's combination techniques, and that world he could never return to. Time for sleep, he decisively concluded the conversation and extinguished the candle. In the darkness, the purple lightning on the thunder blade flickered faintly, as if responding to something. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng stared at the ceiling, his brow slightly furrowed. The moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows across his face. 3 months of arduous cultivation, 3rd level of chi refinement. Lu Mingxian and Amp Appo's covert surveillance. The pressure of the sect and Amp Appo's grand competition. A multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, leaving him uncharacteristically restless. Host. The voice of the system and Amp Appo's girl suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host and Amp Appo's mood has reached a high level of 75. Would you like to release some stress in the dueling arena? You Haven and Amp Appo's been there in 3 months. Lin Feng was taken aback. Indeed. Ever since he had crossed into the cultivation realm, he had devoted nearly all his energy to training, neglecting the Naruto dueling arena system for quite some time. More importantly, he wanted to see Kushina. All right, he murmured, it and Amp Appo's just the right time to stretch my limbs. No sooner had he spoken than his figure began to blur, as if being gradually erased by some spatial force. The thunder blade at the bedside trembled slightly, and Zixu, sensing something, poked her head out from the sword. Hey. Yi Feng, you, her voice abruptly cut off. The room was left empty, save for the sound of snow falling outside the window. Zixu drifted to the bedside, reaching out to touch the spot where Lin Feng had just lain, only to grasp a lingering ripple of spatial energy. Teleportation? Her eyes widened. Yi Feng. Just how many secrets are you hiding? At this moment, in the shinobi world, 3 months had passed on the Tianxian continent, while merely a month had elapsed in the shinobi world. On the way to the secret cave, Kushina, with her prominent belly, followed behind Biwako. Biwako turned to Kushina and said, your delivery is a secret. Try to avoid familiar faces during the transfer. Kushina raised her head and touched the back of her head, replying, all right, sorry. And even though we are far from the village, if you experience contractions, do not scream too loudly. Okay, Kushina responded. Chapter 68, The Chaos of the Nine Tails. Before the secret cave, a multitude of dark-clad ninjas stood guard, their cat-faced masks rendering them statuesque in their stillness. Suddenly, the anguished cries of Kushina echoed from within the cave. It hurt so much. The cavern was vast yet dimly lit by 4 flickering flames, casting shadows that danced across the stone walls. At the entrance, a crimson paper bore the prominent character for seal. Inside, 4 figures occupied the space: Kushina, Minato, Biwako, and an unknown medical ninja. Kushina lay on a bed, her hair disheveled and her face contorted in pain. Minato pressed his palms against her abdomen, prepared to contain the volatile chakra of the Nine Tails. Beside them, Biwako and the medical ninja were poised to assist in the delivery. This is the first time I've seen Kushina scream in such agony. Is she truly all right? Minato inquired, concern etched on his face. She is fine. Your primary focus should be on the seal of the Nine Tails, Biwako reassured him. Observing Kushina's distress, Minato hesitated. But this is the 4th Hokage, don't panic. If it were a man, he might have succumbed to the pain by now, but women are remarkably strong. At that moment, the Nine Tails roared within Kushina, her body thrashing violently. Minato's expression turned grave. It's powerful. The Nine Tails is struggling to break free. He turned to his wife, encouraging Kushina, hold on. You can do this, Naruto. Biwako, drenched in cold sweat, proclaimed, the head is out, just a bit more. The medical ninja echoed, come on, Kushina. Naruto. Hurry and come out. Let the Nine Tails remain inside. With Kushina's tremendous effort, a wail pierced the tense atmosphere. Bring hot water. Biwako commanded the nearby medical ninja. Yes. Kushina released her grip on the iron rod, gasping for fresh air as tears of joy streamed down her face upon hearing Naruto's cries. Minato stood frozen, murmuring. It's born gradually, realization hit him, and he wept tears of joy, wiping his eyes with his elbow. From today onward, I am a father. Biwako approached with the swaddled Naruto. What a vibrant little boy. Thinking Biwako was handing him Naruto to hold, Minato reached out, only to be sharply admonished. Don't touch him yet. He must first meet his mother. Soon, Biwako placed Naruto beside Kushina, who gazed tenderly at her wailing son. Naruto, I finally get to see you all right. Now take a deep breath, Kushina. You're doing great. Biwako encouraged. Minato grasped Kushina's hand, offering comfort. Are you all right, Kushina? Thank you. Minato, though you've just given birth and it's been arduous, I must ensure the Nine Tails is thoroughly subdued. Just as Minato resolved to stabilize the seal, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Biwako. Minato turned to see a man in a black cloak and tiger mask seize Naruto from Biwako's arms. 4th Hokage Minato, step away from the Jinchuriki, or this child will have but a minute to live. the masked man warned, his hand poised threateningly at Naruto's face. Minato's mind raced with confusion, pondering how this intruder had breached their defenses. Suddenly, Kushina screamed as the seals on her abdomen extended to her face, bulging ominously at the location of the nine-tails seal. Kushina, the seal isn't complete yet. Quickly, leave the Jinchuriki. Don't you care what happens to the child? The man threatened, brandishing a kunai at Naruto. Wait, you must calm down. Perhaps you should heed your own advice, Minato. I am perfectly composed. The masked man retorted before tossing Naruto into the air. Naruto. Kushina gasped in horror. The masked man leapt up, intending to strike Naruto down with his kunai. With quick reflexes, Minato appeared in an instant, catching Naruto in midair and using the body flicker technique to land on a nearby wall. Truly worthy of the title. Yellow flash. Yet what would unfold next? The masked man formed a hand seal, and Minato noticed explosive tags covering Naruto's swaddling cloth. Minato. Naruto, Kushina cried out, her voice laced with urgency. Minato, holding Naruto, teleported to a small room and quickly discarded the explosive-laden swaddling before leaping out. As he exited, the explosive tags detonated, obliterating the small room. Minato was hurled back by the force, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. Thank goodness, Naruto is unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the wailing child. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his leg as a piece of debris lodged itself there, and he grit his teeth to pull it out. Forced to use the Flying Thunder God technique, he set his sights on Kushina. I've been led astray. I must return swiftly. In an instant, Minato appeared at home. He placed Naruto on the bed. You'll be safe here, Naruto. Wait for me. I must go rescue your mother. Meanwhile, the masked man transported Kushina to a remote location surrounded by water and mountains, binding her to a stone pillar with the seals designed to contain the nine tails. What do you intend to do? Kushina asked weakly. I shall extract the nine tails from your body and annihilate Konoha. What did you say? Kushina gasped in shock. The masked man ignored her, instead focusing on the space marked with a seal. This is the body flicker technique of Minato. That mark is likely inscribed in your sealing chamber. Usually, Minato protects you. But now he has been lured away, and the seal has weakened due to your childbirth. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has been long awaited. The masked man's Sharingan locked onto Kushina, his form piercing through her to enter the realm of the nine tails. Who are you? The nine tails trembled at the sight of the masked man's Sharingan. Before the thought could fully form, the masked man's Sharingan began to spin, and the nine tails' pupils morphed into three orbs. The binding chains and nails that confined the nine tails slowly dissipated as the sphere containing it transformed into lava, allowing the beast to break free. Outside, Kushina and Appo's pupils dilated, her mouth agape, and her abdomen hollowed as the nine tails and Appo's chakra enveloped her. With a single hand, the masked man maintained the seal, declaring, now, emerge. Nine tails. A purple vortex appeared at the seal on Kushina and Appo's abdomen, and torrents of nine tails chakra surged forth, coalescing into the form of a massive red fox that soared upward, ultimately manifesting the complete form of the nine tails. The nine tails roared defiantly, its nine tails thrashing wildly, while Kushina, stripped of the nine tails and Appo's chakra, collapsed from the pillar. Excellent, now march towards Konoha, the masked man declared, releasing the seal and turning to depart. Stop. Kushina struggled to prop herself up. My team is indeed formidable, even when the tailed beast is removed. One does not perish instantly. Since you are the Jinchuriki of the nine tails, I shall allow this creature to take your life. As the masked man spoke, the nine tails extended a colossal paw towards Kushina. In a moment of desperation, Minato appeared, utilizing the Flying Thunder God to rescue Kushina, swiftly kneeling on the treetop with her in his arms. Indeed, the reputation of the Flash is not unfounded, but it is too late, the masked man remarked, looking up. Naruto, is he all right? Indeed, Naruto is safe now, resting in a secure place. Fortunately, Minato, you must swiftly thwart that man and the nine tails. They are intent on devastating Konoha. Minato's expression darkened, and casting a sidelong glance at Obito, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. He laid Kushina beside Naruto in the same bed. The essence of the moment, it is precisely because of admirers and those who deserve love that one can possess an unwavering confidence that rivals anyone. He took flight once more. No matter, let us proceed to Konoha, Obito murmured, watching Minato vanish before turning towards the village. Why? Kushina questioned. Do not concern yourself, remain by Naruto's side. She embraced her slumbering son, tears streaming from her eyes. Minato gazed at the tender scene of Kushina and Naruto nestled together, his expression grim as he clenched his fists tightly, instantaneously appearing before the wardrobe. Minato, thank you. Be cautious on your journey. He donned the fourth Hokage's ceremonial attire, the cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. The essence of the moment, bearing the name of Hokage, I cannot afford to fail. I shall return at once, he declared, then instantly arrived atop the fourth Hokage rock, gazing upon the nine tails rampaging through Konoha. To uphold the name of Hokage and protect the family within the village is my solemn duty. I cannot allow them to wreak havoc any longer. Minato's piercing gaze fixated on the destructive nine tails. Suddenly, the beast noticed him and began to gather chakra for a tailed beast ball, aiming directly at Minato. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived in the shinobi world. As his boots made contact with the wooden utility pole, a searing wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by flying debris. Upon looking around, Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He witnessed the Ninetales' claws shredding the residences beneath Hokage Rock. Beneath the blood-red moonlight, a familiar golden figure stood resolutely atop the fourth Hokage's visage. Is this not the Ninetales' rampage from the original tale? Lin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. He had forgotten that Sister Kushina was to give birth to Naruto in a month. Suddenly, he sensed the immense chakra coalescing in the Ninetales' maw. This was bad. It was the tailed beast ball. Perched atop the utility pole, Lin Feng swiftly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, the kaleidoscope swirling wildly in his eyes. As a dark-hued Susanoo soared skyward like the fires of hell, a massive, 20-meter-tall half-giant materialized instantly, its bones adorned with dark purple veins, its left arm raised. Wielding a grotesquely designed longbow, the bow emanated a black mist that devoured light, while the bowstring was woven from countless fractured space-time fissures. Black Heaven Reversed Bow. Underworld Arrow, Chapter 69. Obito versus Lin Feng. At the moment when Susanoo fully drew its bowstring, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. The flames, ablaze, crystallized into crimson sculptures, while shattered stones floated mid-air, and even the roar of the Ninetales elongated into a distorted pitch. As the arrow, gradually taking shape, grew increasingly luminous, the black hole at its tip devoured every ray of light within a 100-meter radius. Whoosh! In the instant the arrow left the bow, the tailed beast bomb was simultaneously unleashed. The two forces of annihilation collided in mid-air, yet contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, a rift in time and space split open at the arrow's tip, instantly consuming the tailed beast bomb into the void. On Hokage Rock, Minato gazed at the impending tailed beast bomb. With hands forming seals, he intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the bomb. However, upon forming the final seal, he was taken aback to see the speeding tailed beast bomb struck by a colossal black arrow. The anticipated explosion never materialized. The tailed beast bomb vanished as if it had never existed. Is this the power of time and space? This revelation struck him with astonishment. The arrow was imbued with the essence of time and space. As a practitioner of the Flying Thunder God technique, he understood better than anyone that the arrow, which tore through space, was fundamentally altering a predetermined future. Minato turned his gaze toward the direction from which the arrow had been shot, where a 20-meter-tall half-giant stood atop a telephone pole, exuding an ominous and familiar chakra presence. This was Lin Feng's chakra. Uchiha Fugaku, who was evacuating the villagers, suddenly looked up, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. He stared intently at the shadowy giant, his throat tightening. Susanoo? When did someone in the clan awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Nearby, the Umbu ninjas were equally horrified. What manner of creature is that? Look, there is someone on the telephone pole. Upon sensing Lin Feng's emergence, Minato aimed to use the Flying Thunder God to reach him, intending to convey that this battle was beyond his participation. Suddenly, a man in a black cloak appeared behind him, reaching out to seize him. Minato immediately reacted, thrusting his kunai toward the man's head. To his astonishment, the kunai passed straight through the man's head. As Minato's arm passed through the man's extended finger, the black-cloaked figure materialized and grasped Minato's arm. Your opponent is me, and this is where it ends. The cloaked man activated his Kamui, instantly warping the surrounding space, causing Minato's body to begin distorting. In that critical moment, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God to teleport away. You fled quickly. Next time, I must absorb you swiftly upon contact, the black-cloaked man remarked. Meanwhile, Lin Feng dissipated his Susanoo, glancing at Minato on Hokage Rock, preparing to join him. He then summoned Garuda, leaping onto its back and signaling it to fly toward Minato. In midair, Lin Feng noticed the black-cloaked man appearing behind Minato. Just as he intended to warn Minato, he saw that Minato had already engaged in battle with the cloaked figure. Is that Obito Uchiha? Just in time. I also wish to confront this wretched being. As Lin Feng soared halfway, he realized that Minato had teleported away, and Obito had also vanished using Kamui. He has escaped. I shall rely on my sensory abilities to locate Minato. Lin Feng closed his eyes, channeling his enhanced perception to its fullest extent. Found him. 2 kilometers southeast. In the woods, Minato's chakra shone like a torch in the night. However, what further concerned Lin Feng was another presence. Kushina's chakra was gradually waning. Lin Feng sensed Kushina's chakra and contemplated heading in her direction, but ultimately refrained from directing Garuda toward her. According to the original storyline, Kushina would not perish so quickly. First, I must deal with Obito, and then I can return the Ninetales to Kushina's body, ensuring her survival. Meanwhile, Minato reappeared in front of the house that had been destroyed by explosive tags. The black-cloaked man materialized before him, prompting Minato to heighten his vigilance. You have no hope left, the black-cloaked man shouted, charging at Minato. Minato, sharp-eyed, rushed toward the cloaked figure, extending his kunai to strike him. Yet again, his attack merely passed through the man's body. As Minato moved through the black figure, the man's arms tightened, and the chains binding his arms constricted around Minato. Realizing he was ensnared, Minato instantly activated the Flying Thunder God, teleporting to a kunai embedded in the ground nearby. His physical form is impervious to my attacks. His body materializes only during our exchanges. In other words, I can only strike when we are about to collide. However, for him, attacking means risking exposure. And considering the time it takes to control the Ninetales, he likely does not intend to engage me in a drawn-out battle. Minato stood with his back to Obito, analyzing his abilities, while Obito's movements were peculiar, as if he were dancing, his hands occasionally waving up and down. I am not fabricating this. It is depicted in the original animation. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry shattered the silence, and Lin Feng leaped down from Garuda's back. Minato. Lin Feng descended, his gray cloak billowing in the fiery light. The clock pattern within his Mangeki Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Lin Feng? What are you doing here? Minato glanced at Obito, whose abilities were unsettling. You must leave this place. Minato, leave this person to me. I possess the strength to defeat him. You must go stop the Ninetales from wreaking havoc in Konoha. Minato intended to say more, but was momentarily struck silent by the resolute look in Lin Feng's eyes. Ultimately, he nodded heavily, releasing his kunai. Be cautious of his intangibility. In a flash of golden light, only falling leaves remained in their wake. The night wind stirred the charred leaves as Obito slowly turned, the chains dragging across the ground with a grating sound. His gaze settled on Lin Feng's exquisite Mangeki. I did not anticipate that the Uchiha clan harbored such a talent as you. Your voice is akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Regrettably, tonight, you will meet your demise here. Lin Feng remained silent, although he was aware of Obito's abilities from the original work. He resolved to unleash a formidable fireball to test the opponent's strength. Lin Feng swiftly formed hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing Obito's figure. Yet, the flames merely passed through his intangible form, erupting into a sea of fire behind him. Useless. Obito's voice echoed from within the flames, and scathed. Your attacks cannot harm me. A smirk graced Lin Feng's lips. Is that so? Lightning style. Chidori. The shrill cry of a bird resonated through the forest as blue-white lightning coalesced in Lin Feng's right hand. In an instant, he lunged forward, thrusting the Chidori straight at Obito's heart. Chapter 70. Lin Feng defeats Obito. Minato uses the corpse demon seal. Obito disdainfully stood his ground, allowing the lightning to pierce his ethereal form. However, just as Chidori was about to penetrate his chest, Lin Feng's left eye, the kaleidoscope, suddenly whirled. Time rewind. Time rewound 3 seconds. Obito's pupils constricted. His body, previously in a state of intangibility, abruptly solidified just as the Chidori's lightning was nearly upon him. With a splatter, the lightning pierced his left shoulder, prompting a muffled groan from Obito as he swiftly retreated. Blood gushed forth, yet the wound revealed not flesh, but the ghastly white spore tissue of white Zetsu. Lin Feng did not pursue but instead calmly distanced himself, aware that Obito's intangibility had no cooldown, and he must await the opportune moment. Time rewind. Obito's voice turned utterly grim, not expecting your ocular technique to possess such caliber. Very well, you have enraged me. Little brat. Lin Feng seized the moment, swiftly forming hand seals as his hands became mere afterimages. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. 3 fire dragons erupted from his mouth, their scorching flames illuminating the entire forest like midday. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. 3 fire dragons roared forth, instantly carbonizing the surrounding trees. Obito chuckled coldly, his form turning intangible as he allowed the fire dragons to pass through him. Yet, just as he solidified once more, Lin Feng's right eye suddenly widened. Time rewind. Obito's body abruptly halted, as though pulled by an invisible force. His recently intangible state was forcefully reverted back to solidity. What? Boom. The explosion from the fire dragon sent Obito flying, crashing through several giant trees, his mask cracking open. Cough. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It seemed he could not underestimate you, little brat. Lin Feng offered no respite, summoning lightning once more. Lightning release. False darkness. A sharp lightning spear tore through the air, and this time Obito dared not rely on intangibility, rapidly forming seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shattering upon impact with the lightning spear. Amidst the smoke and dust, Obito's figure suddenly vanished, and the ground beneath Lin Feng erupted with dozens of sharp wooden spikes. Wood release. Cutting technique. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and with a burst of body flicker technique, he evaded like a flash of lightning, simultaneously slapping the ground with both hands. Lightning release. Ground walk. Blue lightning snakes spread along the ground, obliterating the wooden spikes. Obito leaped from below, his chains coiling towards Lin Feng's neck like a venomous serpent. Lin Feng sidestepped to evade, his Sharingan precisely predicting the trajectory of the chains, while his right hand coalesced with lightning. Chidori sharp spear. The lightning extended into a blade, slicing towards Obito's waist. Obito was forced to become intangible, the lightning blade slicing through the air, yet at the moment he solidified once more, Lin Feng's left eye activated again. Akatsuki vision. A vision of himself being bisected by the lightning blade materialized before Obito. Instinctively, he twisted his body, the Chidori sharp spear grazing his waist and eliciting a spray of blood. Damn it. Obito clutched his wound, his Sharingan beneath the mask spinning wildly. Can your eyes truly see the future? Lin Feng did not respond, his breath slightly quickening. The continuous use of the kaleidoscope had drained his ocular power somewhat, but not significantly. He could not afford to halt here. He must compel Obito to reveal a flaw. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Dozens of fireballs shot towards Obito like meteors. Obito sneered, vanishing into intangibility as he passed through the rain of fire, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire Release, Storm Dance. The space distorted by Kamui combined with the fire release to create a massive fire vortex, engulfing the entire forest. Lin Feng swiftly leaped back, his hands summoning lightning once more. Lightning Release, Lightning Tiger Strike. The lightning transformed into a fierce tiger, lunging towards the flames. The collision of the two forces unleashed an explosive shockwave, uprooting trees in the vicinity. Amidst the haze, Obito suddenly burst forth from the Kamui space, chains darting directly for Lin Feng's heart. Got you. Lin Feng's Sharingan widened. Time rewind. Reverse flow. Obito's actions abruptly reversed, the chains bizarrely retracting into his sleeve, while Lin Feng's palm pressed against his abdomen. What? Contract seal. Runes spread like a spider's web across Obito's entire body. Obito's expression beneath the mask shifted dramatically. Do you intend to separate the Nine Tails from me? Lin Feng coldly replied. Now, the Nine Tails is no longer your possession. Enraged, Obito felt the power of the Kamui space begin to warp. Yet, Lin Feng did not pursue, allowing him to disappear into the vortex. Next time we meet, I will personally gouge out your eyes. Obito's voice echoed from the void, filled with resentment. The forest returned to silence, with only the burning trees and shattered earth remaining. Lin Feng stood still, his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly returning to normal. In this battle, he had deliberately kept many trump cards hidden: Susanoo, Lightning Release, Kirin. And even the complete time-space ocular technique had not been unleashed. The true reason for Obito's retreat was not due to defeat, but rather that the Nine Tails had slipped from his grasp. With his current state, it was impossible for him to reclaim the Nine Tails in front of all the ninjas of Konoha. After all, this was the peak of Konoha. With powerful ninjas like Minato and the third Hokage, it was utterly inconceivable for Obito to reclaim the Nine Tails. Lin Feng allowed him to leave to ensure history returned to its rightful course. It seems I must assist Minato in sealing the Nine Tails and then returning it to Kushina. Wait, why is the Nine Tails not in Konoha? Lin Feng sensed the Nine Tails. He then realized that the Nine Tails was not far from him. What is happening? Lin Feng whistled, and the Garuda circling in the sky descended. He leapt onto Garuda's back, directing it towards the Nine Tails location, returning to the moment when Minato flew back to Konoha to confront the Nine Tails. Minato once again teleported to Hokage Rock, witnessing the Nine Tails still gathering its tailed beast bomb. While the surrounding residential area had become a wasteland, it was a sight too gruesome to behold. In the distance, the third Hokage knelt on one knee, clutching the golden staff transformed from the Monkey King, watching the Nine Tails as it continued to charge its attack. That guy is still relentless. Minato unleashed his technique, forming seals rapidly. Summoning technique. A gigantic toad plummeted from the sky, its legs crashing heavily onto the still-gathering Nine Tails. The third Hokage looked up at the unbroken charge of the Nine Tails and the massive toad pressing down upon it. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the figure atop the toad was the fourth Hokage. Please hold the Nine Tails down for a moment, Minato shouted to the Great Toad. Even I can't restrain this beast. The Great Toad replied helplessly. Minato analyzed that to redirect such a large-scale attack would undoubtedly require a significant amount of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened as he watched the Nine Tails prepare to launch its tailed beast bomb, and suddenly, the Nine Tails vanished, causing the Great Toad to crash down heavily, raising a cloud of dust around them. Minato, did he take the Nine Tails with him? Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the distance. Is that where the Nine Tails is? The tailed beast bomb detonated, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air, as Minato transported the Nine Tails while simultaneously returning home, bringing Kushina and Naruto along with him. Minato, panting heavily, wore a pained expression. I must open the barrier quickly. My chakra is nearly depleted. I can hold on a little longer, Kushina said, looking at her husband with concern. Minato, Kushina exclaimed, shooting 5 chains of golden chakra from her back to bind the Nine Tails, anchoring the chain ends into the ground. Kushina, the sound of the Nine Tails being bound awakened Naruto, who began to wail loudly. I woke you. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kushina said weakly. Kushina, so be it. The Nine Tails will be restrained. I shall also embrace death. This way, I can delay the resurrection of the Nine Tails for a while longer. I will use my remaining chakra to assist you. It is the only way. All this time. Thank you for everything you have done for me, Kushina said with a smile to Minato. Minato was deeply moved by her words. Kushina, you have made me the fourth Hokage. You have made me your husband. And you have made me the father of this child. Yet I, Minato, do not show such an expression. I am happy, knowing you love me. Kushina gazed at Naruto with kindness. Moreover, today is this child's birthday. Most importantly, if I were still alive, what could I imagine beyond envisioning our future happiness as a family of 3? Upon hearing Kushina's words, tears streamed from the corners of Minato's eyes. I have but one final wish. I long to see the grown-up Naruto, Kushina lamented, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Kushina, there is no need for you to perish alongside the Nine Tails. I will use your remaining chakra to allow you to see Naruto. Minato wiped away his tears. I will seal all your remaining chakra into Naruto and combine it with the 8 trigram seal. As for the Nine Tails, I will handle it, as a non-Jinchuriki. I can only use the Reaper Death Seal. However, that sealing technique will cause the user to Kushina exclaimed in shock. Additionally, the nine-tails sealed within me is only half. Such immense power cannot be suppressed physically, nor can it be achieved strategically. The sealing of the nine-tails involves your participation. If the Jinchuriki is absent before the nine-tails resurrects, it could lead to the collapse of the Bija balance. With the Reaper Death Seal, I can seal away both myself and the nine-tails half forever, thus the other half of the nine-tails. Minato recalled Jiraiya's words. Perhaps he is the child of prophecy. The world of ninjas is destined to undergo tremendous change, and the child of prophecy will be the savior of that era. Sealing into the nine-tails. Using the 8 trigram seal, Minato refocused and spoke to Kushina. He noticed Kushina's body tremble, and as she opened her mouth to speak, he interrupted her. I know what you wish to say, but regarding the world-changing events Jiraiya-sensei mentioned, and the calamities that accompany such change, I have confirmed 2 things today. The masked man who attacked you. That fellow will undoubtedly bring about a storm of bloodshed. And the one who will stop him is this child, the one whom Jiraiya-sensei named, who will pave the future as the Jinchuriki. For some reason, I firmly believe this. Minato placed Naruto on the ground. Minato. But, before she could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived, and upon seeing Minato forming hand seals, he exclaimed as a spectral image of the Reaper emerged behind him. Reaper Death Seal. The Reaper's ominous visage bore a fearsome countenance. A sharp short blade clenched in its mouth, and a blue chakra sphere bound to its chest. Trust in this child, he is our son. Once the Reaper Death Seal is complete, I will seal your chakra within Naruto, hoping that when he attempts to control the nine-tails as the Jinchuriki, you may lend him your strength. He is our son, and for that reason, I wish to spare Naruto from such a heavy burden. And why employ the Reaper Death Seal? Merely to see the grown-up Naruto, for that fleeting moment. Why must you sacrifice yourself for this? I wish for you to remain by his side, protecting him as he grows. Why? To maintain the Bija balance, for the sake of the nation, for the village. Must Naruto become a sacrifice? Must he become a sacrifice for me? Kushina's barrage of questions left Minato in silence, but after a moment, he spoke resolutely. Abandoning the nation, forsaking the village, is akin to dissecting a child. You, who have experienced the destruction of your homeland, must know the brutal existence that befalls the vanquished. Moreover, our family is comprised of ninjas. Additionally, I cannot win against you while I live. Minato opened his palm and then bent slightly towards Kushina. Though your time as a mother was brief, the lessons you imparted to Naruto are beyond my reach. This is a mother's duty. To do this not only for you, but also for Naruto. To willingly embrace death for one's son is a father's obligation. Upon uttering these words, even the summoned Reaper appeared disconcerted. Outside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by 2 Jonin, approached. How's the 3rd Hokage? It is futile. We cannot enter the barrier to prevent the nine-tails from emerging. They plan to deal with the nine-tails themselves. Within the barrier, just as Minato sought to use the Reaper to capture the nine-tails chakra, Rin rode in on an eagle. Chapter 71, Sealing the Nine-Tails. The end of the nine-tails chaos riding on an eagle, Lin Feng sighed upon seeing the spectral figure of the Grim Reaper behind Minato. It seems that events are unfolding as they did in history. Minato, true to the original narrative, was using the dead demon-consuming seal to seal the nine-tails. However, with my intervention, perhaps Minato and Kushina can be saved this time? With a piercing cry, the eagle soared through the night sky, Lin Feng descending swiftly on his steed. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan flickering eerily in the darkness. Forming hand seals, he unleashed a surge of chakra, forcefully breaking through the adamant and chain barrier, landing before Minato and Kushina. Yeffing? What brings you here? Minato and Kushina exclaimed in unison. Outside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped his staff tightly, observing Lin Feng's attire adorned with a ping-pong ball pattern. His pupils narrowing in shock. Is this the Uchiha clan's child? Without further ado, Lin Feng addressed Minato directly. Brother Minato. The man in the black cloak has been repelled by me, but there is no time to explain. I can seal the nine-tails and return it to Sister Kushina's body. Minato stared at him in disbelief. Yeffing, can you really do that? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed, his expression turning grave. But first, I must cancel your dead demon-consuming seal. Cancel the dead demon-consuming seal? Minato could hardly believe it. Once the seal is invoked, it cannot be undone. How could you possibly achieve that? Lin Feng offered no reply, instead slowly raising his right hand, the patterns of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirling rapidly. Time reversal. In an instant, Minato felt his physical state regress. The chakra within him reversing its flow, the soul fragments previously grasped by the Grim Reaper returning. The spectral figure behind him emitted a silent howl before reluctantly dissipating into the air. This. Minato gazed down at his hands, astonished that the price of the dead demon-consuming seal had truly been reversed. Outside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his staff against the barrier walls. Yet it remained unyielding against Kushina's adamantine confinement. His aged eyes narrowed, fixating intently on the boy within the barrier. The Uchiha child can interfere with the dead demon-consuming seal? A single blood tear fell from Lin Feng's right eye, yet he paid it no mind. Turning his gaze towards the nine-tails bound by the adamantine chains. Now, it is time to deal with this beast. Lin Feng confronted the colossal creature. The nine-tailed slitted eyes reflecting the image of this diminutive human, instinctively filled with dread, sensing a power within those eyes more terrifying than the Sharingan itself. For symbol seal, The youth formed intricate seals that belied his age, dark incantations crawling like living entities over the Ninetales form. Outside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed Lin Feng employing the four-symbol seal, striking the ground forcefully with his staff in disbelief. The Uchiha child could wield the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Third Hokage, an Umbu ninja urgently inquired, should we forcefully breach the barrier? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze remained fixed on the scene within the barrier, contemplating. For now, he decided to wait. The runes resonated with Kushina's chains, forming a dual binding on the Ninetales exterior. The beast let out a pained roar as its chakra was violently torn into yin and yang halves. Roar. Remain still. Lin Feng's kaleidoscopic eyes suddenly shone brightly. Genjutsu, kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the Ninetales struggles froze. Its consciousness was drawn into a blood-red space, where it experienced thousands of cycles of being sealed. Outside, the Ninetales chakra was forcibly split, the forces of yin and yang separating under Lin Feng's command, transforming into two distinct chakra spheres, one as dark as ink, the other as radiant as the sun. Lin Feng raised his hand, pressing the yin chakra sphere back into Kushina's abdomen. This way, Sister Kushina will not perish. He then looked down at the swaddled Naruto. Yet, history ultimately cannot be entirely altered. The yang chakra sphere hovered in Lin Feng's palm, radiating intense heat. Minato instantly comprehended his intent, his pupils dilating in alarm. Yeffing. Wait, but it was too late. Lin Feng's right hand covered Naruto's abdomen, the dark sealing technique spreading like a spider's web. A trigram seal. Seal. The spinning sealing formula inscribed itself into Naruto's navel, the yang chakra of the Ninetales flooding in like a tidal wave. The infant cried out loudly, a whirlpool-like mark appearing on his abdomen. Lin Feng gently caressed the seal, adding an extra 5-element seal as a precaution. Why? Kushina weakly propped herself up. You could have sealed it all back within me. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his right eye, his voice soft yet resolute. Because Naruto needs this power. He gazed towards the distant flames still raging, knowing that Konoha's future required it. As the Ninetales was sealed, the barrier formed by the adamant chains dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by 2 Umbu, rushed in, his staff aimed threateningly at Lin Feng's throat. You Uchiha brat. What have you done to the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Lin Feng remained still, blood trickling from his right eye, leaving a glaring crimson streak across his pale cheek. Third Hokage. Minato's figure flickered, deflecting the staff with a kunai. This is Yeffing, my friend. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his gaze flitting between Minato and Lin Feng. The 2 Umbu behind him assumed battle stances, ready to obey their leader's command. Friend? Hiruzen's voice was low. A child capable of reversing the dead demon-consuming seal and sealing the Ninetales, you expect me to believe he is your friend? Third Hokage, Minato discerned his concerns. I assure you, by my name is Hokage, Yeffing is trustworthy. Moreover, the Ninetales turmoil has concluded. I need to take Kushina to the hospital. With that, Minato turned to the weakened Kushina, carefully lifting her in his arms. Though her complexion was pale, the vitality in her eyes remained undiminished. The yin chakra of the Ninetales still resided within her, merely resealed. Minato glanced back at Lin Feng, his expression softening a bit. Yeffing, could you please help me carry Naruto to the hospital? Lin Feng nodded, looking down at the child destined to become a savior, gently tapping his forehead with a fingertip. Reminiscent of Itachi's gesture to Sasuke in the original tale. This time, you will grow up with your parents by your side. As they made their way to the hospital, Lin Feng beheld the ravaged landscape of Konoha. The streets lay in ruins, collapsed houses, smoldering debris, and the anguished cries of the injured painted a grim picture, revealing the Ninetales' destructive power far beyond imagination. Minato, carrying Kushina, walked ahead while Lin Feng silently trailed behind. Surrounding ninjas cast curious glances. Though they did not recognize the gray-clad youth, they all recognized the golden-haired infant in his arms as the 4th Hokage's son. Yeffing. Kushina whispered weakly, thank you. Lin Feng nodded, yet remained silent. Soon, Minato and Lin Feng arrived at the hospital, where Konoha's medical facility was already overwhelmed. The corridors were packed with injured ninjas and villagers, their pained groans filling the air. Medical ninjas weaved through the throngs, green lights of healing jutsu illuminating the chaos. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the metallic tang of blood, creating an atmosphere thick with suffering. Stretchers continuously flowed through the entrance, intertwining cries, moans, and the commands of medical ninjas into a cacophony of distress. Chapter 72, Emergency Meeting. The marginalization of the Uchiha clan. Lin Feng stood in the shadows at the corner of the corridor, cradling the sleeping Naruto in his arms. The infant's warm little hand clutched the fabric of his clothing, breathing steadily and peacefully, as if the chaos of the outside world were of no concern to him. Make way. Injured personnel. Several medical ninjas rushed past, pushing a bloodied stretcher, on which lay a ninja who had lost his right arm, his pale face smeared with blood. Lin Feng stepped aside, catching a glimpse of Minato emerging from the ward, the tips of his golden hair damp with sweat. He gently closed the door behind him and whispered, Kushina needs rest, but she is no longer in danger. Lin Feng nodded and handed Naruto back to him. Minato took his son, his fingertips lightly brushing against the infant's soft cheek, a flicker of fear crossing his azure eyes. If it weren't for you. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by 3 Umbu members, strode forward, followed by several solemn-faced ninjas. The trio Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi had received the notice for an emergency meeting. Minato, Saratobi began, his pipe extinguished yet still habitually clenched between his teeth. The clan leaders have gathered in the meeting room. We need to account for tonight's events. His gaze flicked toward Lin Feng, scrutinizing him with aged eyes. Minato stepped forward. Positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Feng, his voice calm yet firm, "Third Hokage, Yi Feng will accompany me to the meeting." Saratobi frowned. "Are you certain you wish to allow an unidentified Uchiha to participate in a high-level meeting? It was he who saved Konoha." Minato's voice was soft yet commanded immediate silence in the corridor. Without him, the Nine-Tails would still be wreaking havoc. And Kushina and I would have perished under the Reaper death seal. The Ino Shikacho trio exchanged glances. Narashikaka stepped forward, yawning lazily. "Old man. Since the fourth has vouched for him, we might as well hear this child's account." After a moment of silence, Saratobi sighed. "The meeting will commence in 1 hour." Once everyone had departed, Minato turned to Lin Feng and lowered his voice. "Yi Feng, do you intend to join me at the meeting? This way, everyone will get to know you, and you won't have to hide anymore." Lin Feng gazed out at the bright moonlight streaming through the window, casting reflections in his dark eyes. "All right," he replied. "Brother Minato, I will follow your lead." Minato smiled slightly, ruffling his hair just as he had a year prior when they first met. "Then you will be able to appear openly in Konoha." An hour swiftly passed, and Minato brought Lin Feng to the Hokage building's conference room. Inside, the harsh white light illuminated the long table. Lin Feng found an inconspicuous corner to settle in, quietly merging into the shadows. His gaze fell, fingers gently tapping his knee, seemingly indifferent yet capturing every expression in the room. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to notice him. As the Uchiha clan leader entered, his eyes locked onto Lin Feng, recognizing that unmistakable pattern, his Sharingan. However, he was unprepared to see the mysterious figure commanding the black giant on the battlefield was merely a child. Fugaku's fingers tightened slightly. Though his demeanor remained composed as he discreetly took his seat, his gaze never straying far from Lin Feng. As the clan leaders gathered, the meeting commenced. Yet the atmosphere remained heavy with silence. Fourth Hokage, Saratobi's voice shattered the stillness. The former Hokage's pipe lay on the table, his fingers drumming softly against the surface, producing a dull sound. "The location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was classified information arranged by you, and the barrier team was selected by your hand." His tone was grave, laced with an undertone of pain, for his wife, Bawako, had perished in that very cave. But why did the enemy pinpoint the location so precisely and breach the barrier team as defenses? Minato, seated at the head of the table, remained composed, though a glint of coldness flickered in his azure eyes. "The enemy is a man clad in a black robe with a tiger stripe mask," he began, his voice clear and steady. "His abilities are exceedingly peculiar. He can penetrate any physical attack and even manipulate space." The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Manipulating space? Is it similar to the Flying Thunder God technique? Narashikaka squinted. Minato shook his head. "No, his technique is far more bizarre. He can draw himself or objects into another space and then release them from any position." Akimichi Choza frowned. "Fourth Hokage, although the Nine-Tails rampage has subsided, the public demands an explanation as to why the tailed beast suddenly went berserk." Minato inhaled deeply. It was the masked man. He employed a diversionary tactic, using Naruto as leverage to separate Kushina and me. After drawing me away, he unleashed the Nine-Tails from Kushina. Yet, it seemed everyone present had noticed the peculiar pattern in the Nine-Tails' eyes. Speaking of the Nine-Tails' eyes, a sharp voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a grim-faced middle-aged ninja standing. It was Shimura Danzo. His solitary eye fixated on Uchiha Fugaku, his voice icy. During the Nine-Tails rampage, the pattern in its pupils resembled that of the Sharingan. The room fell into an immediate silence. Danzo let out a cold laugh, continuing, "Uchiha Fugaku, is it not your clan that controlled the Nine-Tails with the intent to destroy Konoha?" Absurd. Fugaku slammed his hand on the table, the three tomo of his Sharingan flaring to life, powerful chakra causing the teacups to tremble. "During the Nine-Tails rampage, our entire Uchiha clan was engaged in evacuating the populace. Every clan member has an alibi." Hinata Hayashi spoke solemnly. "Fugaku's words ring true. I witnessed Uchiha clan members assisting civilians in their escape." At this time, Minato was still alive, and the Uchiha clan had not yet reached a point of severe discord with Konoha. Danzo scoffed. "Then how do you explain the Sharingan pattern in the Nine-Tails' eyes?" Fugaku's expression darkened, but he could not retort. For even he did not understand why the Nine-Tails had been manipulated by the Sharingan. The atmosphere in the conference room became charged, with varying expressions of suspicion directed toward the Uchiha clan. Just then, Danzo's voice sliced through the tension like a cold blade, breaking the silence of the room. "Uchiha Fugaku, you have no retort now, do you?" He slowly rose, his solitary eye gleaming with a chilling light. Even if this Nine-Tails incident was not directly caused by the Uchiha, the fact that the enemy possesses the Sharingan is undeniable. Fugaku's fist clenched beneath the table, knuckles whitening. His three-tomo Sharingan quivered. Yet he found himself unable to counter Danzo's words, for he spoke the truth. "This is the consequence of your failure to manage the bloodline limits properly." Danzo's voice grew increasingly harsh. "The Uchiha clan is a time bomb within Konoha." The air in the conference room felt as though it had solidified. "I propose Danzo surveyed the assembly, enunciating each word, to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village, restricting their development to eradicate the risk of another Ninetales rampage. Chapter 73. You will regret it. The fourth Hokage. As Danzo's suggestion reverberated throughout the conference room, the expressions of the clan leaders shifted dramatically. Hyuga Hazashi furrowed his brow, while Ino Shikacho exchanged grave glances. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in silence, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed deeply. Fugaku's countenance turned somber as he slowly rose, his voice low and menacing. Danzo, are you questioning the loyalty of the Uchiha clan? Danzo smirked coldly. I am merely stating the facts. The Sharingan can control tailed beasts, and the enemy possesses the Sharingan. What does that imply? Everyone here is well aware. Fugaku's pupils constricted, the three tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotating. You intend to push the Uchiha clan into opposition against Konoha. Enough. A calm yet authoritative voice interrupted. Minato rose, his azure eyes sweeping over Danzo and Fugaku before resting on Hiruzen. Third Hokage, esteemed clan leaders, the chaos of the Ninetales has only just subsided. Konoha needs unity, not internal strife. His tone was steady and powerful. The enemy possessing the Sharingan does not implicate the Uchiha clan in wrongdoing. If we suspect our comrades simply due to their bloodline limit, what distinguishes Konoha from Sunagekure or Kirigekure? Danzo narrowed his single eye. Fourth Hokage, you are naively optimistic. Allowing the Uchiha clan free reign will inevitably lead to disaster. Minato shook his head. Trust is the foundation of our village's existence. He turned to Fugaku, his tone softening. Clan leader Fugaku, I hope the Uchiha will cooperate with the investigation to uncover the truth behind the Sharingan's leak. Fugaku remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. The Uchiha clan has nothing to hide and is willing to cooperate fully. Minato then addressed Danzo. As for relocation, let us set that aside for now. Our immediate priority is to rebuild Konoha and reassure the populace. Danzo snorted dismissively, remaining silent, though the shadow in his single eye lingered. In the corner, Lin Feng observed quietly, his fingertips lightly tapping the hilt of his sword, a cold smile curling within him. It seemed that Obito's scheme had already succeeded in part. Even though Minato strove for harmony, the seeds of suspicion had been sown, and the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha's upper echelons would only widen. Ironically, Danzo's true aim was to covet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Minato surveyed the assembly, his voice steady and resolute. Though the Ninetales crisis has calmed, Konoha has suffered greatly. We must discuss the reconstruction of our homeland, the resettlement of the affected populace, and hold a memorial for the fallen ninjas. Nara Shikaka rubbed his temples and spoke. Preliminary statistics show 37 ninja fatalities, 82 severely injured, and civilian casualties exceeding 200. The southern and western districts suffered the most damage, requiring at least 3 months for basic reconstruction. Akimichi Choza added somberly, our supplies can sustain us for a week, but medical supplies are critically low, especially hemostatic agents and disinfectants. Hyuga Hazashi interjected, the Hyuga clan can allocate some of our medicinal reserves to prioritize hospital supplies. Minato nodded, expressing gratitude for the Hyuga clan's support. Additionally, starting today, 30 of all mission rewards will be allocated to the Reconstruction Fund, prioritizing the resettlement of the homeless villagers. The clan leaders expressed their support, while Danzo observed coldly, his single eye gleaming with calculation. As for the memorial, Minato's voice grew solemn, casting his gaze over everyone present. In 3 days, we shall hold a collective mourning ceremony at the memorial stone. The names of all fallen ninjas will be inscribed upon it. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, a pained expression crossing his aged face. Like Biwa. And those Umbu who sacrificed themselves to protect the Jinchuriki, their names must not be forgotten. Minato nodded gravely. Very well, third Hokage. Just as everyone assumed the meeting was concluding, Minato shifted the topic. Next, I would like to introduce my dear friend, Lin Feng. Minato's words sparked a flurry of murmurs within the conference room. When did the fourth Hokage acquire a dear friend? He gestured to Lin Feng in the corner. Lin Feng, please step forward and allow everyone to meet you. Lin Feng emerged from the shadows, the gazes of all present converging upon the youth who stepped into the light. His demeanor was composed, clad in a gray zippered outfit that appeared particularly sharp under the illumination, the Kusanagi sword at his back gleaming with a chilling luster. His presence caused the previously easing atmosphere to stiffen once more. An Uchiha brat? One Jainin muttered under his breath, unable to contain his skepticism. When did the fourth Hokage befriend a child from the Uchiha clan? Whispers rose, the expressions of the clan leaders varied. Hyuga Hazashi frowned slightly, Nara Shikaka seemed contemplative, while Danzo's single eye narrowed to a slit, his gaze locking on to Lin Feng like a venomous serpent. Minato raised a hand for silence, his voice gentle yet commanding. Esteemed colleagues, this is Lin Feng, my dear friend and the hero who sealed the Ninetales last night. Danzo scoffed, striking his cane heavily against the floor. Fourth Hokage. What makes you trust this unknown Uchiha brat? Minato looked at Danzo, his azure gaze unwavering. Elder Danzo, trust does not require justification. Had it not been for Lin Feng last night, the devastation wrought by the Ninetales would have been far more catastrophic, possibly costing both my life and Kushina's. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Child, are you a member of the Uchiha clan? Lin Feng shook his head, his voice flat. No. Fugaku abruptly stood, his 3 tomo Sharingan fixated on Lin Feng. Then how do you possess the Sharingan? An instant silence fell over the conference room, every breath seemingly suspended. Lin Feng raised his gaze, his pitch-black eyes meeting Fugaku's. I have no obligation to disclose that. My eyes are unrelated to the Uchiha. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Danzo sneered. Absurd. The Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. If you were not of their blood, how could you possibly possess it? Lin Feng remained silent, merely casting a dispassionate glance at Danzo. Minato interjected at the opportune moment. I can vouch for Lin Feng's identity. His Sharingan is a unique mutation, unrelated to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's complexion fluctuated, but ultimately he returned to his seat without further inquiry. Will Lin Feng reside in Konoha from now on? Hisashi inquired. Minato nodded. Yes, he will temporarily stay at my home. Danzo scoffed again. Fourth Hokage. Do you not find it too perilous to allow a stranger with the Sharingan to interact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Minato smiled. Elder Danzo, you worry too much. Had it not been for Lin Feng last night, Kushina and Naruto would have perished in the Nine-Tails rampage. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, concluding the debate. Since the fourth Hokage vouches for him, Lin Feng may remain in Konoha. However, his gaze deepened as he looked at Lin Feng. I hope you will cooperate with the Umbu's routine investigation. Lin Feng nodded calmly. I can do that. As the meeting adjourned, the clan leaders departed in succession. Fugaku paused at the door, glancing back at Lin Feng, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features, yet ultimately he said nothing and turned to leave. Danzo, leaning on his cane, approached Minato slowly, his single eye narrowing, his voice low but laced with an icy chill. You will regret this, fourth Hokage. Chapter 74. Meeting Uchiha. Fugaku. Minato gazed calmly at him. Elder Danzo, I am the Hokage. The choices I make are mine to bear. The two locked eyes for a moment, and the air seemed to freeze. Danzo scoffed coldly, uttering no more words as he turned away, his cane striking the ground with a dull, oppressive sound, reminiscent of an ominous portent. Lin Feng followed Minato out of the conference room. After a night of turmoil, Konoha finally welcomed the dawn of a new day. The morning light spilled over the ruins, casting a pale golden halo upon the charred remnants of walls and pillars. In the distance, ninjas had begun clearing the rubble, while medical teams wove through the debris, searching for any survivors that might have been overlooked. Minato observed the bustling crowd and softly inquired, Yeffing, what are your plans next? Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards the Uchiha district as he replied. I wish to visit the Uchiha clan. Minato nodded slightly. Very well. Do you require an escort from the Umbu? No need. I can manage on my own. Lin Feng said, bidding farewell to Minato before setting off towards the Uchiha territory. Meanwhile, Danzo walked along a shadowy path leading to the root base, his expression dark and foreboding. That insufferable fourth Hokage, refusing to heed my proposal. A malignant glint flickered in his solitary eye, his anger surging within. The Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent and ought to be confined, under the watchful eyes of Root. And that Uchiha brat. The fourth is utterly foolish to allow him to coexist with the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. As he pondered this, a cold smile crept across Danzo's lips. If the Nine-Tails were to erupt again, and the blame were placed upon that Uchiha brat, then the position of Hokage would be mine. He halted, his cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. Come forth. A shadow materialized silently behind him, kneeling on one knee, emotionless eyes hidden beneath a mask. Danzo did not turn, his voice icy. Gather the other Root ninjas, monitor that Uchiha brat closely, and report every move he makes. The Root ninja bout, his form flickering before vanishing into the shadows. Lin Feng proceeded towards the Uchiha district, occasionally stepping on broken tiles that emitted faint sounds beneath his feet. His purpose for visiting the Uchiha was to warn Fugaku that the higher-ups in Konoha had reached a peak of suspicion towards the Uchiha clan, potentially leading to punitive measures against them. Additionally, there was Danzo's covetous eye on the Sharingan. As for why he chose to assist the Uchiha, it was because the Sharingan should not become a casualty of power struggles. It was also to alleviate the regret he felt from witnessing the Uchiha's downfall in the original Naruto series. After turning a few corners, the architecture became more orderly. The Uchiha district remained largely unscathed, the fan emblem of the clan particularly striking in the morning light. At that moment, several Uchiha clan members were patrolling the area, their attention drawn to Lin Feng as he approached. Who is that? One ninja narrowed his eyes, noticing the Uchiha emblem on Lin Feng's back, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's face, his brow furrowed again. Wait, I've never seen this kid before. The others soon realized the same, exchanging wary glances as they scrutinized Lin Feng's features. Halt. An experienced Jainin swiftly stepped in front of Lin Feng, his three-tomo Sharingan scrutinizing him coldly. Who are you? Why are you not recognized within the clan? Lin Feng raised his gaze, his dark eyes calm as still water. I come to see clan leader Fugaku. The Jainin scoffed. The clan leader is quite busy. He has no time for outsiders. His gaze swept over Lin Feng's gray attire. You have the audacity to flaunt Uchiha clothing. Lin Feng did not argue but allowed his three-tomo to spin suddenly. Well, several Uchiha ninjas staggered back in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Three-tomo. At such a young age, he has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan? Could he be a genius secretly nurtured by the clan leader? The Jain's expression shifted, ultimately stating gravely, wait here. He swiftly performed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone to relay the message. In the shadows, 5 root ninjas lurked like phantoms. Target has entered the Uchiha district. Report immediately to Lord Danzo. Just as one ninja reached for a communication scroll, he suddenly stiffened. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng's gaze had pierced through the 100 meters, locking onto their concealed position. A cold warning flickered in his 3-tomo Sharingan. The root ninjas felt a wave of cold sweat wash over them. Withdraw. The 5 retreated silently into the shadows, like startled serpents. Soon, the ninja who had sent the shadow clone received word. The clan leader has agreed. Follow me, and I will take you to the clan leader's residence. Lin Feng followed the guiding ninja to a traditional Japanese-style building. He approached and knocked on the wooden door, which was promptly opened by a middle-aged woman. Uchiha Mikoto stood at the entrance, a damp ladle in her hand. Her black hair was loosely tied up, and gentle lines graced her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she paused momentarily. Who are you? The guiding Uchiha Jainin responded respectfully, Madam, the clan leader wishes to see this young man. Mikoto's gaze fell on the fan emblem on Lin Feng's gray clothing, then caught sight of the 3-tomo in his eyes, and smiled warmly. Please, come in. Fugaku is in the tea room. Lin Feng nodded in gratitude and stepped inside, removing his shoes at the entrance. As he approached the tea room, the sound of delicate teacups clinking reached him from the corridor's end. Inside the tea room, Fugaku sat kneeling at a low table, brewing tea. Without lifting his head, he spoke, sit. Lin Feng crossed his legs in front of him, the Kusanagi sword resting across his knees. Between them, a pot of freshly brewed tea released a fragrant, bitter aroma. Fugaku pushed a teacup towards him. Are you accustomed to Uchiha tea? I am not particular, Lin Feng replied, lifting the cup and drinking it down in one go. Fugaku observed the young man before him. His gaze remained calm as water, though it concealed a hint of perceptive scrutiny. He was indeed curious. A non-Uchiha possessing a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a boy seemingly only 8 or 9 years old, yet recognized as a close friend by the 4th Hokage. An enigmatic individual who had turned the tide during the Nine Tails incident, saving both the 4th and his wife. Yet Fugaku remained the leader of the Uchiha clan. Curiosity did not compel him to inquire. Some secrets, the less one knows, the safer one remains. Chapter 75, Conversation with Fugaku, Invitation from Uchiha Mikoto. Lin Feng was well aware of Fugaku's concerns. He raised his gaze, the dark pupil shimmering with a faint light, and began to speak. Clan head Fugaku, I have come to discuss the future of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He lifted the teapot and refilled Lin Feng's cup. The future of the Uchiha clan, after all, should be decided by the Uchiha themselves. His tone was deep, implying that outsiders should not interfere. Lin Feng was not surprised. He gently tapped the edge of his teacup, producing a clear, crisp sound. Danzo had begun to propose relocating the Uchiha's territory to the village's outskirts. Meanwhile, the Sharingan in the eyes of the Ninetales had only intensified the higher-up suspicions towards the Uchiha. Lin Feng's voice was soft yet sharp as a blade. Do you believe that the higher-up's mistrust of the Uchiha merely began with last night's Ninetales incident? Fugaku's pupils contracted slightly, yet his expression remained steady. He slowly lifted his teacup, the rising steam obscuring his features. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village had always been complicated. He responded cautiously, as clan head, I will ensure that my clansmen adhere to their duties. A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Adhere to their duties? Just as the 3rd Hokage requested the Uchiha guard to withdraw from the core of the village 3 years ago? Fugaku's hand holding the teacup suddenly faltered. This matter was a hidden pain for the Uchiha, as they had been gradually marginalized under the pretense of maintaining the village's image. It seems the 4th Hokage has informed you of many things. Fugaku's voice grew colder. I can see the current state of the Uchiha without needing to be told by Minato. Since the establishment of the police force by the 2nd Hokage, the Uchiha have been deliberately shaped into the image of enforcers, creating a rift between you and the villagers, while allowing the higher-ups to monitor you under the guise of legitimacy. The air in the tea room felt as though it had solidified. Fugaku's Sharingan involuntarily began to rotate. He had not expected this young man to perceive the Uchiha's plight so clearly. What exactly do you wish to convey? Fugaku asked solemnly. Lin Feng leaned forward. What I wish to convey is that the Ninetales incident is merely an excuse. The higher-ups' wariness of the Uchiha has never ceased, and now they have finally found a reason to act. Fugaku's breath quickened imperceptibly. As clan head, he understood this reasoning all too well. Yet the Uchiha's situation was akin to being ensnared in quicksand. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Thus, Fugaku finally lowered some of his defenses. What is your suggestion? A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he took the initiative, rather than waiting to be marginalized. It was better to seize the initiative. First, immediately organize the elite members of the Uchiha clan to participate in the post-disaster reconstruction of the Ninetales incident. Particularly, medical ninjas should actively treat the wounded. Fugaku frowned slightly. This was merely superficial work. But it is necessary superficial work, Lin Feng insisted with undeniable authority. The approval of the populace is the most crucial bargaining chip. Once ordinary villagers recognize the Uchiha's contributions, the higher-ups will think twice before moving against you. Second, utilize the powers of the police force to formally request an investigation into the Ninetales incident. Remember, it must be an open investigation, not a covert operation. Fugaku's Sharingan rotated slightly. Danzo would not agree. Then I shall persuade the fourth Hokage to facilitate this matter. Lin Feng's fingers lightly tapped the table. A joint investigative team should be established in the name of the fourth Hokage, with the Uchiha and the Umbu participating together. This would allow us to maintain the initiative while monitoring Danzo's movements. Fugaka nodded thoughtfully, the reflection of the tea swirling in his eyes. Third, Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold and serious. The police force must undergo reform. The current police force has merely become a convenience service for the villagers. Fugaka's body trembled, and the teacup in his hand rippled slightly. He gazed at this youth, no older than 8 or 9, yet already astute in the ways of power, and asked in a deep voice, "You mean to say that the third point is to reform the police force? That would be akin to challenging a system that has endured in Konoha for decades." Lin Feng's lips curled upwards knowingly. He anticipated Fugaku's response. The police force should be the Uchiha's authority, yet it has become a shackle that binds the Uchiha. The current police force has devolved into what villagers perceive as a general affairs office. Finding lost cats, mediating neighbor disputes, even farming tasks all fall to the Uchiha to resolve. This is nothing but a waste of police resources and undermines the Uchiha's dignity. Fugaka fell silent, not countering Lin Feng's viewpoint. Ever since the second Hokage established the police force, although the Uchiha held enforcement power, they had been deliberately assigned to trivial matters. Over time, the villagers' reverence for the Uchiha had gradually dissipated, even leading to contempt. Lin Feng continued. Propose a reform plan to the Hokage. The police force should only be responsible for serious public security cases, criminal investigations, and village defense. All trivial matters should be handed over to the mission dispatch office. Fugaku frowned. The third Hokage would not agree. Then we must have Minato advocate for it. A sharp glimmer shone in Lin Feng's eyes. He is the fourth Hokage, the nominal supreme leader. As long as he insists, the third Hokage would have no choice but to acquiesce. Fugaku pondered for a moment before asking, "What if villagers cause disturbances?" Lin Feng smirked coldly. "They shall be subdued by force. The police force is not a mediation committee, but an enforcement agency." His voice was frigid. "Let those ignorant villagers understand that provoking the police force is tantamount to challenging the order of Konoha." Fugaku gazed deeply at Lin Feng, suddenly perceiving a kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness in this boy that transcended his years. "The last point is to keep an eye on the talented youths in your clan, particularly Uchiha Itachi." "What do you mean?" Fugaku's voice turned wary. "Based on my understanding of Danzo's methods," Lin Feng said, locking eyes with Fugaku, "the Root Division excels at cultivating young prodigies to serve as their weapons, especially those from the Uchiha clan." Fugaku regarded him intently before responding, "Your proposals are quite dangerous. Yet they are indeed worthy of consideration." Lin Feng stood, the Kusanagi blade glinting coldly. The fate of the Uchiha must ultimately be decided by the Uchiha themselves. Whether to continue simmering in complacency or to rise anew depends solely on the clan head's resolve. Fugaku suddenly spoke. "Lin Feng, which side do you stand on?" Lin Feng paused, turning his head back to look. "I stand on the side that does not wish to see tragedy repeat itself." As Lin Feng stepped out of the tea room, he was greeted by the warm aroma of rice. Uchiha Makoto stood in the corridor, holding a bowl of freshly made miso soup. The steam wafted around her, her brows and eyes exuding a gentle warmth. "Would you like to have breakfast together?" Her voice was soft yet carried an irresistible warmth. Lin Feng glanced at the gentle Uchiha Makoto, unable to utter a word of refusal, and instead accepted her invitation with ease. He nodded slightly at Makoto and followed her into the dining hall. "Then I shall trouble you." Chapter 76. Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Makoto placed the final dish of pickles on the table, she smiled gently at Lin Feng and invited, "Please, enjoy." Lin Feng knelt at the low table, his gaze sweeping across the opposite Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Itachi sat on a cushion, displaying a remarkable composure that belied his tender age of 5. A small bundle wrapped in cloth rested around his neck, from which peeked the round, cherubic face of Sasuke, his distinctive Uchiha black eyes observing Lin Feng. "Is this the notorious Akatsuki Scarlet Phoenix who once slaughtered his entire clan?" A complex emotion flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The present Itachi was merely a caring older brother, a far cry from the blood-stained rogue ninja depicted in the original Naruto series. "Here, try this," Makoto said, sliding a steaming bowl of miso soup toward him. "I still don't know your name. I apologize." Lin Feng accepted the bowl and introduced himself. "I am Yi Feng. I hope to be in your good graces." "Hello, Yi Feng-kun. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance," Makoto replied warmly. As Lin Feng took a sip of the soup, Makoto remarked, "Yi Feng-kun, I heard you did a tremendous service for the village last night. That is truly commendable." At the breakfast table, Itachi raised his head, his obsidian eyes curiously studying Lin Feng. "Did you also participate in last night's battle?" "Itachi," Makoto gently admonished, "do not pry into our guest affairs." Lin Feng shook his head. "It's quite all right." He looked at Itachi and said softly, "I merely did what I could for the fourth Hokage." Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Itachi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father said that those who can participate in such battles are remarkable ninjas." Lin Feng chose not to respond, lowering his gaze to sip the soup. The salty aroma of the miso spread across his palate, suddenly reminding him of a blood-soaked night, the image of Itachi standing amidst a pool of blood, mercilessly wielding his kunai against his parents, flashed in his mind. "Yi Feng-kun is a friend of the fourth Hokage, correct?" Makoto's gentle voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. How's Minato-kun doing lately? Yes, Lin Feng replied succinctly. He and Kushinae are both well. Itachi interjected. I heard the fourth Hokage has a son named Naruto? Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Then I can train with him. Itachi's eyes brightened, turning to Sasuke around his neck. Sasuke, you will also have a playmate. Little Sasuke seemed to understand, smiling in response. Meanwhile, in the tea room, Fugaka sat alone before the low table, his tea long gone cold. Lin Feng's words echoed in his mind. The fate of the Uchiha must ultimately be decided by the Uchiha themselves. Will they continue to be boiled like frogs in warm water, or will they rise anew? It was a decision resting on the shoulders of the clan leader. His gaze unconsciously drifted through the door toward the dining area, where the sounds of laughter between Lin Feng and Makoto echoed. Rise anew? Could it be that the Uchiha clan is as fragile as he suggested? Fugaku's fists clenched slowly. As breakfast drew to a close, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Itachi. What kind of ninja do you aspire to become? Itachi set down his chopsticks, pondering seriously for a moment. I want to be a powerful ninja like father. To protect the village, and he glanced at Sasuke, and to protect my little brother. Lin Feng's fingers lightly traced the edge of the bowl. What if one day, you must choose between the village and your clan? The atmosphere at the table suddenly froze. Makoto's smile faltered. Yifeng-kun. That question may be too early for Itachi. I will find a way to achieve both. Itachi's voice, though youthful, was resolute. Because a ninja must transcend the impossible. At this moment, Itachi was merely a child newly enrolled in the ninja academy. Lin Feng gazed at this precocious child, suddenly comprehending a profound truth. It was not Itachi who chose betrayal. Rather, it was Konoha that compelled him to make a choice. Danzo forced him to choose between his clan and his brother, coupled with the indoctrination of the will of fire by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sacrificing the Uchiha clan for the peace of Konoha by annihilating his kin to thwart his father's coup. Minato's ideology differs from Hiruzen's. Minato believed in sacrificing oneself to save comrades and protect the village, even in the face of the Ninetales rampage caused by Obito. He still chose to sacrifice himself to seal the beast rather than sacrifice the villagers. Hiruzen's philosophy maintained village stability through systems and order, even at the cost of sacrificing a few. He set down his bowl and stood, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your hospitality. Makoto hurriedly rose to see him off. Won't you stay for a while longer? The clan leader needs time to reflect, Lin Feng replied as he approached the entrance, suddenly turning back while putting on his shoes. He added, and Makoto-san, please pay close attention to Itachi's development, especially the people he interacts with. Makoto was momentarily taken aback, and before she could inquire further, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the Uchiha residence. On the streets of Konoha, Lin Feng strolled through the still-recovering district. Despite the efforts of the ninjas, the air was thick with the lingering scent of charred earth and blood. His gaze swept across the collapsed houses, blackened trees, and busy ninjas cleaning the streets. Yet amidst the devastation, the sign of Ichiraka Ramen stood unscathed, gleaming in the wreckage. A long queue formed outside the shop, mostly consisting of ninjas who had participated in the night's rescue operations. From behind the cloth curtain, steam wafted out, and the rich aroma of bone broth filled the air. Truly, the god of concepts in the ninja world. Lin Feng paused, a smile creeping onto his lips. Even when Pain Shinra Tensei obliterated all of Konoha in the original series, Ichiraka Ramen miraculously survived. Now, the turmoil of the Ninetales rampage had also failed to shake this humble noodle shop. Inside, the sounds of slurping mingled with the laughter of ninjas. Hey, uncle, another bowl, please. This broth is incredible, 1,000 times better than the military rations. The tantalizing scent of the bone broth stirred Lin Feng's stomach, reminding him of countless times during his previous life when Naruto's exaggerated expressions while devouring ramen made his mouth water. Yet now, the aroma was tantalizingly close, but I'm broke. Lin Feng patted his empty pockets in resignation and continued on his way toward the Hokage office.